But I don't think they would just make up a scene wholesale that didn't happen. I think they did meet in the chapel, but you can't trust anything else. The vase was very beautiful, rich with history and value. Even as young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty. Of course, I was a member of grandfather's favorite collection, so that I didn't accidentally destroy its fragile but not that fragile beauty. I was always given strict orders never to touch it, but that just made me want to touch it. Are we Maria? It looked light and yet so elegant that just glancing at it gave an indescribable. Is this spelt wrong? With sense of dignity. That looks weird to me. Why does it look weird? I wanted to see what it felt like to touch a vase like that. However, just as grandfather had said, it was a thing that shouldn't be touched. Something this beautiful should never be touched. Such beauty can only dwell in something so easily broken. Is this subtext? Because of that, just a brush of a finger by someone like me would. Just like how a fun dream disappears with a poof when you wake up. It disappeared, fell and broke into pieces. I realized that, because of my own foolish curiosity, I had done something that could be taken back. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized, the broken vase would not be returned to its original form. Grandfather will probably scold me, probably very harshly. I ended up breaking into tears and sobbing, frightened. As I did, I noticed something beautiful. Lightly dancing golden butterflies were coming towards me. As mysteriously golden dots shone in the air, the butterflies began to gather one at a time. Oh, it's Beatrice. Beatrice, that reliable golden witch, had arrived. What English high school teacher is this? The butterflies kept gathering until they formed a cloud, and then she was there. She was always there for me. Whenever I was in trouble, she'd always appear and save me. Oh shit! This is Maria's fake imaginary friend, the witch, that she thinks is the real witch that isn't the witch. Oh no! Oh no! Good day to you, princess. Beatrice! Wow, hick. Oh my. Why are you crying so? And on a day so well suited for a tea party. I broke grandfather's precious vase. Wow, grandfather's gonna get mad at me. I don't know what to do. Hick. I see, that is worrying. The master really treasured this particular vase, didn't he? Ho ho ho. Imagine how he'll punish you scares even me, Beatrice. Because that's who I am, that's my name. Grandfather was a very frightening person, and when he failed to follow something he said even once, he would become so mad, with a rage that would make even the fallen angels in hell quiver. Since I knew that down to my bones, I couldn't do anything but tremble and cry. Tremble and cry. I possessed no magic that can scoop up your fallen tears, princess. Oh, sorry, one second. Chat, I'm gonna set an alarm, but just in case my phone breaks, I need to go and put, antibiotic drops in the eyes of my cat in 4 hours. So please remind me if it doesn't go off, okay? But I have a cat alarm. Here we go. I possess no magic that can scoop up your fallen tears, princess, but if you need magic that will prevent the master from scolding you, I might be able to manage something. Really? Yes, if you'll be gracious enough to believe in my power, princess. The power of belief is the source of magic. Miracles only appear before those of great faith. I believe in your power, Beatrice, so please fix this vase, please. If that is what you want, princess, then leave it to me, Beatrice. When she extended her index finger, a golden butterfly softly landed there and changed its form into her favorite cane. But even that was enough to give me a small glimpse of Beatrice's wonderful and awesome magic power. She pointed her cane at the broken vase, and just like a child's lullaby, she began speaking the magic words. Come, try closing your eyes, and try to remember. What form did you have? It was surely a very, very beautiful form. Please, show me that form one more time. Were they words, or was it a song? No, it had to be magic. After all, can't you see? The pieces of the vase are rapidly gathering together, gently returning to the place where they'd been on display, reassembling into their original form. Incredible. See? Now it's back to normal. This way, you won't have to get yelled at by the master. Okay, so Maria's daydreaming about breaking a vase and her imaginary witch friend coming to save her? Interesting. There are 3 Beatrices. Oh, it's like a Witcher book! Sapkowski loves, like, just dropping the title in as many different ways of the Witcher books as possible. Beatrice, you really are amazing. You can fix broken vases like it's nothing. Let's have 3 series. That's not true. Returning something broken to its original form is a very, very difficult thing to do. There actually are 3 series. I'm not kidding. There really are 3 series. My magic can only make it remember what it once was for a short time. Huh? But the vase really turned back to the way it was, right? Correct. But that doesn't mean the vase has avoided its fate of being broken. All I did was temporarily get the broken vase to remember its form before it broke. I have not yet attained the high levels of magical power that might be used to restore a broken fate to its original form. At that time, the high-pitched scream of a servant could be heard from inside the mansion. When I went to see what had happened, I noticed that several of the servants had gathered and were cleaning up the remains of the broken vase. From what they said, it seemed a black cat had sneaked in from somewhere and had climbed up on the vase, causing it to break. There are cats on the island? I understood the meaning of Beatrice's words. At the moment I broke the vase was broken. It exists. Beatrice let me see the vase being restored, but that was a temporary thing. It didn't mean she changed the fate of the vase being broken, and so the vase remembered its true fate and broke. Via cat. However, the one who broke it wasn't me, but a cat that had snuck in. That's right. Beatrice never said, let's fix the vase. She said she'd prevent the master from scolding me. The fate of the vase breaking hasn't changed, but the fact that I broke it certainly has. Beatrice cleverly saved me from danger with that magic. I mean, we could have just framed a cat with it without the magic. What are we doing? It is very easy to break something. After all, you didn't need magic to break that vase, princess. Then, is fixing stuff really hard? It is. It's so hard that you broke down crying, unsure of what to do. Does that mean magic is easier to use when doing terrifying things? That breaking and killing is really easy, but fixing and reviving things is really hard? That's right. With magic, it is far easier to break and kill. That's why weak witches lose the temptation and become intoxicated with gathering easy power for themselves, neglecting their true magical training. Reversing entropy. Real magic is the power to repair, to revive, to summon happiness that has disappeared, to summon love that has grown cold. And it can even summon a smile to the face of a princess who has forgotten how... Beatrice is going to literally rip your head off and wear your skin as armor. Like, what do you... Then Beatrice, since you managed to fix that vase, does that mean you're an incredible witch? My days of training are far from over. After all, I couldn't make the vase forget its fate for even an hour. I'm sure my teacher, who taught me magic, would have been able to restore the vase to its original form forever. So if it kept breaking and breaking, she'd be able to fix it over and over again? Yes. When one reaches that level, they are considered to be an endless witch. That is the endless level that all witches ought to reach. We offer the utmost respect to those witches and call them by that title. They're really good at Tetris. An endless witch, that's right. To witches with the power to mend things endlessly, the concept of breaking doesn't even exist. They are released from all the sadness caused by losing things and are promised eternal bliss. Certainly, the human world is full of sadness caused by separation and loss. To escape that sadness, people pray to gods and ask for the power to withstand their sadness, believing it to be a test of their sadness. In other words, a human's life is a journey of sadness, searching for a way to withstand sadness. In that case, a witch who could revive all things would be freed from all sadness in the world. Simply put, that would mean eternal bliss. I wonder, if I could become a witch like you and gain eternal happiness. You, princess? Ho 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 ho. It is a long, long, difficult path, you see. I want to become a witch. I want to find happiness. Beatrice, I want to become your disciple. I want to... Do you have even a trace of doubt in that feeling? No. I want to become a witch too. I understand. Then, until you get tired of me, I will make you my disciple. Will you call me teacher? Yes, teacher. That's a good answer. Then from now on, learn the depths of magic along with me. I am also in training. Let us both learn the proper use of magic, doing our best to reach that blissful level. I feel it together coming on. Yes, teacher. No together? Uh-oh. Man, Rosa hired a really good babysitter for this island visit, huh? Really didn't want to deal with her shit. Ah, a dream. That face takes me back. An endless witch, was it? That rank I'd yearned for in the past as the highest possible achievement was now just another one of my titles. No, you might even call it my calling card. Every once in a while, being called that can be quite satisfying. I trained so many days to achieve that rank. It'd be a bit of a waste if I never got a chance to appreciate it. Cackle, cackle, cackle. She shook her head lightly. If it's the highest possible level, that means there's nothing higher. An eternal dead end, the beginning of eternal boredom. I remember what teacher told me. When one is released from all sadness, it is the same as eternal bliss. That's what makes me think. The teacher couldn't even ever have reached that level. Fuck this shit. Eternal bliss means eternal boredom. True. And that's the beginning of eternal torture. It all depends on how you look at it. Eternal boredom is the same as a sketchbook that doesn't run out of pages. It means you can draw whatever you want, can try to have as much fun as you want. Ever think that maybe you're in hell already, and this period of stability that you have in your life is just, you know, to reset your expectations so the torture can slowly ramp up again, and then you have 1,000 years of that bullshit, and then after that's done, you go back to just baseline again for a little bit, and like, hee hee hee, you're fine, and then just bump right back up to the torture. Yeah, it means you can draw whatever you want, can try to have as much fun as you want. Boredom is the worst sort of poison, which kills all witches. Even those great witches who are given the title Lady fear it. It's the eternal poison that tortures them because of the eternal bliss they've reached. Now that I've earned the name of Endless Witch, I truly wish I could speak with teacher again. Is happiness really what lay at the end of our training? And just what is happiness? I wish I could talk with her about that now. Training has no end. When you think you've reached the eternal level, that's exactly the time to bemoan your own immaturity. I recalled those words as though she'd answered me directly. Cackle, cackle. See, so I'm immature, am I? How amusing, how truly amusing. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The sound of painfully shrill laughter rang out. It was coming from my furniture. What, did they break their toy again? This guy stopped moving again. And I haven't had nearly enough fun yet. What a pathetic man. But I haven't got a chance to play at all yet. Let me play, let me play. You silent filth. If you keep devouring him like starving dogs, of course he'll keep breaking right away, no matter how well Beatrice-sama fixes him up. You broke him the most, Satan-y. You just don't know what holding back means. Baka, my apologies, Beatrice-sama. Please forgive my stupid little sisters. Fix him quickly. I'm next, I'm next. Must you keep up that infernal racket? Eep. This is a great story, by the way. A single yell was all it took to make the noisy sisters of the Seven Stakes vanish. All they do is mess around, having as much fun as they want breaking him. They only come to me to clean up afterwards. Truly, this furniture never leaves me bored. Once the furniture hid themselves, all that remained was a sloppy mess, the last remnants of a broken toy. It had no form anymore. It's hard even for me to remember its original form in this state. Better to make it remember for itself, perhaps. Oh well. I waved my golden pipe, then I spoke. I chanted. I made it remember. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? After all, right now, you pretty much look like a huge lump of scrap meat. I've no idea which part is your arm and which is your leg. Unless you remember, I won't even be able to recall your face. Cackle, cackle, cackle. By the power of magic, the pitiful pieces of meat began to remember what their form had been. Which part should go with which part, and where should join with where. The hip bone's connected to the... That's right, just like that. No, you should be a finger on the left hand. That's the right hand. Your other right. That's it. Good, cackle. Good morning. Have you woken up, Ushiromiya battler? How ironic that your true nightmare begins after you've awakened. Oh, even his clothes came back. Cough, cough. Ugh. Ow, ow, ow. If you would just accept that I am a witch, you'll quickly wake up from this nightmare, and I'll send you to heaven. I am the king of Mount Purgatory. There's no escape from this hell without my approval. You call this hell? That's just useless. It's all useless. I really enjoy my time with the Seven Sisters of the Stakes. I'm impressed you can still talk like that after experiencing the pain of death not once, like any normal human, but more times than I could count with all of my fingers. Okay, so 9? He's been killed 9 times? Cackle. This is why I never get bored. I never get bored of you. Yeah, no boredom problem here. After all, I get my pick of those massive tit nichons with the dazzling asses in my harem. loves getting torn apart by the sisters. Thanks to that, I'm not likely to get bored for a while now. Joke's on you, Beatrice. He's into it. Cackle, cackle. That's splendid. Otherwise, I would get bored too. So my furniture, I fixed them so you can play as much as you want. Thank you very much. Okay, yay. Yeah, all mine. I told you, your turn's over. I'm next. Get away from him. Wow. Wonderful, isn't it, Battler-kun? Look how popular you are. Popular guys have it rough. Get in line, freaks. If you just stayed obedient instead of acting tough, this would go much easier. Nah, he's good like this. His screams feel so much better. Okay, let's not break him so quickly this time. Did you all hear me? You aren't running the show. Battler-kun, let's continue where we left off, okay? After they locked Jessica Chan's room with the master key, how did they return the key to the corpse's pocket, which is inside the room? This is like... this is so tailor-made for Battler. What the fuck? He actually probably is loving this. What the fuck? Oh... Well, maybe. That's it. They used a fishing line or something, sending just the key into the room through the crack of the door. Yeah. I'm thinking of the McKeezy comics so much right now. Wrong. So naive. Of all the oh, you can do it too. Of all of the doors that exist on Rikkinjima, none has a crack through which a key can slip. He was wrong, right? Okay, this time it's me, my turn. Where should I strike? Me, back of the hand. No fair. Okay, then I've got the back of his other hand. I'll take the tip of his nose. Why? Let me do it too. Let me strike too. Wow. Meanwhile, as he's being like ripped apart, Battler's like, yep. Got a new red statement. I can eliminate that possibility now. Gonna sleep well tonight as a pile of fucking gore on the floor. Can't be so slow, Leviani. We've always done first come, first serve. There we go. Okay, I'll take the top of his foot. Wow, me too. I'll take his shoulder, okay? Yeah, your sister's right. Play nice with each other, okay? I can't believe you're still resisting. Why haven't you realized that your false courage actually gets us fired up? Sorry, but I'm into that. False courage and being stubborn are my specialties. No matter how you all try to confuse the issues, I definitely won't accept witches and magic. Even though you can't explain anything with human tricks? Are you stupid? Know your place. It's okay, we don't have to force him to accept it. Soon he'll want to accept it so hard he'll start crying. Even now, he really wants to kneel down on the ground, pitiful, and beg for our forgiveness. He's broken already. Beatrice-sama. Ah, well. Since they know I can revive him over and over, my furniture won't even hesitate to break him. Good grief. Giving eternal rebirth and eternal death at will. Before the endless witch Beatrice, all death in life has no meaning. Even death can't become the key to escape from my cage. Come, Battler. Remember your original form again. I'll toy with you to my heart's content, understand? I see. How truly pleasant to have a toy to play with for all eternity. Ah, this could be the endless bliss which is gained at the endless level. I see. Yes, this bliss certainly is amusing. Cackle, 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 cackle. I'll revive you over and over, kill you over and over. Let's see, what kind of murder play will unfold on the next game board? Come, bring it in. Let the next game begin, Ushiromiya Battler. Ooh. Oh shit! Dude, loud enough for you now, chat? Loud enough for you now? Yeah? What's George's endgame? Welcome to Rockin' Do we think that any of the Ushiromiya children are capable of killing the others for the inheritance? I think no. Maybe some of them are, but I don't think all of them would be capable of that. I don't think I get that they are like out for money and everything, but I don't think they're so desperate for money that they would kill multiple people for it. I don't get that from them. I don't think they would do it. But maybe I'm wrong? Dang. Too bad Aneki hates cigarettes so much. Sorry, she's been pretty grumpy since last night. Please don't hold it against her. Rudolph and Hideyoshi went out onto the deck and took out some cigarettes. Eva had always hated the smell of cigarettes, but when she was in a bad mood, she got even more sensitive to them. When they decided to smoke casually until they reached the island, the two of them had gotten yelled at and chased out onto the deck. Is this the first time we're learning that Rudolph and Hideyoshi smoke? Because I don't remember that. Like, that might have just been a throwaway line somewhere. Excuse me. Hideyoshi tried to use his lighter, but the strong winds gave him some trouble. Rudolph took out a Zippo with a smooth gesture and let Hideyoshi borrow the flame. Dark Souls? Dark Souls? Thank you, Master Peak, for the bits. My mom once put eardrops in my eyes instead of eye drops. Are you okay? Were you Master Pink Eye for a bit? I'm sorry that happened to you. Thank you, Transitional Bird, for the new sub. Welcome, Transitional Bird. Cool name. Thank you, Guitar Himi, or Jaime, for the resub. Good morning, day, evening, or night to you, Joe. Thank you kindly for all your streams. It gives me a chance to still experience games and some VNs while in medical school. Given the chance, I shall name a protein JOMS for you. Oh, thank you. Good luck with medical school. Yeah, having some stuff on the background you can still like keep in touch with the hobby is probably a good method of streaming, yeah, or a method to consume streams, yeah. Glad we can do that for you. Thank you, Vitor for the new sub. Welcome, Vitor. And thank you, Powick, for gifting a sub to Ushiromiya Eva. Do they all have gift subs at this point? I think they might. They might, yeah. Ironwrath did a lot of them. When did you start smoking cigarettes, Hideyoshi Nissan? Right now, just after the war. In the beginning, I was rolling them. Then I started using what I sold. Wahahaha. So you were already smoking when you met Aneki. I bet she's always telling you to stop. I never listened to her, so she's already completely given up on that. Wahaha, men gotta be stubborn in times like these. Hideyoshi laughed heartily, but Rudolph snickered. After being scolded by Eva, they escaped the deck together with their tails between their legs. There was little doubt who had gotten her way in that exchange. She isn't usually so short-tempered. In fact, she's usually a more gentle, quiet woman. Every year she changes when this day comes. Is that so? To me, she looks just like the Aneki we've all known so long. That's just it. She's back to being Eva of the Ushiromiya family. But that ain't the Eva I know. Ooh, trouble in paradise? Well, I know why she's grumpy. This family conference is going to be a pain. Got that right. There's that plan to threaten money out of Kraus Nissan. We may call it a family conference, but it's going to be just a sibling fight at this rate. Yep. Before the family conference, 3 of the siblings had made a secret pact without Kraus. Yeah, we know. They were all facing urgent situations and needed a lot of money fast. Therefore, and the only one they could turn to was Kraus, who spoke for the Ushiromiya head now that Kinzo spent his time shut up in his study. Man, I wish I had some lemon cake. God damn it. I was at the store today, I didn't get any. Fuck. For a long time now, they'd vaguely sensed that Kraus was taking advantage of the fact that Kinzo had lost interest in his own wealth, and they suspected that he'd start embezzling that wealth to suit his own purposes. Despite being disgusted by this, they turned a blind eye to it while everything was still going smoothly for them. But now that they needed money, they really couldn't afford to let it slide. Eva had asked Rudolph and Rosa to form an alliance, and they were now scheming to take that money away from Kraus. Rudolph-kun, both you and I are company presidents. We're responsible for the livelihood of our employees. Rose is a president too. Well, as a hobby. That's right, sorry. Hobby? Basically, we've all got responsibilities. Now that I've thrown down the gauntlet in front of the executive board, I've got to bring in the money, even if it means getting down on my knees or drinking mud, or killing everyone on the island. Same here. I can't betray the employees who've trusted me and followed me for so long. That's why I need to get some money out of Krusty-san, even if I have to grab him by the neck. Aneki and Aniki have always been at each other's throats, and now she's got to challenge Aniki head-on. It's no wonder she's on edge. So Eva really has had a bad relationship with Krusty-san since long ago? Hasn't she talked about it? They were always at each other's throats. She never talks about the past, even if I ask. She probably doesn't want to remember. She's always been brainy and shrewd. Her grades were good too, excuse me. Her grades were good too. Compared to that, Aniki was just average. The simple fact she existed would have been pressure enough, but she kept boasting about it and driving him into a corner. That fool. Why drive him into a corner so openly? I'd hardly call that shrewd. No kidding. Aneki regretted being born a woman, so she probably couldn't forgive Aniki since he was chosen to succeed the head just because he was a man. He was also born first, wasn't he? She'd always boast to Dad, letting him see that she was better at every little thing. Father really is an old-fashioned person. Gender discrimination was part of his system of values. I'll bet Eva's eagerness to prove herself made him dislike her a bit. Yeah, because you just don't do this at all, bro. Yeah, okay. Wouldn't you say schooling for women is like sugar in black tea? The taste is dull and flat without it, but too much ruins the whole thing. Holy fucking shit! Since you can still drink black tea without sugar, he was in effect saying that there was no need for a woman to study. Those infuriating words were what Nissan hurled at me in my despair, when I asked to go to college, only to be denied by father. I protested I need to build up proper dignity and an education as the oldest daughter in the Ushiramiya family, making college an essential next step. But when it came down to it, father's and Nissan's answers were exactly the same. How conceited for a woman. I've never taken the Ushiramiya name lightly, not once since I was born into it, and I've been even more careful not to take my father's name, Ushiramiya Kinzo, lightly. Our family is an old one with many traditions, but it lost its... Are we gonna humanize Eva? Is that what we're gonna do? I don't think I'm ready for humanizing Eva. Oh no, no. She's already fine. She's so entertaining. You don't need to tell me why he's named Han Solo. I get it. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Queen, you are who you are. I understand it. I get it. Our family is an old one with many traditions, but it's lost its wealth and businesses in the Great Kanto earthquake, pushing it to the brink at one point. That was when father took control with his ingenious talent, reviving it to be even greater than it had been before. Not once did I forget that I was the daughter of the great Ushiramiya Kinzo. That's why I always made every effort to become worthy of that name. I needed dignity worthy of the Ushiramiya family, schooling, manners, and leadership. Even if I couldn't quite reach father's level, I deepened my knowledge in economics and finance, trying to improve myself so I could be of use to him at any time. However, in the end, father never acknowledged my efforts. To father, a woman who was only meant to support a man, nothing further than that was permissible. When was it that I came to understand that? It may have been as early as my childhood years, but I was going to have to wait until I grew up before I could truly accept it. Compared to me, you couldn't have said that Kraus, my older brother of 2 years, worked hard at all to become deserving of the Ushiramiya family name. He told me many times since my early childhood that he would naturally succeed father simply because he was born a man. He kept on repeating that as though it formed an uncrossable gap between us. I couldn't stand it. Even though I always got better grades than Nissan, even though I became class president when he never managed more than vice president, even so, Nissan was considered to be the appropriate successor to the Ushiramiya family just because he was a man. This also probably explains why Jessica was way more upset that it wasn't just that both her parents died. She has a strained relationship with Natsui, but it seems with the way Kraus is talking, Kraus probably has no relationship with Jessica whatsoever, is my guess. Or, nah, sometimes that might go the other way. Like, Kraus might be, like, really sexist towards his sister, but but very nice to his daughter. We haven't seen them interact yet, so that could go the other way actually. But my guess right now is that Kraus and Jessica have very not much of a relationship, but I might be wrong. Of course, you could find gender discrimination everywhere in those days. No, it was even considered a virtue in that era. During that despicable time, people said that when a woman is born, she obeys her parents, when she gets married, she obeys her husband, and when she gets old, she obeys her children. But that was exactly why I wanted to turn that on its head. Innocently, I kept trying to prove that I was the most fit. However, I eventually realized that all of my efforts had been doomed from the beginning. This is some real shit chat. Like, I don't know how it is growing up now. Like, there's been a lot of progress in this area, but like this shit was still alive and well when I was young. Okay, and again, I don't want to get too like harpy on the soapbox here. Like, men have a lot of problems in modern society too, but like, holy shit, like you like all the problems are relative, but like sometimes you have to take a step back and go, okay, all right, yeah. When you say schooling, it's not a competition, okay? But sometimes it can come across as that, yeah. Wouldn't you say schooling for women is like sugar and black tea? Oh, we're back at this now. The taste is flat and dull without it, but too much ruins the whole thing. Yeah, what do you mean by that, Nissan? Oh, look at this! Just as there are roles that only men can fill, there are also roles that can only be filled by women, correct? I do believe giving birth to children, raising them, and supporting the master of the house are roles that can only be filled by women. Are you trying to say there's no need for a woman to work or study? I wouldn't go that far. Talking to an unschooled woman is tiring and nothing more. However, women are even more tiring when they're too smart. I do believe that a woman is so cringe, my dude. What the fuck are you talking about? I do believe that a woman is as violently as assertive as you would bring no end of hardship to her future husband. You know what? I respect Hideyoshi more and more every day. Every day I respect Hideyoshi more and more. Are you trying to say that a woman has to marry and hide in the shadow of her husband? That's none of your business. Though you're my younger sister, I can look up to you for the respect you hold for father and your desire to become a daughter worthy of him. Even I am capable of feeling respect for such noble sentiments. That's just disgusting. What's this about noble sentiments? I'd call that flowery prose coming from you. Are you pretending to be the head already? The decision that I should succeed the headship has been established from the very beginning, and yet you seem to be laboring under the illusion that you might become the head, hence the useless and reckless efforts you've expended thus far. Reckless efforts? Is it really that bizarre for me to say I want to go to college? Yes, it is bizarre. Yes, you undoubtedly are the oldest daughter of the glorious Ushirome family. Yep, basic maths, yep, it's true. One day you will support that family crest by being wed to the partner most valuable for father. However, excessive learning is not what's being asked of you. What you need are gentle feelings that will allow you to care for your husband, the ability to handle housework, and a humble demeanor that will reflect well on the master of your household. Okay, so it completely makes sense why she knows how to do the, was it Taekwondo she knows how to do? The kickboxing thing? It completely makes sense, yeah. These are all skills you lack utterly. In the end, can you really call yourself a suitable daughter of the Ushirome family? I have no intention of being some secluded lady. I just want to become the person most capable of assisting father at his work. Then shouldn't you do so in a manner befitting an Ushirome family daughter? What is it with you? You're still mannish even at your age, and you've never learned how to wear makeup in a way that will please men, much less how to cook and do housework. I hear you've even been learning how to brawl. That's rude. The martial arts aren't brawling, they're a perfect way to train and discipline the mind, and when it's needed, I take more than enough care to act as a woman should. What are you trying to say? That women should be slaves who work for men, so I mustn't be so forward? It isn't elegant to say it out loud, but I think a few unpleasant words are necessary in order to correct your mistake, so let me say it plainly. Women exist to serve men, and men exist to provide for women. A woman's job is to protect the man's back, to protect his house and raise his children. Most women realize this without being told. They realize it on their own. But even after all these years, you still haven't realized that about yourself. Okay, this is a little on the nose, but it's probably authentic to the kind of conversation these two would have. Okay, so I've decided to clear away that misunderstanding for you before you leave this family. You ought to thank me. This is an insult to all women. No way, I've never thought of myself as a woman, and I've never depended on anyone because I'm a woman. How am I inferior to you, Nissan? In grades and accomplishments and everything, I'm better, so how can you look down on me when you have nothing I lack except the fact that you're a man? It's about knowing one's place. Every day I've been raised with the readiness of one who will be head. In the future, that preparation will surely become essential, but you are different. Even though you will marry and lose the Ushirome family name, you're being trapped by this unnecessary illusion. How did you convince Kinzo to keep the name and, wait, hold on. Did Hideyoshi take the name, or did he keep his own name? Yeah, he took the name. Okay. Alright. Huh. Okay. I'm sorry, I was not familiar with your game. I misjudged you. I kneel. I hope that you don't become crazy Yoshi later. Like, I kneel. I was... What's your complaint? Even if you had been born a man, the successor to the headship still probably wouldn't have been you. Why are you so unsatisfied that you insist on attacking me even now? What's my complaint, you say? Nissan, you're always like that, looking down on me because you'll succeed the head. Even though... read the Hideyoshi description. We did already, didn't we? Is it different? He took his wife's name upon their marriage and became a member of the Ushirima family. He therefore does not possess the spiteful genes passed down through the Ushirima family members, and his bright smile is very refreshing at the family conferences. He started his business from scratch and now works as president of a medium-sized restaurant chain. This chain seems to be growing and performing extremely well. Yeah, I remember this one. I don't really remember the spiteful genes part. Maybe I did read that. I don't think these are different. Even though, what's my complaint, you say? I've got a billion of them. Grudges, hard feelings, humiliations that I'll never forget kept floating through the back of my mind. They all built up at the same time, coming out of my throat as a shameful moan. Ooh. What's all this noise? God isn't the only one who holds silence as a virtue. Father. Father! He probably overheard our sibling fight. Father entered with a clearly unhappy face. Kraus, are you fighting with your siblings again? Why don't you have the dignity to act as a leader for your brothers and sisters? Brother and sister, sorry. How shameful. I'm embarrassed to hear this from my eldest son. In a flash, he struck Kraus's face. I readied myself to be struck in the same way, but I wasn't hit. Rosa in the corner was taking notes. My apologies. Dignity isn't the only thing you lack. There's much more. You're immature in everything, and even so, you pretend like you're an adult. Realize that it's 100 years too early for you to talk like that and devote yourself to your studies. Don't make me lament my son's incompetence anymore. Yes, I will continue to strive so I can become a person worthy of succeeding you, Father. It was as if those words were directed at me. Even when he was being yelled at by Father, he was still bragging to me about how he was special. About how he was the successor. I just couldn't stand it. I finally spoke what was on my mind, even though I realized that it would be improper for a member of the Ushirimiya family to do such a thing. Father, please tell me how I'm inferior to him. I've tried so hard, studied so hard to become a person who won't bring shame to your name. Please, tell me how I'm inferior. How can I improve myself enough to earn your acknowledgement? That again? How many times do I have to say it before you'll understand? I expect nothing from you. Women should be women and just learn how to cook and sew. You aren't prepared at all as a woman. In you, I don't see a trace of the mindset needed to serve one's husband, to earnestly devote one's self to a man's needs. What good are you as a woman? Don't you realize that you're a daughter of the Ushirimiya family, and yet you only want to learn things so you can act like a man? Your duty is to not imitate Kraus. Don't you even understand your own duty? As a member of the Ushirimiya family, I won't bring shame to your name. Oh, that's it? That's it. That's where you're already wrong. Your duty is to marry out of the family and bring me a man who is profitable to me. And then you will devote yourself to your husband, give birth to children, and multiply. Be a good wife who brings praise to your husband's family. Just what is it that you can do to please a man? Do you think you can make tea? Do you have any talent in cooking? You have nothing. All you've done is try and mimic Kraus, haven't you? Kraus will succeed the Ushirimiya family. If you are unsatisfied with that, then you are disobeying me. Are you saying you will refuse to listen to what I say, even though you're my daughter? Get out. You're disinherited. I won't let you call yourself an Ushirimiya. Disinherited. Disinherited. Oh, ooh. Cough, cough. Father, hang in there. Please calm down. Genji-san, could you bring some water? Sorry, I'm distracted. Yeah, yes, immediately. Eva, leave this place. He doesn't mean what he says. I will calm him down. Cough, cough, cough. Disinherited. If you won't listen to me, you're disinherited. Cough, 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 cough. Father was coughing pretty badly, and Nissan patted his back. How long ago was this? Because Kraus looks really young here. I know it's only the side profile. This is hard to judge. College? Probably a while ago. Alright. Father was coughing pretty badly, Nissan patted his back, as if it was a duty that was naturally his. It was so vexing for me to let him take that duty all for himself right then. If I carelessly approached Father at that moment, then I would probably be the next one to get hit. I didn't read that properly at all. However, I fearlessly tried to approach Father's back. Genji blocked me. Iva-sama, perhaps it would be better if you stepped aside for now. The master is not in a good mood today. But... Cough, cough. Why are my children so incompetent? Kraus is lacking dignity. Eva is always a stubborn tomboy. Okay, hold on. So, George is 21? 23? Rosa is at least wanting to go to college? Okay, I don't know. What age do you go to college in Japan? Is it still like around 18, 19? $18-ish, so she's at least 18. Let's just like that. Let's say 20, just to make it easy to add. Okay, at least 20. So and I'm gonna guess that it took like, you know, a year after they like met and got married, and that's a really fast pace to get pregnant and have George. But and let's say that she meets him like tomorrow. Okay, so you know he's 20 something, so this was at least 20 something years ago. Okay, at least 20 something years ago. All right, okay. And Kinzo was already like coughing hack at that time? Damn. Huh. $30, yeah, it might even be 30 years, yeah. So how old is Ava now then? Ava is like almost 50? Maybe mid 40s, almost 50? Looking good. Rudolph, yeah, Rudolph, okay, yeah, Eva looks better than Rudolph, okay. And Rudolph is younger than Eva. Okay. Why are my children so incompetent? Kraus is lacking in dignity. Eva is always a stubborn tomboy. I have no son who's like a man, and not even a daughter who's like a woman. Where did I go wrong raising them? Why Genji? When and where did I go wrong? Why is he not talking about the other kids? Master, you haven't done anything wrong. Kraus-sama has grown into a sturdy son, and Eva-sama into a lovely daughter. You haven't made any mistakes. How can you say that? What's so lovely about her? Far from a lady, she's always acting like a man. Cough, cough, cough. Disinherited, disinherited! Cough, cough. Father, that's just what I'm always telling Eva. Eva has promised that she will have a change of heart and act like a lady. Couldn't you postpone that decision for just a little longer? Who's a lady? Cough, cough. Disinherited, disinherited. Cough, cough. Ooh, ooh, cough, cough. Go quickly and leave this to me. Kraus gave me a look telling me that. Starting to think that Kinzo's might be kind of a bad guy. Did I take the wrong path, just like Father and Nissan said? True, I never studied how to be a lady. Everything I've learned was done in the hopes that I could help Father someday. But is that really true? Haven't I always been trying to compete with Nissan, with whom I've had a bad relationship since I was a young girl? Because I wanted to steal his position as successor and show him a thing or two? Every chance he gets, Nissan tells me that men should be manly and women should be womanly. I've been tormented by this unfair discrimination just because of my gender, something people are born with and can't do anything about. I resisted, endeavoring to this very day to study and prove that I'm not inferior despite being a woman. But doesn't that mean my love of learning comes entirely from a stupid complex I've got against Nissan? Father wanted me to become a lady with whom he could go out in public and not be embarrassed. Did I betray his hopes, earning good grades and threatening Nissan just to satisfy childhood resentment? Umineko is a feminist text. I was kind of saying that a bit. Why are you back? I was kind of saying that earlier. Maybe you want to talk about that next time you're on. I think you could handle it better. Who the fuck is this? That's not it. You swore to me, saying I will become the successor to the Ishimiya family. You, the one whispering to me, was the me of my years as a young girl, born inside my heart on the day I made that oath. That's right. She was my only ally. When things got difficult, when I felt like I was about to get crushed by it all, she would always quietly appear and support me. When I ran into roadblocks and despaired, she would always appear and support me. When I grew up and the memories of my childhood years faded, I also started to forget my conversations with her. I, Ushiromiya Eva, will definitely become the head of the Ushiromiya family, and I'll triumph over that irritating, arrogant Kraus. On that day, we promise to do our best together to achieve that. There's a really good Amazing Devil lyric in Battle Cries, which is one of their best songs. And it's about, he says, after summers of fasting, I feel hunger at last. For that person, 15-year-old me would have been proud to have known. I really love that line. Like, who you thought you were going to be when you were a kid, and as you get older and older and older, like, you lose sight of that, like, what you want. Like, if your 15-year-old self could meet you right now, would they be like, you know, you're cool, I want to get along with you, I'm glad where we ended up, that sort of thing? Yep. Kind of straightforward, but I still like it. That's right, we promise. On that day, I promised that I would become the successor of the Ushiromiya headship. On that day, when I had been overcome with sadness, wondering why I was even alive, you appeared from inside me and lent me your strength. Father didn't accept me. I wanted to teach Nissan a lesson. I believed that doing this would let me say goodbye to the wretched creature I once was. For a time, I truly believed that my life had no purpose other than to be looked down upon by Nissan. It's painful just remembering those days. They're a wound, a crack inside my heart. She taught me how to sew up that wound. I turned my anger into effort and improved myself, trying to become a person more worthy of the headship than Kraus was. Trying to triumph over him by making Father accept me. Okay, the fact that this gets a sprite is suspicious. It was my perfect revenge. I was vaguely aware that a woman couldn't possibly become the family head, but I thought that maybe if I could prove myself valuable enough to overturn that premise, then surely even Father would select me to be his successor. If that happened, then I'd be able to have the greatest and most perfect revenge against Nissan, who always acted like his succession to the headship was completely inevitable. That's right. If we can manage that, the wounds in our heart will be healed. We promise each other to do our best until that day comes. And now you're saying you're gonna break that promise? Scum. Coward. If only you'd just give up and die. Even though she looked like me as a kid, she was still another me. Her tongue was sharp because it was mine. It makes me pretty mad hearing that even from myself. You have no right to speak of me like that. Okay, so this is 3 scenes in a row with an imaginary friend. Maria with Beatrice, and then Battler with the stakes that he's pretending that he's banging, and now it's Eva with her younger self. Okay, then let's use that anger to fuel our learning. Changing anger into power is my magic. I've saved you from a bunch of tight spots with that power, letting you succeed when you shouldn't have. As long as you have my magic, there's nothing you can't do. Okay, magic? That's right. Anger has always been my driving force. I wonder when it was I forgot that. If you can remember me again, that magic will become ours once more. Come on, let's turn that anger into power and study even harder. I know we still got a lot to learn. Let's go to college, study more and more, get excellent grades, and drive Kraus into a corner. That guy acts like we're nothing, and I'm sure it feels pretty well cornered on the inside. Bro thinks that was Maria. Was it not Maria? Did I not read the line properly? Hold on. I thought it was Maria. Oh, is there no line? I still think it's Maria. Let's read around that as Maria. Just listen to the VA? Yeah, it sounded like Maria to me. Let's go to college, study more, and get excellent grades, and drive Kraus into a corner. That guy acts like we're nothing, but I'm sure he feels pretty well cornered on the inside. If only he'd just learn his place and die. If he did, we could become the head. Rudolph won't take the job. That kid can't go against us. Stop that. No matter how much more I study, Father still won't accept me. Why not? Father told me to be womanly. Because I'm a woman, no matter how hard I tried, Father wouldn't have passed the headship onto me, even if I had been born before Nissan. No matter how much effort I put in, I can't become anything more than a woman. I won't be acknowledged. Nissan doesn't try at all, but I can't surpass him. He'll look down on me forever. Father and Kraus are the worst kind of male supremacists. If only they'd just die. She cursed them for my sake, words that I couldn't say so easily she said for me. Even though I understand that she's just another part of myself inside of me, I feel like she's the only ally I have who can sympathize with me. However, while sympathy might do a lot to calm my heart, it won't do anything to improve my current situation. In the end, she can only console me for however long it takes me to be dejected by reality before I can finally accept it. Okay, is Eva gonna survive the first Twilight this time, but Hideyoshi isn't, and defense mechanism kid Eva is gonna come back or something? Thank you. You've done enough. Now that it's come to this, I'll become such a good lady that it'll even shock father. I'll find an excellent man that Nissan can't even compare to. You can't do that. She rejected my timid thoughts. I understand. Because she is me, I understand. All father said was that he won't let a woman succeed the headship now, but even that's just a rule father made up. Since he made it, he can get rid of it. Human feelings can change far more often than the number of sand grains on a beach. Kraus is such a stupid man that father's eventually going to realize it, even if we don't prove it for him. When that happens, the wall that separates man from woman will be demolished by father himself, who set it up in the first place. That day will surely come. How can you be so sure? Because that's my magic. If you just believe, this magic will surely summon a miracle. The basis of my magic is nothing more than your believing heart. If I use this magic, then surely I'll never have to doubt until the day I die that I'll eventually become the head. But I don't know if that's the right thing for Ushiromiya Eva. Maybe I should aim to become the kind of lady father wants, someone who can proudly participate in high society. And if I'm reborn, maybe father will change his opinion of me. Okay, so there's obviously a parallel being drawn here between like the other Beatrice that maybe Maria was talking to in the last scene with like this one now, that maybe this is not actually Eva's like inner monologue. It could be just some sort of spirit that's taking a different form, but I don't think so, but it could be. Should keep that possibility burning a little bit, or that's what we're trying to be led to think. Maybe if I'm reborn, maybe father will change the opinion of me. Maybe I can find my own lifestyle just as Nissan has found his. And anyway, I just can't imagine my stubborn father choosing a woman like me as the head, especially if it means skipping over Kraus. You don't believe? I was just thinking, maybe I can't succeed the headship, but as a woman, I can have a child, and Nissan still isn't engaged. If Nissan isn't able to father a child and I give birth to one, then wouldn't that make it my child the next head after Nissan? In other words, wouldn't that mean the same thing as stealing the headship from Nissan? Are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. True, I'll be very sad to abandon the resolve I've had since childhood. It pains my heart to betray you, my younger self, but this is my most realistic option. Are you throwing away your dreams? And me as well? I'm not throwing anything away. I'm an adult, and the day has come for me to part ways with you. That's right. Eva's already become an adult. She's even forgotten how to use magic. And now she's the mother of a single child. She forgot all about how magic can grant one's own dreams, and now she's forcing those dreams onto her son. Even though father and Kraus ruined your life, you're still trying to push your dreams onto your son, ruining his life. Is that what you call being an adult? Did we skip over some crucifixes here, or did we just seamlessly like jump forward a bit? I guess George is the son. Like I'm digging it, but I just want to make sure I'm not confused. George is a son I'm proud of, one who won't embarrass himself no matter where he goes. The dream I wasn't granted might come true for George. Jessica's a delinquent. Yeah, there we go. Okay, Jessica's a delinquent in both her grades and her behavior, and she's a woman. If only Jessica would step down, George would become the heir. Even saying it was painful. Am I just forcing my own regrets onto George? It's not like I have any right to look on Jessica with scorn. And then you do the same to Shannon later on. Wow. Wasn't I just horrible for hitting her with the same words that didn't cause me so much suffering? I understand. I understand. The desire to triumph over my brother is a part of my own personal revenge. I can't use George for that. So I'll take revenge myself. I have a plan to cheat Nissan out of some of his money with Rudolph and Rosa as my allies. I'll surely be able to get back at him. In any case, I'm sure that Nissan is embezzling father's assets. And if that doesn't work, I'll just kill him. What a boring plan. Why don't you just give up on that and cry yourself to sleep? We will become the Ushiromiya family head. Don't mistake what your dream is, and believe me when I say it'll definitely come true. Believe in my magic. If I believe, I wonder if any power will dwell in that magic. It will. My magic can grant any wish with certainty. I'll believe. I'll believe. So create a miracle with that magic. If you don't, the hole in my heart will never heal. Okay, then listen. Well, man, I'm sitting here like, okay, so this is two people in a row. Sorry, two episodes in a row where it opens up with someone being seduced by magic, and maybe it's the witch this time, maybe it's not. So my brain goes, okay, so who was it the first time, and we just didn't see it that time? And then I go, isn't that just buying into her bullshit at that point? Where we stand battler in this house? Like, no. Is it a fake magic seduction? Like, can I still theorize? I feel like just the act of trying to push it together is like betraying the whole entire premise and perspective that I'm trying to go into this with. Okay, then listen well. Listen to my magic words, abracadabra, and understand. If we can solve the riddle, we can become the Ushirmiya family head. So lend me your ears and listen carefully. Behold the sweet fish, river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. Anyway, let's go. Eva Nissan, looks like we're about to arrive. When Kyrie shook her shoulders, Eva jumped and awoke from her doze. Ah, I'm sorry. I was half asleep. Was that a dream then? Sorry to scare you. Aunt Eva, you were out cold. Wait, you went down into the ship? Aunt Eva, you were out cold. Did you get up early this morning? Maybe. I let you all see something embarrassing. I'm sorry. Well, I'd say it's pretty impressive that you were relaxed enough to sleep. Battler kept saying, we're gonna fall, we're gonna drown. Can't get bored with this guy around. Beatrice? Shut up. All humans have at least one thing they're weak against. Battler and Jessica came in, messing around. Rudolph also made a face as if asking, are you okay? So the next tea party's gonna be on a boat. Get a hold of yourself. When you see Dad and the rest, all that sleepiness will go right out the window. Let's give it our best, okay? That's right. We have to keep it together, especially this year. That's it. Let's all tighten our assholes and go. Rudolph said these strict words in a small voice that only Ava could hear. Failure would not be tolerated in this year's family conference. All of their companies were hanging in the balance. I still don't think that someone would kill. I don't think they're that cutthroat. But maybe? Even Rudolph's face looked a little tense. Eva's expression probably looked tense as well. Mom, I have our luggage. Let's go up onto the deck. Thank you. You really are considerate, George. Why are you thanking me so suddenly? It's not like you, Mother. Eva, George, Siggy, Fido, we're there. Grab our luggage. Ooh, we're there. Giggle. Hey, Maria, stop running or you'll trip. I see Maria was already getting excited. She ran circles around Hideyoshi, escaping from Rosa, who was trying to catch her. What is it, Mother? Do you feel sick? Georgie! Take our luggage and go on ahead. Your mother's probably feeling anemic, so I'll lend her a hand. Really? Okay, I'll head out first. Something odd in Eva's expression told Hideyoshi that it hadn't been a pleasant awakening, so he made George go on ahead. Rudolph's family and Rose's family also went up onto the deck, leaving only Ava and Hideyoshi inside the boat. Ava had a vague expression on her face, as though she still hadn't been able to escape from her daydream. Daydream? What's wrong? Why the meek face? I wonder if I'm using George as a tool for my own revenge. I wonder if my childish hostility towards Nissan has caused me to treat that child's life like a toy. What have I done? What have I... That isn't true. George is our wonderful son, and he'll always perform admirably wherever he goes. Eva, even if you let your own hopes get in the way a bit, everything turned out okay in the end, hasn't it? You haven't done anything wrong. In fact, George is grateful for the strict discipline you gave him, right? Really? Hey, really? George doesn't think I'm a terrible mother, does he? Does he? Wow, okay, different side of these two, and her especially, okay. He's never said anything like that, not even once. You're just worrying too much. Hideyoshi-sama. Everyone has left the boat, so get out. Oh, did you lose something? Did you need a hand? Kumasama had come to check on on them when they hadn't gone up the deck. Fucking hell. Kumasama had come to check on them when they hadn't gone up to the deck. Hideyoshi hid Eva behind his back so that her expression wouldn't be seen. Yeah, sorry. My necktie pin just got a bit crooked. We're fine, and we'll be out in a sec. Wait outside for us. Is that so? Oh, then I will wait outside. Even though she didn't really understand, Kumasawa realized that something had come up and disappeared so she didn't trouble them further. If they stayed here any longer, they would probably make everyone else worry too. It's about time to go. We'll make George and the rest worry. George really doesn't despise me? Yeah, nothing of the sort. In fact, he's very grateful. Did you have a nightmare? Again? Yes. I still think Eva is not acceptable. Anyway, let's keep going. Hideyoshi knew that Eva was often tormented by nightmares, and they always grew more marked on the days leading up to the family conference. Hideyoshi knew that Eva's relationship with Kraus was still full of antagonism to the point of being traumatic, and that she still couldn't let go of the feeling she'd had as a child. That was a dream. I'm with you now. If I grasp your hand like this, that dream will go away. Right? Look, I'm holding tight. Aw, man, he really does love her. Okay, that hurts. Thank you. I'm fine now. Let's get off the boat. Yeah, let's get off the boat. Everyone's waiting for us. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I yelled at you about the smoke from your cigarettes just now. Come on, you normally wouldn't apologize for that sort of thing. You're all frail after having that dream. Don't worry about it. I was wrong for not realizing that the smoke was affecting you. Have you started to hate me? No way, no way. Wahahaha. If I hated you after something like that, we wouldn't have lasted 3 days. Come on, stand up, stand up. Let's get off the boat. Okay, I really like those two all of a sudden. What the fuck, Hideyoshi-sama, Iba-sama? Kumasama-sama sent me to get you the fuck off the boat. Is everything alright? Are you not feeling well? This time it was Goda. It looked like they kept everyone waiting too long after all. Even Eva had to stand up without grumbling now. She had to stop forcing her bad mood onto her husband and causing him any more trouble. Because that wasn't something a good wife would do. Is everything okay? If it's a matter concerning your health, shall I call Dr. Nanjo? Thanks. But I'm just feeling a little anemic. I'm fine now. It's a woman's disease. Don't worry about it. Wahahahaha. Come on. Don't say stuff like that in front of people. It's embarrassing. Oh, sorry. Eva elbowed Hideyoshi in the gut. By that time, her normal expression had returned, which allowed Hideyoshi to relax a little. Can we get Nanjo in the other corner? What do you mean the other corner? Oh, shit! I'm sorry. How about this one? The bright sunlight outside almost made her dizzy. A small plank for getting off the boat was lowered, and Goda was waiting there, smiling and ready to lend them a hand. Please, Eva-sama, your hand. Thank you. Welcome to Rokkinjima. Welcome back. Welcome to Rokkinjima, Island of the Witch. Please make it back and enjoy your stay. Welcome. Huh? When she left the boat, it seemed to Eva as though she heard the voice of her young self. No, it hadn't seemed that way. Someone had told her, welcome back. After becoming a shameless adult. The voice of her young self was distant. Okay, so far this is, like, easily the best opening of all the episodes. Which means that it's probably going to be shit after the halfway point to make up for that. But easily the best opening of the 3 episodes. What am I living for? What can I do to release myself from this obsession? Hideyoshi heard her talking to herself. When Hideyoshi held on tightly to Eva's shoulders, his firmness alone told her that there was no need to say any more. Maybe it was because the typhoon was getting closer. The lively cries of the seagulls, which usually greeted them when they arrived, couldn't be heard at all. Eventually. Sorry. We're moving on. What do you mean 6 years ago? I mean, I was still in elementary school back then, right? It's pretty unfair to expect me to remember everything, don't you think? True, especially because we were so young. We'd grown a lot in these 6 years. If I hadn't been introduced, I might not even have remembered you. Really? I figured he was Battler right away. When he opened his mouth, I was sure. Ooh, I just met him for the first time. Didn't know him 6 years ago. That's right. Maria-san was only 3 years old then. Well, the same goes for me. I only knew Maria when she was 3 years old, and since she's grown so big, of course I wouldn't recognize her. After lunch, we had all gone out to the beach to walk around, talk, and take it easy. Our parents were apparently having a suspicious, complicated discussion, so we ended up leaving them behind. Well, just as I'd guessed from the start, the conversation focused on me since I've been away for 6 years. Still, you've really gotten tall. I wouldn't call myself short, but your height really surprised me. It's 5'9", by the way. That's right, I remembered well that what Battler was like 6 years ago, but I was surprised even so. Yeah, seriously, I can hardly believe this is the same Battler we knew back then. I'm surprised at how much everyone remembers about it. My memory's all hazy. Yeah, mine too, apparently, Battler. Yeah, fucking Jodler over here. Yeah, I'll bet. Looks like it's taking you a while to remember us. No, that hurts a bit. Come on, this was 6 years ago, right? I'm the one who has it bad, being forced to remember. Are you saying that you can't remember well because it was 6 years ago? I can remember it as clear as if it happened yesterday. Well, your memory's great after all. You remember the kind of things Battler did and said back then pretty clearly, don't you? What are these boobs? What are these boobs? Come on, come to think of it, that's right. Shannon's memory can be incredible when you least expect it. Ooh, I'm horrible at remembering. I remember fun things, but can't remember boring things at all. Ooh. We all laughed, saying that everyone was like that. Shannon. By the way, what was Battler like 6 years ago? Remember any interesting episodes? Let's see. I'm sure he said something like this when he left. I'll be back. See you again. I'll surely come for you riding a white horse. Yeah! Stop it. It's so embarrassing. Is it? Yeah. Sounds just like something you'd say. Yeah, I remember you always used to be full of those stupid lines, Battler. Wahahahaha. It really does sound like something Battler-kun would have said back then. Ooh, embarrassing? Is that embarrassing? Yeah, horribly embarrassing. Maria, I'm sure that when you're in middle school, you want to say embarrassing stuff like that. When that happens, make sure you write it down and read it 3 times before saying it out loud. If you don't, you'll definitely regret it. Still, everyone has to pass through that pitiful period. That's right. That's how you learn your place, learn shame, and become an adult. Yeah, it's one of those bittersweet things everyone does in adolescence as they transition to becoming adults. A memory you just want to forget. That's so true, yeah. Thank you, Pitch You Up, for the resub with the message poop. Pitch you up. Thank you, Yeetsy, for the resub as well. Loving the Umineko streams. Me too, actually. Me too. Thank you, Scrafta, for the new sub too. Thank you, Scrafta. And Quathern? I think Quathern for the new sub also. Thank you very much. A lot of new subs. Thank you. After all, this was all stuff I'd let slip out without thinking, so I didn't remember the words exactly. But now that those words were being recited to me, they were as embarrassing as all hell. I only recently came to understand this weakness and was working hard to avoid such careless outbursts. But I guess I was just born with the habit of speaking without thinking, and there's nothing I can do about it. Shannon, do you remember any other embarrassing stuff? Yes, well, I remember a few other things, but since it looks like the person in question wants to forget them, I think I'll refrain from saying any more. To be brutally honest, I don't remember this at all. Please, don't make me remember... Ooh, Shannon's bullying Battler? Ooh, you can't. You shouldn't bully people. She isn't really bullying him. Let's leave it at that, okay? Shannon, you'll have to tell me about it sometime. Battler isn't around. Sounds pretty interesting. Yes, certainly. What was that parry noise? No, you can't, Shannon-chan. For a while, George and Nikki laughed at me as though warming up for when Shannon-chan would tell him about more of my embarrassing misspeaks. I have them too. Yep. George looked like he was flirting with Shannon, but he seemed somewhat open and frank about it. He was always that way with his cousins. What? But he usually took on a reserved, gentlemanly attitude when he came in contact with the servants. When I thought about it, I got the feeling he was being a bit overly friendly, which seemed strange. Maria started scribbling in the sand with a stick, and George and Nikki and Shan joined in. I love a stick, man. When you're out and you find like a really good stick, it just uplifts the whole journey that you're on. Fucking a good stick, man. This left me and Jessica off to the side, so I asked her secretively, "Hey, Jessica, is George and Nikki going out with Shan? Oh, what the? How'd you guess? Battler, you've got a keener eye for people than I thought. Huh? What? So this is also different from episode 1 and 2. I was just kidding, but they're actually going out? Shh, your voice is too loud. It looks like they're keeping it a secret for now, okay? It's a secret. It'd be better if nobody found out about it, especially Aunt Eva. I see. Love with a servant, huh? Yeah, but since when? Phew. I guess a lot can happen in 6 years, but yeah, and Nikki's an amazing person, and Shan seems to be kind and brave. Okay, we're waiting for Battler. So they might make a pretty good match. Actually, 6 years ago, I remember taking notice of her just a little bit. I see, she really fits well with George and Nikki. Nothing I can do about that. Goodbye, my fleeting first love of 6 years ago. Which means that the collection of embarrassing lines Shan had just held back on probably had something to do with that. Arrgh, I can't take it. How long have they been going out? That depends on what you call going out, but I think it's been at least a year. But if you count the time they both had one-sided feelings, it'd probably be several years. Before I'd realized it, the two of them had separated themselves from the group and were walking down the beach talking about something. They looked calm, and rather than a light relationship between two lovers, it looked like a more serious one, as though they were already engaged. 6 years ago, huh? That's a long time. What did those 6 years mean to me? Okay, so last episode, it was a lot about Shannon and George's relationship from Shannon's perspective, a lot about Rosa and Maria, and a little bit of Cannon and Jessica, but not really. So it seems that we're having like an Eva arc right now. I wonder who the other person or pair is going to be. Is it going to be more Cannon and Jessica, or... Jessica's had some time. It was also Goda last time too. Oh, okay. 6 years ago, huh? That's a long time. What did those 6 years mean to me? I've just gotten taller. It was just a waste of time. 6 years I spent obstinately fighting with my dad. What about you, Battler? You got a girlfriend? I wonder. There's a few girls that I have fun with. 7 to be exact, and then sometimes 8. But there's no only one. Guess I'm just a kid. I think it's more fun to be noisy with a large group of people than being alone with one person. Ah, that's so you, Battler, but take your relationship with your female friends seriously. When girls get wrong impressions or form a group, it can be scary, you know? Yeah. If that's on purpose, that's really good. They might be having secret feuds over you behind your back with people getting hurt or crying. That's so weird. I think I remember getting the same bit of advice from one of the girls in my class just last week. What's all this about? Why can't everyone just have fun together? Do people really want to couple up that much? It's probably because you've never found a partner like that, Battler. Well, you might run into someone sooner or later. You've just got to wait patiently. What? It almost sounds like you've already found a partner like that. What about you? Have you gotten a boyfriend? Huh? Me? No, come on, that reaction's so easy to understand. From the looks of it, there's some boy you're thinking about. You haven't been able to confess to him yet, something like that. No, that's not, shut up, who cares about that? If you're the one who brought up the subject, why are you yelling at me now? Women are creatures who always ask questions and yet almost never answer them. What? What cruel creature, seriously? Well, I did try to confess once. Well, I struck out pretty badly. Did you get an I'm sorry? No, my feelings were seriously one-sided and they didn't really know how to respond, I guess. It was like they didn't view me that way at all. Well, I can understand that. You talk like a man, after all. If you don't act a bit more graceful, you won't be able to catch a boy's interest. Okay, Kinzo. Is it really... Is the way I speak really that bad? Well, how you talk isn't everything, but when people like you, who usually have a rough style of speech, suddenly start working hard to talk more normally, well, there are guys out there whose heart will skip a beat when they see how determined you are. Is that really true? I see. Yeah. Okay, that wasn't that bad. Jessica suddenly started talking more meekly, and then her face instantly went slightly red. I see. Even though her confession didn't go well, it looks like she still hasn't given up. But still, I get it. After seeing how close George and Nikki and Shannon Chan have gotten, I also want to find a girlfriend. 6 years. 6 years of puberty are pretty important, and they went by pretty fast. God, did they? What's that like, Battler? As the typhoon approached, the clouds grew steadily grayer. But even so, I had this really refreshing feeling. Maybe I'll try thinking more seriously about the opposite sex, more than just the size of their boobs. Size of their butts. By the way, it looks like George and Nikki's going out with a servant. Don't tell me it's the same for you. What? Whoa, why do you think that? Come to think of it, that kid Cannon-kun who greeted us in the rose garden. You were covering for him pretty intensely, considering he was just a little awkward at talking. No, that's not... Wahahaha, now you're getting paranoid. Then tell me just one thing, right now. Is the boy you're after within 1 kilometer of the spot? Well, about that, I wonder... Cannon-kun was the only boy on this island now who could possibly become her boyfriend, so judging by her reaction, I was right on. I didn't think of the Ushiromiya family as a noble family, but love with a servant. I wouldn't have dreamed that 2 pairs of Romeo and Juliet would be right next to me. Aunt Eva would probably become an obstacle to George and Nikki and Shannon Chan's love. If Aunt Eva ever learned that Shannon Chan was the partner of her only beloved son, she'd probably scream at her for trying to steal away her precious George. And a relationship between Jessica and Cannon-kun would probably be just as full of difficulties. Aunt Natsui was also very strict about that kind of thing. After all, Jessica's husband would probably become the head of the Ushiromiya family in the future. If that person had once been a servant working for the family, well, things would get complicated. Nah, well, love is different for every person. As long as you're with someone who's fun to be around, does anything else matter? When 2 people pair up, they don't need anyone's permission as long as they accept each other. Worrying about what your parents or family will say means you've already lost. Don't forget that. You'd better not go out with someone with mixed feelings. What is this wisdom? Where's this coming from? I can't believe you're saying something so philosophical sounding when you haven't even been in love. Don't treat love like a matter of profit and loss. It's about heart. That's all I have to say. Well then, my curfew approaches. See you again. Have a nice day. Listen, listen. This guy, he said another one of those lines. I didn't see anything. I didn't say anything. Wow, don't make fun of me. Don't make fun of me. Ooh, I heard it. Oh yeah, Maria's here. See you again, see you again. For a while, we forgot that the wind was getting stronger and played around on the beach. And then they died. I grew a lot these past 6 years, and being able to celebrate my youth and meet with all my cousins was truly refreshing. It was a bit late now, but I realized that I should have gotten back together with everyone a lot sooner and returned to the Ushiromiya family. It sure is nice to have all the cousins together every once in a while. Ooh, I like it too. It's really fun when all the cousins get together. That's right, we're already old enough. It's not like we couldn't meet each other when our parents aren't around. It might not be a bad idea to gather the cousins together and play every once in a while. That's a good plan. Maybe we should set up something like that in the next time we get a chance. Yeah, I agree. I hope we cousins can stay friends forever. Hey, if you make such a big deal of it, you almost make it sound like relatives usually end up hating each other. George and Nikki and Jessica laughed, but it felt just a little strained. Did I say something wrong? Judging by how our parents made quiet expressions and tired faces, it is kind of... Wait, have we ever heard these two talk without Battler? They do get along enough because she likes Shannon and she's encouraging Shannon to go... Wait, hold on. Is this sabotage? Oh. No, I don't think so. I think they all get along. I think they get along. Judging by how our parents made quiet expressions and tired faces every once in a while during the boat ride in the airport, maybe I should have kept that to myself. You're right. It's just like Jessica said. Let's always be friends to each other. Ooh, me too. We're all friends. That's right. Yeah, we'll always be together. We'll always be friends. Man, we've been saying some pretty embarrassing stuff. I feel kind of awkward. Okay, let's hard cut to the first Twilight, please. But I think it's very important. People are creatures who find it very hard to stay together, much less remain friends, unless they truly desire it. That's right. You really can't take everyone being friendly for granted. Ooh, a witch I know said it. Happiness won't be granted unless everyone believes in it. That's true. Maybe some magic exists in the power of belief. If we all believe in that, I'm sure it will bring us happiness. Alright, well, if we're doing embarrassing stuff already, let's all swear to believe in this together, okay? That will always be friendly. That will always be happy. Like hell will end up like our parents. As if we'd ever search for each other's weaknesses, going after grandfather's fortune. Okay, we'll always be friendly and happy. Let's all believe in that. No matter how much we cousins tried to nostalgically have fun, dark clouds continue to approach for Kinjima. I wonder if the typhoon will pass and let us see the clear skies before we leave this island. Who cares about what our parents are planning? Who cares about the inheritance and the honor of our old family? As youthful as we were renewing our old friendship, and we all believed together we could find happiness. That's why it sucked when we started dying. I want this pair of days to end without anything weird happening, right now, in peace and happiness, and calmly. No, I don't just want them to end. Please, let them end. Let them end. She's back. She's back. Damn it. Don't show up. Don't appear. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Sorry to keep you waiting. I finally prepared a new game. Come, let us begin this tale of tragedy. Come to me, winds, rain, typhoon. Cut this island off from the real world. Throw a Kinjima into another realm, into the spirit world, into a world of fantasy. And so, the tale repeated for the third time. However, to an endless witch, what did it matter whether it was the first, second, or third time? Is it even the third time? Fuck, who knows? Maybe we've been going at this even for longer than that. It probably didn't matter at all. After all, this was a tale of fantasy, endlessly repeating until the match was settled. Why did Rudolph say he was going to die tonight? Would Battler surrender first, or would the witch? Did he fake his death, and that was just like trying to, like, he was emotional about it, and he was telling his son, you know, like, I'm probably going to die tonight, let me prepare it for you? Is that like some kind of clue he was trying to give him without giving him a clue? Would he kill Kyrie? I don't think so. So did those two fake it? And they killed the... I don't think Kyrie would do that. Then the sky grew dark and cloudy, and the rain and wind were summoned together and became a typhoon. Maybe she still went along with it, and when they left the shed, she got up, like you know, pulled the Mission Impossible bloody mask off her face, found her teeth, put her back in, and said, me and you are going to have a really long talk about this when we get off this island, but for now, you know, I'm ride or die. Let's go. What are we doing, Rudolph? I don't think so. Nah, I don't think so. And I don't think Rudolph would sacrifice Kyrie for money. Then the sky grew dark and cloudy, and the rain and wind were summoned together and became a typhoon. Maria could be seen in the rose garden, paying no mind to the rain that had started falling, going around in circles, searching for that single rose that should have been marked. Oh, this time the rose happens. Not here, not here. My rose. My retinas that we marked isn't here. Ooh, ooh. Maria definitely remembered it. That rose had been in the flower bed right here, and yet it wasn't anymore. She didn't know what to do with her irritation and not being able to find something that should have been there. And, moaning bitterly, she couldn't help but keep going back and forth in circles around the same spot. She was acting almost as though she'd be able to see it if she looked at a different angle, but even though she did that, there was no way to find something that wasn't there. Oh, it's me trying to solve a really hard puzzle in The Witness. Here we go. The wind grew increasingly strong, and the rain turned into cold, large drops. There was no way even Maria would fail to notice this. However, if she couldn't find her rose here, it would surely disappear forever. Maria believed that. That feeling spurred her on to keep searching for a rose that she had no chance of finding. Just then, the cold drops of rain tormenting Maria was suddenly blocked. Maria raised her head. When she did, she saw an umbrella there protecting her from the rain. And the one holding out that umbrella was... the witch she admired, Beatrice. Beatrice, what are you doing so frantically in the middle of all this rain? You could catch a cold like this. Even witches have to care for their own health. I can't find it. My rose. Ooh, no matter how many times I search. Even though it should have been here. I can't find it. Maria told Beatrice about how there had been a slightly unhealthy, pitiful rose, and that she was sure they had marked it. Oh, so you can't find it. If you are a witch's apprentice, you should use magic to search for the rose. I believe that searching with just your eyes won't be nearly enough. Ooh, I can't find it. I did my best and tried to search with magic, but I can't find it. I think practicing your magic is a very good thing, but it might be a little too much for you with all this wind and rain. Allow me to lend you some special power. Concern for one's disciples is also one of a teacher's duties. Thank you, Beatrice. Maria's face, which had been full of sadness until just now, split open into a grin. Maria knew. She knew there was nothing Beatrice's magic couldn't do. So she was sure that Beatrice would be able to find the rose easily, even though Maria couldn't. Beatrice closed her eyes lightly, acting as though she was listening for something in all this wind and rain. Then she heard it, opened her eyes, and spoke. All things in this world are transitory. Fucking hell. Too bad, Maria. It seems your rose couldn't withstand all this wind and rain. Ooh, then my rose? Yeah, it's fucking gone. It was uprooted by the wind and is no longer of this world. Ooh, what Beatrice had said was quite reasonable. There was nothing odd about the flower being broken off the stem in the strong wind. However, Maria couldn't accept this and bitterly gave a low-pitched moan. No. Oh? No, no, no. It's my rose. My rose won't come back. No. I'll bring it back to life with my magic. Beatrice, teach me how to revive a rose with magic. Huh. It's much too early for an apprentice like you to learn the hidden art of endless magic. Know your place. Ooh! Maria wiped the tears from her eyes, full of regret. Meanwhile, Beatrice was like, you know what? I understand Rosa more and more every day. Surprised Maria's like talking back, actually. Beatrice shrugged her shoulders and chuckled at Maria's pitiable expression. Very well, I will lend you my power, the hidden art that can revive a rose. Really? Indeed. Well then, concentrate the power of your heart. Close your eyes, forget the rain, forget the wind, and search for the soul of the wandering rose with the eyes of your heart. Oh, she's doing it. Okay. That's nice. Ooh, Maria closed her eyes. Then she repeated Beatrice's song-like words. Come, try to remember. Rose, what form did you have? Come, try to remember. Rose, what form did you have? Don't look. Don't listen, and believe. Release the power of your soul from the cage of flesh that imprisons it. That's it. Good. Around Maria, who was concentrating her power, her eyes tightly shut, small golden butterflies began to dance. Was this the manifestation of the magical power Maria had? Man, I could just finish my favorite food and then look at the plate and be like, come food, Putin, remember the form that you had, and then I get to eat it again. Damn. That would be such a good power. Lost soul of the rose, gather into one and remember your form. I'm hungry. Come gather, remember. The glitter of the gold butterflies began to strengthen and their numbers increased. Then Beatrice raised a finger up to the skies and they began to gather at the tip of that finger. Any clue how much longer we are going today? At least 2 hours, I think. This was the miracle of the golden magic. The gold butterflies began to condense into a single dazzling grain of gold. It was a single glittering gold seed. It rode on the tip of Beatrice's finger, budded into a golden sprout, and opened into a golden leaf. Then it then slowly fell from that fingertip, sank into the mud of the flower bed, and began to grow steadily. Maria, who admired magic and the width, really wanted to see this fantastical sight. However, as an apprentice, Maria was still not qualified to see it. No, she was probably afraid that if she opened her eyes to look, the power that she had concentrated in her heart would be cut off and the magic would be lost. Meanwhile, Beatrice frantically looking for a rose that's going to be the same color and a ribbon to tie around it. Therefore, Beatrice, as the only one permitted to witness this golden miracle, was the only witch, the sole master of many miracles. Then, the fully grown rose bloomed, creating one golden flower, and when Beatrice poked it with her finger in just the right way, the gold-colored sparkle scattered, just as if a golden soap bubble had popped, and what remained was a single beautiful rose. Looks like you've remembered a splendid rose. However, if we just leave it mixed in with these other roses, you won't be able to tell it apart. Excuse me, shall I perform one last service? Beatrice, for the sake of her cute apprentice who is moaning even more now in concentration, decided to use one more bit of magic. When she snapped her fingers, a single gold butterfly appeared, flying around and landed on the flower that had just been revived. Then it suddenly burst open and disappeared, becoming golden lace and marking the rose. That will do. Maria, you may open your eyes now. Ooh, where's the rose? It's not here. Not here. Not over there, over here. Look, I've marked it with golden lace. Wow, you did! Awesome, 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 awesome! Thank you, Beato. Thank you, Beato. I want to become a witch quickly, a great witch like you. Great witch! And you can. Long ago, I too wished for that innocently, just as you do, and I have attained that level. Maria was ecstatic over the revived Rose, clapping her hands and jumping around in joy. Watching that, Beatrice also smiled, looking fairly pleased. She just put some lace on her, some random rose. Let me know. Yeah, that's exactly what she did. By now, I can break and repair any soul if I try. Not just that, not just that of a rose, but and kill and revive, and as I pleased. Come, the barrier of the storm has now sealed Rikkinjima off from the natural world. Now is the time for the Golden Witch Beatrice to descend as an endless witch. Beatrice pulled from her pocket an envelope with the family crest, the one-winged eagle, and gave it to Maria. Maria frolicked around at being selected to be the witch's messenger. So, Kinzo, I've come to join in on your fun once more. My preparations are already complete. What of you? Have you prepared enough coins to bet in tonight's game? Of course, I'm fully prepared, Beatrice. I've assembled a plethora of pieces. I'm ready both physically and mentally. Wait, what? So then, let's make the ante. Make the ante? I've heard up the ante. I've heard ante up. And I've also heard ante up. I haven't heard make the ante. All that you have given should be returned to you in the end. Come, take it. Kinzo flung the window of his study open wide, took off the valuable golden ring that had been on his finger, and threw it into the darkness of the raging wind and rain. After Beatrice already had the letter? How'd she do that then? That ring was struck by lightning, and after twinkling gold for an instant, disappeared. Shit. Kinzo watched it go, grinning broadly and fearlessly. I don't think I'll lose. You are mine. Forever. Excuse me. The ring that Kinzo had thrown became a single gold butterfly and fluttered around in the wind and rain. It headed for the rose garden, almost as though it was being guided there. It then found the figure of the golden witch and fluttered down. When it came down right in front of Beatrice, it burst open and returned to its original form, flying through the air. The way it was going, you would have expected it to fall into a puddle, but it stopped suddenly in midair, almost as if some transparent person had caught it. Apparently, even Beatrice hadn't expected this. However, she realized who it was, and grinned broadly at it. Snake? As she did, the shadow of the person who had caught the ring began to fuzzily appear. It was the figure of a young man wearing a butler's uniform, embroidered with the one-winged eagle crest. There was no man like this among the servants of the Ushiromiya family. Even so, Beatrice laughed as though it was someone she remembered fondly. Ronov, is it? It's been quite some time. It seems you have remembered me. You were always a man who took loyalty seriously. What is this pose? What are these eyes? What is this stash? It's a evolved canon? What's going on? It's been quite some time since your last correspondence. Not for a single day have I, Renov, forgotten that I served you, milady. I was afraid more that you had forgotten about me. After all, you can be quite forgetful. Cackle, cackle. I see, yes, I certainly am forgetful. I've forgotten even your sarcasm until I heard it again. Milady, take this. One second. Hey, how do I pronounce Renov before I lock this weird version in? That's probably wrong. Okay, Renov, milady, take this. With an exaggerated yet elegant gesture, he bowed respectfully and held out to Beatrice the head's ring that he just caught. How did she fucking put the fucking seal on the envelope then, or has she not done that yet? It is the Ushirimiya family's head ring returned to you from Ushirimiya Kinzo. It is now once again in the possession of its master. Indeed. This is Kinzo announcing the start of the game. Of course, I accept it. Ronove. Ronove. Okay, sorry. Alright, Ronove. So how shall we play tonight? Shall I prepare the roulette immediately? Or shall I prepare some black tea first? I can't decide which, but first I need you to greet someone. I'm sure that guy's got his mouth hanging open and can't shut it. Right, Battler? Wait, what? Ronove can come in here too? Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. Ronove. Ronove. Okay, I am called Ronove, and I serve at the side of Milady Beatrice. It is truly a pleasure to meet you. See? His mouth's hanging open. He can't shut it, right? Time to get it in the coffin? Yeah, no shit. Another incomprehensible guy just showed up. First I grumbled about goat-headed people doing the Bond dance, and then goat heads start showing up in swarms. And since then, not only have those 7-ass Nissans appeared, but now there's even a butler. It doesn't make sense. Cut it out. By the way, Battler, did you notice? Did you realize that meeting him is a true devil's proof? A devil's proof? What do you mean? He may not look like it, but this guy is one of the 72, a genuine demon. In other words, I've brought a demon right in front of you, which truly proves that they exist. Cackle, 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 cackle. Well, can he prove that he's a demon? Ronove holds a noble rank in hell, the 27th highest rank great demon. He's a pretty useful man. I thought he was a demon. I summoned him at high cost and made him serve me. It is an honor to meet you. While my name is amongst those of the nobles of hell, I now serve as the head furniture of Beatrice-sama, who despite being a vulgar human is a great witch of such caliber that demons flee before. And the side slaps the table. You got really hot waffles. You just been hanging out with Ronove to learn drip this what? Cackle, cackle, cackle. He's a very useful man, but he's impudent with his words. What? Isn't that? It's drip and wet, isn't it? Frustratingly enough, he sometimes forgets to respect his master. Nothing in my contract specifies the manner in which I am to speak. Would you like to change the contract? It keeps me entertained, so it's fine. Cackle, cackle. Beatrice turned her back to him, cackling. After bowing once to her back, Ronove turned back to Battler and stuck out his right hand, showing off an innocent smile. Normally this would mean that he was asking for a handshake. What is this supposed to be? I am another who has been subjected to the milady's whims. In that sense, I am sure we could become good friends. This is a handshake of friendship. Of course, this in no way implies your entry into a contract with a demon, so fear not. Sorry, but I'm right in the middle of a big fight with your master. I only shake hands with an enemy after we've beaten each other up in a rainy schoolyard and are all worn out, like something you'd see in a teen drama. Or a hit Netflix show, remember that. I see. To shake hands with you, Battler-sama, I must create a fitting atmosphere in a suitable location, exchanging sweet words and physical language with you that rings true to your heart. When the opportunity arrives, I shall arrange for such an encounter. I must say, I simply love situations like that myself. Coo. As Ronove laughed tauntingly, he whispered to Battler, bringing his face so close that their noses were almost touching. Sorry, Battler, his face turning red after getting so close to another of the same sex, pushed him away. You're a creepy bastard. I see, just right for Beato's butler. It is an honor to receive such words of praise. I'm very confident in my tea brewing abilities, so please look forward to tea time. Baking cookies is one of my hobbies, so please feel free to request any snacks you may desire. Just what I'd expect from a pair of the same gender. You've started getting along well right off the bat. I'm jealous. My. I apologize for making you jealous, milady. Here's a coffin. I shall not sneakily snatch your guest away from you. Well then, I will leave for now to retake my post as head furniture and greet my subordinates. Please forgive my short absence. So you're the Genji of Beatrice. Okay, indeed. Only the common goats and the 7 sisters used for the ceremony have manifested themselves. You'll be able to finish greeting them in no time. Oh, those lively seven sisters are here? I wonder if those naughty girls have grown a little more graceful. If that's graceful, I'll have to doubt the definition of the word graceful. Oh, fucking, I am Arthur, said Arthur. Can we fucking, like, oh my god. I need to go over the whole story when we're done. Is that so? Then I suppose you've already had the opportunity to play with those sisters. Judging by your expression, it would seem they're just as naughty as always. Even though I am always telling them to act more fitting as servants of Beatrice-sama. What troublesome kids. If that's your problem, don't worry. They actually act perfectly fitting for their master. Ooh, cackle, cackle, cackle. Now even you have begun to say it. However, conversation means that you accept your partner. The fact that you started to respond to my idle chattering proves that you are gradually starting to accept my existence. Heh. That's because even if the sun starts rising from the west, I will definitely, absolutely never accept that you're a witch. You might want to try a more positive approach, like crying and kissing my shoes. Even if Battler was bluffing, he still spoke forcefully, a fearless expression on his face. The witch and her butler snickered together, realizing that their guest had regained more than enough of his power to attend to a new game, and that preparations were complete. After Ronove exchanged a few words with Beatrice, he bowed silently to Battler, scattered into several golden butterflies, and disappeared. Cackle, cackle. It is truly pleasing to have such a boisterous atmosphere. How boring were the days when I was trapped alone on this island, unable to regain my power and lacking anyone to talk to. I get how that unpleasant guy is really fitting as... I get how that unpleasant guy is really fitting as your butler. Oh, unpleasant? What? But tell me, why has that butler only appeared now? You said something about how only the goats and the Nichans of the seven stakes had manifested themselves. What did that mean? Indeed. You still resist, but I am a fully fledged witch. I am in contact with several non-human entities in the spirit world. I'll bet no sane people would hang out with you. First some goat monsters, then those ass Nichans, and this time a demon butler showed up. I hate to think about it, but the way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if even more weird people appeared. Ha 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 ha! Among the furniture that work at my great golden mansion, how many demons do you think want to come over and play? They will keep coming. Many of them will appear. When the door to the Golden Land is opened, I will call back all of my furniture and build my new castle here on Akinjima. Then I plan to invite all my old friends, and we will drink and dance together for 3 days and 3 nights. Of course, I also plan to invite Kinzo's family, you see? You too, if you wish. Cackle, cackle. So is this what you mean? That since you lost your power for a long time, you couldn't summon them? And then, since your magic power has been gradually increasing, you've become able to summon more and more monsters. How did you lose your magic power if your magic power was enough to give Kinzo all the gold? Were you already dormant? Has that been said and I've forgotten it? Huh. It is as you say. You stopped a hair's breadth before crumbling, but your heart is already wavering and you are unable to deny that I am a witch. Was it that you had enough power to summon the gold and it was like another one of your miracle gambits that it like the interest will come back later on and you'll be like much more powerful? Like, I don't know, what was it, like 60 years later or something like that? That wavering in your heart has been slowly restoring my power as a witch. So, are you trying to say that creepy butler appeared because I started to surrender? That's right. Bit by bit, you are surrendering to me. Isn't all that humiliation you suffered in the last game a result of you submitting to me so deeply? Wasn't it great when you had to sacrifice your back for the sake of my feet? Cackle, 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 cackle. Yes, don't... Damn it. I thought I'd be able to keep things as they were as long as I didn't accept you. But it looks like that was wrong. Correct. The closer you get to surrendering, the more the game will swing in my favor. Isn't chess the same? In the process of cornering each other's kings, we trade several pieces. Of course, I still haven't cornered your king. And furthermore, you're giving it everything you've got just to help your king escape, and have lost several pieces to me as well as a large advantage. It is only natural that further developments will tend to turn in my favor. Damn. From now on, you will probably be frantic as you try to avoid my checkmate. However, as you do, I will steal your pieces from you one by one. In the end, you'll have lost everything but your king, and you won't be able to escape no matter how much you try. Then you will receive a true checkmate. You were talking big last time, weren't you? Something about how you'd never accept me and would torment me with eternal torture. Only witches who have reached the endless level can talk about eternity. That's been beyond you ever since the very beginning. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Oh. Can I get the Kumasawa, like, recap from the corner, please? Already kind of need to pee. Sorry, chat. Thank you, the Blackjack21 for the resub. And he yap that fool. Is it yap that fool? I thought it was F that fool. And he Battler gets fool. Nice. Thank you, the Blackjack. Thank you, Henry Wyatt, for getting a sub to Ronaway. Is it Ronaway? It's Ronove. 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 Thank you, Parnik, for the bits. It turns out that Umineko is feminist literature as well as gay literature. No, you can only be one or the other, as we learned from Disco Elysium. So I think right now the story and plot has given up feminist literature to become gay. And thank you, A2H Live, for the new sub as well. Welcome, welcome, A2H. Ginzu-sama had already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait. The rules apply equally to all those who can read the epitaph. How is this Maria talking? This does not sound like Maria. If you discover the gold, I should return everything to you. Tonight, I asked... Oh, okay, alright. Tonight, I should ask you to enjoy your battle of wits with Kinzo-sama to the fullest. I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant. Beatrice the Golden. Makes sense. Okay. When Maria finished reading the letter that Beatrice had handed her, everyone was at a loss for words for a while. And then, they all broke the silence at once. Ridiculous. What a worthless, vicious prank. Okay, this is very much like episode 1 so far instead of episode 2. I feel like maybe in episode 2, someone was cheating. Seriously, there's no way Father gave up the head's ring. Beatrice? Ha. What a transparent prank, hoping to confuse us just by bringing up that name. Hey, who filled this dessert up with a little too much punch? I want to applaud and praise you, so come clean, okay? Rosa? Of course not. I wouldn't pull a prank by assuming Father's name. Then Aniki? Aniki? Me? Are you an idiot? It was Nissan, right? Only he could plan something this vulgar. Are you trying to mock me? I'm the one who wants to question you. Who is behind this ill-natured prank? Cross beat the table and stared at everyone. Since that included the children too, he scared most of them. A letter from a mysterious person who claims to have been given full rights to Father's assets. Considering that the whole point of this family conference is a discussion of that subject, I think it's too hasty to call this a mere prank. We can't be sure. Maybe it really is one of Father's shady pranks. He might have planned this to shock us a bit since we've been discussing the distribution of his inheritance without him. If Dad was the one who planned this, then we can't take what Maria-chan just read aloud as a joke, right? That's right. If you interpret the contents literally, then this is a test from Father. The epitaph of the witch has been displayed in the hall for quite some time now, so that any of us could solve it. There was plenty of notice. That means he was saying that the first person to solve it would be handed the inheritance along with all of his wealth, right? Sorry, I'm drinking some water, chat. See, my magic granted your wish. Oh. Okay. So, on today's episode of Witch or Insanity, nothing so foolish could possibly be the case. It's an unshakable fact that my husband is the successor to the Ushiromiya family headship. Man, I really felt for her in episode 1, but now I'm feeling for... This is great. Oh, I love it when I don't know who to side with. Oh, I love it when I don't know who to side with. That's so good. That's so good. Good. Well, doesn't this letter shake that? This is a message from the person who was given full rights to all of Father's wealth. Nissan's right to become the head has returned to a blank slate. The person who solves the riddle, the person who finds Beatrice's gold, will become the next head of the Ushiromiya family. Ridiculous. Do you think we can trust the meaningless words in that letter? That the seal was the real thing? There's no way we could trust that. Then let's try and go and ask Father directly. At this point, you can't get away with saying he's grumpy or feeling bad, right? The sealed wax clearly shows that this is from Father's representative. If you doubt that, then show some proof, Nissan. Show that this letter does not contain Father's will. Very well. It is just as you say. It no longer matters whether Father's in a good mood or not. Let's go up and ask him directly. Let's do it. We'll ask Dad directly. Dad is Dad, so why would he act in such a roundabout way? Then again, I guess that would be like him, would it? Dad, the Domino's driver came back. He forgot your garlic bread and wings. I'll send them in. We tricked you. I wonder if we really should continue this discussion on the assumption this letter came from Father. Stupid Rosa. Isn't it obviously from Father? That letter is Father's. It exists. Isn't it obvious that he's given the four of us an even chance to become the successor? Die, you brainless idiot. Rosa really is dumb. If only she'd just give up and die. I'm sorry. That's right. I'm sorry. In the beginning, the adults had all doubted the credibility of the letter, but after realizing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance in the inheritance struggle for the three younger siblings, Eva changed her position, claiming the letter was authentic. Rudolph and Rosa caught on and agreed. Outrageous. How can adults like you take such a worthless prank this seriously? I don't need to be Father to understand his contempt. Whoa, 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 Natsui-san, all we've got to do is ask Father and we're done, right? Won't everything be fine if Father just tells us that he doesn't know about any letter? Nissan, take responsibility and just get him to say that he doesn't know about the letter. This is no time to get scared just because he's in a bad mood, okay? He's still scared of Father at his age, that idiot. If only he'd just give up and die. Okay, was there like a subconscious witch in someone else in episode 1 and 2 as well? Yeah, let's get this settled clearly. He's probably eating in his study right now. Let's have him set down his chopsticks for just a moment. Eats pizza with chopsticks? It's decided, let's go. Kyrie, wait here a while. We'll go to check whether it's true or not and come back quickly. Thank you. I'll wait patiently for Goda-san to bring in dessert. I'm gonna eat my dessert! It's time for dessert! The four siblings, Natsui and Hideyoshi, all rose from their seats. Love her so much, babe. Oh, so good. Forcefully into the hallway with a clatter. Afterwards, only the children, stunned completely speechless, Nanjo, who looked uncomfortable. Afterwards, only the children, stunned completely speechless, Nanjo, who looked uncomfortable, and Kyrie, who just shrugged, were left. In the middle of all this was Maria, who looked a little scared at the adult's sudden change. However, judging from her appearance, she didn't look like she realized the full meaning of what she'd just read. What in the world was that all about? I don't get it. They're all bastards. Do they really want the inheritance that much? Everyone, this is our parents' problem. It has nothing to do with us, so you mustn't worry about it. Even if you say that, they were so blatant about it. I can't believe them, showing off their greed like that. Ooh, everyone has to believe together that we'll be happy. Ooh, ooh. That's right. We all did promise. Come on, Battler-kun, Jessica-chan, you too. Ha. I feel horrible. We couldn't accept it all, but we all lay down our arms for the time being. We'd been vaguely aware of how filthy this family conference was going to be. However, after that 6-year blank, I couldn't help being shocked. When he saw that the children were completely dejected, Dr. Nanjo cleared his throat uncomfortably. So who should I kill tonight? It's an adult matter. It has nothing to do with all of you young people. Let us forget about it. I would if I could. I know it's hard, but forget it for now. All of your parents are fighting frantically to make your futures just a little brighter. Please, don't look at your injured parents with cold eyes when they come back. No matter how much you ask us, Kyrie-san, that'll be tough. If we could be happy with an explanation like that, we wouldn't be kids. Ooh, everyone, be happy. Can't get dark. Believe. If everyone doesn't believe we can be happy, the happiness will get away. Everyone has to believe. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I like the sound of that. Do you? I'll believe too. I'll believe we can find happiness. Ooh, and Kyrie, thank you. Battler and Jessica, you believe too. Beatrice is also always saying that magic won't have any power if you don't believe. Ooh. Kyrie-san rose from her seat quietly, went over to Maria, and crouched down so that their eyes met. Ooh, and Kyrie believed. Now Battler and Jessica have to believe. Those two are strong. They'll feel better soon, and then they'll believe. Yeah. Kind of bright outside for a typhoon, huh? More importantly, I want you to tell me something. When Kyrie-san said that, Jessica, George, Iniki, Dr. Nanjo, and I all listened closely. It looked like our parents were so concerned with the inheritance problem that grandfather filled their minds. But we wanted to ask Maria about something simpler. Ooh? What? Who gave you the fucking letter? Yeah. Beatrice! The witch drawn in that portrait? Ooh. She gave me this letter and an umbrella, and she used magic to fix my rose that was broken. Beatrice is an awesome witch who can do anything. Could you tell us about that in a bit more detail? Whoa! I really like Kyrie. That was sudden. Alright, without even being allowed to wait for dessert, we were chased out of the room. I heard that in the end, our parents were unable to get grandfather to respond. How is that possible? Is he dead? Well, I hate to say it, but I feel like giving grandfather a high five right now. Really? He was probably pretty satisfied with how his strange letter had given his children a good shock, since they had been so infatuated with the inheritance problem while grandfather was still alive. I also felt like our despicable parents had gotten what they had deserved in all this confusion. But I couldn't really say that I was feeling great. I felt all sulky. Apparently grandfather hadn't seemed concerned with the whole thing, but he also hadn't denied anything about the letter either. Okay, I'm confused if, like, was it stamped with the ring wax before she got the ring? Is that a clue, or did she do it afterwards, or does it not matter? Like, I'm confused about the timeline there. When talking about the witch's letter, grandfather's name kept popping up. If grandfather knew that someone was stealing his name, then considering his character, he'd probably be mad with rage. But even though grandfather now knew the contents of that letter, he coldly ignored it. So, did that count as a silent yes? Aunt Eva and Dad were trying to interpret the letter in their favor, their greed clearly visible. It wouldn't have mattered so much if that was all, but the adults had now started focusing on Maria, who had received the letter. They kept pounding her with questions about who had given it to her. Maria repeated over and over again that she had gotten it from Beatrice, but there was no way such a mysterious person could have sneaked onto the island. After all, this island's small, and there's no one living on it outside the Ushirimiya family household. Maria kept repeating that she'd gotten it from Beatrice no matter how many times she was asked. The adults seemed to think she was trying to trick them, so they didn't hold back and just questioned her until she broke out in tears. When Maria was released, she sobbed, all worn out from crying. After our parents ordered us to go to the guest house and take Maria with us, they shut themselves up in the dining hall and started getting louder and louder as they discussed the inheritance. Like, you could hear them from the guest house, or is it like a figurative louder and louder, or just like omniscient narrator louder and louder? Okay, if this is going where I think it's going, episode 3 is gonna be in death mode for a hell of a lot longer than episode 1 and 2. Like, we're like rapidly approaching the first Twilight, like fucking like 4 hours ahead of schedule. It seemed that because of the strange letter, Uncle Krause's chances of becoming the next head might have been reduced to a blank slate. And in exchange for accepting him, my dad and the rest were trying to swindle Uncle Krause out of a lot of money or something like that. Disgusted as we were, Jessica and I were happy to move over to the guest house. We didn't want to be under the same roof as those filthy adults, their heads so filled with thoughts about money. George and Nikki pleaded on our parents' behalf, saying that he wanted us to understand them. I understood his reasoning. No matter how filthy this talk of money was, it wouldn't go away if you just closed your eyes to it. But even so, how could they sink so low as to overtly fight over the money of the dead? Can't believe they're not single. Maria had cried herself dry and was hiding in her bed. She hadn't even twitched for a while, so she was probably sleeping. Who in the world gave that letter to Maria-chan? Georgie-san, you can't ask her that anymore. Isn't it fine to say that Maria got it from Beatrice and leave it at that? After all, we don't want to make her cry any more than this. Even though we said that, we couldn't clear away a gloomy feeling. There are only 18 people on this island now. The thought that, somewhere in the rain, a 19th person gave Maria-chan that letter and is now hiding somewhere doesn't seem realistic at all. Most likely, somebody got Shannon or someone to put on the dress from the portrait and cleverly got Maria to go along with their story. Okay, right, exactly like episode 1, okay. Though in Maria's case, just seeing the dress would probably convince her that it really was Beatrice. Maybe it doesn't really matter who handed her the letter. The important thing is who sent it. Okay, you know what's interesting? Was that the first time that Beatrice summoned us to the room? Like, Battler wasn't even in that scene. And Beatrice was just like, you're here now. I don't know if the microphone's picking up my finger snaps anymore. Right? Because every other time, when Beatrice has yoinked Battler into the room, or Battler has gone into the discussion room, Battler's already been in the scene, or Beatrice has been in the scene too, right? But it's never been Battler wasn't even in it. So is this version of Battler? There's two Battlers right now. Both are named Toby. The Battler that's on the screen right now is separate from the Battler entity that just takes over sometimes and talks to Beatrice in the room. But it seems like there's some crossover sometimes, so I don't know exactly how that works. Unless he's pretending, or he's like he has to go along with it for the sake of the game, maybe? I don't know. So does that mean that when Battler was yoinked into that scene when Renove was introduced, did he see everything that happened with Maria before that, or was he just suddenly there just to meet the butler and then that was it? I wonder. Because if that's the case, did he see all the other scenes too? The Battler that's in the purgatory room, whatever, seems to me to be like a more of an audience surrogate more than this Battler is. Although they function the same way. Wait, no, that's not true. At the very end of episode... No, not the end of episode 2. At the end of episode 2's intro, Beatrice made Battler appear in one of those discussions, I think. And said, you know, the stage is set, here we go. I think she did that, didn't she? I think she did that. I can't remember if Battler was in that scene or not. It's not really all that important, but... I wonder if you can see those scenes. Is everything that we've seen also something that Alter Battler can see? Huh. I wonder if they're gonna talk about that or confirm that. Okay, I can see a bunch of +2s out of the corner of my eye. Are they safe? Are they safe? I try not to look in chat when I'm looking. It's a pin. Is the pin safe? One is feminist Battler, one is gay Battler. They are fighting for their place in the narrative. There are two wolves inside of you. One is feminist, one is gay. Maybe it doesn't really matter who handed her the letter. The important thing is who sent it. The point is that grandfather wanted to cause an uproar by assuming the name of the witch. Seriously, that old geezer is good at riling people up. The most likely answer is that our occult-loving grandfather was playing around, handing the letter over to Maria, who shares the same hobby as he does in such a dramatic way, though he failed to give any thought for what Maria would have to go through, making it a pretty shitty thing to do. Seriously, messing around with Maria's pure heart, it doesn't matter who handed the letter over. Maria says she got it from Beatrice, so let's treat it that way. I agree. Let's do that. To Maria-chan, Beatrice is kind of like what Santa Claus is to most kids. Whether we're dealing with some non-existent 19th person or Santa Claus, as long as we all acknowledge them, they'll at least exist inside Maria. I see. I guess it can be important to lie to a child to protect their dreams. What's up, Jessica? Are you still angry? What do you mean Santa Claus doesn't... Jessica had her hand on her chin as though there was something that she just couldn't understand. When I called out to her, she came to her senses. Ah, sorry. Well, actually, I was wondering if Maria might have actually met Beatrice. What do you mean by that? Are you saying there's a 19th person on this island? If you truly take Maria Chan's words to heart, then you would arrive at that answer. No, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about the story that someone we don't know has been living on this island since long ago. Living, you say? Where? In the forest. Eating what? You can have the mountains. You can have the snow. It's way too cold. Persona 3 Radio has been living rent-free in my head since Wednesday, by the way. Or is it Thursday? Persona. The adults were gathered in the dining hall, spending a very long time continuing the discussion that had been started by Beatrice's letter. Kraus strongly claimed that the letter was a simple prank, but he couldn't overturn the claim that Kinzo's failure to deny the letter was answer enough. Judging by Kinzo's character, if he knew that a letter had been written in his name, he would be mad with rage. Since all of the siblings knew that, Kraus had no choice but to withdraw his claim. Without even having to summarize it, the contents of the letter were simple. The person who could solve the witch's epitaph would receive the headship and assets. This did a lot of damage to Kraus, who had been sure that he would receive the headship, and was better news than the rest of them who had already given up could have hoped for. However, there were some points that worried them. The person who solved the epitaph was not limited to a member of the Ushiromiya family. Taken literally, anyone, no matter how doubtful their origin, even if they were the streamer, might receive the headship. And furthermore, this meant that there was a chance that all of the Ushiromiya family's assets would be stolen by some unknown person. In that sense, it was definitely not a situation where even the other siblings could afford to lower their guard. Had this letter come from an assassin sent by Kinzo calling themselves Beatrice, or was this a scheme of some unknown person trying to steal the Ushiromiya family's wealth? They still didn't know the truth, but they could say one thing for certain. Maria had received this problematic letter today on this island. In other words, someone planning something to do with that letter was on this island today. Had it been set up by Kinzo, one of the four siblings, or maybe some unknown person, no matter how much they suspected each other, they couldn't reach a conclusion. After getting tired of bickering with each other, they finally reached the extremely obvious conclusion that doubting each other was just a waste of time. I wonder if they all collectively try to solve it, and then when they get close, someone's like, alright, I think I can figure it out myself from the end here, and just goes kills the rest of them, and then they're like, oh shit, I'm stumped. Wait, have we ever seen the conversation they have after the kids go to the guest house? We've made no progress, we've just been spinning our wheels. That's right, and the mere fact that you've realized it means we won't have to waste any more time. It is not certain that Father sent the letter. My husband is merely exasperated by your inability to hold a conversation. Who's unable to hold a conversation? You keep yelling at me every time I say something. Do you truly think that such shameful behavior is fitting for a member of the Ushiromiya family? Would you give it a rest, Eva? You too, Netsui-san. That topic's finished for now. Shall we all cool our heads off for now? Go out in the typhoon? Let's have some cool drinks brought over. That sounds good. It would probably be wiser if we cooled our heads. Don't you want to take a short break too, dear? Aneki looks like she's in a bad mood, so I'll pass on that break. But I agree about the cool drinks. Rosa, have someone bring some water. A whole pitcher. Yes, understood. Rosa headed over to the extension telephone in a corner of the room and called the servant room. She then passed on what Rudolph had told her to the person on the other end. Okay, so the phones are still working at whatever fucking time it is right now. The vicious bickering up until now vanished as though it had been a lie. That silence continued until Goda finished setting the table and retreated from the room. Is there anything else that you require? No. Please leave us. Yes. Then if you will excuse me, if you need anything, call me at any time. Time for crossword. Oh, I didn't do connections today! That's why I'm in a good mood. Fuck. After listening to the sound of Goda's footsteps disappear off into the distance, everyone took a deep breath at the same time to break the tension. It sure is raining hard. I wonder if this 19th person is taking shelter in the Rose Garden Arbor about now. I wonder. Let's look. And there she is in the dress. They might be able to escape the rain there, but it would be quite cold. A mysterious 19th person as a visitor. It sounds pretty interesting, just like a mystery novel. Normally, in that kind of story, it's a safe bet that the person doesn't exist, or that one of us 18 would be faking it. I suspect Genji and the others. Just as I thought, it would have been better if we had dismissed all of the servants of the one-winged eagle, no matter what excuses we have to make. Come now, don't say that. We must be grateful for their long years of service. Of course, we can't let our guard down. I'm sure you agree too, Nissan, that whether or not Father was behind this, the person who handed Maria the letter was a servant. Indeed. In any event, we were all being friendly in our big happy circle until dinner, weren't we? All the siblings have alibis. Only a servant could have handed Maria that letter. But all of the servants said that they were too busy with the bed making to have any spare time during which they could go to Maria-chan in the Rose Garden. Hey, what are you trying to say then? You aren't saying that the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice-sama, came over and actually handed Maria that letter, are you? Rosa, you used to believe in that so much it really frightened you, right? Don't tell me you still believe it at this age. In the Witch of the Forest. And then her fucking, like, imaginary witch friend goes, haha, she's so pathetic for believing in magic and that, right? If she did exist, I'd love for her to appear. But no matter how much I wished, she didn't appear before me even once. She didn't save me from my crisis. Of course not. I just thought that since all 18 of us said we didn't do it, there might really be a 19th person. That can't be. In the first place, we were the only ones who came in on that boat. We didn't see any mysterious stranger riding with us. I don't know, did you check underneath? You don't think they could have swam across this rough sea, right? I can't really imagine it. Logically, that's true. It is difficult to imagine that there's a single hidden uninvited guest on this isolated island. I mean, other boats exist, Kyrie. However, it looks like some of us still can't abandon the possibility completely, right? Hideyoshi had laughed it off, saying there couldn't be a 19th person, but Kyrie had sensitively picked up on the delicate atmosphere among the four siblings. In a normal situation, there shouldn't have been any uninvited guests on this small, isolated island. How would they have come here, and from where, and where were they hiding? And why hadn't they appeared openly, even though they had sent a letter in their name? Nothing could explain that. But not only had the four siblings not joined in on Hideyoshi's laughing, they also seemed unable to completely deny in their hearts the possibility of a 19th person. Kyrie-san, please don't misunderstand. It's not as though we believe in anything like that fairy tale legend of the witch. Is this another topic to insult Father? Simply speaking of such a thing is a betrayal against him. Okay, I like you a lot more when everyone else is dead. Giggle, giggle. I wonder. However, this is Father we're talking about. It could be possible, right? I wonder why she's like that. Is it, like, so highly strung because of, like, what Ava and the other ones have done to her because Kraus is always a target, or what? Or is it, like, what Kinzo has done to her? I don't know anything. What's this? What's this? It's called constructive criticism? What's this? Why has everyone gotten so gloomy? What are you talking about? In short, the legend of the witch isn't a joke, but a fact? That's ridiculous. Of course, nobody believes in some witch riding a broom and flying in the sky. But the woman in that portrait, Beatrice, might really have existed on this island. Hideyoshi-san, it looks like we aren't talking about a witch, but something a little simpler. So, it must be something like this. Everyone suspects that Father had a mistress named Beatrice secretly living somewhere on this island. Is that it? Father was always exemplary at keeping strictly to the rules. It is completely inconceivable that he would bring something so filthy onto this island. Natsui snapped at them immediately, but it looked like the four siblings, including Kraus, didn't agree. How are you not even one of his kids, the biggest Kinzo simp in the whole island? On the contrary, they appeared to think Kinzo wouldn't even have hesitated to do something like that. From the beginning, it had been whispered that Kinzo had built a mansion on this island specifically because of the existence of an entrancing mistress. Fucking hell. I'm sorry, Netsui-san. I know how much you respect Dad, but that rumor's been around for a long time. All the buildings on Rokinjima were built by Dad on his own. No. People have always guessed that he had some contraptions or secret rooms set up in this mansion that only he knew about. And it's always been whispered that hidden somewhere on this island there's a secret mansion none of us know about. The hidden mansion! Look out for it, I see. This island might look small on a map, but it's quite large for just the Ushiramiya family to live on. So people have suspected that he built a secret mansion somewhere in the uncivilized forest for his mistress to live in. That would be quite a large-scale scheme. In the beginning, people thought it might be somewhere inside this mansion, that there might be a hidden basement with a fabulous hidden room where the witch in that portrait was secretly hiding. After seeing that intricate auto-lock on Dad's study, it isn't too hard to imagine, right? After all, Father did spread the rumor that a large amount of gold was hidden somewhere by some mechanism. I wouldn't be surprised if there existed some hidden room inside this very mansion that none of us knows about yet. When Mother was alive, she would often scour the entire mansion searching for Father when he wasn't anywhere to be found. Mother also suspected what Rudolph just said. She believed there was a hidden door or stairway somewhere, and that his blonde-haired mistress was hidden behind it? So there's a different portrait somewhere then, okay. It's hard to believe, but there are some actual examples in other countries of people cheating with someone over a period of several decades by making them live in a hidden attic room. What? Furthermore, Kinzo had a mansion this extravagant. It was possible to suspect the existence of a hidden room. From what I've heard, the legend of Rokkenjima Witch was just a fairy tale made up to scare children away from the uncivilized forest, but it's starting to sound like there's a little more to the story. Well, as you know, this is a lonely island without anything but the Ushiramiya mansion on it. Lonely island? When Rosa and I were little brats, on stormy nights we got so scared by the sound of trees rustling in the direction of the forest. We had this crazy delusion that something weird might be looking out at us from between those trees. It's only natural for a brat to think of stuff like that. But when Rosa and I complained about it, some people figured it was more than a brat's imagination. Isn't that right, Eneki? Yeah, Nisa and I thought you might have coincidentally spotted Father's mistress living in secrecy on this island as she went out for a walk when no one was looking. Of course, Mother felt the same. Even among the older servants, you often heard that ghost story about how the witch of the portrait wanders the mansion at midnight. Outwardly, I laughed it off as just a ghost story, but on the inside, I suspected very much that it hinted at the existence of a hidden mistress. Oh. They're taking this... Did they have a conversation like this before? They definitely have discussed something like the mistress before, but not... I don't think not this in depth, and definitely not about like hidden rooms and shit like that. Okay. Okay. In that case, you're saying that the existence of a 19th person might not be completely ridiculous, that there might actually be somewhere around here? Sounds like one of those devil's proofs Rudolph's always talking about. Didn't we get a red statement about the amount of people that are on the island? Or, no, it might be possible to prove that there is a 19th person, but it's impossible to prove the 19th person doesn't exist. There we go, more devil's proofs, here we go again. Should we continue this discussion under the assumption that there's a person named Beatrice hiding somewhere on this island? That's a good plan. From the perspective of risk management, it's probably much more prudent to say she might exist rather than saying she couldn't exist. I see. Sorry, I was a bit careless. Rosa-san, sorry for laughing just now. Huh, it's fine, I don't mind. Hideyoshi apologized deeply for taking the worst case scenario lightly, despite calling himself the president of a company. Silence fell again. Preparing for the existence of a 19th person would mean, in effect, acknowledging the presence of some unknown person hidden on this island. And since this person might be planning something shady, it was only natural that the conversation would turn in an ominous direction. Ominous. In the past, Father would sometimes suddenly disappear without telling anyone where he went. After all, he is a man who values silence. It wouldn't have been out of the ordinary for him to shut himself up in some library room after purposefully not telling anyone where he was going. However, when the witch theory was slowly refined into the theory about his mistress, people eventually whispered that he was secretly going back and forth to see her. Mom was totally paranoid in her last years. She'd sometimes suddenly start making a fuss, asking the servants to start looking for Dad immediately because of some urgent situation. Yes, that did happen sometimes. Mother was always doing things like that in her later years, and that frightening atmosphere still hasn't gone away. You know what? I'm surprised we haven't seen the mother in like a flashback or a portrait or something like that. I can say it for certain now. She was a person to be pitied. So then, what happened with those large-scale searches of the house? Did they find anything? No. Father wasn't caught foolishly in a hidden room even once. Always, after a long time had passed, he would suddenly show up somewhere, like the Terramorphs in Starfield. They just showed up, then he'd say that he'd taken a nap in some library room, or that the wind had summoned him to take a walk on the beach. But it was always some place where the servants had already looked. We never knew where Father had gone. Even at that time, Grandfather was famous for his occult inclinations, so some of the servants exaggerated, saying that he might have turned into butterflies and danced around the rose garden, just to fuck with the wife. So in short, Father frequently disappeared, and no one knew where he went. Yeah, since we couldn't find him no matter how much we looked inside the mansion, we got more and more sure that Dad might have been somewhere outside. But the area outside the mansion isn't large at all, which leaves only the forest. And if you tie that in with the legend of the witch, you get a theory like this. Father actually built a hidden mansion somewhere in the forest, inside of which a mistress by the name of Beatrice lived, and he sometimes went to see her. Yeah, but she also needs like food and toilet paper, and you know, like, some of the servants must have been in on it. I was also young at the time. I was so eager to find where Father was having his affair that at one time I followed him when he went outside. Of course, it was a failure. Every time Father went out, he was oddly intent on avoiding places where he might be seen and was extremely careful to prevent anyone from spotting him. And he was extraordinarily earnest in his attempts to do so. But that actually made me sure he must be going out for some reason that the members of his family couldn't know about. And that be going to meet his mistress. Probably trying to avoid being seen. After seeing Hideyoshi nod and say yes, yes, as though this was quite obvious, Ava got a little sullen. Well, anyway, this island was like a sketchbook in which Father, with his Western obsession, could draw out all of his dreams. Everything about this island was exactly how Father wanted it. It wouldn't be odd at all if there was a hidden mansion somewhere for his mistress to live in. Alright, let's go find it. Eva's words spoke for what all of the siblings had come to think. For a while, the room returned to silence again, and everyone listened to the sound of the wind and the rain. Was there a hidden mansion on this island, and had Kinzo's mistress been living there in hiding for a long, long time? Everyone thought they were being too suspicious, and they hesitated for a long time without speaking, but everyone shared a common opinion. Kyrie, who had been listening the whole time with her eyes closed, spoke to no one in particular. No, that's wrong. How long has this rumor about Father's mistress been around? As soon as we moved to this island, about 30 years ago. After all, it probably would have been impossible for him to have a hidden mansion built while we were here. Okay, so the mansion was built after you were born. Okay. People in these materials would have to be going in and out. It would have been exposed quickly. So if it was possible, it happened before we moved here. It probably could have been built along with this mansion when we were still living in Odawara. Since Father had to set up a double life with his family and his mistress, it's probably reasonable to assume that he had it all planned from the beginning, and his relationship with that mistress probably went back to the days when we lived in Odawara. Probably, if, as Father says, she is the source of the vast amount of gold he used to gain the funds that resurrected the Ushiromiya family, we could probably conclude that they had a close relationship since Odawara. A relationship trusting enough for her to lend him a vast quantity of gold. I can't even imagine how old that relationship must have been. Perhaps Father gave her some kind of valuable advice for succeeding in business. It's natural to think that, out of sense of gratitude for that, this person gave Father the gold. If you think about it that way, it's obvious that they would have a close relationship after that. Rather than a festering relationship with the mistress, it was probably a relationship of gratitude to the person who saved the Ushiromiya family from his crisis. Natsui, shut the fuck. I don't know if what Natsui's saying has a ring of truth to it or not, but even in that case, isn't building a hidden mansion and having her live in it going a bit too far? He just really liked her. Doesn't that mean they felt something a bit more than gratitude? Well, this is all just speculation. In the first place, no one's ever found that hidden mansion. And Nikki, you were planning on expanding this island to a resort, right? So that means you had the whole entire thing mapped out, right? To make sure that the best position for expansions, everything like that, right? Right? The whole island's been like scouted out to see where we can build what on, right? As you were doing that, you didn't manage to stumble on it by any chance, did you? Maybe you even bumped into some gold there too. Do you think Rokkenjima is Treasure Island or something? Don't play dumb. We know that, although you say you're opening a resort, you really have been planning to investigate the entire island, right? Judging by all that trouble and confusion we were talking about earlier, you haven't been very successful, have you? I don't know what you're talking about, but it's a misunderstanding. Isn't it perfectly natural that investigating this island would be the first step in turning it into a resort? Kraus tried to play dumb, but it was plainly obvious to his siblings, who knew him so well. Kraus was definitely sure of the existence of a hidden mansion. Wait, what? And under the pretense of opening a resort, he had been closely investigating the island, searching for a clue as to the location of the hidden gold. Just go look for it, Lamayo! They couldn't tell whether that conviction was just him overthinking things, or whether it was based on some physical proof. Still, if Kraus, with all his guile, was sure, that was enough proof for the other siblings to be sure too. The story about a witch living in a forest is obviously a fairy tale, but the story about some blonde-haired girl living secretly in a mansion no one knows about in the middle of the forest isn't much better. That's right. That really would be just like a fairy tale. You like those, don't you, Rosa? Huh? Well, when the mansion was built on this island, Father was at the height of his prosperity. With his money, he could probably obtain anything, make any of his wild imaginings real. A mansion in the forest where a witch quietly waits. It sounds like the kind of situation Father would like, doesn't it? Like something from the occult or a fairy tale. It feels like Dad's kind of hobby. On this island, on which the Ushiromiya family had lived for 30 years now, a hidden mansion that no one knew about had been quietly built to house a witch, about whom nothing was known except for what could be guessed from a portrait. Even this hastily thrown together theory might not be completely delusional, considering all of Kinzo's strange habits and his vast wealth. Does he have an underground bond lair too? It might not have been impossible for Father to build a hidden mansion to satisfy his dreams. However, let's be realistic. Would it be possible to house his beloved woman in that hidden mansion for decades without it becoming inconvenient? Well, if there was love, it could be doable, right? Without love, you can't see the mansion. Think of the facilities needed to let his beloved woman live healthy. Yes, thank you, Kyrie, thank you. And in a way that would satisfy Father. For example, even if it was on a small scale, it would have to be an intricate and pleasant residence. And it would probably need to have electricity, gas, and running water maintained, as well as some people to see to her needs. Even cooking would be quite difficult. She would need clothes and makeup and daily necessities. The needs of a woman aren't simple. Would it be possible to maintain all of that without any of the family or servants noticing? When you say it that way, it sure sounds like a weak point in our theory. But that isn't enough to get rid of my feeling that Dad might have been able to do it anyway. After all, it's Dad we're talking about. That's right. It's our father. If Father wanted to succeed in an endeavor, he would succeed no matter what. Saying that something would be difficult for a normal person and therefore impossible doesn't apply when it comes to Father. Indeed. You should never underestimate Father. Father's madness can't be understood by normal people. There's a whole other mansion full of servants and also a whole other, like, Ushiromiya inheritance squabblers over there right now that are having their own fucking killing game on the island. And every other episode, one of them crosses over and you don't know which is which. Battler's gonna have a fucking field day. There could be any amount of people over on that fucking hidden mansion, Beatrice. Maybe some of them have keys. Like, who knows? I wouldn't put it past that, Kinzo. As long as you stick to this phrase, a considerable amount of credibility can dwell in any absurd story. However, that didn't cause the importance of what Kyrie had said to waver. This was different from stealthily raising a kitten in a cardboard box and keeping a secret from your parents. That would be very hard. Taking care of a person in secret over a period of 30 years would be an incalculably massive task. After all, Father's legend of the golds started before he gained possession of Rikinjima. That means his relationship with his mistress was over 30 years long. Why would he just let the mistress still be a secret even after the mother died? Or did the mistress die before the mother too? What is this in the background, this window thing? How old would that make her? In the worst case, she could be as old as us or older, right? By that age, the body starts to break down. I don't care what the mansion's like. I wouldn't use the word agreeable to describe living in a place where people's eyes can't reach, almost like she was under house arrest. That's right. If what Father told us about Beatrice is true, then that relationship has lasted for over 30 years. She might have been a charming young woman at the time, but it probably makes sense to assume she's an old bag like us now. I can easily imagine that, given the contents of that letter. You should talk? Krauss laughed as if none of this applied to him. Of course, Eva was offended, but she didn't strike back. Not yet. Quit it, Nikki. So if everything we're thinking is true, then she should be joining in on Dad's inheritance problem with her head held high. After all, there's a good chance their love was mutual, unlike with Mom. Even if she knows she's his mistress, she might also be proud to be his true wife. That is an insult to Mother. Yeah, sorry. However, everyone knows that it was a political marriage decided on by the elders among his relatives. Because of that, it definitely wouldn't be strange for Dad to have a mistress. The family sank after the Great Kanto earthquake, and father was set up as the Ushiromiya family head against his will. However, in the beginning, the elder relatives treated Kinzo like a dummy and influenced him powerfully, almost like he was a puppet. He wasn't permitted to decide anything by himself, not even his marriage partner. Ever since he met that golden witch Beatrice in those distant days, Kinzo's legend of the gold was quickly embellished into something dramatic. In other words, it could mean that Kinzo really did find a woman he loved. If she also knew the whole story, even if they weren't marriage partners, it wouldn't have been odd for her to consider herself his true wife inside her heart. And now, the person registered as his true wife was already dead. Which means she might feel confident staking her claim, not just... Oh, okay, not just for the rights to his assets, but regarding the battle over the headship too. I see. I'm starting to see the purpose of this letter. The headship goes to the one who solves the riddle of the epitaph. Is that what it means? Even if that mistress was added into the family ranking system, she isn't a direct relative of father, so she'd be inferior even to the children. In other words, she'd be one step below Rosa in rank. That wouldn't be a good position. It's probably just a pun or a joke. It wouldn't be a good position to enter the battle for the headship from. I see, so that's it. If someone can solve the witch's riddle, they'll get the headship regardless of rank. In other words, it's the most advantageous condition Beatrice could possibly get, since she's got no chance otherwise. The revival of the Ushiromiya family was made possible by the gold Beatrice had bestowed. That was quite a distinguishing service she had provided. She had built that wealth together with Kinzo, so it was natural that she would think of herself as the one who should inherit it. It would also be natural for her to despise the thought of giving it up to the children of the wife of Kinzo, the children of the wife Kinzo never loved. How could she be so impudent? Even if such a mistress actually exists, joining in on the battle from the rights to the head's inheritance would be a reckless action far above her place. What disregard for her own position! Natsui turned red, her fists quivering. She had also come to the Ushiromiya register due to complicated circumstances. Those who knew that understood more or less why she was so angry for the sake of Kinzo's dead wife. Well, thanks to that reckless action of hers, we all have an even chance now, right? Father has even given it his silent approval. Will the person who succeeds the Ushiromiya family be his mistress Beatrice, or one of us, the relatives he doesn't love? Maybe he wants to make a struggle over that to see who's worthy. As Eva giggled roguishly, Kraus shrugged his shoulders and looked away. However, since she's the one who brought this rule to light in the first place, maybe that means it gives her a significant advantage. That's right. In the first place, if Beatrice meant that letter literally, then she's father's alchemist. In other words, she's the manager of his gold. It wouldn't be strange at all if she knew where it was hidden, would it? Isn't that harsh? It's like she's giving us a riddle she knows the answer to. She'll probably show up rudely and say, "Hey, here's the answer. I'll take the headship now," and snatch everything away from us. That's right. Oh man, we better start killing people on Twilights before she can. That's right. The person who brings up a riddle always knows the answer. There's a good chance that this is all a trap to steal everything from us. If you think about it like that, don't you start to doubt whether she really had any gold in the first place? Why would she tell us about it? All she has to do is keep quiet and embezzle it. It really is strange. That certainly was the case. If the epitaph showed the way to the hidden gold, why would she challenge them to try and solve it? If they actually did solve it, wouldn't the gold all be stolen from her? Could it be that this person was trying to stir the siblings up so they'd solve the epitaph, and then plan to steal it away at the last second? It was an extremely logical possibility. No. If you spin the chessboard around, there might be a pretty good chance that they actually do have the gold. Why are you so certain? Wait, Aneki. Kyrie, please keep talking. Why do you think that? After all, do they really think we'll let go of the Ushiromiya family headship just because someone tells us the answer to the riddle in the witch's epitaph? That we'll be so impressed by their answer that we'll just give up? Well, that's true. He was considering it. No way they're so naive that they assumed we'd just give up after being told the answer to a riddle, that we just say, "Here you go," and hand it over. Of course, the headship of the Ushiromiya family is not something that can be handed over so easily. That's it exactly. No matter how Beatrice might one-sidedly propose a game like this, even if she were to spectacularly show us the answer, there's no way we'd obediently hand over the headship. In other words, unless she has compelling force in the form of challenging us to a game with equal conditions for us all, this truly won't count as a game. I mean, even if it does, who gives a shit? You're right. You're right, unless the losers have no choice but to give up on the headship because of a compelling force, this won't really count as a game. And what might this compelling force be? Would they bind us in chains and threaten us into handing over the headship? I see. I get it. They just have to do something to make us want to give up the headship willingly. Yes, I see. To do that, Beatrice would have to own 10 tons of gold. I see. I get it too. In other words, it's a trade. Huh? Well, what do you mean? A trade? Trade what? The Ushimiya family headship for the hidden gold. Beatrice surely plans to tell us the location of the 10 tons of gold and use that as a bribe to gain the Ushimiya family headship. Ridiculous. They want to trade the headship of the glorious Ushimiya family for money? That's blasphemy. Blasphemy against the Ushimiya family. Please listen without getting mad. About how much wealth does this glorious Ushimiya family have right now? Are we really that affluent? The definition of affluence is not dependent on property. It is about hearts. Our financial situation has nothing to... So we're dirt poor. Kraus interrupted Netsui as she started to go on and on emotionally. In this situation, the more she went on like that, the worse it would actually sound. Me aside, I hear your current situations are quite unfavorable. Oh, so you guys didn't have the parlor conversation. Oh, really? I've heard that your financial situation is really bad too. That's a big difference. Offering up more and more as collateral for new money to gamble with, repeatedly dabbling in new gambles, unable to accept your losses. If we count what's going on behind the scenes, you're in even bigger financial straits than the rest of us. Just how much money have you lost, Nissan? You have no talent. You have no grace. This Ushiriya has a funny face. Who are you saying has no talent, and what do you mean, financial straits? Oh, thank you, Actric, 234 for the resub. Thank you very much. Ranove. Natsui became indignant once more, but Kraus raised his hand again and interrupted her. It seems you are making a small mistake. Business is not something that can be judged based on current progress alone. For someone with a long-term outlook on business such as myself, it may sometimes appear at a glance that I have suffered significant short-term losses. Aniki, you've been collecting evidence. Your position right now isn't one to be proud of. So this is what Kyrie's trying to say. Every one of us has got money trouble, and Beatrice has 10 tons of gold. How quickly we all believe that she has the gold. As the only person who knows the location of the 10 tons of gold, Beatrice is planning on using it to force us to sell the headship. About how much is 10 tons of gold worth? At a rough estimate, let's say 2 billion yen? No, 20 billion yen. That's a big difference. With that much piled up, we'd be ecstatic to accept her as the successor. The scene returned to silence. In fact, the rain and wind felt even noisier now. It was probably the sound of the windstorm racing through the inside of their minds. This isn't funny. To think we'd give up the headship to some woman of doubtful origin just because she had a little money stored up? Little money? Don't be stupid. The headship wasn't even yours in the first place, right? We've got nothing to lose and money to gain. We'll have to calculate our profit and loss, but it's something worth listening to. They knew that Kraus had eaten up much of the Ushimiya family's assets, so it was dregs that remained of that inheritance versus the cost of being accepted as the head that Beatrice would pay. It was a shame, but honestly, the former was less enticing than the latter. Well, it probably wouldn't end up as 4 equal portions. Since Aniki would be giving up his position as successor, his portion would have to be larger. Makes me feel kind of jealous, you know? Dear, the amount of money isn't the problem, right? Your cowardly younger siblings are trying to sell the glory of the Ushimiya family for money, don't you see? Why aren't you displaying your dignity as the oldest son? Natsui, stay quiet for a while. Dear? This is a dizzying proposal. We were each planning on getting 250 million yen out of Aniki. If the witch treats us with 10% of those 10 tons... That's 2 billion. Yeah, that means she's treating us with 10 times our original goal. That alone would be more than enough for us. It's not like I've got any attachment to the Ushiromiya name. I'd be happy to sell it off. Even if the 10 tons is a slightly optimistic figure, yes, it'd still be a fascinating prospect for us. We were trying to form an alliance among the siblings to kick this outsider called Beatrice out. But if this is her plan, it'll tear apart the unity between us. Yeah, by this point we can state it clearly. The goal of Beatrice's letter was to disturb our alliance. Okay, did this conversation happen in the chapel, and then she was there, and then showed them the gold, and said, "I'll yeah, and if you let me be the head, I'll give you the gold, but also you have to say like, hey, I'm real, I'm the witch, and that's it, and then you can have it. That's part of the deal." And then they did, and then she's like, he, okay, contract done, and then it's like time to go killing again. That seems like something that could happen. That seems kind of likely to me right now. If the three younger siblings, because they're in the same financial situation in all the episodes from what we know so far, if the three younger siblings who had never had anything to do with the inheritance were paid enough money to satisfy them, they would happily accept Beatrice as the next head. A moat had been dug all around Kraus. In that case, the negotiations would be one-on-one between her and Kraus. He tried to look strong, but Kraus's financial and political situation was extremely weak. He might bluff in front of his siblings, but on the inside, sorry, 1 second. I don't know if you can hear me, the heat pump, but it got cold in here. He might bluff in front of his siblings, but on the inside, he was considering entering negotiations, depending on the sum of money involved. In order to bury his losses, Kraus had taken advantage of the fact that Kinzo had shut himself up in his room and had embezzled Kinzo's personal assets. Therefore, when Kinzo died and the inheritance was distributed, Kraus's situation would probably be investigated. But if he gave up his seat as the head to Beatrice, she would also receive rights to the assets, and as a result, the distribution of the inheritance to the siblings would not occur. In other words, Kraus's embezzlement might not have to be made known to the other siblings. Of course, the siblings were frightened of Kinzo, but it was doubtful whether they still actually respected him as a father. By this time, they each had their own families, their own wealth, and their own lives. If they were paid enough money in exchange for Rikijima, the wreckage of Kinzo's dreams, there was a significant likelihood that they'd relinquish the Ushirimiya family name. Chat, I know nothing about anything. Is embezzlement does embezzlement carry a prison sentence? I'm just googling it real quick. Yes, embezzlement can result in a prison sentence in Canada, apparently. Depends on what it is. Alright, so it's not just like teehee crime, that was kind of shitty of you, it's like actual crime. Okay. In other words, Beatrice's victory was already guaranteed in this game, not as the winner of Beatrice's game, but as the winner of Kinzo's game. Kinzo once ordered that the epitaph be put on display, and until today no one had solved it, so Beatrice solved it. In other words, this is less a game and more like Beatrice's declaration of victory. However, Kyrie still thought there might be a catch. I wonder if one of them here solved it and they're like role-playing as Beatrice now. If this was a declaration of victory, Beatrice would only have had to display the gold openly and state her intent to buy the inheritance. And yet she had gone to all this trouble telling the siblings to try and solve the epitaph. Why did she set up this new game where she agreed to hand over all the gold and the inheritance to the epitaph solver? Kyrie tried spinning the chessboard around several times. She searched for a sort of ideal strategy Beatrice might be after, something that could lead to this kind of thinking, but in the end, she just forgot what color she was. In the end, she reached a single conclusion. Could it be arrogance? Or maybe she's playing? What are you talking about? The witch sent us a letter of challenge, forcing us to try and solve the epitaph. She might be taking us lightly, thinking we can never solve it. However, at the very least, there ought to be an extremely small chance that we do solve it. After all, we have here 4 of father's children by blood, right? The questioner called together 4 blood relatives who, if they tried frantically to work together and avoid having those assets stolen from them, might come across the answer of the riddle by chance. The reason the witch had a superior position in negotiations compared to the siblings was that she only knew the location of the hidden gold. But if that hiding place was exposed to someone other than her, the witch's advantage would crumble. Like my reading ability right now. In short, Beatrice gains nothing but risk by writing this witch's letter of challenge. Of course, it might have had the effect of splitting apart the siblings' alliance, but if that was her only goal, why would she take this risk, however slight it might be? That seems reckless to me. But if we keep in mind a certain type of emotion, that risk becomes comprehensible. She just wants to fuck with us. And you're saying it's arrogance? Yes, that's right. When people have an overwhelming advantage, they tend to get arrogant. And when they do, they want to show off that advantage to the losers, so they sometimes take on small risks. A moderate amount of risk adds a little spice to the joy of victory. It'd be boring to win without any risk. I understand. I like that kind of thing too. Yeah, I understand it well. I thought of a few plausible explanations for the true motive behind Beatrice's letter, but I think this really might be the truth. The emotion hidden behind that letter was arrogance. Arrogance. Never experienced it myself. She's trying to throw her weight around, looking down at us as if there's no way we could figure out such a difficult epitaph. It might even be possible, if surprising, that the epitaph wasn't written by father, but by her. Sounds great. Solve the riddle of the epitaph, she says. If only I solved it, I would be made the head, right? I'll solve it. I'll solve it. I'll accept the witch's challenge. As if those other idiot siblings could solve it. I'll solve it by myself, and then I'll prove that I'm the one who's fit to succeed the Ushiromiya family. I'll take that challenge. I will. Solve the riddle. Oh, what? Okay, sorry. 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 Where are we going? I see. So she's not a witch, but a mistress named Beatrice who lived on the island. So there can be more than 18 people, which means I can defeat the line of reasoning that says any crime impossible for all 18 people must involve magic. That's a big scoop. Renove, pardon me, Badler-sama. Would you like some black tea and cookies? Beato's butler, who called himself Renove, appeared out of nowhere. A plate set on a silver tray that he held was filled with delicious-looking, steaming black tea and cookies. I really don't like this guy's smile. For some reason, it doesn't look like a smile used to warmly greet a guest. I think it does. It feels like he's mocking me somehow. I don't know if he really takes me for an idiot, or if it's just a joke or something, but it's really irritating me. I don't need any. I'm busy now. Leave me alone. Oh my, such a shame, and the cookies were so delicious too. Cooked so wonderfully that they would be wasted on a mere human. I'll eat some when I feel like. Just set it down somewhere and get out of here. Will that be acceptable? Then I shall do so. You may eat them when they get cold and stale, and then regret to the fullest that you did not eat them while they were fresh. You really are annoying. Well, you're a lot better than that Beato who keeps doing that creepy cackle right next to my ear. Yes, that is quite true. There are times when Milady's laughter becomes quite undignified. Every time I hear it, I find it painful to comprehend why such a noble demon as myself must serve such a master. Cuckoo. Man, you're weird. If you don't like it, then couldn't you just not work for her? And yet, to continue serving is furniture, is furniture's joy. If we do not serve, we would hardly be furniture. Setting that aside, the furniture pose? How has the game been proceeding? Just now, you seem to have found some useful information that quite pleased you. Well now, I wonder what your shallow wit has conjured up. That's confirming that he actually does see scenes where he's not present in it. Okay, alright. That's a big get. Okay, as Renove mocked me and giggled, he followed in my earlier words literally and placed the black tea and cookies in a random spot nearby. In any case, it appears you are now more confident in the existence of a 19th person, yes? Would you be gracious enough to allow me to hear your opinion? Yeah, sure. I'm just going to say it again in front of Beato anyway. No reason to hide it. Basically, it looks like there's a hidden mansion somewhere on this island and that grandfather had his mistress living there, so the question that's been torturing me about whether there are 18 or 19 people can be easily resolved. You have driven yourself into a corner because of the dead end that you yourself have created. Even though you deny the witch, Battler-sama, you hold a double standard and refuse to accept that the culprit is one of the 18. The easiest way to deny the witch would be to suspect one of the 18. It isn't easy to gather alibis for every one of them. You always find at least one person with a fragile but not that fragile alibi. I could probably continue to deny the witch forever if I just used that person as a scapegoat. However, I refuse to do that. It's useless. It's all useless. Every one of those 18 people is either a parent, a relative, or a cousin to me, and those reliable servants who are sometimes serious and sometimes fun to be with. I won't let myself use any one of them as a scapegoat. In the past, my resolve wavered. That's how Beato hit me where my heart was weak. Accepting and understanding one's own weaknesses. It is not something that can often be accomplished. Battler-sama, you use this theory about a 19th person as a spear, or should I say, a shield. In any event, in contrast to how unprepared you were in the previous games, the fact that you now have a compass bearing on how to fight is a dramatic leap forward, let us say. With this, you can suspect the 19th person and pursue your theory that the culprit is a human without having to doubt any of the 18 you love and respect. That's it exactly. Like in the first game, when Canon-kun was killed in the boiler room, there were plenty of tricks I could have mentioned without hesitation, as long as the 19th person existed. In the very first game, Canon-kun was killed in the boiler room. One might think he was attacked by Kumasawa-san, who had gone down into the boiler room with him, or maybe that someone who had appeared to be dead earlier was actually faking and had ambushed him. Either way, it was a move that forced me to suspect one of the 18. However, by simply proposing that a 19th person existed, there was no longer any need to suspect one of the 18 for that murder in the boiler room. In short, I can at least deny the line of reasoning saying that, if something is impossible for every one of the 18, therefore the culprit is a witch. Using this argument, it's easy to explain, for example, the problematic case that has already occurred in this game. Who gave Maria the letter? Even if all 18 people have alibis, I could easily explain everything by saying that a 19th person must have visited her and given her the letter. I'd say that's quite a good move. Now, how would I strike back against it? You still have plenty of weak points, even if you are aware of them. Maybe the 18-person attack would be an effective move. To judge the strength of your defense, it may be amusing to contest that point again. Then how will you do it, Demon Butler? Ooh, I believe it would be appropriate to ambush the piece representing this 19th person that you mentioned. Battler-sama, you have never met this 19th person, yes? Would you please show some proof that this 19th person exists? How naive, so the chessboard's really flipped now we're being like, no. Well, it's a devil's proof. I believe they exist, therefore they do. How naive. Of course, I knew you'd probably try that move. My, please respond to it. Witches and demons and the like, there's no more fitting move for you guys to use. It's one of those devil's proofs. When you try to make some claim to humans like us, we always counterattack by telling you to show some proof, because that's a human move. But I'm fighting with a witch. I'm taking part in a battle with someone who isn't human, and some moves exist that can only be used in the game against a witch. There are cheat moves, and that's what this devil's proof is, because it's impossible to prove. Let's assume that there's a hidden mansion on Rakinjima separate from the Ushiromiya family mansion, and that a woman named Beatrice lives there. In order to prove this, one must find this mansion and actually bring Beatrice out of it. That's called actual proof in the human world. However, if we follow the rules of the devil's proof, you can't deny that she exists, even if there's no proof that she does, because it's impossible to prove that something doesn't exist. That's right, I'm finally able to turn the tables using this devil's proof, which tormented me so much before. Those guys were always trying to force me to accept the existence of the witch with it. After all, it was physically impossible for me to show any proof that witches don't exist and deny Beato's claims. That's why I keep getting hit with the reckless argument that witches do exist and was unable to counterattack. And that's why I'll spin the chessboard around right now. If I can't disprove the existence of witches, then that means if I suggest a 19th human exists, you can't deny that either. In other words, because this problematic and mysterious mistress is craftily hiding herself, it'd be perfectly natural if you never found her no matter how hard you looked. So you can't say that your inability to find this 19th person proves that she doesn't exist. Therefore, it's impossible to deny the 19th person's existence. Beato used the devil's proof to make denying her own existence impossible, but this time it's become my weapon. If we can get away with this argument, then forget just the 19th person. This island could be full of people we don't know about, and even if there were 10 or 100 of them, she still can deny that they existed. In the last game and the one before that, among the murder scenes that showed up, there were several that were extremely intricate and must have taken a lot of effort to set up. It's really hard to imagine a single culprit setting up all those, sorry. However, if not just the 19th person, but 10 or 100 people were hidden somewhere, that wouldn't be any problem at all. If they all split up the work, they could handle any job in a short period of time. Of course, doubts will naturally arise as to whether a large group of people like that could sneak around the mansion without being noticed, but those are all settled by the devil's proof. You can't deny that even 100 people were just there because they weren't seen or noticed. Even though I'm saying it myself, it's such a stupid argument that it makes me want to throw up. However, because it's such a dirty move, it's a perfect one to use against a witch. Well, this is just my imagination, but what if about 100 suspicious men wearing goat masks were hiding in the shadows? Something like that's worse than laughable. Okay, almost like they're cockroaches. If you see one, it means there's 100 more hiding somewhere. Well, I do think it's a ridiculous argument that's horribly twisted. If my opponent were human, I'm sure they'd yell at me like I was out of my mind. But my opponent is a witch, and after all, that's the kind of competition we're having, isn't it? I'll use any kind of reckless argument to explain it using humans and deny the witch. Anyway, with this move, I won't have to doubt any of the 18 people who are close to me again. I won't suffer a defeat like last time again. I see. You have learned from your previous defeat. That is good. It's no surprise that you've become so devious now that you're in your third game. You first strengthen your own defense. That is truly a solid first step. Quite a spectacular move, I would say. Well, even if we do assume that there's a 19th person, there are still a few tricks left that I can't resolve, like the actual number of master keys, no matter how many humans I add. Still, it isn't bad as a first step for the time being. Battle-sama, your trump card is the important piece called the 19th person. You countered my move of asking where the proof was by using the Devil's Proof, a good skirmish. Although I must apologize for making a move by myself when Milady isn't here. I find that I too am growing slightly interested. I wonder if you allow me to make yet another move on Milady's behalf. Let's have it. I've got no shortage of opponents, be they witches or demons. This move you presented called the Devil's Proof. It's a specialty of us demons, but there are also various other moves available to us. Do you know of a move called Hempel's Raven? Hempel's Raven? What are you talking about? Just then, that enraging laugh I've heard so many times started echoing. The room was filled with dazzling golden butterflies, and in the center of that whirlwind, the golden witch appeared. If it isn't Milady, good morning.
I thought you might be doing something interesting while I was away. Hempel's Raven, was it? Such a familiar old move I could almost laugh. To think the day has come when I get to show it off to Battler. It's a classic move to use against a Devil's Proof. Run away, I will make this move. Don't get in the way of my fun.
How's sound, chat? We good? She's really loud. She's a bit loud. Okay, I can turn down a little bit. Do you have the boost on Discord?
No, I don't. No,
you don't?
I don't. You can just turn it down. Yeah.
I'll turn it down a little bit then. Okay. You're down to -4. Let's see how that is.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So you've finally shown up, you guffawing witch. I see you're laughing like a freak just as usual. This guy was talking behind your back just now, telling me how undignified you look when you do that, right?
How rude. Is that true?
Nonsense. Why would I speak such gossip about Milady, whom I regard with such sincere respect? I can't believe you'd say something so shameless. Doesn't look like we'll be getting along well together.
Well, that's fine. Let us return to the point at hand. Hempel's Raven is used to show actual proof using the contrapositive. In other words, it's a move like this. What must you do to prove that ravens are black?
Huh? What are you talking about? Prove that ravens are black? Wouldn't you just have to catch a raven and check to see if it's black?
That's right. You must simply prove that a raven equals black. Do you see that if you instead prove that birds that aren't black equals not ravens, you would reach the same argument? If you go throughout the world and examine all birds that are not ravens and prove that none of them are black, then as a result, you can claim that, therefore, black birds are ravens. This is called an argument by the contrapositive. Is that too difficult for you?
Yeah, no kidding. I've got no idea what you're saying. Battler-sama. What about this example? Let us say that you have 2 boxes and one of them is a winner with a cookie inside. Of course, the other one is a loser and is empty. For example, here are 2 boxes. Banana in a box, where one has a cookie inside and means you win, while the other is empty and means you lose. At this moment, it has a cookie inside equals you win, which implies that you do not win, it had no cookie inside. When such a relationship exists, the latter is called the contrapositive. When if A then B is true, then if B then not A is also true. Sorry, if not B. Well, that's obvious. If the one you guessed was the loser, then you'd automatically know that the other one was the winner. In other words, if you choose the box at random, whether it's the winner or the loser, you'll be able to figure out which box has the cookie in it after your first move.
That is correct. If the cookie is in the box you open, then the Devil's Proof is satisfied. You can directly prove that this box is the winner equals this box has a cookie in it. However, If the box you open is empty, then the reverse, Hempel's Raven, is satisfied. In other words, this box does not have a cookie in it equals this box isn't the winner. And as long as we accept the premise that there are no more than 2 boxes, the contrapositive shows that the other box is automatically the winner.
Well, I think I'm starting to see your reasoning. Only poison can stop poison, and only twisted logic can stop twisted logic. Then what? How does that overturn my claim that because there's definitely a 19th human hidden on the island, even if all 18 people have alibis, I still won't have to accept witches?
Very well. I will teach you about my move. First of all, you're stating that the culprit is not among the 18 equals the culprit is a 19th person. So if you use the contrapositive, it ends up like this. In short, the culprit is not a 19th person equals the culprit is one of the 18.
Huh? What do you mean?
Only that I've countered your move. Let's try and keep things simple. Runaway, explain. It seems you've made things easy enough for Battler to understand with your cookie in a box analogy.
Then forgive my presumption. Allow me to explain my earlier example once more. Allow me to repeat my earlier story about 2 treasure boxes, one of which has a cookie in it. In this situation, you have an 18-person box and a 19th-person box, so the cookie represents the culprit. Battler-sama, let's say you open the 18-person box. Because the cookie is not there, you have paradoxically proven that therefore the cookie is in the 19th-person box. Then that lets us make an even more paradoxical claim. In other words, if it was first shown that the 19th-person box was empty, it would prove at the same time that the cookie is in the 18-person box. Battler-sama played this move in order to avoid having to doubt any of the 18, but it's now being used to prepare an 18-person attack. Ugh. What the hell?
If I go first and prove that the inside of the 19th person box is empty, you will automatically have to accept that the cookie is in the 18 person box. All I've done is say it the other way around, yes?
I smell a red statement coming on. Is there a way that she can say that sneakily that, oh. So that move I was so confident in was actually a double-edged sword?
That's right. As soon as you played that move and attempted to explain everything with a 19th person, you'd already taken on a risk that you might be forced to accept that the culprit was one of the 18.
I see. Hempel's Raven. So this is a countering technique. Wait, if I really think about it, this counter is really disadvantageous for me. This isn't a cookie we're talking about. So I imagine that the loser treasure chest actually had a bomb in it. It gets even clearer. And there aren't just 2 treasure chests, but 18 plus 1 more for the 19th person. If you think of it as a total of 19 boxes, it gets even easier to picture. First off, one of the premises of the human culprit theory is that the bomb will definitely be in one of the boxes. I didn't want to place the bomb in the boxes for any of the 18, so I used the devil's proof, and created the 19th person box so I could throw the bomb in there. That much was fine, but then Beato struck back. Now, if the contents of the 19th person box are empty, that'll automatically mean that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. If I could examine what's inside all 18 of those boxes, then as long as I can show that the bomb isn't in any of them, I'll be able to safely show that the 18 are innocent. If that were possible, I'd have nothing to fear. However, in reality, that'll be almost absolutely impossible. The police wouldn't come here in this typhoon. We don't have access to scientific investigations or experts or anything. In short, we can't prove anything decisively. It'll be impossible for me to find any proof other than simply gulping down whatever alibis each of the 18 give. That means I personally have to prove their innocence, and I have to do it perfectly, like by staying with them the whole time, never letting them out of my sight for a second. By doing that, I could probably be sure of that person's innocence. Sure that the bomb isn't in their box. However, in practical terms, that'll be impossible. In other words, I'd have to expend an incredible effort just to check the contents of one box. And there are 18 of them. In other words, unless I bound all 18 of them in chains and watch over them, it'll be impossible to prove that all of them have empty boxes. However, Beato only has to open one box, the 19th person box, and show that it's empty to prove that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. Furthermore, there's no need for her to show which of the 18 boxes has the bomb. I've got 18 times more work to do to explain my pet theory than Beatrice does for hers. In other words,
Tsumari. When a devil's proof exists in the world, it takes a vast amount of effort to argue against it, and there are many cases in which it's impossible to do so because of this situation. However, Hempel's Raven turns that problem around and makes it possible to prove things easily.
By using Hempel's Raven, various reckless arguments become possible to prove true or false. For example, let us say I make the proposition all humans except me equals foolish. Normally, I would have to examine all of humanity except myself and show that they are all foolish. However, in reality, it would be impossible to investigate billions of people. It's just the same sort of effort you need to open all 18 boxes.
However, by using Hempel's Raven, the contrapositive of that proposition would change it into this. If you, to use your phrase, spin the chessboard around on the claim that all humans except me equals foolish, you would have to do nothing more than prove that not foolish equals me. And what do you think that means? As soon as I know the fact that I am wise, I will be able to show in an instant that every one of the billions of people in the human race is foolish. In less than a second, I could finish proving that the entire human race is more foolish than me. It truly is the strongest and fastest QED in the world. This Hempel's Raven.
What a ridiculous argument, I agree with Battler. To the surprise of no one. It is a very, very convenient move. Not only demons, but gods also use it. When they propose that the... Wait, Beatrice agrees with me? Wait, what? When they propose that the blessed equals servants of a god, the contrapositive is a human is not a servant of a god equals he must not be blessed. So in order to prove that servants of gods are blessed with divine protection, they only have to bring ill fortune down upon those people who don't receive such protection. So, by bringing misfortune down upon those who don't believe in them, they prove their blessedness.
An enormous cost is required to give humans happiness. However, it takes a lot less to bring humans misfortune. So, by using Hempel's Raven, gods are actually giving believers the joy of divine protection for cheap.
You demon. It's a demon's argument. That's crazy.
It seems we've gone off topic. Let us get back to the point. The move for my counterattack is complete, and now, in response to your claim of the 19th person is the culprit, therefore, the 18 are innocent and the witch doesn't exist, I say, therefore, if I can prove that the culprit is not some 19th person, we can be sure that the culprit is either one of the 18 or a witch, right?
Or the 19th person is a witch. For a while, I just stood there shocked, completely forgetting to close my mouth. Just when I thought I'd countered one of their strong points, their counterattack had been this reckless argument that I couldn't possibly have anticipated. Is this gonna be impossible after all? To continue denying the witch on an island with no more than 18 people, and still believe in the innocence of those 18 people? Is that just a delusion? Am I just trying to escape reality? Not yet. Don't give up this desperate struggle yet. Who cares about whoever's Raven? They're just trying to confuse me by bringing up weird bits of trivia. I use the devil's proof. Don't feel uncertain about something you've used once. Believe in the spear you've drawn, and then forcefully gouge it in.
We're still in the opening part of the game. Do you plan to keep thinking on this level?
Wait a sec. I want to be sure. I'll admit, I talked about a 19th person to keep it simple, but if we're going to use the devil's proof to raise the number of people above 18, then we'd have no way of knowing if it were 10 people, 100 people, or an indeterminate number of people. There's always one more than you assume. Get it? They countered my twisted logic with something even more twisted, so the only thing that could counter that would be an even crazier twisted logic.
I see. Even if I somehow prove an alibi for the 19th person, as soon as I do, you'll think of a 20th person and claim that they're the culprit. By repeating this endlessly, you would make it so I kept searching for their alibis for all eternity. I see. Just like a demon king summoning a plague of locusts. I wouldn't expect anything less from Kinzo's grandchild. It looks like you've been gifted with a talent in summoning.
In short, it's impossible to always prove an alibi for each person X outside of the first 18. How do you like that, Beato? Now that I know we're having a battle with twisted logic, I won't lose.
How foolish! Who do you think I am? I'm the Endless Witch. The thought that you could challenge me endlessly is just absurd. Endless control means I'm able to kill endlessly. When your 19th person folds, you'll summon a 20th. And when your 20th person folds, you'll summon a 21st. And when your 21st person folds and your 22nd person folds, you'll summon a 23rd person, a 34th person, a 64,358,000 whatever person. Did you think you'd have me at your mercy for all eternity? I laugh at infinite regress. The infinite doesn't work against me.
Well then, how will you kill my endless? Just try and show me. What was that?
I have the power to speak the truth in red.
Ugh. Here it comes.
When I speak in red, it will contain absolutely no illusions. If I say once in red that there are no more than 100 people on this island, you will no longer be permitted to create a 101st person. See, battler? What truth shall I tell in red this time? Where shall I strike for the kill and force you into hopelessness? Come, show me your usual frightened face.
What? Oh, I read your line. I'm sorry.
What? Why are you laughing?
I wonder what kind of creepy look I had on my face as I laughed right then. That red sure is scary. Every time it jumps out, I'm driven into the depths of hopelessness. But I've already realized something. There's no need to be overly afraid of the red. You've brought out your trump card again. So, how and for what will Beatrice Sama use the red this time?
Oh, what do you mean by that? Suddenly looking so relaxed.
Sorry, but I was waiting for you to take out that blood-red treasured sword of yours. Let's see, what will you proclaim in red this time? You aren't going to say the culprit was one of those 18 people, are you? Be careful, since that means self-destruction for you, right? That'd be the same as throwing away your own witch theory yourself. A complete resignation. That's right. The red wasn't always a weapon that worked in Beato's favor alone. It was the other way around. If she used it the wrong way, it was dangerous enough that she could bring about her own death. And we just helped her. If she used it carelessly and said something that ended up denying herself, that'd be exactly the same as self-destructing. Of course, it'd be sad and difficult for me to accept if you told me in red that one of the 18 was the culprit. No matter who the culprit actually was, I'd definitely have to deal with some tough emotions. But before that, it would mean your defeat. Saying in red that the culprit is a human is equivalent to your proclamation of resignation. If you wanted us to finish each other off in a simultaneous clash, I'd say that's a pretty interesting move. However, this particular battle will end in my victory. Beatrice's red was her true trump card. When that person speaks in red, it's definitely the truth, and no amount of proof or counter-arguments can change that. Until now, she's used that to severely wound me, and each time, the tiny foundation supporting my heart gets split in half. However, if she uses it carelessly, then I can also glean a little information about the truth. In the last game, I used that to my advantage, especially during the chapel's closed room trick, and almost completely got her boxed in at one point. But she was pretty sly herself. She learned from experience, and since then, she started using discretion in the timing of her red. This feeling of tension was almost literally like a battle with real swords. This is a high-level intellectual battle. No, not an intellectual battle. This really is twisted logic. This was the world's craziest and worst battle of twisted logic. Okay, now it's time to hear your plan. That's right. To use your Hempel's Raven, first you'll have to confirm in red how many humans there are other than the 18. And after that, if you proclaim in red that none of the people in this group are the culprit, that's right, that might be a fatal wound to me.
I'm surprised that you no longer have even an atom of fear for the red, which once terrified you so much. You're quite resilient.
Try taking it out. That treasured sword, that trump card of yours. This time, you might be able to make me surrender with a single stroke, right?
Interesting. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Agitate her. Challenge her. Drive her into a corner and make her speak in red. Of course, her red's always wiping out my only rays of hope, but don't be afraid of that. On this island, overcome with falsehoods and illusions, the only thing I can trust is the information she speaks in red. It's my only way across the chasm of hell. There's a single tightrope. Her merciless blood-red blade is the only way I can survive. This isn't just walking on a tightrope, it's like literally walking on the edge of a blade. Of course I'm afraid, because my victory condition is the denial of witches, then to use her contrapositive logic, the culprit must be a human. But I didn't want to search for a culprit amid the 18. That's what made me stick to a weak position, since I had to claim both that it couldn't be a witch and that it couldn't be one of the 18. Last time, I was unable to understand that, so that's where she hit me, leaving me tattered and defeated. But that's okay. Let her hit me. Let her attack. No problem. Someone said it once in an old sword-fighting movie, that a good fortress has one and only one intentionally weak point. The enemy would gather there, it would be lured there, and that would be where the actual battle took place. As long as I understood my weak points, and as long as she wanted to attack those weak points, it was as if I were luring her into launching an attack there. Gauge the distance between us with care, retreating step by step. Make them move forward. The more she recklessly flourished that red, the more chances I would get to strike back. Don't be afraid of the red. Keep her cornered so that she'll have no choice but to refute me with the red. No matter how oppressively she speaks in red. That's right, that red itself is the same as fresh blood leaking from her wounds. So, what's wrong? First of all, why don't you tell me how many people are on the island total? If you don't, your raven can't cut me up.
How surprising that you can be this desperate and yet this difficult. One cannot make light of someone putting their life on the line, no matter what the era. It's no surprise you're Kinzo's grandchild. The more cornered you are, the bolder you become.
Renove also has thoughts. Am I saying his name right, by the way? Renove?
Renove.
Renove cleared his throat. Renove. It appears to be a stalemate. That black tea I worked so hard to make is getting cold. Milady. Renove, who was supposed to be her ally, roguishly rushed her into making her next move. I wonder whose side this guy really is on. Beato probably thought she'd managed to smile back and appear confident, but she couldn't hide the sweat building up on her forehead. By now, she had completely lost the confident feeling that had allowed her to turn her nose up at her worthless opponent. Of course, she probably wouldn't be cornered by something like this. She's just being cautious. Until now, I've been inexperienced. I didn't know how to fight, and I wasn't strong enough to be her opponent. However, now that we've reached the third game, she's realized that I'm starting to become more skilled, and she's grown more cautious, thinking every move over carefully. Sure, that's just fine, Beatrice. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you happy now? Ooh. Now it's starting to get interesting, huh? Hee.
Battler.
This isn't getting us anywhere. Then, should we get to the heart of the matter and go with the usual?
Oh, the usual, you say? Then by all means. If I don't hear you say that, I guess I just won't feel like starting.
The first move was mine. Here I go, Beato. Repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people. If I hear you say this in red, I'll have no choice but to suspect one of the 18. I won't be able to say a 19th person did it, so all doors will be closed to me. However, I believe the culprit definitely isn't one of the 18. There's no way any of those 18 could commit such brutal murders. I'll say it again. Repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people.
I refuse. I won't say why.
Oh, really? I thought she was gonna say it. Wow. Okay, phew. I'd avoided what would have been the worst red for me. If she repeated that, I'd be faced with those two worst choices of accepting the witch or suspecting one of the 18, like last time all over again. But Beato hadn't proclaimed my ultimate and greatest weakness in red. She refused to repeat it, even though there was no reason for her not to strike. Even though it was a weakness she should have been drooling at, she hadn't sliced me up with red by using that move, which should have been as good as forking a rook and the king. This was a big sign of my advantage. I think she's going to follow up with something devastating here, Battler. That's right. The culprit isn't one of the 18. I won't suspect anyone. And since the culprit isn't a witch either, it means a 19th person exists on this island. And that's you. A person who, as grandfather's mistress of 30 years, has been secretly living in a hidden mansion in the forest for a long, long time. The human Beatrice. That's right. You aren't a witch or anything like it. You're just a human who's been living on this island in hiding for several decades.
Did you just call me, the endless witch who has lived for over 1,000 years, a human?
For a while, Beatrice continued to laugh unpleasantly and gloatingly, or maybe spitefully. Are you ready? I'll keep going. Again, repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island. Beatrice fell silent once again. She'd probably remain extremely cautious as long as confirming the number of humans on this island might give her some large disadvantage, depending on the situation. The red has already become a foothold for my counterattacks. Now that we know this, it makes the red very risky for the witch. But if she couldn't repeat this, her Hempel's Raven wouldn't be effective. To break my devil's proof, she would need to settle the existence and number of people outside the 18 in red. That's right, she couldn't break the existence of a 19th person unless she used red. I've closed Beato in, giving her no choice but to speak in red. There really is a way to fight in this witch's game. It's okay to refuse. If you can't say it in red, that means there's a total of 18 plus X people on this island. That X is a pretty massive piece to lose in your first move, right? After all, from now on, all of the tricks that were impossible for the 18 can be explained with a human X who isn't in that group. This huge piece can break open all the rooms you said were closed because everyone had an alibi. It was just like how a chess bishop can cut a thin line through enemy forces as long as there's a slight gap. It could only be effectively used on squares of the same color, but it was very good at controlling territory on the board. Why did she bring this up if she wasn't prepared to make a statement about it? Is she building something, or It looked like Beato also noticed her current plight. She couldn't just let such an important piece go, especially this close to the beginning of the game. If she pulled out her red treasured sword, it wouldn't be that difficult to save herself from this. But Beato was completely aware that I was expecting it. She was afraid that a careless red truth might end up strangling her own neck. Because, in the first place, a witch is something that ought to be denied in red. Believe. Don't doubt. Witches don't exist. Something like that couldn't exist in this world. They can only exist in the valleys between truths. They have a fragile, but not that fragile, existence, curled up in those cracks, frantically trying to protect themselves from the brutal winds of truth. And they can only barely exist like a mirage by surviving on falsehoods and illusions. In other words, the red, which only witches can use, is the reality that might easily deny their very being. The more they brandish their red words, and they use sword there too, is that on purpose? The more they begin to lose bit by bit that crack in truth inside which they can endure. That's why they don't want to use red words and carelessly lose that crack in truth, which is based on fuzzy information, or illusions, in other words. That's because they understand, whoops. Okay, I have to go give eye drops next break, okay? That's because they understand that they're gradually being cornered. Of course, that bastard will never admit it, because if she did, it'd be the same as admitting that she's something that can't exist in this world, like an imaginary number. Don't be afraid. Stay strong. I know that she's the one who's really been pierced to the bone. After all, her red treasured sword can't be used without a lot of preparation. What's wrong? I'll say it again. Repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island.
We're pretty close to the end. Do you want to just wait or go now?
If we're close to the end, it can wait. It doesn't have to be exactly on the time. Okay.
Okay, cool. All right. I refuse.
Really? At the end of Beato's worrying, she took a single deep breath and quietly announced her refusal. I thought she'd use it. But Beato refused to speak in red, even though it would cost her victory in the opening part of the game. You refused? Which means that from now on, I can create as many fictional character X's outside of the 18 as I want? Just like you with the goats?
Do as you wish. I've refused to repeat what you've told me. Isn't that enough for now? The reason for my refusal is... No, I won't tell you yet. Anyway, you'll know soon enough.
Still acting tough, I see.
Choosing not to use the red is another way of using it. You called it my red treasured sword. A pleasant metaphor. I will use it too. A treasured sword is at its best when it's sheathed. In fact, there are times it can instill even more fear because it is sheathed.
That's right. As I fight, I always have to keep in mind whether you might spin everything around with those red words. It's some pretty serious pressure. And there are also times when you make things pretty tough by refusing to repeat after me. Those times, I can't tell if you can't repeat because my guess was right, or if you're just misleading me and letting me flounder about. If you think of it that way, yeah, it's a sheathed, treasured sword.
So what? If I'm going to push you off a cliff anyway, best to let you climb a bit higher first. We've still barely begun. Much is left to come. I'll resign from this challenge. Go and get drunk on your faint victory for now. But only for now.
Okay. Okay. Practically speaking, the early part of the game ended with her being a sore loser. Even so, I couldn't relax my guard at all. That tension didn't fade one bit until I was greeted by the sound of Ronave's applause. I don't know if I'm saying that right anymore. Spectacular, Battle-sama. Perhaps you have started this game with an advantageous development. Who knows? I still don't know whether I've taken a piece by my move, or whether she guided me into taking it. After all, knowing you, you probably know I'm being led into a trap, and that clapping is just you mocking me openly, right? How could you think that? I am innocently celebrating your ability, which has enabled you to take one shot at Milady, even though it is only the first round. In any event, Milady is a person who is quick to become arrogant. I believe that a little encouragement such as this can be good medicine every once in a while. Kiria was right. This butler of yours sure has a vicious tongue.
He does, doesn't he? Sometimes he ticks me off as well.
My, how incredibly rude of me. Well then, milady, Battler-sama, how would you like some more black tea? The game has still barely begun. Please allow me to prepare all the tea and snacks needed to adorn this game. I ask that you continue your game without any reservations. I will. Let's move forward. Now is when it really starts.
Very well. Let us advance the clock. Ronave, black tea, please.
Certainly. How about a cookie?
I don't need one. Give it to Beelzebub to keep her happy. Remain silent for now.
While listening to the sound of the demon butler pouring tea, the witch closed her eyes slightly and fell silent. For some time she was deeply lost in thought, but eventually a roguish glint came into her eyes. Uh-oh.
Very well. Why don't I inform you now as to why I refused to speak in red during that first move?
What? Bring it on. Show me what you've got.
Yes, that piece really was big enough that I'd hate to lose it. It may be hasty, but allow me to make my move. I won't use the red, but from here on, Rosa will explain on my behalf. Listen. Of course, I think the same way. Rosa does too, right? Rosa? Huh? Sorry. Me too. I think that too.
What's wrong, Rosa-san? You've been really quiet for a while now. Are you feeling sick? From the beginning, Rosa had never been one to cut in on the siblings' fights, but even so, she seemed unmotivated and has said almost nothing during this night's conference. The whole time she hung her head and appeared to be thinking of something else.
You've been in a daze for a while now. Do you think you can protect the inheritance like that? You're also the mother of your child, so get a stronger hold on yourself. I'm sorry.
Did you wake up really early in the morning? If you feel sick, you shouldn't overdo it.
The beds in our guest rooms have been prepared. How about taking a rest? I'll guide you. No, I'm fine. Thank you.
What is it? Is there something you're worrying about?
No, not really. Is that so? It feels like your mind has been elsewhere this whole time. I wonder if that has anything to do with what we've been talking about.
At those words, everyone stared at Rosa together. As if in response, Rosa's shoulders quivered. Apparently, Kyrie's guess hadn't been wrong. Rosa couldn't deny it either.
No,
She swallowed whatever it was she had been trying to say and went silent again. Of course, the other siblings also began to realize that something about her appearance was different from usual. What is it? You've been weird for a while. Did you think of something? We all just swore to remain united, didn't we? Don't hold back worrying by yourself. We said we'd talk. Rosa, tell us. The men pressed her one after the other, and Rosa confessed, resignedly and nervously. The atmosphere made it seem as though she was confessing to some modest prank, which had inadvertently brought about a serious situation.
No, this mistress of grandfather's, this Beatrice, I was wondering if she's still alive. Huh? Isn't it obvious that she's alive? After all, she was able to send that letter to us.
Whether she's in good health or not is a different story, though. The woman in that portrait must be getting up there in age by now. I'd say she's healthy. People who are crafty when it comes to money stay healthy no matter how old they get. Her evil plan might even be the best rejuvenating agent. Wahahaha.
She shouldn't be alive. Huh? What did you just say? Beatrice is dead. I killed her.
What did you say?
What do you mean, Rosa? But it wasn't really me who killed her. So I did bring her to a place like that. No, I did kill her after all. I tried to make myself believe it was a dream. But it wasn't really a dream, was it? Which makes this a letter from Beatrice's ghost. Wah!
It was so sudden that everyone was lost for words. Rosa kept on talking, unable to stop, holding her head as her hair flew all about.
Calm yourself, Rosa-san.
I have absolutely no clue what's going on. Already dead? What do you mean?
I think it means two things. First, its literal meaning. And second, it backs up our earlier guess.
Which means Rosa has met with Beatrice, right?
I've never heard Rosa mention anything like this. Rosa, when was it? When could you possibly have met Beatrice? Long ago. Long ago. We just moved over to the island and I was still young. It wasn't my fault. It's not like I killed her. Wah.
Wah. Calm down. Nobody's blaming you for anything, right? First, drink some water, okay? Natsui-san, the pitcher, please.
Yes. Here you go, Rosa-san. Please, calm yourself.
Until Rosa was able to calm her ragged breathing, no one was able to speak a word.
That's it.
That's it? Wow.
That's it.
Okay. Well, we got to the cliff, chat. We got to the cliff. The cliffhanger. Oh, damn. Oh.
Thoughts? Speculation? I got yelled at last time because you didn't speculate enough. What do you got to say?
I did speculate enough. I just didn't know how to dig into it because like her attack was so strong. I'm really surprised. Oh, here's Kinzo. I'm really surprised that Beatrice. I've been yay, progress. I've been calling to you for some time now. This game's really hard. Did you not hear me? She's here. Moo, were you? My apologies. I was lost in thought. Forgive me. The weather is pleasant. Yes, I can understand how the weather has stolen your heart. Will you have your black tea here? How's it sound, by the way? Are we too quiet, too loud? Who am I? Wait, what? I will bring some tea now. Wait here for a while. Forget about the tea. Talk with me. Music is a bit high. Is it really? Game capture is what it was at last time. It's not. It's fine. Voices are low. Very well. Kinzo would use the excuse of getting black tea to try and interrupt the conversation for the time being. Okay. Voices are on with jelly mode. I don't think they are. No, we didn't fuss with the voices, but I fussed with my audio, so maybe we need to change it a little bit. Where is it? It's down here. Options. So you want music? Voices are a bit low actually. So let's voice up one and music up one, or just like the voices and music the same. Okay, let's go with this and see how it is. But his attempt had been very transparent. I sat in a garden chair and beckoned Kinzo to do the same. Kinzo sat down heavily, exaggerating his age. For a while, we sat and appreciated the silence. Is music too loud? Music down, if anything. Okay, we can turn the music down. Okay, so music down. Do you want music and voices to be the same or no? The voices are low in the VN during the scene. You might want to bring it back later. Oh, okay, that's why it's so different. Because it's the same fucking thing. Okay, alright. Until today, no one has answered this question. For some reason, everyone averts their gaze and evades me. I have known you for a long time. I think of you as my best friend, even as a father. That is why I want so much for you to tell me. You should know who I am. Okay, is the music too low now? Zone so hard? Now voices are so loud. Are they? It's fine. Voices loud. Okay, how about 10 and 10? 10 and 10. There's a 10 and 10. You are Beatrice, the master of this mansion, is that not so? What more could you want to know? I do not know. What's this? Oh, this was the cliff. Okay, don't you even understand what it is you want to know? How mysterious. In one's youth, there are times one wants to play in the maze of thought that has no exit. Perhaps that's what your worries are. Kinzo laughed as though it was a trivial matter. However, I couldn't help but feel this behavior was another attempt to force me to stop any further questioning. So you won't tell me after all? There's nothing to tell. You are Beatrice. Isn't that more than enough? No, that's not it. What I wish to know is not my name. I want to know who I am. Who am I? What am I? How long have I been here, and how long will I have to continue my days here? Okay, what is this? So I really should bring some black tea. Don't you think it a waste of all this fine weather? What's this all about? Oh, you. Okay, I'm turning the voices down to 5. And the music stays at 10. And that's it. I'm never changing it ever again. It's staying at that forever. There we go. Done forever. It looks like it's probably the story of your past, right? Something like that. To think I would go this far back. Looks like you had some pretty deep worries even then, wondering who you were. That is to be expected. At the time, I was unable to understand who I was, or why I was alive. Well, in puberty, everyone's captured by those philosophical worries at least once. Yeah, it's true, wondering what meaning there is in their life. Doesn't this just prove you had a charming period like that at one point? I've been in that mansion since the time of my birth, and I lived only inside the mansion. Of course, I went out into the garden, but the area around the mansion was surrounded by a very tall fence. I was unable to leave through it, and I was told severely that I mustn't leave. I could walk freely throughout the mansion and the garden, but outside of that, not once was my desire to take just one step outside of my own accord granted. What the fuck? What do you mean by that? Are you trying to say that as far back as you can remember, you were always a bird in a cage? That's what I thought at the time. After all, as soon as I became aware I was living like that, I didn't even think to question it. Who in the world are you? That's it. That is what I also hoped to know. I'm sure you'll say something like, I wasn't a human, I was a witch, right? No, that's not true. That isn't true yet. Or should I say, that was once... What? That was once the case. I was constructed by Kinzo, a human built by a human. Or no, perhaps I should call it a cage made of flesh. What the hell? This is getting But you're meant to be like a 1,000-year-old witch. So did he like capture you in some alchemy body? Like, obviously that didn't happen because magic doesn't exist, right, bro? Right, bro. But like, that's the read that we're supposed to have on this. In the same way that you can capture like a demon or something. You probably won't believe it anyway, but listen first. I was a mighty witch who had lived for 1,000 years. But at one point, I was someone... okay, I'm sorry. I'm like just literally like one line ahead of the game at this moment. And by that hidden art, I was bound as his prisoner for eternity. Never heard that before. From what we hear in the Ushiramiya family, you were summoned by grandfather, made something like a devil's contract with him, and gave him the gold. Indeed, that is correct. Then I was supposed to vanish until the contract was complete. But, well, popular women have it rough. By some turn of events, Kinzo fell in love with me. Oh god, I can't imagine why. Your grandfather's nearsightedness must have gotten pretty bad. With astigmatism too. To fall in love with you of all things. Shut up, you love her. Humph. Well, to me, there could be nothing more bothersome. However, the power of humans is a frightening thing. He displayed that fearsome power and rooted me to this place. He said I wouldn't be freed until I nodded my head in agreement. Such an overbearing man. Isn't that awesome? Everyone knew grandfather was obsessed with the occult, but who would have guessed he had the power to root down the great witch Beatrice? Ridiculous. Who believes such a weird story? As I thought, you don't believe. All I believe is the fact that you lived in this hidden mansion in the middle of the forest. Yeah, so this is, I was about to say that when it came back on the screen. So this is the hidden location on the island. Okay. You are the 19th person in Rikingima, right? Indeed. Just as you imagine, this is deep within the forest of Rikingima, a hidden mansion not to be found from the outside world. Its name is Kuadorian, 9 Birds Retreat. Come to think of it, I heard the guest house's real name was Torarian? Visitors Retreat? I see, the naming sense is similar. So you were grandfather's mistress who lived here in secret, isn't that right? Mistress isn't the right way to say it. You should probably call it Kinzo's unrequited love. I spoke of it just now, correct? He fell in love with me of his own accord. He then courted me, but I rejected him. Then I was shut up in this hidden mansion. No, that's not quite right. It would be more correct to say that I was shut up in this body. Oh, so it was Beatrice's memory earlier, not Maria. It was Beatrice as a child, or I don't know, when she broke the vase, and then another witch named that was also named Beatrice came along and fixed it for her. And I am currently passing this off as like a revelation that I've come to myself, even though chat spoiled the ever-living fuck out of me on it by making me go back and point it out to me that it was someone else. And we're just gonna move on. I've got no idea what you said there at the end. You will just make fun of it and refuse to listen, right? After all, you say you don't believe in witches or magic. It's fine, chat. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. If you have no ears to hear what I tell you, saying it would be the pinnacle of foolishness. I'll decide whether I believe or not. After all, if I don't ask, the story won't continue. Tell me. Let's hear the story from your past. Very well. I refused Kinzo when he courted me, but he was not a man to lose heart at something like that. He wanted to make me nod my head in agreement no matter what. He shut me up in this mansion and spent an eternity trying to win my heart. Talk about overbearing. Guess no one likes obstinate men, huh? Cackle, cackle. Regardless of whether I responded to his courting or not, having a man so desperate for me was, well, as a woman, it wasn't so unpleasant. However, I never accepted his proposal. I tried to find some way to break through his guard, but that barrier was firm and I couldn't crack it. And then? After trying to resist him in various ways, I eventually reached the conclusion that to escape from Kinzo's barrier, I would have to throw away this body of flesh. The physical body is a vessel with many restrictions for a magic user. Throw away your body of flesh? What does that mean? Something like an out-of-body experience? Well, if you want to think of it that way. However, I am no spirit. Even though I am a witch, in the beginning I was born with a human's body of flesh. So for me, throwing away that physical body, while it didn't mean the same thing as death, it did require a similar level of resolve. So in other words, you decided that you couldn't be released except by suicide, is that it? It wasn't suicide, it was nothing more than throwing away my body of flesh. Of course, becoming nothing more than a soul is a precarious situation. When the soul leaves its body of flesh, it is constantly exposed to the strong winds of the sun. It was not easy for me to maintain myself and avoid being scattered by them. It was a final measure that I wanted to avoid if I could. However, there was no other way to break through Kinzo's barrier. Cackle. Anyway, I'm an unfettered person. A rare, somber, serious cackle there. I couldn't stand being kept in a cage until Kinzo's life was over. I couldn't see the stuff Beato kept going on about throwing away her body of flesh, as anything more than suicide. Stop saying body of flesh! Grandfather persistently courted her, and to escape from that, she chose her own death? So you're saying you committed suicide? What are you talking about? Isn't that you sitting carefree there in the garden chair? That's right. That is the new cage I was given by Kinzo. Cage? You mean this mansion? No, I mean my body relaxing in the garden chair over there. Even though I was so desperate to escape that, I became naught but a soul. Kinzo still had no intention of letting me go. Oh, he was a fearsome person. Normally, when the object of one's unrequited love shows that she is willing to die, it should be enough to bring that person to their senses, even if their love has lasted 100 years. Perhaps that's why he even managed to become a sorcerer of sorts. Cackle. Don't try to confuse me with that incomprehensible witch girl talk. What exactly are you trying to say? Why is she showing us this? That Kinzo didn't let me escape even after I became a soul. Human emotions are terrifying. To think he would be able to exhibit such power. Tying down a dead soul is not something that can be accomplished easily, not even for a magician who specializes in such matters. Because I knew this, Kinzo's fearful magical power shocked me for the first time. Then Kinzo seized my soul and brought me back. However, a cage to hold a seized soul cannot be made from iron or lead. Only one thing remained. What? You aren't going to say it was a magical cage or something, are you? Wrong. It's that body of flesh over there, just like yours or mine. Only a cage made of flesh and blood can tie a soul down to this world. Kinzo shut my soul up in a cage of flesh built to be exactly like me. So to sum it up, it's like this. Grandfather obstinately courted you, you started to hate it, and you committed suicide, but you weren't clever enough to finish the job? Damn, you really took a roundabout way to say something like that. No, that's wrong. Yeah, that's wrong. Dude, pay attention! That's wrong. My soul was shut up in the seed of a homunculus, and I was born out of a test tube. Huh? But that's crazy. That isn't even possible, right? 1980s Japan, Kinzo accomplished even the miracle of creating life, and simply to shut my soul up in a cage. That he would show such magical power simply because of his own love. A thoroughly terrifying person. It's already gotten pretty ridiculous. Say whatever you want. I won't believe in anything. Just do what you like. Moo. What's with this unpleasant attitude? In the beginning, I showed a little interest, thinking that there might be some huge hint hidden here, but the more I ask, the weirder the story starts to get. I get the feeling that even though this is supposed to be a game about denying witches, I'm suddenly being forced to just swallow this story about witches. Sorry, but I don't feel like listening to this anymore. Just keep rambling on to yourself as much as you want. I'll be over here picking at my earwax or something. Humph. When I started acting cold, Beato seemed unusually discouraged. Of course, her expression was still shameless, but in that really easy-to-understand expression of hers, I had the feeling I was able to catch a glimpse of loneliness at my failure to find the story of her past interesting. Yeah, I feel like she was trying to have a moment here, Battler. For some reason, the subtle reaction made her seem pitiful, so even though I kept my careless attitude, I decided to cover for her slightly. Damn it. Even though she's an irritating witch, I'm still weak against her because her chromosomes are XX. Yeah, she's killed my whole family a couple times, but she is pretty hot. Well, I've gotten absolutely no desire to believe you, but keep going. Let's have a bit of story instead of a tea snack. So you treat the story of my past like a little more than a snack? Do you expect me to just casually tell you when you insult me like that? After I made fun of her, Beato reacted a little sensitively. It looked like, even though making fun of people was her specialty, she was horrible at being made fun of by others. Just then, my black teacup suddenly made a sound, surprising me. Milady's soul was seized and breathed into a cage of new life. In other words, Milady received life as a human once more. Before I realized it, the demon butler had taken my cup and was adding more black tea to it. Ronove. Enough of that. This person just said it was too ridiculous to be worth listening to. Well, he's too ridiculous to be worth talking to. Lamayo got him. I'm baking some new cookies right now. Until they're ready, I thought you might find the story of Milady's past to be a perfect substitute for a snack. Cuckoo. Didn't I say that's enough talking about me? Such unpleasant people, the lot of you. I'm leaving. Ronove, serve our food and then go. No pointless chit-chat with Battler. Certainly. I will make an effort. This is different. Beato's short temper, peculiar to women, which I really didn't understand, took hold of her, and she turned her body into gold butterflies, scattered and disappeared, just like a woman would. After that, only Ronove and the scent of the black tea were left. I mean, I feel like she was pretty patient there, actually. I feel kind of bad, like I pissed her off or something. As long as you're aware of it yourself, I need say nothing more. Wait a sec. Weren't you the one who struck the finishing blow? Cuckoo. My, what could you mean by that? How would you like some sugar and milk? Almond milk, please. Just milk will be fine. And some tea snacks would be nice, too. Well, it will be a bit longer before the cookies are ready. Didn't you say we've already gotten something to use in place of a snack? Certainly. If you will listen quietly, I will continue the story. She said something about a homunculus. I know a bit about that, because I played Persona 3. It's that thing, right? A manufactured human created with alchemy or something. Furniture, yes. Milady's soul was shut up in a homunculus, and she was revived into this world, receiving life again as a baby. However, because she was a baby, any professions of love on Kinzo's part would have been quite useless. You aren't saying that grandfather shut that baby up in this hidden mansion until it grew to reach the same age she'd been? That's exactly what I'm saying, correct. That is what I'm saying. However, while her soul was the same, a human spirit is strongly influenced by its container. Milady lost all her memories of the past and grew up as a very normal human girl. Okay, so... Kinzo found a girl in the orphanage and raised her in a brainwashed state to be a replacement to his dead mistress, Beatrice, if they have the same name or not. Was it... Did he have multiple attempts at the same time, or just one? Holy fuck. That's really fucked up. I mean, I guess it could just be test tube magic. But, like, right now I'm looking for the Battler angle, and that's the only thing I can think of. That's Beatrice from Fiverr. No, I shouldn't read chat. No. Oh, man. What the fuck? Is any of this reliable? And you're saying that Beato is sitting... That's the Beato sitting in the garden chair. Yes, that is correct. It grew to be completely identical. However, it did not possess her power as a witch. Milady was completely human. Beato, who was sitting in the garden chair looking up at the sky, voiced that same question again. She asked who she was. That also is in line with there actually being a physical version of Beatrice in episode 2 before the revival was meant to happen. So the Beatrice that Kinzo brainwashed into that is still alive, or is that only in episode 2? How different are the episodes? Oh man, there's so many questions. Oh, there's so many questions. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Nikki server maintenance. I'm having a crash out about the story, and you're worried about Nikki server maintenance? She asked who she was. The meaning of those words finally started to click. She couldn't understand why she was living here all locked up. Grandfather had seized Beatrice's soul, shut it up in a body of flesh, and then shut up that that up in the hidden mansion, and then shut up the mansion in the forest on the island, and then shut up the island with a typhoon. However, since she had lived here since the time of her birth, she couldn't even understand who she was or why she lived shut up in there. Wait. Who would take such a stupid story seriously? Why don't I change my interpretation? In other words, couldn't it be something like this? Grandfather met Beatrice, he then fell in love with her and courted her, but she didn't accept him. Then he flew into a rage and shut her up inside this hidden mansion. Beatrice tried to escape, but no matter what she did, she couldn't succeed. So she finally chose her own death. And then, no. Maybe there was a girl who looked just like Beatrice. No, a baby. Grandfather raised this child with care, but maybe he didn't view this child as his daughter. The soul was once again shut up in a cage of flesh. Those words probably meant that he didn't view this kid as her child, but as her reincarnation. Maybe that's what it meant. If you interpret it that way, even a story this weird might make a little sense. No. This might be some bullshit Beato cooked up to confuse me, as if I could accept any of this. In the first place, Koadorian, was it? There's no proof whatsoever that a hidden mansion actually existed. Couldn't this be something she just fabricated on the spot? Well, let's go look. Google Maps, bring it up. A hidden mansion called Koadorian does exist in the forest of Rikingima. That is the place we were just talking about. Wow. Huh? Red? Ronave used the red to say that Koadorian actually existed. Did that mean the same thing as the red Beato used? Yes, it does, I say in red. I may not look it, but I am a demon. Please keep this a secret from milady, yes? Sure. Beato, who knew I would try to trip her up, had grown extremely cautious when using red. To think that Ronave could also use the red. However, it was the red of a crafty man. I didn't know how far I could accept it, but anyway, I might be able to get some kind of hint out of it. What if it's just like a little model of a mansion that's in one of Kinzo's secret rooms? Technically it exists. So that Beato relaxing in the garden of Koadorian and that conversation she had with grandfather were the truth? Yes, it is the truth. Not in red. In the past, the pair actually had a conversation like that in this place. Like that is doing a lot of heavy lifting? Like a Souls-like? Thanks a lot. Some more red? Ask for some more red. You said she was born from a homunculus, but does that kind of unscientific magical thing actually exist? I am unable to answer that question. After all, doing so would cause a stalemate. A stalemate? What does that mean? We know, yep. It's a chess term referring to a state in which, similar to a perpetual check, any further progress in a game becomes impossible. This would be the opposite of an endless repetition of moves, because all moves would disappear and it would bring about a kind of deadlock. In chess, this would lead to a draw, just as a perpetual check would. However, there can be no draws in the game between you and milady. Therefore, I am unable to answer a question that would bring about a stalemate. This is bullshit. He's unable to answer a question that would bring about, like, a loss for the lady. This is bullshit. Bullshit! You obviously want to confuse me by saying incomprehensible stuff, but simply put, you're trying to dodge the question because you can't use the red to say something magical like a homunculus exists, right? Yep, exactly. If I were to say in red that a witch exists, what would you do, Battler-sama? Whether or not I believe that is what our whole fight's... Whether or not I believe that is what our whole fight's about, right? If I was told that point blank, it'd be game over. If I said, a witch exists in red, you would have no room for argument. However, since the reason would never have been made clear to you, Battler-sama, you probably wouldn't accept it. However, after being told that in red, you would have no room for argument and would not have been shown any proof. In this situation, even though you wouldn't be able to admit defeat, you would have no way to make a counter-argument and it would become a deadlock. Even though checkmate would not have been reached, there would be no existing moves left. Since you would not be able to play your next hand, it would never become Milady's turn, and the game would stop there for all eternity. As a result, Milady would be unable to force you to submit. That would be a deadlock situation. In order to avoid that, I am unable to answer questions of this nature in red. So to say it quickly, you're saying point-blank questions are prohibited. Well, that's true, I guess. If I were told a witch exists, I'd have to give up from the start. I am pleased that you understand. I believe we might be able to work together if you ask your questions in a different form. This seriously, why does he care about red if he hates magic? Because it's a story convention in order to... I understand that for some people it might be hard to accept, and this is usually something that I might have trouble accepting, but in order to cut down on the tedium of, hey, let's spend fucking like 10 minutes of the story checking every single window and checking every single door and walking around and checking everyone's alibi and where were you and where were you and where were you. It needs to have this ability to cut through all that, especially when the story is so long and it's different episodes, in order to be like, no, there's a word of God that the story can have. This is 100% reliable. Bang, gavels down. You can take this as a given for the sake of having a mystery to solve. Okay? That's why it exists. So I'm fine with Battler accepting it. I think maybe they'll do this later. I'd be impressed if they pull it off in a way that if they start lying with the red, or the red becomes unreliable and it's like, holy shit, if that happens, then okay, cool. I would see how that goes, and I might be entertained by that. But I think it's necessary for the type of story that this is. Yeah, there has to be rules. That's one of them. But isn't it at times intentionally phrased to leave holes in it by its wording? Yeah, it's a part of the game too. Yeah, you have to be smart with what's being said. It's not always like completely like honest and straightforward, and that's fun, right? I have some genuinely insane shit to drop on you this Saturday, man. You have no idea. Ooh, looking forward to a jelly. Looking forward. Anyway, let's continue. Can you help me with that line Beatrice dodged when I told her to repeat it about the number of people on this island? If the lady held back on repeating it, then of course I cannot respond. As Milady's furniture, I am unable to be too forward. Ronave made an exaggerated gesture, trying to act like a loyal retainer. This guy's so shameless. Wait, him. Just when I thought you might actually be useful. I'll give up on that and search for a different question. That's right. I was forgetting to check something important. This is a story about Beato's memories, right? When did it happen? It couldn't be happening right now, right? Correct. This is the world of 1967, and... Wait, what year is it? 1980 something? Kinzo or he looks like that? Okay, that tracks actually. So it was 19 years ago? Or 20 years ago? 19 years ago? 1 year for every person on the island? The world of... Oh, yep, the world of 19 years previous. Let's try rearranging the story again. I wonder if it couldn't be something like this. Grandfather fell in unrequited love with a person called Beatrice. Then he confined her in this hidden mansion and continued to court her, but she was stubborn and didn't give in. Eventually she grew pessimistic about being able to escape from here, and probably committed suicide. And then, her soul was put in a homunculus and... No, if I accept that, it's the same as accepting the witch. I can interpret that part like this. She probably had a posthumous daughter. Grandfather must have believed that her soul had been placed in a new physical body, and might have thought that the child was a reincarnation of Beatrice. That means, at least 19 years ago, Beato existed on this island as the 19th person. I'm starting to get confused. How old is Rosa? How old's Rosa? How old would Rosa have been in 1967? How old was Rosa when she saw that Beatrice die? And how did she die? I'm starting to get confused. Either way, we can't do more than speculate. The only thing we can say for sure in red is that in 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rakinjima, Beatrice existed as a human. That's all. That is correct. In 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rakinjima, Beatrice-sama existed as a human. Oh, thank you. That really helps. Congratulations. The weirdest red statement ever? Congratulations. With this, you have made clear the existence of the piece known as the 19th person. A 19th human for you to blame, just as you longed for. A sacrificial sheep upon which you can shift the blame of any crime. How amusing that it happens to be Milady. Coo. Ronave laughed indiscreetly. Somehow, I didn't like how he put that, so I didn't feel like laughing along with him. That's right. There's that thing Aunt Rosa said. Beatrice is dead. I killed her. What did that mean? As for that, it may be faster to see the actual circumstances rather than listen to me tell you. Let's advance the clock a little more. I like this guy. Ronave pulled a stylish pocket watch from his pocket and touched the watch stem. I am Arthur, said Arthur. As soon as he did, I saw gold butterflies gather behind his back and take the form of a person. Was it Beato? Okay, before we continue, let's say thank you to some people. Thank you, Mike. Hunt is for Timmy. I have to do the gap or else this will get demonetized. Thank you for the resub. Hey, Joe, just wanted to share something that hurt my soul a bit. My son, who's 7, has been getting into Dark Souls 1 and got to Anor Londo, was expecting the typical hours of pain from the archers, but this kid got through first try, was both extremely proud and audibly said bullshit. The student truly surpassed the master. Well done. Well done. Pro gamer in the making. Well done. Good job. Damn. So proud. So proud. Oh man. Did I tell chat how proud I am of the kids? I can't remember if I said this to someone else or to chat. That I can't win 1v3 against the kids in Mario Kart anymore. They've learned to work together to pool their shells and power-ups in order to, like, they banded together to make sure they don't care. Before they were fighting over who would win, but now it's just, we don't care who's in first as long as it's not daddy. So they just, so I'm just eating shells the whole race. So I'm really proud of them. I like, we're gonna have to do 2v2 now, I guess, or just have AIs in the races or whatever. Yeah. So they win. Thank you, Alex Grim QW for the resub. Ison Gray also for the resub. Thank you, Terraflop, for the 5 gift subs again. Thank you, Sissid Ace, for the bits. Well, since someone else did it, I was going to wait another week at Robin's recommendation. Hey, Joe, I sent an appeal for my banning from Jazz to your email. If the answer is no, please reply to the email with that. Thanks. Also, did you pronounce it correct this time? I don't think I did. Email is hard for me to check. I don't check my email a lot. Can you friend me on Discord if you still can? And we can check there. I have Uber Super Sloth in DMs again, too. The ban requests, they're coming in. I probably will see the email eventually, though. I should be better about checking that, actually. Thank you, Dr. Pepper Cherry Zero Sugar, for the ad, for the resub. Thank you, Sponge Spy Radical, for the resubs also. Can someone give me a quick plot summary? There's no way. I've sent a Discord? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Finnick, for the gift sub. Thank you, Finnick. Hive Switch for the resub. Powick for the gift sub to Ronave. Iron Wrath for the gift sub to Yusuke, because Ronave is Yusuke for this playthrough suddenly. And thank you, John the Show, for the new sub too. Welcome. You said you'll read unban requests when you get to 10 bans. Do we have 10 bans? Because if so, we'll do it at the beginning of next stream, I guess. No, we're not going to do Signalis. Do that for Signalis. Maybe second Signalis stream we'll read unbans. Was it Beato? I quickly realized that it was someone else. It was her. That oldest sister of the 7 Stakes who loved tormenting me more than her 3 meals a day. If I don't consider myself lucky to see that sexy ass, I won't be able to keep up with their torture game. Ronaway-sama, so you're still here. This is an urgent call from Beatrice-sama. My, what kind of urgent business could it be? It seems my chat with Battler-sama has run a tad long. Well then, Battler-sama, if you will excuse me. Please continue to enjoy your game with Milady. My curfew approaches. Yeah, I'll enjoy it as best I can. Because my conversations go a lot more smoothly when they're with you as opposed to her. And you're more gracious with the red too. Come and talk again anytime you like. Battler-sama, despite how I look, I am Milady's furniture. I can do nothing that Milady does not desire. What I said in red was something that normally should have come from Milady's mouth. I did nothing more than announce the red truth in Milady's place as she sulked. Ooh, so she really was sulking then. Seeing me and Ronave incomprehensibly sitting it off. That's snake knee, Jen cocked her head curiously. Ronave-sama, we are keeping Beatrice-sama waiting. Let us hurry. Yes, I shall go immediately. Well, Bella-sama, I will see you later. It appears that we have finally started getting along. As I thought, I have the feeling we'll manage to become good friends. Sure, if you mean partners that gossiping behind Beato's back. Ronave-sama! Yes, if you'll excuse me. Maybe she didn't like seeing him act so friendly with me, or maybe she really had been told to hurry. When the Snake-ni-chan let out a thunderous cry, Ronave laughed frivolously and disappeared as if running away. Why am I, the oldest sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory, being summoned for menial tasks like this? Even though Beato-sama could have told one of the younger sisters, who look like they've got nothing better to do. Sheesh. Why so grumpy, Nichan? If you're hungry, eat a cookie or something. Why don't I give you the last one? Ehehe. How thoughtful. Then shall I take one? I casually pushed the snack plate with the last remaining cookie over to her. Thank you. Did she eat your hand, Battler? As though coming at a period at the end of the sentence, a sharp sound pierced the table. The nails on 3 of her fingers extended, grew sharp, and pierced the space between my fingers on the hand that was pushing the plate, missing them by a hair's breadth. If it had happened in an instant, so for a while I didn't even realize that her fingernails had grown. Aw man, that's so gross. The tips of those sharp nails were like blades with a red manicure. The spaces between the bases of my fingers hurt sharply. Those razor-like blades had been plunged into the table a hair's breadth, yeah, you said, away from the back of my hands and fingers. Because of those 3 blades, I was unable to even let my careless right hand tremble, and by now all I could do was let a bead of cold sweat drip down. And then George appeared and said, "Does that hurt?" And I said no, even though it did hurt, and it hurt a lot, and I would need a bandage. And then George took out the bandage, and I started narrating in my head about how we've used bandages for hundreds of years to wrap up our wounds. Whoa, Nichan, isn't it about time you cut your nails? It's Lucifer. That is my glorious name, the honored furnisher who serves Beatrice-sama, and the oldest sister of the 7 stakes of purgatory. I'm not like my disgraceful younger sisters. If you don't show proper respect, you will regret it. And why would I regret it exactly? Can't really think of a reason. Hehehe. Stupid kid. Do you really want to play with me that much? Was it that unforgettable? I'll thrust my stake deep into you and let you enjoy being gouged to the fullest, okay? Hehehe. Damn it. Someday I'll have you down on the floor and say the same thing. Oh really? Wow, I can't wait. Hehehe. Thank you, Eden Zero, for gifting out a gift sub, and Ocean Nuke for the resub as well. Thank you very much. Gifting out a gift sub. I'm starting to talk like Umineko. Rosa eventually regained her calm. The men wanted to hurry her into talking faster, but Kyrie intervened. If something like that really happened, then it would have been a terrible experience that Rosa wouldn't want to remember. After taking several deep breaths with her hand over her chest, it seemed that she had more or less resolved herself to talk. Was the sexual tension there intentional, or am I being perverted? I can't tell. I would say it was like kind of weaponized sexual tension, or coping mechanism sexual tension, with Battler's trying to fight back against the torture he's enduring by being like, ha ha ha, I'm into it. I don't think he is. I think his resolve is just so high that he's able to like that's the way he's like dealing with it, I think, or yeah. Or like being able to persevere through it. How old was I then, I wonder? Middle school, probably, though I don't remember well. Anyway, I think I was about that age, which means maybe about 20 years ago. Back then, my grades weren't very good, and Mother was always angry at me. I tried to do my best in my own way, but I couldn't match up to Mother's expectations at all. Mother was always very strict with Rosa. I sympathized with her at the time. Humph. You say that even though you were always talking behind her back. Would you give it a rest, Eva? And then? Where did you meet Beatrice, Rosa-san? Hideyoshi-san, you mustn't rush her now. It's okay, Rosa-san. Tell us at your own pace. Thank you. It was the day I'd been harshly scolded by Mother. Even though my tutor had promised to keep it a secret, apparently they told Mother all about how I had complained. Mother scolded me brutally, saying my name was a disgrace to the Ushiromiya family. Of course I was doing the best I could, but I had none of Proust Nissan's dignity. I couldn't get excellent grades like Eva Nissan, and I had no leadership abilities like Rudolph Nissan. I never stood out, didn't particularly excel at anything, and I found myself asking why I'd even been born into the Ushiromiya family, and began to question more and more why I'd even been born at all. This is what happened on the day I experienced my mind going blank for the first time. For the first time in my life, I realized that in addition to facing or surrendering to my problems, I had the third choice of running away. Though I say run away, there was no way I could have left Rikinjima and gone somewhere else. But anyway, I wanted to run away from the mansion and my own self at the time. In a way, it was like a kid running away from home, or maybe a passive sort of suicide. I wanted to disappear, or maybe it was that childlike form of resistance where I tried to make my parents worry by disappearing. I childishly thought that if I went into the center of the forest, escaped from the Ushiromiya house, and maybe became lost, then I'd make them worry and teach them a lesson. Turns out they found me at the takoyaki stand. Waffles was there, and then you went into the forest and that you were told never to enter? Yes. After reaching the beach, I followed alongside the ocean. Okay, how did the witch of the forest appear then? Was that Kinzo passing it down with the servants, or did the servants gossip a little bit because they knew about the other mansion and it turned into like a method of keeping the kids out of the forest so they wouldn't find the mistress or something? Huh. I wonder how that happened. Yes, after reaching the beach, I followed alongside the ocean. I didn't have any particular reason, but I felt that if I went around to the opposite side of the island, there might be a place that no one knew about, which might become a hidden house just for me. If you go around by the beach, that'd be impossible. It becomes a cliff part way. Oh, the cliff! There's no way you could pass that way. We got past it, of course, so I kept going wherever I could, which kept taking me deeper and deeper inland. It's a horrible forest without any paths, but that was comforting to me then. If I can make it through such a dangerous forest, then I'd be that much further away from the Ushiromiya family. How shameful. If you were scolded because of your grades, all you had to do was work harder. Eva, shut! You mustn't say that. Doesn't Rosa have her talent as a designer instead? Literally speaking, he was covering for Rosa, but everyone knew that Rosa's company hadn't been profitable. Quit it. This is no time for sarcasm. So you managed to end up there by coincidence, at Beatrice's hidden mansion. Rosa nodded weakly. About how far did you walk? Could you show it to us on a map? Now, what other secrets is Rosa keeping? Knew about the woman, the hidden mansion, went to the chapel and saw Beatrice there before and didn't tell anyone? What else is she keeping? About how far did you walk? Could you show it to us on a map? Netsui-san, do you have a map of this island? No, there isn't one here now. It wouldn't help. I was just walking randomly. Even if you gave me a map, I wouldn't know. And 20 years have passed since then. I probably couldn't reach it again, even if I went into the forest. Several people that objected size. Well, let's just go explore. The island can't be that big. If she found it by accident, we can find it on purpose. It was vividly clear that in their haste, they thought some hint related to the witch's epitaph, or maybe even the gold itself might be resting there. On Rokkinjima, only the land around the mansion is ready to be developed on. The rest is completely uncultivated, and it'd probably take a lot of work to survey the entire island. But just knowing that it actually exists is helpful. It would take some money, but if we enlisted an aerial photography company to investigate, or asked the businessman who constructed this mansion about what happened at the time, we could probably find some way to search for it. That's right. At least we have more options now as opposed to when we weren't sure it existed. Indeed, it may be worth investigating right away. The siblings will do that investigation together. We won't leave you on your own, Nisan. It wasn't yet certain that the gold was hidden in that secret mansion, but the sparks seemed to have started flying between Kraus and Eva already. Give it a rest for now, you two. Rosa, please continue. Yes. Bro, you can just search on foot. Can you? The typhoon is here, so they can't do it right now. But yeah, after it passes, yes. Blindly, randomly, I kept running on and on. I was surprised how many unique backgrounds there are. Suddenly, I came across something I thought was an animal trail. I was very tired and had no idea how far I'd walked. So at that time, I naturally took the easiest path. As I did, suddenly right before my eyes, a very, very tall fence appeared. It was a fence wonderfully adorned in a Gothic style. For an instant, I thought I had gotten turned around and returned to the original mansion. Of course, there were fences around the mansion to stop us from entering the forest, but this fence was decorated differently, and moreover, it was very tall. It probably reached a full 2 stories up. It was covered with ivy and created a mysterious, solemn atmosphere. Yeah, I can see. Yep. At the time, I believed in the legend of the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice. I had been told that she was frightening, but some of the servants told me that she'd sometimes help you if you respected her. Since I had little confidence in those days, I believed the only way I could be saved was by receiving her help. That's why I thought what I did. I believed that this was the fence of the mansion belonging to Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. I thought that if I could meet with Beatrice, she'd definitely save me, so I decided to try going in. But the fence was very, very tall, and it didn't look like I'd be able to go over it. So I chose to walk around it. I thought that if I did, I'd eventually reach a gate, but it wasn't that easy. The fence had an incredible length to match its incredible height, and no matter how far I went, I didn't reach a corner. What? It might have encircled a massive area. Or maybe I just had that impression because my child's legs made it difficult to walk in the forest. Anyway, I couldn't find a gate for a while, and I started to feel sad, as though the witch had rejected me. As I did, I eventually came upon a large tree whose twisted root had bent the fence. It might get my clothes dirty, but if I crawled, it looked like I'd be able to sneak in. And then you found the hidden mansion? I don't know if it was the hidden mansion we've been talking about. Still, at the very least, it wasn't a place that we know of. It wasn't as though I came out into a garden as soon as I passed the fence. I had to continue through a lot more uncultivated forest after that. As I did, the forest suddenly opened up, and what appeared there was an unbelievably fantastical scene. To think that on Rikkinjima, where I thought only we lived, there could be such a wonderful mansion hidden away. A beautiful flower garden spanned the front of the mansion. It was a flower garden of a completely different design from the rose garden we know so well, and it was very lovely. Of course, the mansion was also wonderful. It was a couple sizes smaller than ours, but it was still elegant and adorable at the same time. Then I saw her figure. I saw her sitting in a garden chair positioned to give a view of the flower garden, wearing an elegant dress. It was that black dress embroidered in gold that we would later know from that portrait. I hadn't seen an elegant dress like that except in fairy tales and on the stage of musicals. For a person to be wearing it as her normal clothes, that in itself seemed quite fantastical. That mysterious scene was enough to make me lose my sense of reality. If someone had told me then that it was a dream, I might have nodded obediently and waited to wake up in my bed. So, if this Beatrice also died or killed herself, did Kinzo just immediately get someone else and restart the thing? Like another baby? My mind keeps going back to the orphanage and why he would like support that. I had forgotten to hide myself in my shock, so she eventually spotted me. At first, her expression was quite listless, but when she noticed me, her eyes opened very wide. It was only natural, considering that a guest she didn't know had suddenly appeared. I lowered my head automatically, planning to greet her and apologize for entering without permission. Who are you? The new gardener? Those were the first words she said to me. I grew slightly calmer, because I realized that we could talk to each other, because I hadn't been turned into a frog just by meeting her eyes like a terrifying witch in a fairy tale. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have entered the garden without permission. Who are you? Name yourself. I am Ushiromiya Rosa. Ushiromiya? Oh. One of Kinzo's family. Huh? Ah, yes. I'm Kinzo's daughter. Good afternoon. I was a little surprised. After all, father was a great man, feared by everyone, and yet she had spoken of him without using honorifics. So I was immediately terrified of her. After all, if she could refer to my fearsome father that way, she must be a witch with incredible power. It tracks. After staring at me curiously, she beckoned me to come over. Frightened as I was, I obeyed. After all, I thought she might really turn me into a frog. The closer I got, the stronger that fear became. After all, as I keep saying over and over, that woman and her dress and the flower garden and the mansion, that whole picture was so fantastical and beautiful that it seemed separate from reality. It probably wouldn't have surprised me at all to learn that she really was a witch. And I really was lucky. She hadn't turned me into a frog. As I awkwardly stood there, stock still, she motioned to an open chair and urged me to sit down. Oh, unique art. Have a seat. Welcoming and speaking to those who visit this garden for the first time is my sole pleasure. Of course, I have no pleasures other than that. As she said this, she let an unhappy smile show for just an instant. Because I was full of a strange mix of tension and excitement, I rudely asked her a question all of a sudden. Are you the witch of the forest? Beatrice? Indeed, I am Beatrice. As I thought, Beatrice actually existed. Did she really look like the portrait? Yes, really, just like the portrait. So, she wasn't just a witch from father's imagination. Well, what did you talk with her about? As she prepared some tea, she asked me all kinds of things about myself. First, she was surprised that I had come through the forest. It seems she believed that many dangerous wolves lived outside the fence. So when I told her I'd come through the forest to reach this place, she was shocked. She asked how I managed to escape from the wolves. I did give them did I give them a biscuit and they let me go? Sheep and wolf puzzle. Or did I cover myself in a magic cloak? That kind of thing. Wahahaha. That sure sounds like a witch. What an interesting person. Quiet, dear. This goes way back. But didn't Father threaten us, saying we should never get near the forest because of the wolves that live there? Yes, he did say something of the sort. Ridiculous. Even though Japanese wolves went extinct long ago, truly a trick to fool children. Didn't work on me. I don't remember, though. Did Dad really tell us something like that? It was the Witch of the Forest, right? I don't think I ever heard about wolves. This was when you were still in elementary school. Don't you remember? Back then, you actually said you thought it'd be cool to try petting the wolves. Father immediately gave up the wolf story and changed it to the story about the witch. Seriously, what transparent lies they were. At the time, the witch story had a much more immediate effect on you, Rudolph, than the wolves. I remember it well. Don't you remember those nights when you clung to my back? Giggle. I see, so even Rudolph-san used to be that cute. Shut up. I was just a kid. Well, at any rate, if Father's the one who shut Beatrice up in there, it makes sense that he used the same story about wolves. To him, the vast forest of Rikinjima was a wall that shouldn't be crossed, dividing his two incompatible worlds, the Ushiromiya family and his mistress's mansion. Considering the height of that fence, it does sound as though Father turned that whole area, garden and all, into a giant jail cell, just like a border dividing his two separate worlds. Wolves aside, could there have been some breed of stray dogs there at the time? Perhaps the fence was there to protect against those. There aren't any wolves or stray dogs on Rikinjima. That fence was probably a border between us and Beatrice. Man, Natsui always thinking what's best for Kinzo, huh? But if she innocently believed that story about wolves, that's pretty naive. That's nothing like what I'd expect a witch to do. You're right. I sensed that too. She was very pompous, just like my image of a witch, but she was somehow very childish. She was, how should I put it, too straightforward. She gave me the impression that she didn't know anything about the world. It was as though she'd come from some fairy tale land. She really was a strange person. What happened after that? Did you end up talking about Dad at all? Yes. Once every few days, usually on an arranged day, but sometimes suddenly, Father would casually appear and they'd drink together or else take a walk together or something. She said she just happened to be alone on the day I visited. I see. An obvious mistress, you might say. My. I don't know how much younger she was, but good for Father. What the fuck, dude? We can be sure this was no indecent relationship. Idiot. There's no way a lover's meeting between a man and a woman wouldn't have some sensuality. What happened next? What did you talk about after that? Sorry to interrupt, ladies. I must go upstairs and immediately high-five my father. Knock, knock. Domino's Pizza. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Dad. I'm sorry to trick you, but up top. Nice one. Nice, bro. What the fuck, crap? I'd already introduced myself, so I asked about her. When I did, the atmosphere quickly grew depressing. How should I put it? She seemed to grow listless and lonely. It was that same expression I saw on her face in the beginning. Well, she was his hidden mistress after all. If she just walked around wherever she liked, Mom might have found her. I'll bet she was practically under house arrest. Even though she had beautiful clothes, a beautiful mansion, and a garden, she must have felt pretty cramped. I'll bet she had it rough. And then? She was definitely worried about something. I remember feeling really sad myself when I realized it wasn't something I could do anything about by talking to her. She seemed to forget I was even there. She gazed vaguely off into the distance and was silent for a long, long time. I thought I must have said something wrong, but it didn't seem to be the type of atmosphere where I could apologize, so I remained silent too for a long, long time until she remembered I was there. And then she muttered unexpectedly, "Thank you to SkinP94 for the resub. Is it weird how Beatrice, killing your entire family only makes her more attractive?" I mean, you gotta respect that she pulled something off, right? Right? You gotta respect it. Thank you, SkinP. Thank you, Jab Scribbles, also for the resub. Thank you. Are there really no wolves beyond the fence? Huh? Yes, that's right. I've never seen wolves, not even in a zoo. What is in a zoo? Well, depends on the quality of the zoo. Some have dogs. Yeah, it's a place where they keep all kinds of animals. They're full of rare animals like elephants and giraffes and pandas. So there aren't any wolves in a zoo? Then it might not be so scary. Even if there were wolves, all the animals are put in cages, so it's safe. That's why you can safely look at them and learn about them. The mighty witch of the forest was apparently terrified of wolves. I remember it looked pretty funny to me at the time. Nice music. How am I any different? Huh? She didn't know about zoos. My witch, you're in one! I explained how fun zoos could be, but it was very difficult for a person like her who had never visited one to understand. On the contrary, as I explained it to her, her expression grew increasingly dismal. She couldn't see the difference. Apparently, even though she lived in an elegant mansion that was surrounded by a high fence and seemed to lack for nothing, she couldn't see how she was any different from animals shut up in cages. Who am I? Everyone calls me Beatrice, and that does indeed seem to be the name of a great witch, as you say. But that isn't me. I cannot use any magic. I simply have the soul of that witch sealed inside my body. There was definitely something odd about her. Beyond just being cut off from the world, it seems she truly believed that magic exists. I think she talked about lots of weird things, but I don't remember the details. All I thought was that this might be a person to be pitied. She was unable to leave this mansion of her own free will, a prisoner without even realizing it, and she didn't know anything about the outside world and didn't even understand who she was. I just realized like a heavy like conflict in my brain. Again, the cognitive dissonance that I'm holding is that I don't believe that there's a witch committing the murders. I feel like they can all be explained by mundane means, and it's just setting up an elaborate trick to encourage belief. However, I do believe that magic exists. And I also believe that Kinzo got the gold through magical means. And I don't know why I'm just accepting that. How did he get the gold? Like, I'm kind of... Sometimes I question whether magic exists or not. But I don't think I've ever questioned in my head, like seriously, that the gold didn't come from a magical source. How did he get the gold? How did he get the gold? She probably vaguely realized that she was to be pitied, but since she didn't know anything, she seemed incapable of recognizing her own unhappiness. Long ago, when I told Nasan that I felt sorry for a bird in a cage, she said this: a bird that only knows about the inside of a cage doesn't long for the outside. But this wasn't a bird. She really was a person. So true. Even if she'd never been outside the cage, she understood that there was more to the world. So, I invited her. Do you want to try going outside the fence? There really aren't any wolves? There aren't. You'll definitely be safe. I want to leave. I want to go to... But the gate is always closed. There's the place I came through. It's got a crack you can slip through. If we go through there, will there be a world outside? Yes. There really aren't any wolves? Giggle. Right, there aren't any. There's wolf. I'd only planned on inviting her to go on a short walk, but she kept looking over her shoulder at the mansion as though she was seriously worrying over the decision. Then I learned what she was preparing herself for. I have had enough of this place. I want to go outside, and I want to know who I am, what's happening in this world, and why I was born. Beatrice-sama. I didn't know what her life had been like before then. It was probably something she couldn't express easily. If it was harsh, she just had to say she wanted to escape. If it was sweet, she just had to say she'd stay. For example, maybe it was like how a hot fireplace on a winter day makes the air get thicker and thicker, giving you a headache. Even though you know you shouldn't keep things the way they are, you still need courage to open the window and be tormented by the cold wind. Or when, like, you've soaped up and you run out of hot water in your shower, and you know that you can't leave the shower without, like, rinsing yourself off, so you have to have this, like moment of, like, building willpower and resolve to dunk yourself under the cold shower to get all the soap off. Fucking terrible, man. Fucking terrible. Fucking terrible. So she was starting to realize that she couldn't stay there forever. She was starting to realize that she had to go outside someday. But since she didn't know about the outside world, she must have needed courage to take that unspeakable first step outside. And despite that, she had made her decision. She'd voiced her decision to go outside. It's a decision she was probably making for the first time in her life. I hesitated for a moment. Father had decided that she should live here. She was like Father's beloved bird in a cage. If I just let her escape, Father might scold me harshly. I want to see. See what? I want to see a zoo. Ah, I was just a little surprised when she finally gave me a gentle smile. Could that have been a farsightedness brought about by her decision to venture out from her cage? I mean, show her the gate when we're outside. Behold, the zoo. Oh, look at the gate in the background. Holy shit, how big is this area? We could find this for easily just walking around after the storm's gone. Holy fuck. It was It was a smile so gentle I couldn't imagine that it had come from that once dark face. When I speak with you, I keep hearing about things I don't know. I don't even know about this thing called school, nor do I know about zoos. I don't know about movie theaters. I don't know about amusement parks. And I feel from the bottom of my heart that I want to know about those things. Will you take me to see them? Huh? Yes. I was nervous about how I could keep it a secret from Father, but her face looked so happy, so I went along with her and nodded. But she seemed not to notice the meaning behind my vague smile. She seemed to believe that I'd really take her to all those places. She was pure and genuine. She'd probably never been tricked by anyone. No, maybe it's better to say that she'd never learned how to doubt. Her smile was somehow radiant and yet pathetic. I wanted to find a way to grant her modest wish. I have had enough of Beatrice. I want to know who I am. I want to start out as a new human, not Beatrice. So I want you to take me away from here. I don't need tea anymore. I don't need the stress. I won't meet with Kinzo again. Please, take me from here, Rosa. However, that responsibility was one that a child like me couldn't hope to fully bear. Still, when I saw her serious gaze, along with that brilliant smile that made it look as though a possessing spirit had left her, I could feel a little courage start to rise up inside me. This was definitely something that would get me into a lot of trouble. Okay, this Beatrice doesn't have a character thing. Doesn't look like. Wonder if he knew about this. Probably. They weren't born yet at this time, right? I think they're younger than 19. Aren't they 18? Are they the same age? I think they are. You weren't on the island yet. You might have been. Huh. Nanjo might know? Attending physician Nanjo. Huh. This was definitely something that would get me into a lot of trouble, and yet it was definitely the right thing to do. I don't know how it'll turn out, but I'll take her away from here. Of course, I won't be able to talk to Father and not Mother either. Should I talk to Oni-sama or Oni-sama? No. What about that reliable Genji-san? Or, that's right, what about Kumasama-san, to whom I can always talk to when I'm in trouble? I'm sure they'll be able to do something. Anyway, for now, I'll take her out of here. This was already a place she didn't want to be. So I took her to the crack in the fence and let her outside. She was all nervous, checking to make sure there were no wolves around, but once that fear disappeared, even just walking around this dense forest seemed to be fun somehow. Every time she found something, she'd ask me about it, and they were all really trivial things. What's that flower? What's that leaf? And that sound, and that smell. It really was like the inside of that fence had been her entire world. So now that she traveled beyond the limits of her world, it's strange. When I first saw her, I really thought she was the witch herself, relaxing inside the witch's mansion. But now it was different, or actually the complete opposite. She'd left a world she'd believed to be finite, and was overjoyed at the realization that the world was endless, something she'd never thought of before. It really annoyed me, so I killed her. So everything she saw was new. It was almost as though she was the one who had been thrown into a fairy tale. If she was Alice, then I felt almost like a rabbit holding a watch. Yeah, it is kind of like that, isn't it? To her, it was probably a really fun walk, filled to the brim with excitement. But I was actually at a loss of what to do. After all, I walked randomly to get there. Of course I didn't know the way back to our mansion. There were no lights in the forest, and I hadn't brought a flashlight. I realized it would be terrible if it got dark while we were still like this, and grew impatient. She was too innocent, and apparently she couldn't understand at all how frightening it would be to face the night inside the forest. But I was the one who brought her outside. I had to take responsibility somehow and resolve the situation. So I had a thought. Let's go out to the ocean for now. If we then follow the beach around, we should eventually make it back to the mansion. However, that was much more of a problem than I'd imagined. I didn't have a map or a compass. There was no way I could walk in a straight line through an uncultivated forest, and I immediately lost my sense of direction. I already had no clue which trail I had come by and was completely lost. I think someone's going to fall off a cliff. At this rate, night would definitely fall before I had a clue where to walk. But there was no time to cry. That was for the seagulls. After all, that woman following behind me was so innocent and having so much fun. So I definitely had to lead the way through this forest, for the sake of her smile as well. Gritting my teeth so she didn't see me looking troubled, I pushed my way through the woods, advancing down a path that wasn't a path. It's not a path. Then, after going through various troubles, I fortunately managed to reach the ocean. At that time, I still didn't even have a clue where I was on the island. But for the time being, I was just a little reassured, realizing that if I just went around this way, I would surely be able to return to the mansion. However, though I had reached the ocean, we were at the top of a rock cliff. The beach was far below us. I was tired from walking around the forest so long, so I figured that an open area, even a rocky beach, would probably be much easier to walk in. So I suggested that we go down that rocky cliff somehow. It looked pretty dangerous, but I figured there was no other way. However, Beatrice agreed to my plan without any doubts. Even though she was probably older than me, she meekly obeyed, almost as though she were some kind of chick who thought I was her mother. I searched to see if there was some part of the cliff I'd be able to get down. Then I found a place where the cliff had fallen over and made a slope. It looked a little dangerous, but if I went down using both hands and both legs like I was crawling, I thought it'd probably be okay. Let's go down here. It'll be dangerous if we aren't careful, but if we go down to the beach and walk along it, I don't think we'll have to worry about being lost anymore. Indeed, if that's what you're doing, I'll go too. Even getting lost is fun for me. Quite amusing. She really had no sense of danger. There was probably no doubt she'd lived a life without discomfort. Even though she knew it would get dark when night fell, she couldn't imagine how dangerous the inside of the forest could be without a light. Furthermore, it seemed that she couldn't grasp at all how dangerous it might be if she fell from the cliff. I warned her repeatedly to be careful, even with the stream tidal. I cautiously examined our potential route down. It seemed to be quite a long drop. I think it might have been about 10 meters down. If you looked at it from the bottom up, it would probably have looked shorter than the roof of the mansion. But looking from the top, it felt almost like staring down from the observation room on Tokyo Tower. But Beatrice still appeared to be completely without fear. It felt as though she had never been taught that high places were dangerous. No, maybe she believed that she was a witch, and that she could fly, so there wasn't any need to worry. Please be careful, we're pretty high up. Indeed, I shall be careful. It looks like we can get to the ocean if we go down. Is there an aquarium there? No, there aren't any aquariums on this island, but there should be lots of fish in the sea. I see, so there are fish. Are there whales and dolphins and penguins like you talked about? No, you'd have to go to an aquarium for those, and you'd have to leave this island to find an aquarium. Is that so? Well, I'm looking forward to it. What kind of fish are whales? They're really big fish, huh? Aren't they mammals? And they spit seawater into the air. Oh, and dolphins? They're really smart fish. Oh, and weren't they also mammals? They're really smart and can be taught tricks and stuff. Ho ho. Then what about penguins? Weren't they tiny birds? What's going on? We're talking about aquariums, but none of these things seem to be fish. There aren't just fish. It's full of all kinds of things that live in the ocean. Ho ho. I really am looking forward to that. What? Yeah. She let out what might have been a funny, rushed and short cry. Did she sneeze? No, it was probably a scream. It came right out of the blue. The ocean? Her body separated from the cliff and silently fell. I immediately wanted to say something to her. I wanted to say, didn't I tell you to be more careful? It was the thought of a child. It was how a child immediately gets mad when something bad happens, trying to find an excuse to show it wasn't their fault. Of course, I said it out loud. Are you okay? Didn't I warn you over and over? Uh-oh. Told you? Yeah, thanks for owning me with that cliff comment earlier. Well done. So, she fell from the cliff. And then what? What happened to her, Rosa? Rosa fell silent. Her gaze dropped to her feet as though she were seeing through the floor into some disgusting memory. She died, didn't she? Eva's brutal words were the ones Rosa had most wanted to avoid. And then when she was hit with them, she screamed in resignation. Was she buried on the cliff and that's where the mirror thing was and the little shrine, or is that something else? And is she confirmed dead? Did Rosa go down and see, or what? Yes, she died. It was a rocky beach with lots of sharp, dangerous rocks exposed. Her eyes were still open, and an incredible amount of blood kept pouring out, quickly spreading out until it looked like a red carpet. I spoke to her, shook her, but she refused to respond, not even a blink. No, she wouldn't even close her eyelids. It was my fault. She was wearing a dress, remember? Even though I knew her outfit was difficult to move in, I said we should go down the cliff. She was incredibly innocent, so she obeyed what I said without any doubts. How long do you plan on remaining dead? Open your eyes already. Darn you, turning into a lump of meat all by yourself while I'm gone. I was just flirting with your ass Nichan friends. More importantly, what the heck's going on here? Well, nice connection with the corpse here and the corpse that Battler got turned into. Well, as you can see, I missed my footing, fell down, and died. What the hell? Even though you showed up as the 19th person, you were already dead? Don't mess with me, that's impossible. Aunt Rosa was a kid, and she was panicked, and it's not like a doctor was there. She probably just mistakenly thought you were dead, and you were probably alive and pretending to be dead or something. I smell a red statement. Isn't that right? It can't be true. She's got to be alive. Otherwise, how can she be here? The kid aged Aunt Rosa shook Beatrice's body, crying. I stared into that face too, but her eyes were still open, and it really was a corpse. I wanted to dodge the issue by saying something vague, like she must be playing dead, but no matter how I looked at it, it didn't look fake at all. It really did look like she was dead. Beatrice had fallen upside down from a cliff of that height, and her head had smashed against the pointed tip of those sharp rocks. Yeah, you probably would die after landing on those rocks from that height. But I couldn't accept it. Where's George with the band-aid? No matter how dead she looked, she had to be alive. Then she went on to become this damn irritating witch that makes all the inconsistencies fit. Grandfather must have kept her confined constantly in a hidden mansion. Then to take revenge for that, she committed several atrocious murders. Aunt Rosa probably just mistakenly thought she was dead, but she was actually alive, and as soon as Aunt Rosa left, would miraculously breathe again. Then she somehow lived on until today and opened the curtain on her revenge drama. Otherwise, the facts don't fit together. I won't let you trick me so easily. Can you repeat it in red? That she's certainly dead. She has to be alive, right? It's obvious. How does that look alive to you? It's definitely dead. My theory that the 19th person was grandfather's mistress, a human Beatrice, had been defeated. I had planned to strike back from a defensive position, but... Then, who are you? You just died, right? Don't tell me you revived yourself with magic. Cackle, cackle. I've already explained that, have I not? The me lying over there definitely possesses my soul. Okay, I'm worried that, like, if he said right now, okay, and she wasn't resuscitated, right? That I want that follow-up. But I hate that I want that follow-up. Shit. I want to trust it. The me lying over there definitely possesses my soul, but that body's nothing more than a cage of flesh tying me to the physical world. This is how that cage of flesh was broken. Do you understand what that means? Okay, if it is just a person that Kinzo found, what a tragic fucking life, man. God damn, that sucks for her. I don't have a clue anymore. Keep having fun with your witch girl tricks. I'll listen to that in place of a snack. What the? It's empty. Hey, can I get some more black tea? Cackle, cackle. Ranave, our guest would like some tea. When Beato clapped her hands, Ranave appeared. Butlers sure are convenient. A refill, you say? Certainly. How much shall I pour you? Well, I've got more than enough snacks. Half will be fine. Even so, filling it to the brim is the English custom. Even though just enough to wet my throat would have been fine, he filled it to the top. Suddenly, I'm Yusuke. I don't know why. I turned my back to Beato, sipping it in silence. What horrible fucked up thing is in this tea, do you think? Hey, open your eyes. Beatrice. Rosa shook me. No, shook the corpse that had once been me. I watched over her from a short distance away. Oh, we're Beatrice. Ah, so I fell from there and died. For a while, I believed that was true. I saw Rosa spend a long time beside my corpse, then watched her as she ran away. Eventually, I realized that I was a different individual from that corpse. That's right. I am me. So I finally managed to escape from Kinzo's bonds. Eventually I felt the memory returning, the fact that I was an endless witch who would live for 1,000 years. Then I remembered that I'd been summoned by Kinzo and that I'd been imprisoned by him for a long time. While being imprisoned in a cage of flesh, I completely lost my memory as a witch. However, thanks to Rosa, if you could say that, thanks to my accidental death, I had now finally regained myself. Rosa, you probably regret bringing about my death. Okay, what was Rosa's reaction when she met Beatrice in episode 2? Was it recognition? She had a different outfit on. How reliable is the face on the sprites to looking like... Also a long time ago. Would she remember? Probably. What did she say? I don't remember her like acting with any recognition. Any recognition that she might have might be from the portrait. Rosa, you probably regret bringing about my death, but I should be thanking you. Cackle, cackle. I couldn't see Rosa anymore. Did she go to call a doctor, or was she so terrified that she ran away? It no longer matters. That soulless shell no longer has any value, and yet I'm so frail now. Even this glorious midday sun is agony to me. I destroyed my human form. Then, I changed it into several gold butterflies. Yes, with my magical power, as frail as it is now, this form is easier to maintain. To escape even a little from the light of the sun, I rode the wind and gently flew up the side of the cliff. It will probably be a bit cooler in the forest. Anyway, I'll take some time to recuperate and regain my former power, as I ponder how to make Kinzo pay up all he owes me. Dancing alone through the air, I looked down at the shore one more time. On the rocky shore lay the figure what had once been me, the figure I would eventually regain. To regain the form of that physical body I had thrown away, it would probably take more than 100, 200 days. And it might require 1,000 days, or perhaps even more. Or perhaps 19 years exactly. However, I am the Endless Witch, the Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. Waiting any countable number of days would be no problem. Cackle, cackle. Oh, Kinzo, regret that you are not here now. No longer will you be able to capture me. Cackle, cackle. Thank you, Ironwrath, for gifting us up to The Cliff. Is that the first Cliff gift sub? There must have been a Cliff before. Aha.wav, nice. Thank you, the Sigia for the resub. Beatrice found the Cliff. Beatrice playing 13 Sentinels. Thank you, Twisted Scarlet 60, also for the resub. Thank you. And then you changed into gold butterflies, hid in the forest, and waited for your magical power to be restored. Is that what you're saying? That is correct. I take this form to sneer at you, but most of the time it is easier magically for me to keep my form as gold butterflies. Hey, feel free to take a load off and stick to whatever's easiest. I wouldn't mind not having to hear your irritating laugh. Whoa! Cackle, cackle. When I turned into butterflies and slipped into the forest, it was already no longer possible for Kinzo to find me. However, Kinzo was not dismayed. Still, he was not immediately able to prepare a way to catch me. So he first moved to prevent me from leaving this island, and to keep me from regaining my power. My. At any rate, Kinzo's spitefulness was unimaginable. It was pretty tough to be loved by someone like that. Cackle, cackle. He found a way to keep you from leaving after you turned into butterflies? What, did he put a bug net around the entire forest? In a way, indeed. A magical one, didn't you know? On the sea in front of the harbor is a reef upon which sits a small shrine of Eastern magic. Ah, that. It was gone by this year, though. It was a small shrine built long ago by a Shinjinja, right? Shinjinja? From the very beginning, Rokkenjima has been an island enveloped by distortion. It attracts things of magical power and other related creatures. Milady herself is one of them. How about some more tea? Cackle, cackle, please. They brought harm to humans and probably left several eerie legends in their wake. That small shrine was built in ancient times by an Eastern magician who heard of them. A long time passed and that power was lost. By repairing it, Kinzo restored this island's barrier and once again bound me to the island. Can Eastern magic work on a Western witch like you? Normally, the affinity would be poor. However, for the purpose of sealing me here, it may have been quite convenient in a way. If it was Western magic, I would have had some knowledge. For any barrier, there would have been some measures I could have taken. But Eastern magic is outside my area of expertise. She's not a weeb. It was as if I had been given chopsticks instead of a spoon for some soup that I wanted to drink. Okay, that was said before, wasn't it? In a space dominated by Eastern magic, Western magic loses much of its power. Even if she were given 1,000 days to regain her strength, she would have to wait many, many more. So you're saying it took you 20 years to regain your power, and now you've revived, as we can all see? Oh, excuse me. Those were horribly long years. I spent many days in the form of gold butterflies, found Kinzo's mansion, and watched over him every day. And also I went to Natsui and banged her head with my pipe just for fun. I lived through those days with no means to enjoy myself except to ponder how I would get back at him. That period of 20 years was fortunate for me. Kinzo tried to use all sorts of magic to find and capture me, but each failed. There's a limit to how many miracles a single human can bring about. Even simply holding me captive for that long had been a miracle far above his place. It would be unthinkable for me to be captured like that multiple times. Grandfather said something in the previous game. It was something like, magic lies in the miracle of probability. Indeed, as Kinzo was searching for a hidden art to capture me again, he stumbled upon that. Then, he finally worked out the ceremony involving the offering of 13 people as sacrifices to revive me again. 13 people as sacrifices. That is the witch's epitaph, a song of sacrifices. 6 people on the first twilight, 2 people on the second, and then 5 more people on the fourth through 8 twilights. A forbidden ceremony involving the offering of a total of 13 people as sacrifices. Those sacrifices were to be chosen randomly, and the one who held the ceremony, Kinzo himself, was no exception. Dumbass. Are you saying that all the gruesome murders on this island were in a weird ceremony? Dude, where have you been? I'd have a vague idea that this might be the case. Okay, there we go, but I couldn't just hear that it was true from a witch and a demon and say, oh really, and accept it. There are 18 people on Rakinjima. Seeing a curious absent of red in this text, Beatrice? 13 are offered as sacrifices, 5 are left alive. Then I revive. In other words, the odds that Kinzo will be able to meet me again are probably around 1 in 3. He bet his own life on those odds, wishing for a reunion with me for the last bit of his remaining life. You're saying he gathered our family for the sake of that joke of a ceremony? Don't fuck with me. Don't say stuff like that, damn it. It was all set out in our contract from the beginning. When Kinzo's life ended, all the gold I lent him and all of the assets he created would be given to me. Yes, Kinzo did stab me in the back quite brutally, but looking back now, it was a rare and precious time during my 1,000 years of life. After all, boredom is my natural enemy. To Kinzo, who offered me a chance to run away from that for several decades, yes, you could say I owe him for that. I decided to go along with Kinzo's game. So to start, Kinzo returns the Ushiromiya family head's ring to me. It was my gold that revived the family after all. Then, 13 people are chosen at random to be sacrifices. While that happens, you all run about, showing me all kinds of human interactions as you try to oppose me, and entertaining me greatly. Yes, I truly have taken a liking to this game of Kinzo's. Cackle, cackle. Randomly, you say. I definitely won't believe in that kind of magic story. Then who are you? You fell off a cliff and died, right? Your soul slipped out, became butterflies, and went to the forest. That is impossible. But you're here. Who are you? Aren't you the 19th person? That is true, I am the 19th person. Cackle, cackle. But it's useless, right? It's all useless. There are no more than 18 humans on this Rakinjima. Oh, now you'll say it. What? What did you say? So you're saying that the X in the 18 plus X doesn't exist? Are you saying the piece I took, the X doesn't exist? Ooh, what you said. That is what this means. My condolences. Still, you do move fast, milady, and I thought you'd let him flounder about before spinning everything around at the end. Well then, Ballard-sama, would some more tea be agreeable? I don't need it, damn it. I don't believe it. The culprit can't be one of the 18. Then what are you, and why are you here? If the 19th person doesn't exist, then are you saying you're one of the 18 in disguise? Cackle, cackle. Perhaps you are castling, though reluctantly. Yeah, do you count? Okay, what's going on? Perhaps you are castling, though reluctantly you are doubting one of the 18 people as your last way out. However, it will be difficult for me from here on out. If you choose to stop caring about propriety, you could prepare a culprit freely amid 18 people, making you reach checkmate by evading those 18 pieces. It will be truly difficult. Okay, I didn't read that very well, sorry, but it makes sense. As if I do that, I won't suspect any of the 18. I don't want to suspect people. Have I really been cornered here again? Damn it, damn it, damn it. It looks like we're finally approaching the end. In the third round of this game of ours, you've nowhere to run anymore, right? Cackle, cackle. You don't want to suspect any of those beloved people in the 18, do you? Were you trying to hide that from me? Then why do you refuse me? They say you should play the opening like a book, the middle game like a magician, and the end game like a machine. I'll corner you from here on. Slowly, carefully, surely, or on the other hand, it would be better if I pressed you all at once, which might suit your style more. Can we ask if it applies for episode 2? Because there was a 19th person in episode 2. Bro, Morb, please, I'm channeling. Hold on, let me match his pose. I actually did it? Come on. Yes, that should fit you well. Let's do that. I'm now fully aware of the sort of attacks you're weakest against. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Hehehehe. I'm hungry. Oh no. Why am I so hungry lately? Past week I've been just ravenously fucking hungry. Thank you, Immortal Flames Afros, for gifting a sub to Joe's sex life is over. Thank you, Immortal Flames Afros. Just direct hits all streets today. Holy shit. Oh, is this the last, the Twilight that's coming? Yep, here we go. Here we go. Doom, doom, doom. Yeah, definitely Twilight time. Okay. There's no way Ava's dying. I think Hideyoshi is. Kinzo. Zero, zero, zero. Now we can begin. Achievement unlocked. Interesting. Interesting. Is Mouse still here? Mouse, if we take break now, when I come back, will I be able to get to the endpoint today in like an hour and a half or 2 hours? Because this feels like a good break point. 1 sec math. Quick maths. Why no one is 100% straight. Well then, how will this game be resolved? You may submit or you may resist. Either way, it will truly be an entertaining banquet worth betting my short remaining life on. In his dimly lit study, occasionally brightened by lightning, Kinzo kept mumbling and laughing to himself. On the antique clock with the intricate design that had been sitting on his desk, the two overlapping hands tilted to the right and began to slide. The measure of time counted up to 24, had returned to 0, and had begun to count back again. Measuring time is a brutal thing. It drags itself all the way to 24 over the course of a day and then returns back to 0. It certainly did count to 23:59. However, is it ever able to reach 24? If you conclude that it returns to 00 again without reaching 24, how futile it must all be. Okay, we're just describing how a clock works, Kinzo. What the fuck are you talking? But perhaps a person's life is the same. You live aiming for a perfect 24, and in the instant you reach it, you return to 0. People will probably praise the. That's kind of what happens with your Beatrice clones, huh? They get to 24, then they die, and you start at 0. People will probably praise the departed, saying that he did reach 24, but he most certainly did not. In the end, he's a 0. I am different. I will live and reach 24. That itself is the golden land, for that is where Beatrice dwells. Kinzo had been fumbling around with some tarot cards for some time. It looked as though he was trying to divine his own luck with a contest, doing it over every time he didn't like the results. The most forbidden action in tarot reading is trying to predict the same thing twice. To do so ridicules the results of fortune telling, and also desecrates those beings higher than humans that give revelations through the tarot cards. However, Kinzo knew tarot cards shouldn't be used twice because since they're nothing more than a random number generator, reading them twice will naturally cause a different result to appear. Therefore, reading them twice was only forbidden to preserve the mystique of the tarot cards' results. However, that didn't mean that Kinzo didn't take tarot reading seriously. Kinzo's interpretation of tarot reading was done in a completely different way. That was to repeat the reading over and over without giving up in the slightest until he reached the result most favorable to him. The mark he set for this most favorable result would vary, but when he demanded the most favorable result in a strictly literal sense, it was the same as a simple roulette of luck where he seeked an arithmetic miracle. Arithmetic? Miracle? It's like me re-rolling my character in Baldur's Gate 2 until I get max stats. However, Kinzo used miracles of numbers as the basis of his magical power, so this functioned perfectly as well as a magical ritual. In other words, until the result he desired appeared perfectly, he would strive to repeat the tarot readings over and over with conviction, turning the feelings of his heart into prayers, so that when they reached the heavens, they would be subliminated into results. This was Kinzo's personal magical interpretation. Therefore, even though Kinzo's tarot cards were no different from those generally used, the way in which they were used was completely different. Tonight will not go as I thought. Kinzo stopped his hands for a second. He seemed not to be getting the results. I took the chandelier off, right? Yeah, he seemed not to be getting the results he wanted. On the contrary, bad cards that shouldn't show up so often appeared repeatedly and continued to interfere with the miracle Kinzo wished for. Humph. Is that how it is? Kinzo seemed to have received some revelation that was different from normal, but judging by the unlucky cards scattered across his desk, it was difficult to imagine. Almost said something else. It was difficult to imagine that the omen had been a good one. For a while, Kinzo closed his eyes tightly, pondering something. Then, as the thunder roared, he made up his mind about something, took the telephone receiver, and dialed. "It is I, Kinzo," said Kinzo. "Is Genji there? An urgent matter has come up." Straight up in my bill, creaming it, and by it, haha, I mean my science guy. In front of the entrance hall, Shannon's once burning face had been cooled off by the frigid air. She had thought that George's proposal would surely come sooner or later. It wasn't as though she hadn't prepared herself mentally, and she had answered by nodding. Had she been reckless because of her youth? Should she have thought about her future more seriously? I wonder if my immediate reply made him think I'm a cheap girl. If I'd at least waited until tomorrow morning, would that at least have shown that I was taking this seriously? Now that she'd already received the ring from George, Shannon kept fidgeting in embarrassment. I should have done this, I should have done that. As she did, she heard the sounds of footsteps splashing through puddles. Shannon immediately chased away the emotions welling up inside her. "Genji-sama? And Canon-kun too. I'm sorry, I have to go back soon. She grew stiff, thinking you should surely be scolded for spending too much time in her secret lover's meeting with George. Shannon. The master told us to come to the study, saying it was urgent. Let us hurry. Huh? Yes, certainly. What in the world? He said he had a premonition of misfortune. How convenient for him, considering he's the one who started the ceremony. We will enter from the back so that Goda doesn't notice us. Hide your footsteps. His name is similar to the other guy's name. Yes. Mason? Mason, take care. You're so noisy. Canon was especially good at hiding his footsteps, just like a cat. He was able to suddenly be there without anyone noticing and leave the same way. For example, even though he stepped in puddles, the sound he made was far smaller than that of the rain hitting them. Genji also had abilities of that kind. Or rather, those servants called furniture were supposed to be like that. Just like how desks and closets go unnoticed by members of the family, these servants also held it as a great virtue to just suddenly be there whenever they were needed. Compared to that, Shannon's footsteps still strongly asserted themselves. She was also trying to hide her footsteps, but compared to Canon and Genji, well, you could say she was a little more boisterous. Eventually, they reached the back door and the three of them entered the mansion. Sisade is supposed to say, 1 on the Kinsey scale is enough to be bi IMO, but I definitely feel like there's a double standard where it's easier to remain mono-gay with one exception, or whatever, than it is to do as straight in the community. Not spending 500 bits on gay, straight, bi discourse lol based. Okay, alright. I've heard of the Kinsey scale before. Thank you, Con5654, for another 10 gift subs. Thank you, Con. That's a lot of gift subs so far. Holy shit. Immediately, they thought they felt something. It was different from the sense of smell, and it seemed to hit the depths of their noses. This hard-to-describe sensation, which you might call a sixth sense, allowed them to perceive that something was different than usual. Genji-sama. Indeed, let us hurry. That sensation made it feel as though a tense something was pressing in around them. Realizing that, the three of them dashed up the stairs, heading for Kinzo's study while still hiding their footsteps. When they dashed up the stairs, that smell of sweet poison particular to Kinzo's study reached their noses. What is it, Genji-sama? The barrier is dead. Huh? Ah. After hearing Kanon's words, she looked at the door to the study. A scorpion pattern was engraved on the doorknob, a powerful ward against magic, the final barrier which protected Kinzo himself. It had been broken. Of course, there was no change to the doorknob that the eye could see. However, those who could understand things people couldn't perceive were able to recognize that a dramatic change had occurred. Master, it is Genji! Please open the door! Genji called in this way after knocking several times, but there was no answer from the study. Shannon, guard our backs. Canon, search inside the room. Yes. Canon put his ear against the door, searching for a presence inside the study. To protect the backs of the pair watching the door, Shannon faced the other way, ready for the unexpected. The master must be in here, but it's too quiet. Do you mean to say he's safe? No, it's too quiet. Could it possibly be? Master, excuse us about the door. Genji pulled a gold key out of his pocket. It was the only key to the study that existed, other than the one Kinzo held. He stuck it in the keyhole and turned it heavily. At first glance, that seemed to prove that it was a sturdy lock. However, now that the barrier had been destroyed, this door might as well have been left open from the viewpoint of anyone with magical power. The heavy sound just now meant that the door had now been opened, even for humans. Excuse me. Okay, so everything in this scene is bullshit. Alright, cool. As Genji respectfully bowed his head, and Kanon's sense of tension grew tighter, and Shannon trembled, they entered the study. They immediately discovered Kinzo's figure. He was sitting on the reception sofa, so his back faced them. Genji noticed the person sitting across from him, and again bowed deeply. Kanon also noticed that person, but he didn't bow his head. He stood in front of Shannon and spread out his arms, blocking the way to her. So without even seeing that person's face, Shannon already had a good idea who it was. So, you have come, Beatrice-sama. Do you count as another person? How does that work? Do you just possess someone when you come in? And that's what it's just like, oh, we're all seeing Beatrice-sama, but it's really the body of Nanjo, who was poisoned by his green fucking bullshit to pretend that he's Beatrice for a little while. Like, what is it? How does that work? Does she count? Battler, tell him. Battler, tell him. Genji, is it? You came very quickly. Yes, it is always best when furniture answers to the master's call quickly, unlike this person. So, Ranove-sama has come as well. Genji directed his greeting toward him, towards the thin darkness behind and to the right of Beatrice, where there shouldn't have been anything. Even Canon and Shannon would never imagine that someone was there. However, the darkness responded immediately and praised Genji's eyesight. Wait, do you count? Are you here too? As usual, you don't disappoint. It has been quite some time. Still, you've grown old, haven't you? Have so many years truly passed you by? My days have been full and satisfying. It appears you have been living quite a full life yourself, Ranove-sama. Yes, thank you. And Shannon, it has been a long time since I last saw you as well. You have grown quite beautiful, and it seems that you have grown quite strong. That is fortunate. This is just fucking Genji and fucking Kinzo just RPing and LARPing in the fucking study right now, talking to nothing. Thank you very much. Nissan, who in the world? This will be our first meeting, Canon-kun. It's like me going around the room with the bushes, doing all the different voices. And Kinzo's like, yes, good job being Ranove. Now do fucking Beatrice, please. This is our first meeting, Canon-kun. Ranove, have been entrusted with the position of Beatrice-sama's head furniture. I am an old friend of Genji-san's, and I am also furniture just like you, although the master I serve is different. The tense color didn't disappear from Canon's face in the slightest. Depending on the master furniture served, they might be kind or brutal or anything else. This person claimed to be furniture serving the hated Beatrice, then he must be despicable as well. Now, I love how Canon never trusts them. It seems I'm thoroughly despised. It's as though you hate everything that has anything to do with me. Beatrice openly sneered at Canon's hate-filled face. Then Canon finally realized. Beatrice and Kinzo were having a chess game across the reception table, but Kinzo hadn't even quivered. He was holding his head with both hands, his eyes closed tight as he contemplated his next move. Or was he in anguish? Or was he dead? Has he said anything yet, Master? I have told Kinzo two things. First, there was good news and bad news. The good news is that he'll have the good fortune of being reunited with me before the ceremony ends. The bad news is that Kinzo has been selected as the very first sacrifice in the ceremony. Called it! Finally, I got one right! Cackle, cackle. Finally! There's absolutely nothing I can do about it, because it truly was decided by the fickle roulette. How does that work? Liar. We know you're just a murderer who kills for fun. Stop it, Canon-kun. So Kinzo, isn't it about time you decided to accept your loss? Cackle. With this, our long contest is at an end, yes? At a glance, it was hard to make out the situation on that chaotic chessboard. However, judging by Kinzo's anguish and Beatrice's malicious confidence, it seemed to be over already. It is unavoidable. Perhaps even this could be amusing. It is to me too. Resolving my contest with you may bring a flood of emotions, but it has already surpassed love and hate. It was fun. These past few decades certainly weren't boring. Beatrice advanced her queen and made her final move, and that decided it. Checkmate. This is my final tribute to you, without any reservations. Sleep. How was the magic seal removed? Can you do that? Yes, you can. Okay. Kinzo suddenly stood up and laughed like an opera singer facing a full crowd and spreading his arms, as though he had succeeded in a century-long plan. Whoa! That laugh spat crimson. Crimson flames poured out from inside him, spitting even out of his... Is he saying this? Or he said this? And even out of his mouth, his ears, and all at once his body was wrapped in hellfire. But Kinzo kept laughing. The more he laughed, the more the hellfire spewed from his entire body and began to char him. Those flames became a brilliant light, which dazzlingly shone through the various magical tools throughout the room, making their distorted shadows dance across the walls. Those shadows looked like the dead in hell, watching over Kinzo in ecstasy as he burned. And, for one who had made a contract with the witch, it was an extremely fitting end, in accordance with those terms. After laughing and howling in the roaring flames for us some time, Kinzo flopped to the ground as though he was a puppet whose strings had been cut. Those incredible blazing flames disappeared as though he'd been completely burnt up, and afterwards nothing remained but a festering and burnt corpse that one could hardly bear to look at. How many toes? Count the toes. Horrible. Humph. You should talk, as if you didn't think that was a fitting way for him to die. Why have you shown yourself? Do you have some business with us? Stop it, Canon-kun. You mustn't provoke Beatrice-sama. It would seem you have them absolutely terrified. Poo-coo-coo-coo. I imagine I'll never get along with Canon. Hey, it's not as though I dislike you particularly, Beatrice grinned. Canon violently averted his gaze, obviously unhappy. His reaction was so different from what he wanted to do that it made the witch and her butler laugh. Canon, you stand in the presence of Beatrice-sama. Carefully consider your manner of speech. Oh, I care not, Genji. Let him say what he pleases. I am gracious. How are you gracious? I am always gracious to those who are about to die. Cackle, cackle. Canon was taken aback by that creepy laughter. Beatrice wasn't here just to take Kinzo's life. The first twilight required 6 sacrifices. Kinzo alone wasn't nearly enough, and they just casually walked in here. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Fear not, Canon. It isn't as though you'll be selected as sacrifices just because you came here. After all, you were called here because you'd been selected already. What? Their instincts were good enough to spot her meaning instantly. 6 sacrifices were required for the first twilight. After Kinzo, how many more would you need to add up to 6? Hold on, I can get there. In this mansion, the number 5 instantly made them think of the number of servants here. Oh, I'm wrong! Is that what you desire? Indeed. Thank me, furniture. Tonight, your days of suffering will finally end. You ought to thank me for coming here to tell you this. Certainly, if that is your desire. Genji-sama. Genji had agreed to the witch's heartless announcement with his usual demeanor without raising an eyebrow. Now that the master is dead, Beatrice-sama is our master. Responding to her demands shall be our final duty. Kennen, you have done well serving until today. That hard work is now over. As I expected of you, Genji. As your fellow furniture, I'm proud to have known you. Shannon, do you have any objections? No. I heard that George-sama gave you a ring. Do you still say that you have no regrets? Yes. That blessing was more than furniture deserves. Just receiving the ring has already satisfied my feelings. Whoops. Shannon couldn't take quite as much of a philosophical view as Genji. There probably were regrets left in her heart. She probably wanted to spend a little more warm time with the person she cared for, George. But she released herself from that. She took a single deep breath and a blank expression rose to her face. Very weird. It does surprise me a tad to find that you've gained such composure, Shannon. It seems you too have taken a philosophical view as furniture. Okay, so, 1 second. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Who else? No one else is here. The servants? 5, 6? That would be very different. They're all gonna be alive after the first Twilight? Oh man. That's gonna be cool to see. Holy shit. Won't you at least shed some bitter tears for not being able to spend the night with the man you love? What a boring woman. This feeling cannot be understood by the likes of you, Beatrice-sama. If you desire our lives, please accept them. We will solemnly carry out that duty. Very well. Excellently put. Just the type of person Beatrice-sama can't handle. She's been taking such a far-sighted view of things lately. I must have tormented her too much last time. Oh! Okay. Speaking of which, didn't I do the same to Battler? Am I still soft? Or is it the way I cornered them lacking? In any case, she's just no fun. However, it seems you will still entertain me, right? Canon. Canon-kun. Compared to the two who had taken a far-sighted approach, there was a painful anguish on Canon's face. Canon was still far too young to accept his demise after being told of it by a suddenly appearing witch. Yeah, you're older, you accept it, Canon. I hate boredom more than anything, and the fact that the other two have obediently accepted their deaths isn't amusing at all, so I hope you don't betray my expectations. Are you trying to make me your plaything? Already are, bud. Canon realized that he was being provoked. However, no matter how furiously anger spurred him on, his opponent was a witch. He was furniture. He hadn't had a chance of victory from the beginning. But the witch was expecting that he struggle in vain and writhe around, and was even looking forward to it. But thinking about that was frustrating enough to get his blood boiling. Was disappointing the witch by refusing to exist like the other two, the only way he could strike back at her. Eldest of the 7 sisters of purgatory, Lucifer, arise. Oh, you're using the stakes for the first murder? Huh. Lucifer of first Twilight, sorry? Lucifer of Pride, right here, Canon. It would be far too cruel to force furniture to fight a witch. No matter how much anger spurs you on, you would have no hope in a battle without a chance of success. Of course, such a battle would be boring for me as well. So, let it be furniture against furniture. Why not resolve it with a battle between you two? That should be enough to allow you some hope for victory, right? Forgive me, Beatrice-sama, but how could I be inferior to this good-for-nothing furniture? As if this cutie would have any chance against me. Prove that you can defeat my furniture, the 7 stakes of purgatory. If you manage to win through, let us see. I will let you select the 5 who will escape becoming one of the 13 sacrifices. I thought it was random! You can't do this against your own rules! I will welcome the 5 you recommend to the Golden Land without any conditions. How about that? Canon understood that he was being provoked. However, the witch's offer was very tempting. By this point, Canon couldn't care less about this evil ceremony the witch and the rest were trying to carry out. On the contrary, it was much more important that he remain alive so he could be invited to the Golden Land and have his wish granted by Beatrice there. You cried, saying you'd had enough of being furniture, right? I shall grant your desire. I shall give you that human body you wanted so much. You cried yourself to sleep. What do you say? That way, you and Jessica could be together, yes? Ooh, just perfect. You may recommend that Jessica and yourself be invited to the Golden Land. If you alone finding happiness isn't a satisfying solution for you, then you can add in Shannon and George, the one she loves. If you're worried about duty, then you can also add Genji. Oh, that's 5 people. Isn't that enough, Canon? With this much of a reward, cackle, 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 you won't let me get bored, will you? She's just playing with you. There's no need to listen to her. I don't like it. Are you okay with this, Nissan? I don't know anymore. Beatrice couldn't hide her evil smile at those words. I don't like it. I want to be happy. I've had enough of being furniture. I want to become human and have a normal love. And I want to know that the ocean is blue like you. Different. How young. I'm jealous. That's why I like the young ones. Genji, Shannon, stay back. Canon, Lucifer, forward. As you command. Is it time for energy swords? Okay, let's do rock, paper, scissors. First one that can contort their hands into scissors wins, apparently. I don't like it. That way you look down on me, as if Beatrice-sama would be impossible, but with me at least you'd have a chance. I really don't like it. That was probably humiliating for Lucifer, but at the same time, she was also happy that she was lucky enough to have this adorable prey all to herself. Come, furniture of the witch. Don't think you can look down on me forever. Thank you, an anonymous gifter, for gifting a sub to Bill Nye Ate Your Pie. Thank you, Iron Wrath, for gifting a sub to Human Torch. And thank you, Holland Dar, for the new sub as well. So, Battler, isn't this a fun show? Cackle, cackle. Damn it, another weird thing's happening. Like I'd ever believe in a magic battle. Look, look, don't turn your eyes away. Look at it. Look, look, look. It's magic. It's furniture, no matter how much you try to deny me in magic. Look, 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 look. If you've got all this happening right in front of you, it'd be a waste to miss it, don't you think? Look, look, look. Just stop thinking. Magic exists. This is fantasy. Don't close your eyes. Look closely. Look, 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 look. Hora, hora. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I won't accept witches. I won't accept magic. But if it's being done right in the open like that, what am I supposed to say? Damn it. Come now, don't turn away. Look closely, okay? Magic exists. This is fantasy, so stop playing detective. I know your secret. You actually don't really like to think things through, right? Just stop. Stop. Cackle, cackle. Look, look. It's gotta be fantasy. Gotta be fantasy. Yeah. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Don't talk to me. This guy's getting stubborn. Won't you apologize and crawl on the ground right now for being so conceited that you thought you could beat me? If you did, I wouldn't mind forgiving you, okay? Then you wouldn't have to have your skin ripped off while you're still alive, or get lashed all over your body as you squirm until you die. Hee 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 hee. You're a cutie, so apologize. If you do, I'll finish you off, so gently while it still feels great. Be silent, furniture of the witch. I have no intention of speaking with you. He said, speaking with her. So, you're saying you think nothing of me? Hee hee hee, that disrespectful gaze of yours is really ticking me off. Kennen-kun. Genji-sama. Isn't he stronger than he was against Satan? This is why humans are so frightening. In fact, sometimes they even become witches and treat demons as butlers. Cuckoo. So which should I cheer on? Are you saying this guy's on par with me? Don't look down on me. As long as you have that pride, you'll never defeat me. Bitch, I am pride. You speak of Lucifer, the eldest of the 7 sisters of purgatory, and say that I cannot win? How conceited. Wah! Ken was desperately trying to stay alive, and he had a strong desire to become human. But Lucifer didn't feel anything stronger than a slight desire to play. So that led to an inevitable result. Did it? Why do I have trouble saying that word sometimes? It was a result that could be reached by the power of humans. The power of the heart. That's as far as you go. You cannot win against me. The glowing red curve extended straight out of Cannon's arm, pointing at Lucifer's throat, just beneath the tip of her chin. What is this? How could I? There must be some mistake. As she ground her teeth in irritation, she tried to deny the truth right before her eyes, but no matter how much she believed in her own superiority, it didn't change the facts right in front of her. Oh, well done, Cannon. Wonderful, you haven't bored me. How pitiful my furniture is compared to that. Cackle, cackle. Lucifer, you are boring, milady. Was this opponent really too much for you to handle? I'm disappointed, eldest of the 7 stakes. It would have seemed like mere rebuke to an outsider. Isn't it or is it fine? Is that okay? Is that a good use of rebuke there? However, furniture serving the witch knew what kind of severe treatment was promised by that rebuke, and understood that what had been left unsaid. Wah! You good-for-nothing furniture! She howled. Abandoning her last bit of pride, she made her body explode, exposing her true form. That form was a demon stake, which bounced off the walls surrounding the room. How could you shame me so much? Kill, 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 kill! You blockhead. Even though you can't even follow my movements anymore. I won't play around anymore. I'm seriously mad. I'll pierce your heart in one blow. I'll ply right through you, make a fountain of bright red blood reach the ceiling. Die! Cannon Queen. Okay, who's gonna block it? It's against the rules. He won. After flying about wildly for some time, with a speed approaching the limits of what a human eye could follow, Lucifer flew at Cannon's heart. She could tell that it was Cannon's blood by the sweet taste of it. But she quickly noticed one thing. She hadn't pierced his heart. Oh, cackle, cackle. This is why humans are frightening. Would you like some black tea? I am fine for now. This is so amusing. I don't even need any. Okay. Canon-kun. You were arrogant again. I told you that you wouldn't be able to defeat me. The floor was stained with dripping blood. It really was Cannon's blood. But it wasn't flowing out of his chest. Cannon sacrificed his own left hand to protect his heart. Lucifer was arrogant. Even though she'd been given enough time to realize that this was an opponent capable of cornering her, in her pride she had believed him to be worthless. She had gotten careless. So, just as she had announced, she had aimed for his chest, trying to pierce his heart. Because she was arrogant, she hadn't even thought of aiming for somewhere other than the place she had announced. Are you dumb? No, maybe she had thought about it a little. However, her pride would not allow her to aim for a different spot. After all, she was Lucifer of Pride. Cannon, withstanding the pain, grasped the demon's stake sticking deep into his left hand strongly with his right hand, and pulled it out. When she heard the sound of breaking bones and even more blood dripping down, Shannon looked away reflexively. There was an air hole in the back of the pierced hand so big you could clearly see through to the other side. That's fucking metal. Holy shit. Cannon's face was filled with pain. But right now, he had won, without a doubt. The demon's stake he was gripping with his right hand turned back into Lucifer again, so that Cannon was now gripping exactly where her neck was. Gah. Gah. It's my victory, Beatrice. Cannon didn't hold back at all with the hand gripping Lucifer's throat. She had challenged him again after their fight had already been decided. Cannon had no obligation to be considerate. But even so, Cannon released the witch's furniture. Was it his naive humanism, his pity for another furniture, or a final bit of respect to the witch? In any case, when she was released, Lucifer fell face down on the ground, retching and moaning over the pain in her throat. Spectacular, Cannon. Your great efforts have proven the correctness of some of Kinzo's research. Ranove was clapping his hands. To Cannon, who had won at great cost and had a wound on his left hand that wouldn't close, Ranove's applause only felt like mockery. Meanwhile, Kinzo's a pile of burnt flesh in the corner. All possibilities dwell within the human heart, was it? My, this is why humans are frightening. Well done, Cannon. You were victorious. Spectacular. Ha. Are you okay, Cannon-kun? Shannon ran up to him and wrapped a handkerchief around his left hand, which was still spraying blood. That was incredible, Cannon. Truly incredible. Even I was hoping, at least a little bit, for an upset. That you didn't let me down makes you truly splendid furniture. Cackle, cackle. I think better of you now. I honestly think better of you. You haven't forgotten our promise, right, Beatrice? Indeed. Of course I haven't forgotten. Witches and demons may be inhumane. However, we are much more noble than humans when it comes to keeping promises. I will not go back on my word. I guarantee that if you won, I would give you the right to decide the 5 people who will escape becoming the 13 sacrifices. Beatrice-sama, it's not like I've... When Beatrice waited for Pipe, heaven and earth turned over for Lucifer. Just for Lucifer, sorry. So as a horribly natural result, she fell onto the ceiling. The ceiling doesn't seem that high to people standing on the floor. However, people who fall on it upside down and headfirst usually don't agree. Did everyone just look up? Milady, isn't that a little much? Cackle, cackle. Perhaps you are right. I suppose I'll forgive her. Beatrice waved her pipe again. When she did, the magic that had been affecting Lucifer was released. So as a horribly natural result, this time she fell properly back onto the floor. Beatrice-sama, forgive me. What are you so afraid of? I've already forgiven you, haven't I? Cackle. So, Cannon, shall we continue? Continue what? You aren't saying you want me to finish her, are you? Ah, no. It isn't over yet, right? What isn't? Stop dodging the question. I did promise you your reward, didn't I? If you could defeat my furniture. The 7 stakes of purgatory, right? Oh, right, she did say that. Yeah, come arise, the 7 stakes of purgatory. The 6 younger sisters of the worthless elder sister. Battler could take them. The air split with shrill laughter, and as a golden splash scattered about, the remaining 6 sisters of Purgatory showed themselves. All the 7 sisters of Purgatory were here after Kanon was able to defeat one only by sacrificing his left arm. This is kind of bullshit. By now, Kanon regretted his thoughtlessness in accepting the witch's challenge. He had been foolish to assume that a game against a witch would be on an even footing. But the episode description! Lame. One-sama, why are you crawling on the floor? You people. Yeah. I told you, Oni-sama's useless. Even though she acts like she's so great, just because she's the oldest, that's only on the outside. Yeah, seriously. Lucifer, One-sama, your disgraceful behavior will damage the reputation of us all. Know your shame, you novice. Kanon-kun, that was totally awesome. But don't get cocky, okay? Lucifer One-sama brags all the time, but she's no big deal compared to the rest of us sisters. That's why I'm always saying Lucifer shouldn't do anything. Just let her keep bragging all the time. After all, those of us with talent can handle all the tough jobs. What are you gonna do, One-sama? Out of respect for your pride, we were planning to stay out of your way in the hopes that you challenge him again in that beat-up body of yours. But Kanon-kun sure is strong, right? Right now, no matter how much you struggle, there's no way you could win, right? You people. Cackle, cackle. My, you sisters are always so lively. Is this any time to fight amongst yourselves? It's only together that you're the 7 stakes of Purgatory, correct? Now play nice and execute the tasks I give you, and swiftly, okay? Hey, Lucifer One-sama, you want to borrow the power of your little sisters? Then say it, okay? We want to hear you ask us for help with your own mouth. Do you plan to mock me even more? Yes, I, the foolish, weak, ugly, and shameful Lucifer, the eldest sister, beg my younger sisters to save me. Come on, let's hear it. If you let us hear that, we'll save you. Okay? Everyone? You bitch. The 7 sisters of Purgatory unanimously closed in on their worthless sister, abusing her. Yeah, we saw. Even Kanon, who had been fighting for his life until a second ago, couldn't bear to look at it. As if I could say something like that. Quickly now. Clearly, you won't make any progress here with you alone. Hurry up, let the 7 sisters strike Kanon. My, what is the matter, Lucifer? This is an order from Milady, is it not? How cruel. After grinding her teeth over and over after hearing her sister's curses, Lucifer trembled all over and answered her sister's request. I, the foolish, weak, ugly, and shameful, Lucifer, the eldest sister, beg, The girl known as Pry was finally unable to endure the words she was saying and broke down crying. However, the 6 younger sisters kept giggling cold-heartedly. Wait a sec. Don't try to trick us by crying. You haven't finished saying it. That should be enough. Come, sisters, let us display our power. I won't be satisfied till I hear the whole thing, okay? Come on. One-sama, keep going. That's enough. Come on, this shame affects us all. We won't let them leave here alive. Okay, how should we play with this pitiful furniture? Any wonderful plans? Yes. The least thinks the 7 of us should get along and split Kanon up between us. Good idea. That way all of the sisters can get along. Then I'll take the head. I'll leave the limbs and guts to you all. No. I get the head. There's no way that promise will mean anything, right? First one there wins. Hehehe. Kanon-kun, if you got any ideas for how we should kill you, just tell us, okay? The 7 sisters will kill you in an awesome way. This is taking a while, huh? Damn. Arg. You shame me so deeply. Slicing you into 8 pieces won't be enough. I'll slice you into 100 pieces. Here we go, everyone. Yes, One-sama. Yeah, ha. 7 of them burst at once. They had no intention of playing or boasting. This time, they would genuinely follow their master's order. Take Cannon down, swiftly. The 7 sisters jumped around the room faster than the eye could see, examining how they could best kill Cannon. They tortured Cannon with their cruel giggles, sometimes making a close pass at him. They kept scraping his arms, shoulders, and cheeks, gradually carving red letters into his body. At that moment, Shannon dashed up behind him, holding onto him so that she blocked the way to his body at least a little. Oh, this again. Okay. At the same time, a red cylinder wrapped around the two of them like a beam of light sent from heaven. That cylinder repelled the evil ones who tormented Cannon. What? You're mean. This has nothing to do with you. Ah, I see. You must want to play with us. Haha, then I'll take it. All mine. Beatrice-sama, can we take Shannon as our prey? I don't mind. Do as you like. It seems Cannon alone won't be enough to satisfy your gluttony. Genji would also like to get into the orb. You have our deepest gratitude. Come on, I'll make you regret coming out uninvited. I'll turn you into scraps of meat so unrecognizable you won't be able to tell which is which. Mix you and mince you into hamburgers. Idiot, breaking that barrier should come first, right? Don't let your gluttony get in the way of your job. Yes, One-sama. As a horribly natural first action, the 7 sisters began to destroy the barrier Shannon had created. Shannon's barrier certainly was strong. It was powerful enough to impress even Beatrice. With its strength, frail furniture would turn to dust just by touching it, and it was firm like a tree with deep roots. Like a bag of sand, but no matter how big a tree gets, it will eventually surrender to a saw or a hatchet. For the 7 sisters, chopping down Shannon's barrier would be annoying but not impossible. The sound like beetles jumping about grew even fiercer and filled the room. The red barrier began to be cut up and eroded away as though with a hatchet. And hatchet. It's and hatchet, a saw. No, a chainsaw by now. How foolish. Even though you must know that your barrier can't fully protect you from these girls. Why? Because I couldn't overlook it. As Shannon covered Cannon, who was already at his limit, sprawled on the floor, she spoke back resolutely. Resolutely. If you hadn't barged in uninvited, I would have given you a death-like sleep. Why have you gone to all the trouble of exposing yourself before the 7 sisters? Not all deaths are the same. A cruel death will cause you far more anguish than merely dying. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Go ahead, do as you like. Just as you always do what you want. I did what I wanted. Fuck you, that's why. At any rate, you're not quite amusing at the present moment. Romance is most interesting when you're wondering whether it will succeed or not. Once it does succeed, a woman is like a salmon who has finished laying its eggs. I've already tired of you. Thank you. No words from a witch would make me happier. Hee 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 ha ha. Then at least in the end, let me see you die in a truly entertaining manner. 7 sisters, can you hear me? Kill Shannon in a way that shows me the limits of brutality. Shannon. My apologies. In the end, I wasn't able to reach your level, Genji-sama. You're an idiot, Nei-san. If you just let me be, then you might not have had to meet a horrible end. No, it's fine. I received the ring from George-sama and lived as a woman. I have protected you and lived as a sister. With this, my life is complete, with no regrets. You're pissing me off. That philosophical take is really irritating. Like I said, you're furniture. You don't even smell like a human. Look at me. I am a human. Then how are there only 18 people on the fucking island then, love? What are you talking about? Is she lying? Did they not count? Four, 8, 12. 16. No, they must count, because they count for the sacrifices. Do they? Okay, that's an interesting line of thought to go down, but never mind. Look at me, I am human. Don't spout off your philosophical crap like you're more complete. That you're more complete than I am, you furniture. How ugly. Are those regrets what you truly are? They aren't regrets. This is called living. What's this about not minding if you die just because you were given a ring? Ah, I can't understand it. It's incomprehensible, disappointing, outrageous, stunning, and it's all useless. Lady, perhaps you're acting a tad undignified. Ooh. Shut up, furniture. Shannon, do you think I'll let you die so easily? Now is the time to bite your tongue. How pitiful. If you can see yourself reflected in my eyes, then shudder at your own ugliness. Holy shit, fear not. Once I've crushed you up, you'll be much more ugly even while you still live. At that time, Genji softly entered the red barrier. Perhaps that barrier didn't block those without ill intent. Then Genji gently held her from behind and covered her eyes with his right hand. Genji-sama, you've already done enough. Go to sleep before me. Is he gonna snap her neck? Yes. Thank you very much, Genji-sama. Indeed. After that, Genji softly pressed his left hand near her collarbone. As he did, emanating from that area, a crimson stain gently spread out. When Genji removed his hand, bright red, fresh blood oozed out of there. It only okay, hold on. Whoa, hold on. Whoa. Okay, if these three don't count as human because they're furniture, that means that there's 16 people on the island according to her definition, and she says there's no more than 18, so there could be like 2 wiggle room of extra people that we don't know that are committing bullshit that we don't know about. 2? Not 1? Two people living in the other mansion, maybe? No more than... It could still be 1. No more than 18 was what she said, right? Is there like a... Is it here? No, it's not. I think it was no more than 18. That doesn't feel right to me. That doesn't feel right to me. That doesn't feel right to me. But I do feel like she lied with that red statement, even though it's the truth. Did he become furniture? Was he always furniture? Does he somehow count as human? Does Beatrice think he's human? Because then there would only be 1. Because these 2 would be furniture. Wait, is Kumasawa furniture? No, Kumasawa's not furniture. Gota's definitely not furniture. Genji's furniture. Genji refers to himself as furniture. But does Beatrice's perspective... we're not gonna know. Battler needs to ask some fucking questions. It only happened in the first instant, and it was shaped like a crimson rose. Is the chandelier furniture? And when he removed his right hand covering her face, there was a peaceful expression there as though she was sleeping. Then she fell softly, silently, and slept. Her soul had already been sent to a world where the malicious witch and her furniture could not reach her, no matter how evilly they tortured her. Oh, furniture's back. This scene left Beatrice and the Seven Sisters stunned. Only Ranove wore a mysterious smile. Then Genji leaned over Kanon, who was crouching on the floor, and just cracked his skull in the floor. You did well. You should sleep now too. Okay, so all I'm learning from this is that Genji killed some people in the past episodes. Okay, yes, thank you very much, Genji-sama. Just as he had done with Shannon, he softly covered Kanon's eyes with his hand, then gently pressed the area around Kanon's collarbone with his other hand. And when his hand was removed with the lightness of a feather, there was a crimson rose there. But that rose shape quickly turned into the stain of bright red blood pouring out. What is that? What a boring person. Even though it's so fun to poke the balloon of life with a needle so that it forcibly explodes. I mean, technically, the stakes didn't win. So what now, Beatrice? Spectacular, Genji. You truly are furniture. Okay, so he is furniture! Thank you very much. Well then, Beatrice-sama, Ronove-sama, with this as my final task, allow me to rest. Damn you, snatching away my fun. Why don't I take all the thrashing and mashing I want to do to them and give it to you instead? Beatrice faced him with an unsatisfied expression, but Ronove spoke quietly to Genji with a soothing smile. You have worked hard. You are my greatest servant. As a final gift, I shall bestow upon you a peaceful sleep fitting for all the labors you have performed. What? Wait, it's not your place to... When Ronove snapped his fingers, Genji slumped to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut. Suddenly, and yet gently, he crumpled, falling into a sleep that no witch could call him back from. Damn! It was as filled with kindness as the sleep he had given Shannon and Cannon. What was that, Ronove? What a boring anticlimax. Are you not a mighty great witch, milady? What happened here is hardly worthy of your concern. It isn't like you to let the provocation of someone like Shannon get to you. What was it that had Beatrice so irritated? Was she still unable to remove the thorn of Shannon's words? Ronove laughed lightly, as though lamenting the complexity of humanity and a woman's heart, and ordered the seven sisters to go. After all, there were still 2 sacrifices left for the first twilight. The seven sisters disappeared in ecstasy. Okay, and we're not going to know how they died until Battler sees the corpses, right? Alright, so 4 people are dead. Who are the other 2 going to be? I was so wrong, chat! Joe, a personal request from yours truly. Can you not voice out the long cackles? If it's longer than 2 seconds, I might be able to finish. You know, because it's you, Beato's boy toy, I'm not going to do it. Sorry, you can get your kicks somewhere else. Goto was doing the nighttime rounds. Rikinjima had always been empty except for the Ushiramiya family household. So checking that the doors and windows were all closed had no real purpose. However, ever since the time Natsui had condemned such an attitude as being careless, the nighttime rounds had become part of the servant's daily routine. Okay, so I was wrong. These 2 are going to survive the first twilight, because otherwise there's no couple that can pair off. Huh. Unless these 2 are secretly banging. Oh. In the first place, Natsui had ordered this because of the occasional witch disturbances. Oh wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking stupid. I'm like, yeah, these 2 count too, don't they? And these 2. There's more than just this set. It's just these are wiped out so regularly I didn't even consider it. Yeah, these 2 would count, and so would these 2. Okay. Yeah. Fucking hell. Okay. My bad. Everyone who came and left this island knew about the legend of Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. It had become established as this island's characteristic ghost story. Because of that, it was only natural that some people would claim that when they thought they were alone in the mansion, they would hear a strange sound or see the shadow of a person. However, when that created a little too much of a disturbance and reached Natsui's ears, she made a fuss, thinking that some suspicious person might have been entering and leaving. Apparently, she had roused all the servants and had them check throughout the mansion. Because of all that panic over the witch had happened before Goto's arrival, he had only heard about it from the more senior servants. Ghost stories like that could be found in any workplace. Even at hotels and restaurants Goto had worked at, there had been plenty of them. So when he heard about that story on this island, he'd given a forced smile, thinking, ah, so they have that kind of thing here after all. That forced smile aside, he had figured that, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and had taken it seriously. Goto went along with it on the outside, but in his heart he'd assumed it to be a childish trick. At first, that is. This certainly is eerie. Yes, I can see why it was so easy for past servants to get into a panic. You can understand how someone doing the rounds on an eerie night like this might believe they'd seen a ghost if they saw a lace curtain waving in a breeze from a window that hadn't been closed. So if you make fun of the witch of the portrait, there is a curse. It seems there was even a servant who received a serious injury and quit. Well, I wouldn't want that. Think of my age. I probably wouldn't be granted a workplace this hospitable again. Ah, witch of the portrait. I'm working sincerely, so please give me some peace. Goda prayed to the portrait, his hands together as though he was at a Shinto shrine. Oh, I didn't notice how far the clock went ahead. It seems like it's still nighttime. He's doing the rounds. At that time, he thought he heard a sound. The kitchen? Was that the sound of something metal falling on the floor? My calf steaks! Maybe a mouse or a cockroach had come out and knocked over some of the dishes. No, how could that be? It was... Can a cockroach knock over dishes? It was usually cleaned thoroughly. Thinking he'd check out what that noise really had been, Goda entered the kitchen. He turned on the kitchen light. When he did, he heard a strange sound. Clank, 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 clank. To a cook like Goda, the sound felt like the lid on a pressure cooker or something shaking. Surely there wouldn't be a pot on the burner when no one was in the kitchen. Even if someone was using the gas, walking away from it would be quite dangerous. Just in case, Goda decided to inspect the area around the gas range. What is this? When he did in the corner with the gas range, the pressure cooker really had been set out just as he thought, but the flame wasn't on, and yet the lid was clanking. Uh-oh. Was something fermenting and leaking gas? How could that be? Then there was a mouse or something inside. How could there be? Ridiculous. Is there a head in there? When people were watching, Goda acted as though he had a bold personality fitting for his build, but he actually had an unexpectedly timid side to him. I don't know, you did pretty well in the fight when it mattered. I kind of like Goda, actually. He's flawed for sure, but I kind of like him. He was frightened that there might be something inside, and he couldn't bring himself to check it carelessly. In his cowardice, he grabbed a nearby wooden pestle, and with a clunk, he tapped it forcefully against the side of the pressure cooker. When he did, the clanking sound suddenly stopped. He should have been relieved that it had stopped, but the fact that it had stopped when he hit it was even more eerie, and made him even more suspicious about what was inside. Gulp. Mysterious phenomena do not exist in this world. Yes, witches and magic, things like that couldn't possibly exist. All phenomena can be explained with science. Maybe it's tiny microphone Joe from the other stream has been put in the pressure cooker. As if monsters and witches could exist. He repeated that many times, trying to build up his own confidence. The gap between what he was saying and what he was doing was quite comical. Who would believe in a witch? Who would believe in magic or curses? Come on. Show me what you really are. Take that. He removed the lid of the pressure cooker, and lying exposed there was the sparkling, clean silver bottom of the pot. There was absolutely nothing frightening like he imagined. Phew. Haha, it's only natural. There's no way there could have been anything inside. Then what was making the noise, bro? By now, Goda realized that he had been a coward. So while he still had some doubts as to what had caused the lid to make that sound, he figured it wasn't a big problem and decided not to worry about it too much. Then he took the lid he grabbed and softly set it back down where it had been. No! No! The tiny person is stuck on the bottom of the lid! It's fine, it won't make a sound. Of course it won't. As if witches or magic could exist. Clank. Clank, 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 clank. Huh? Clank, 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 clank. Clank, 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 clank. Eeeeep. All of the pots and dishes in the kitchen started clanking at once. It grew even stronger, so that finally the lid to one of the pots fell off. And from inside that pot, a slender white arm reached out. Lids fell off the other pots, one after another, and another, and another. As if witches could exist. As if I'd believe it. When the number of arms grew to 7, a loud, shrill laughter split the air. What a letdown. Too bad that someone who can make such delicious food is such a lightweight. If you don't want him, I'll take him. He's all mine. Wait a sec. Wait, I said no. I'll take him. Huh? What? Hiya! Yeah. Come on, let's search. There's only one more. That old hag. Where is she? She isn't in the mansion. What about the guest house? Hee. First one wins, right? Come on, search. Find her. Don't be noticed by the relatives in the dining hall, right? And don't get noticed by the kids in the guest house, right? Search in silence, kill in silence. After all, it's still just the first twilight. She isn't in the guest house. She wasn't in the mansion either, right? Maybe she's at the other mansion. Hey, I found her. She's in the rose garden. Why is she standing around there without an umbrella? She's already given up. All mine. You blockheads can just sit there and watch. I told you, no, this one's mine. Come on, if we take any longer, we'll be scolded by Beatrice-sama. Let's take care of it all at once. There, found her, surrounded her. Come on, let's get along and do it all at once, okay? Die. Wait, what? Huh? What? What is this? Oh, what naughty girls. You wouldn't happen to be friends with that child, would you? Is she the, she's the flashback witch? Okay, we're just doing a game of Dungeons and Dragons live, are we? What is this old hag? There's got to be some mistake. One more time. Or is she talking about Maria? Oh, the rain disappearing is cool. Why can she defend against us? How did she die last time? Move aside one more time. No matter how often you try, it won't work. This person is good. I am waiting for that child. Would you mind calling for her? Do you really expect us to run errands for you like that? Yes. There's no need. Beatrice-sama. After all, even I have manifested by now. Who are you? I was certain that you had awakened. Runaway. It's been a long time. Yes, truly a long time. What the fuck? This person's talking to Runaway-sama without using Sama. My god, this is going Sama off the grid. And it's been a long time since I've seen you too, Beatrice. She's not even using Sama for Beatrice-sama. Enough. Don't you know who this is? The name Beatrice itself is hers. I only inherited it from her. This is my teacher, the previous Lady Beatrice. The previous Lady Beatrice? Okay, I don't know why, but the story's losing me a little bit right now, Umi Bros. I'm sorry. Give me a minute. Okay, it's losing me a little bit right now. It's losing me a bit. Oh, man. Okay, alright. Okay, alright. Be strong, Joe. Be strong for chat. Be strong for chat. Be strong for chat. Speaking of being strong for chat, thank you, Man of Answers, for the resub. Almost to 3 years. Yeah, 35 months. Thank you, Ma. Thank you, Ma. Thank you, FM Bearden, for the resub as well. And Cogniferous for the resub at tier 2. A tier 2 Cogniferous. Thank you very much. Cogniferous. Alright. Gold butterflies appeared in 1s and 2s from the Garden of Roses and began to gather around Kumasawa. Then, after she was wrapped in a golden sparkle, she burst and disappeared, and Kumasawa's form was no longer there. Instead, there was another golden witch, the one who once taught the path of the endless witch to Beatrice, and the only person Beatrice ever called teacher. Her hair was long, beautiful, and vividly youthful, and her figure in that elegant dress couldn't possibly have been mistaken for an old lady. No, this looked like a completely different person from Kumasawa. Well, teacher, I never even dreamed that we would meet each other again. Yes, neither did I. I certainly never dreamed that my sleep would be disturbed. Such a troublesome time for you to awaken. What do you mean awaken? If you'd remained asleep as usual, the first twilight could have ended without much trouble. Or perhaps I should be glad you're here. I was just getting a tad bored. As usual, it seems you're toying with sinless people in a vulgar game. I believe I taught you several times that the power of the endless witch mustn't be used to cause people trouble. Don't say that, teacher. Isn't boredom our natural enemy? This is just a little spice to escape from that. Wait, sinless? The more the corrosion advances, the stronger my power becomes, and the easier it becomes to summon my minions. But who would have thought it would release the seal on you, teacher, at the same time? Seal? It's precisely because I predicted such a thing would happen that I slept so very close to where you were. I knew that you were going to fall in love reversely with Kinzo, and then he was going to fucking put someone that they found in the orphanage in the mansion across the city and the island, and then she was gonna die when Rosa found her, and then she was gonna find her. What the fuck is this shit? Though I prayed in my sleep that I would not be woken again. Sorry, I'm crashing out. Being reunited with you like this is a very sad thing for me. You're as cunning as always, teacher. Is that the same one wing there, or is it a different symbol? Cackle. Ronove, have that young furniture step back. Furniture only serves its master. The master is responsible for all of her crimes. Certainly, Madam Beatrice. I have already passed that name on to this child. Come now, step back. Furniture girls. I may give warnings a second time if you do not listen to the first. However, do not expect to receive a third. Step back, Seven Sisters of Purgatory. If you get dragged into this, only dust will remain. But back, everyone. Ronove and the Seven Sisters of Purgatory retreated. After that, what remained was the Beatrice, whose daring expression didn't falter. And the teacher Beatrice, who had given up that name and wore a more composed smile. Well then, teacher, what tea shall I prepare for our long-awaited reunion? Aw, spill. Let's see. This reunion was longer in coming than the visit of a comet. Perhaps I will accept your hospitality. And if it seems a mistake had been made... What? Sorry. I'll have you return my name and the title of Endless Witch. Cackle, cackle. So even the title of Endless Witch has a license renewal policy? As you wish, teacher. See how splendid your disciple has become. And see how far she surpassed you so long ago. So Beatrice is going to kill her herself? The air between the two Beatrices seem to explode with sparks. The air between the two, just by glaring at each other, they purged all spirits from that space. As they watched, the Seven Sisters shivered. After all, if they had retreated just 3 steps less than they had, they would have been turned to dust by now. So come, Beatrice. Who's talking? Surrendering my name to you is the only regret I have in life. I will now correct that error by my own hands. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You've got it wrong, teacher. My only error was becoming your disciple in the hopes of gaining such a puny level of power. Get it? Got him. What are you calling magic? What are you calling the Endless Witch? All you've got is a power that can be gained just by noticing, right? And you act as though that's so great and impressive. Your turn's long over, teacher. Oh man, this sure is peak. Oh man, I'm peaking. Here we go. Peeking over the cliff to see how high it is. Persona 3 bros wishing that their spoiler chat was unlocked right now. I don't have a clue what's going. Yeah. Yeah. What in the world is happening right in front of my eyes? You're here? You poor thing. It seems my disciple is causing you trouble. I apologize. Who the heck are you? Why did old Kumasawa turn into a Nei-chan like this? I mean, seriously, who are you? I don't get it. What kind of special effects are these? What are these? My head feels like it's gonna explode. I am the witch teacher of that child. My old name was Beatrice. When that child succeeded me, I gave up that name, so I have no name of my own. Like you've already said, your disciple's been a real pain to me. Please take responsibility and do something. No, wait. I don't believe in stuff like this. Yeah. As if witches and magic could exist. I won't accept this messed up battle. Damn it, what should I believe? Oh, that's just like you. Hospitality with a very quick temper. Cackle, cackle. I expect nothing less from you, teacher. It seems this is so trivial to you, you don't even feel like opening your eyes. But I doubt you'll be able to win unless you're prepared to wreck this whole island, see? Come, arise. Shoulder War Towers. It's the Twin Peaks, yes! The Twin. In response to Beatrice's summons, a terrific earth tremor split the rose garden. On either side of her shoulders, 2 massive war towers sprouted and stabbed into the heavens. And yet, inside the parlor, they were still just shouting at each other about money. They stretched up to 100 Marutu tall, and each had over 360 ports. They were war towers of the gods' army corps, which had prevented even groups of ancient heroes from invading the sacred grounds. As Beatrice elegantly floated in the gap between the massive two-headed towers, she looked down on her teacher, sneering with a sense of absolute superiority. With the 2 massive towers lined up behind her shoulders, the witch looked very small, like a butterfly dancing between huge trees. Don't think you can dodge it by turning into butterflies, okay? The density of the Twin Towers barrage wouldn't just make you a pin bug sample, it'd make you a madly stabbed pincushion, right? Over 720 ports open on the towers, and godly soldiers ready their multi-shot ballistas. Is that the end of your turn? Heh, famous last words. Blast away. Oh man, alright, epilepsy warning. Holy shit. The ballista shots that numbered over 1,000 were all fired at once, drawing a beautiful geometric curtain of death. The bore sound of the bowstrings were played was probably even deeper than that of a reaper swinging its sickle. Come, arise, fallen tower. Split the single language and let that sin be known. The sky was stained an incandescent red, and from between the clouds, a blazing massive tower fell upside down. That massive tower, falling tower, and its rubble sucked in the thousands of ballista shots, so that not one of them approached the body of the witch who had summoned it. So they have furniture serving them, but they fight with buildings. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I need to message someone. So have you been fucking with me the whole time? What the fuck is going on? That's right, no group of people, no matter how large, can approach the mysteries of heaven. That was the reality of the fallen tower. As I'd expect from you, teacher. If you do something, you always do it big. Yeah. My turn isn't over. What are you doing? Pot of greed? Come, arise, sons of Vivaldi. Bestow upon me a worthy spear. Smothered mate? As the massive crimson tower that had fallen made a terrible gold-colored explosion, a massive spear appeared from the inside of those flames, so tall, like a tower, that you had to look up to see all of it. It was too large even for a giant's hand. That divinely beautiful spear of the gods was so massive it gave the illusion that the fallen tower had turned into a spear of the same size. Beatrice is going to be one of the sacrifices. The roulette really can't pick anyone. It was a spear of certain victory that none could escape. Looks like your twin towers won't help you now. How foolish to block off your means to escape on both sides. You can't defend against even a single spear. When she snapped her fingers in command, the massive tower-sized spear shot at Beatrice like a lightning bolt. It aimed right for the middle of the center of the Golden Witch's heart with extreme precision, as she danced in the gap between the towers like a butterfly, slicing straight through the air like a flash of lightning. Ha! So you use gun gear in a moment like this! You really are incredible, teacher! Burst, useless towers! Arise, giant soldier battle line! Fully block the divine spear with your shields and chests! Maria in the courtyard taking notes. The soldier war towers exploded in gold. Meanwhile, with Battler Vision, they're rolling dice on a fucking mat in the middle of the rain. The soldier war towers exploded in gold. They became several billion gold butterflies. Those butterflies took the shape of the 7 massive armored soldiers. Pure Kino, this is almost as good as Iron Man 2. Fucking each stretched a full 50 Maruti into the sky. And they lined up in front of Beatrice, protecting their master and holding massive shields that towered like windmills. How does this get so much art? They were as massive as a mountain range. The witch behind them was like a small moon hiding behind the mountains. Once in the past, when the massive shields these giants held had been ready by the whole regiment, they protected King Wilhelm's castle not only from arrows, but from the wind and the rain. For when they had faced upwards and held their shields to the heavens, not a single raindrop had gotten through. Foolish. The shame of a witch who has forgotten to respect things sacred. Did you think mere giants could defend against the spear of the gods? Indeed. No matter how much human metal you are armed with, you cannot block a spear of the gods. A wonderful palette mate by Madam. No way. Beatrice-sama? Of course I haven't forgotten, teacher. Come, arise, disciples of Hephaestus. You're the bestest. Bestow upon me a worthy shield. A golden whirlwind arose at the feet of the giant soldiers. It was a cloud of countless butterflies. They attached themselves to the massive shields like gold leaves, sparkling like they were a gold mirror. It was the absolute defensive wall given to a goddess by the chief of the gods, the Aegis shield. When the holy spear, which left a dignified tail behind it like a comet, crashed into the mountain range of that gold shield, there was a terrible, thunderous roar. It was the creaking of the pillars that held up the heavens. And still, no one heard it inside. The divine spear. No, it's just the typhoon, man. It's really raining out there. Holy shit! The thunder and lightning. I know, man. Can I see it? No. The divine spear spun around and around. It was sent flying in the direction of the setting sun. Impossible. She defended against the divine spear. No, that is not correct. The divine spear avoided her. It is the law of the gods that an absolute spear and an absolute shield must never fight one another. Although, in the end, it means the same thing as defending against it. Your skills have improved from engaging in these fights so often. Or rather, it seems you're still as bad as ever at this kind of game, teacher. It's my turn to strike back. I shall follow the code and counter a spear with a spear. The giant soldier battle line, which had fully blocked the divine spear, released its holy gold shields. The shields fell to the earth, making the ground shake. You know what? I bet this was written in one session. This flowed out of the writer. When they did, another gold whirlwind arose, and 7 gold shields changed their form into 7 massive spears of lightning lying on the ground. At once, each of the giants lifted one of their legs high and firmly stomped on the tips of the handles. As the earth shook with a thunderous sound, the 7 lightning spears spun beautifully and flew up above the giant soldiers' heads. They scattered into a golden splash and began to fall before the giants. Each of the giants squared off, and with the force of their whole body, they kicked and smashed them. The broken pieces numbered exactly 30 and became lightning spears of exactly the same size as the originals. Just riffing over there, which made 210 for the 7 giants, all of which burst at once, with each splitting into 30 thorns for a total of 6,300. They became a barrage of thunderclouds drawing a beautiful geometric pattern, and then each changed into 3 bolts of lightning, so that 18,900 thunderbolts shot at the predecessor Beatrice, and she blocked them all except one. It's over. Beatrice-sama. I would expect nothing less from Madam. That bundle of almost 20,000 thunderbolts must have reduced the teacher's body to dust. But there had been no resistance. Beatrice knew immediately that she had been fooled. At that time, from the direction that the sun had supposedly set, she felt the impossible rays of sunlight. A brilliant ray of light shone on her profile. It was the figure of her teacher, holding aloft the spear of the gods that had supposedly been repelled a short while ago. She bore a sparkle like the sun on her back and made it shine on the incarnation of darkness. Show me the champion of light. As Beatrice watched, she was trapped like a mouse in a cage. Wait, cornered in a dead end formed by the giant soldier battle line. By now, the predecessor Beatrice had seized a position directly alongside that line. Playtime is over, Beatrice. Have I exposed my flank? Her bold expression hadn't faltered even once, but now it twisted for the first time. And faster than Beatrice could click her tongue, the predecessor Beatrice released the holy spear. As it leapt through the air, it changed its form once more. Oh my god, this is like fucking like AOL RP battles where whoever typed the most won. Victor dependent on word count. Here we go. Come, arise, Devagar brothers. Fucking bestow upon me the giant smashing iron hammer of heaven. Giant soldiers, protect me. What are you doing, you blockheads? You would know. Yeah, that's why I made the joke, my weeb. But now it was no longer a spear, but the whirlwind of a massive hammer that raised a sound like a windstorm as it flew through the air. It was the legendary hammer that had shaken even the king of the frost giants. So the giant soldiers couldn't escape from that fear. So regardless of how strongly their master ordered them, they couldn't get in the path of that hammer. Back rank mate. You called? Rest in peace. Damn it! Before the whirlwind of that massive chunk of metal, Beatrice was nothing more than a mere speck. The instant the whirlwind started to suck Beatrice in, she appeared to change into a massive war tower. Of course, yeah, you know, her trump card. The iron hammer smashed the war tower, scattering tremendous amounts of rubble, but it did not reach she who had escaped behind it, and the mansion is fine. Furthermore, when the smoke started to settle, the war tower had sucked in the massive iron hammer without crumbling and blocked the way. Even the giant smashing iron hammer couldn't break through the final tower protecting the witch. However, this war tower was actually the witch's last trump card. Oh, I'm orbed. It was a war tower for dodging that could only save her from danger once. Didn't people say this was better than episode 2? Are you fucking like this tower was impregnable. No weapon could break through it. At that time, the moon disappeared. As Beatrice hid in the shadows of the giant soldier battle line in the war tower, she looked up to the sky. When she did, inside the moon was a figure of a massive horse ridden by the god of war and death. The predator Beatrice roped the horse with him. His cloak had blocked the moon and swallowed it in an eerie shadow. And the spear of the gods was in his hand once more. In other words, it was a godly knight who had jumped over the ramparts formed by the giant soldiers and the war tower attacking from the heavens. Smothered mate. Cackle, you got me. Smothered mate. It was fun, Beatrice. Whoa! The struggle to death between the two witches with the same name was over, and the winner was Beatrice. But which Beatrice? Glass shatter. The spear that had been launched from the heavens pierced the ground. And yet, a tiny little mirror in a box on a fucking shrine was like, nope, can't do anything. Can only flap around butterflies and unlock windows while cackling to myself though I can't see my reflection and bounce my pipe on fucking Natsui's head being a fucking menace. Yeah. Oh no, a door handle with a fucking scorpion on it. Guess I can't get in. Oh no, Maria made a little charm out of fucking glitter tape and fucking joy and fucking Natsui put it on the door handle. Guess I can't go in and kill her. Whoopsie doopsie. Fucking, but here's Odin! The giant soldier battle line in the war tower split up into countless gold butterflies, wrapping the area in a gold-colored storm. Then came the sound of thunder and the sound of the falling rain and winds. Imagine dragons? If you looked around, the rose garden was empty. The butler and the rest were watching the two witches confronting each other, but Beatrice alone had changed. She had been pierced straight through by the spear, from the base of her neck and her right shoulder to her left buttocks. Unable to even reach the ground with her feet, horribly exposed like a pitiful pinned butterfly tormented by the wind and rain. Beatrice-sama. As expected, a truly fearsome person. That settles it, Beatrice. Hee 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 hee. Ouch. Beatrice wore a bitter smile of false courage, but a strand of blood dangled from her mouth, making her look even more pitiful. The title and power of the Endless Witch, you will return them to me now, along with the name Beatrice. You are too immature to call yourself an Endless Witch. Stop. Forgive me, teacher. I was just fooling around. Okay, I was just joshing when I summoned those towers. I was just, you know, it was fun. I will take my name back from you. I shall return you to your original form. Perhaps you should relinquish this power which is beyond you and live a life suitable for yourself. That can happen? Come, try to remember. What form did you have? The predecessor Beatrice began to recite the words of power. When she did, small gold butterflies gathered near the skewered Beatrice and began to swarm about her. I swear, if anyone in chat has said throughout this, man, this scene is so good and goes so hard with the context of reading the whole thing. I swear to fucking God. I swear to fucking God. Like butterflies sucking the nectar out of flowers, they began to suck the magical power out of Beatrice. And it seemed to cause her intense pain. A cry of anguish issued from Beatrice's mouth. She no longer had any power to resist it. Come, try closing your eyes. Try to remember. What form did you have? Come, Beatrice. Repeat it with me. Let us sing a song together. Oh, she's doing to, like, what she did to Battler when she's pulp. Let's sing a song together, then it will soon be over. Let us end your pain as fast as possible. Oh, the... Hee. Ha. Ha. You're right. How long has it been? Are you gonna, like, sucker punch her right now or something, or what? Since I've sung with you, teacher. Come, together now. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? Come, try to remember. What form did you have? Oh. When the two of them began to recite the same song, more and more gold butterflies danced around, swarming around Beatrice. It will be all right, milady. You will lose your place as my disciple, but that will not change the fact that you are the lady I serve. After that, I shall read a book for you again. I shall bake you apple pies once more, just like it was long ago. Come, try to remember. Ha 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 ha. Yes, try to remember. Are you finally starting to remember? Hey, teacher. Did you remember? That thing behind you? What in the Witcher is this? What is this? When the predecessor Beatrice looked behind her, there was an eerie hedgehog curled up there. Sanic? No, it was herself. There was another predecessor Beatrice whose whole body had been packed with ballista shots, lying there like a pincushion doll. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? Or maybe that's not right. Come, try to remember. How were you killed? The predecessor Beatrice was stunned. Her form gradually began to fade away. What, she died and you just gave her a fun fight to see her off? This is... When did you... At the beginning. I did not summon a pair of shoulder towers. I summoned a pair of leg towers. There were 4 towers. Teacher, you carelessly stepped across the 7th rank rook boundary of death created by the 2 hidden towers, which were lurking in the distance on either side of you. Aw, a classic mistake. It was bad manners of me to say check in this late. I simply must apologize. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The battle had been decided at the very beginning. It had been over since the time the predecessor had leaned forward, readying her holy spirit to attack Beatrice, who had been wedged between her shoulder towers. And she just didn't feel it, Lamayo. The hidden towers lurking on either side had bathed her in a windstorm of ballista shots from 720 ports on both sides, pinning and killing her. However, Beatrice hadn't wanted it to be resolved like that. She wanted to let her teacher take her next move, and it continued acting as though the game was still on. She had immediately revived her with the endless power. And had made her continue the game as though nothing had happened. And Battler slaps the table. Welcome to the fucking club, predecessor Beatrice. It fucking sucks in here. We get tea and cookies though. I also have a jacket. Then the predecessor slowly remembered that she had already been killed. And began to vanish completely. When she did, the spear that had pierced Beatrice had also vanished. Beatrice finally landed on the ground. There wasn't even a trace of a scar. It was fun. Teacher, if you want to play again, I'll revive you anytime. And once you've had some fun, I'll make you remember that you're a corpse again. See? I did everything you told me to, right? Didn't you tell me to always put my toys back in their boxes when I'm done playing with them? Cackle, cackle. Was it an easy victory? Alright, predecessor Beatrice, your turn to say no. Look behind you. You fool. It was a tough one. If I hadn't tricked her with the 4 towers, I would have been the one dead, as I'd expect from teacher, but now I can stand proud. I'm left-handed. Now I have completely surpassed teacher. Ronave, clean up teacher's manners remains a bit. I haven't lost my respect for her that much. Certainly. Tonight's first twilight became a little too riotous. A little cleanup will be necessary. I shall see to it immediately. Goats, it is time to clean up. When Ronave snapped his fingers, blazing, sparkling eyes began to blink open in the shadows and darkness, becoming goat-headed attendants that appeared one after another. One by one, they wordlessly stood at attention in a line behind Ronave's back. This time, what shall be done about the 6 corpses? Another closed room pattern? I'm in no mood to think now. I will leave it to you, Ronave. An extraordinary closed room to torment Battler, if you would. Certainly. Then it shall be extraordinary. Cackle, cackle. Avarice? Okay, where's Battler? Battler, did you see my big moment? Damn it. After being shown that screwed up magical storm, what can I deny? Forget just witches existing. After being shown that tremendous flashy fantasy, what can I deny now? I don't get it anymore. It was like that last time too, but how can I deny these awesome, wonderful magical battles? Isn't that right? After watching this, you can't talk your way out of it, right? Because I know you love anime, so I gave you an own anime showdown. I didn't just prove that witches exist, I proved that anime exists. And you love that shit, you fucking weeb. So now you're gonna believe it's real because you want it to be real, because it's more interesting. Right, weebs in the chat? Right? I exist now, right? Okay, Battler, let me hear some ridiculous reasoning. Milady, your laugh is becoming undignified. Oh, my apologies, but that isn't my fault. After all, if Battler tightly closes his eyes, grinds his teeth, and shows me that ever so bitter expression, it just automatically slips out of my mouth, you see? So, Battler-sama, why don't you return to the table without losing heart? Milady is expecting your counterattack, you see? Quit messing with me! How the hell can I make a counter-argument? In the first place, everything was already screwed up when that tower sprouted up out of the earth. Should I say that? Under the ground in Rikenjima, there's a secret laboratory for building super alloy combining robots or something, and not pushing a button can make these strange towers sprout up? Right, and those huge giants must be robots, or maybe an evil secret association's mecha monsters. I don't get it. Don't talk to me. Cool. Look, don't cry, okay? Bang, bang, it's magic. If you want, I'll crush the moon and make comets fall like rain. I could even bury the whole island on those massive breasted Neichans you like so much, see? Come on, look, my turn's over, see? Show me your response, launch your counterattack. You can't, can you? Except that there's a quadrillion things you can't do. You're useless against this, right? You actually like this kind of fantasy, don't you? I get it. That's been going on in the streets lately, hasn't it? In manga and light... Yeah, I was right. In manga and light novels, anime movies, some teenage brats get a whole bunch of strange special abilities and they blow up all sorts of stuff with the fate of the world on the line. You would love that, don't you? I know. Don't hide it. You love it, right? That's the thing you love. Just... Oh, shit. Fucking bullseye. What the fuck? You just before your very eyes? Why do you believe in manga and anime, but you won't believe in me? Believe it. You can't argue back, not after you've been shown something like this, right? Look, answer. You don't need to think. You can just obediently say, I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Look, try saying it. I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Try saying it. Say it. Don't be embarrassed. Oh, man, she's so gross. She's so gross. Oh man. Oh my god. You done? Thank dog. Okay. Alright. There would have been no way to tell that morning had come without opening window and looking up at the cloudy sky, which had become a tiny bit brighter. Okay, what about like the rubble of the tower and like, oh my god. There would have been no way to tell that morning had come without opening a window and looking up at the cloudy sky, which had become a tiny bit lighter. It wasn't a refreshing morning. There were rubble and bits of tower all over the fucking place. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, which hadn't stopped falling since last night, and the howl of the wind.
It's hard to imagine that it's morning. This horrible weather speaks for our hearts.
Hey, it could be worse. At least it's just rain and not spears falling from the sky. Oh!
At least.
Addressing it right away, okay.
Man.
Wow.
Is this what is known as poetic irony?
Whether it's rain or spears, it's coming down with a bang. Is it already 6? Fwah. Isn't this enough? After this, we've got no measures we can take till the mystery 19th person, Beatrice, makes her move. True. However, I believe we had anticipated every trick they might use against us.
That's right. As long as a traitor doesn't appear among the siblings, we should be able to deal with most situations. Haven't we talked about this enough? We stayed up all night. I'm tired. You're right. How about taking a little rest after eating breakfast?
A good plan. Staying up all night is trying at our age. Fuck, it's trying at my age right now. As they all stretched, they enjoyed this unrefreshing morning as best as they could. I'll go wash my face or something. I probably look horrible.
What is that awful stench? As soon as they exited... Oh, sorry, you first.
No.
Well, there we go.
You know what? You take narration this time, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I was thinking scene change, so we'll go for it. All right. As soon as they exited into the corridor, Kyrie openly made a disgusted expression. What is it? Hey, don't you smell something awful?
What is this stench? I can't stand it.
After hearing these complaints, everyone stuck their heads out into the corridor. Stench was faint, but once people started commenting on it, it was clearly noticeable. Each of them went into the corridor, relying on their own sense of smell to tell them where this strange odor was coming from. What in the world could it be? Let us have Genji deal with it.
Oh, they don't know.
I believe he should already have arrived in the servant room to begin the morning preparations.
Indeed, please do. At the very least, it's difficult to imagine Goda making a breakfast that would cause such an odor.
And then we're going to mention all the other servants by name. Rudolph and the others searched for the source of the smell, and determined that it was coming from underground, from the boiler room. But the door was locked, and they couldn't check inside.
Okay, so do we think there's going to be a recreation of Kinzo's corpse, which probably isn't Kinzo's corpse, being in the furnace like in episode 1?
That's what I was thinking at first, but I'm also realizing now, the servants were really the only ones with keys to get around the house. Which means that I think most of the mansion is actually locked to the Ushiromiya family.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Like, did someone go around locking all the keys, locking all the doors after that, and has all the keys? Because they killed all the servants. Yeah, they might not have any keys, access to that right now. They might be in, like, a Resident Evil situation right now with how they can get around.
And there's no Jill. Be the master of lockpicking.
All right.
Never played those games, by the way. At the same time, when Natsuhi's group was on its way to search for someone in the servant room, they noticed something strange near the parlor. What is this? What a horrible prank. Who would do something like this? On the door to the parlor, drawn in a paint that looked like blood, was a strange thing that looked like a magic circle. There's no one in the kitchen yet. What is that? Eva's group, who thought the smell might be coming from the kitchen, had returned after confirming no one was there and that preparations for breakfast had not yet begun. Then, they noticed the change to the parlor.
It's useless. The boiler room's locked. Wouldn't that be bad if something went wrong with the boiler? Has anyone spotted a servant?
Is one of those vulgar scribbles here too? There was another one on the door to the boiler room.
What's that? This creepy scribble isn't just here, but it's in other places too? Haha, you don't think this is the Witch of the Forest Beatrice's declaration of war, do ya?
Hideyoshi tried to make fun of it, but staring at this creepy magic circle while listening to the wind and rain really made it feel like a message from the witch. Really makes it feel like the dripping, bright red paint made one think of blood, which made it even creepier. Hideyoshi tried to open the door, but it had been locked. As a general rule, the parlor wasn't locked. Someone had gone out of their way to lock it. What does this mean? Could it be that while we were talking in the dining hall, someone secretly left this scribble? On the doors to the parlor and the boiler room? I'm sure the servants are behind this. We were together the whole time. We all have alibis. They probably received some strange order from father and pulled this prank.
And there's also the case yesterday with Maria Chan's letter. It's really easy to suspect that the servants are acting on Dad's orders and planning something. Oh. Anyway, where is everyone? They can't be playing hide and seek. Let's look for them.
Well, I guess they're playing chess, maybe. Before that, I'm worried about the children. They are safe, right? I'll go and check. And while I'm there, I'll see if there aren't any servants there. Once again, Rosa going off alone for the kids.
Then let's split up. Chad is very concerned about Nanjo. Where's Nanjo? While you go to the guest room to see how the brats are doing, we'll investigate inside the mansion. I don't want to think about it, but maybe these creepy magic circles aren't just in the places we found them already. We might be wrapped up in some bizarre game of fathers. I will go to him and hear the situation. Though I doubt he'll obediently listen to me.
I doubt so too. Do we want to call that a scene split, or?
Yeah, sure. The adults split up. As a result, they confirmed that the 4 children were safe in the so-called cousin's room on the 2nd floor of the guest house. They had apparently stayed up late last night playing. All of them were snoring loudly, so Rosa decided not to wake them. Furthermore, Nanjo, who had returned early the previous night to rest, was also safe.
Oh, thank God.
It seemed he believed in the phrase "early to bed, early to rise," and had awoken refreshed, just having a great day.
Oh,
During that time, Kirie and Hideyoshi searched for the servants, but they didn't find them. The servant room in the guest house was also empty.
The children are safe. They all stayed up too late last night.
The servant room is empty. I looked at the shift chart, and the morning shift begins at 6. They should have started working by now.
The nap room is also empty. There were signs that a futon had been slept in, but it wasn't warm.
Hey, isn't everyone's reasoning right on this? This is probably a game Father set up. He must have left those creepy scribbles and hid himself somewhere, trying to make us do something.
Once again, Kirie being the smartest person in the room by being like, there was a futon, but I checked and there wasn't even warm. A lot of deductive reasoning and everything she's doing.
She's great.
Are you saying he's trying to see who's fit to succeed his wealth in the headship? Isn't that a bit... No. It might not be strange if Father was behind something like that.
After all, Father loves doing things on a big scale. This might have been a finely tuned plan starting as far back as when the epitaph was hung in the hall.
Okay, Shimano. In that case, I wonder if they'll give us an announcement of the game or some explanation of it. It certainly would be nice if an envelope with a crest, like the one handed to Maria-chan, were to appear. That's right. Maybe Nissan and the rest have found something like that in the mansion. Got 2 best boys on screen?
Yeah, here they go, here they go. Dr. Nanjo, have you heard anything about this? My apologies, I have no idea what is going on. And yet, yes, certainly, I could easily imagine Kinzo-san planning something on a big scale. Shouldn't we go back to the mansion for now? Maybe they found something over there. If I won't be in the way, I shall go too.
I'll stay here. The children are sleeping upstairs. We don't know what's happening. We cannot leave them alone. That's right. I'll stay with Rosa-san and watch over the place. Would you tell that to my husband?
One second, I have to make sure the chandelier wasn't still on the screen.
Gotcha.
I forgot. Rosa and Kirie remained in the guest house. Hideyoshi went with Nanjo and returned again to the mansion. God, I wish that were me. At the same time, in the mansion, in a way that was hard to believe, or maybe we should say in a way that gave him a bad feeling, Rudolph's prediction was spot on. The same magic circle graffiti had been drawn on the doors to the boiler room and the parlor, had been found in multiple places throughout the mansion. Multiple! And Nikki, how's Dad? He's fucking dead. It was no use. I received no response. I tried putting my ear against the door, but I couldn't sense anyone.
There's no sign of any of the servants. Where in the world did they disappear to? This isn't funny. Father and the servants are hiding, and there are strange magic circles all over the mansion. What in the world is happening?
There weren't only magic circles on the door to the boiler room and the door to the parlor. There were 2 on the 2nd floor, and 1 on the 3rd floor, for a total of 5. They were all the same magic circle, and all of the doors had been locked, so they couldn't check inside the rooms. Anyway, let's do something about the boiler room first. It'd be bad if something broke down and caught fire or exploded, so we need the key.
It should be in the key box in the servant room. Oh, time to see if the key's there. They fished through that key box. Because each of the servants had carried their master keys around. Those weren't kept there. Okay, quick question while it's on screen.
Sure.
Am I the only one getting the vibe that this safe in the CG might be important in this background? Maybe that's just like Ace Attorney Interact vibes taking hold of me, but it just looks important somehow.
I'm not sure. We could find out, but it might be spoilers to find out. We could go back and see the photograph of what they did before they did the CG in the original art, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It does draw the eye every single time you see the screen. Yes, I agree.
I mean, it is front and center, literally.
Yes.
But shall see. Let's see. However, all of the individual keys should have been there.
I can't believe they managed to fit so many keys in there.
It isn't here. No matter how much we look, the key to the boiler room isn't here.
Look, Aneki. Only the keys to the rooms with those magic circles drawn on them are totally missing. Oh, I think you're right, Jelly. I think you're right. I think it's going to be difficult for them to get into these rooms.
It's as though someone didn't want us to go into the rooms with the magic circles. No. They went to all the trouble of making those magic circles obvious, so maybe they wanted us to enter.
I think it's the latter. This isn't a movie, so breaking down the door is probably impossible. What? Smashing a window might do the trick, though.
For a while, Kraus pondered over whether the situation really called for smashing a window. Back to the mountain range, these two peaks. Twin peaks, if you will.
Sorry, go ahead.
At that time, Hideyoshi and Nanjo returned, and everyone cheered. There was nothing strange in the guest house, and the children were safe. They told the others that Rosa and Kyrie had stayed to watch over the place.
Good morning. Would you like to join me under this blanket? I heard that something strange has happened. Good morning, Dr. Nanjo. I apologize for waking you so early in the morning. What is it? Did you find a letter or something? I was sure you'd have found something like that by now.
You're right. I also believe this to be a massive joke or game of father's. But if that's the case, there should be some letter telling us about it. Like the letter that was given to Maria-chan.
What if Maria-chan's letter actually was the announcement telling us that the game was on? The rules of the game, try solving the riddle of the epitaph, have already been made clear. Then what might the 5 magic circles we found in the mansion represent? And the missing servants?
Natsuhine-san. How many servants were there today in total? Huh? Genji, Goda... 5 of them, but why?
So, there are 5 servants. There are also 5 magic circles. It's probably a coincidence, but I don't like it. Okay, so is he going to conclude that the servants have locked themselves in the room on some Game of Fathers, or are they going to like make the jump to maybe there's more foul play going on, someone's dead? And if they are going to make that jump, do you think it's going to be from him, or do you think Kyrie is going to clock it?
If there is a jump that's going to be made, it's Kyrie who's making it, because I feel like it is not a coincidence that she is still here for this kind of group deductive thinking. Well, no, she's not here right now, because she's away with Rosa.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But she might come back and make the deduction when she shows up, right?
She might, yeah. Something like that. Either way, I think it's interesting. Umineko seems to consistently do this, where we had a discussion not 3 minutes before it's happening in the story.
Yeah.
Like, the characters are pretty consistently smart enough to just immediately pinpoint on the things that you, the reader, can pick up on as well.
And I love
Very
that, and
satisfying.
that is what is missing in so much of the shit that we stream.
Oh my god, yeah. It's like poetic irony, but in reverse.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, goddamn. Okay, alright. It's probably coincidence, but I don't like it.
Nissan, let's break a window. We should check and see what's inside.
We have no choice. Do it neatly.
Kraus made his decision and gave permission to smash a window. And he decided that the first room they would break into should be the parlor on the first floor, where the windows would be easiest to reach. Again, just immediately fucking going for it. I love these people. I think it's a scene change, so all you...
They had hoped to peek in through the window, but the curtains were down, so they couldn't see inside. Rudolph wandered around the garden, trying to find something that would be good for smashing the window. Eventually, he found a rock bigger than a fist and came back.
You don't have to smash the whole thing, just open it enough so you can reach the lock.
Don't get your hopes up, okay? Rudolph raised the rock and hit the glass with it several times. The sound effect!
Finally being used for its natural purpose.
Eventually, he succeeded in opening a hole big enough that he could unlock it from the outside. Covering his hand with a handkerchief, he stuck his hand through that hole and cautiously unlocked it. We should probably cover it with packing tape later. The rain will get blown in. When he suddenly opened the window, the wind and the rain made the curtains dance around violently. That curtain was blown to the side. They could see into the parlor they knew well. They were a little relieved. They thought there might be another bizarre magic circle inside the room, or possibly the traces of some creepy ceremony. In any event, they didn't want to hang around out in the rain. So the 6 of them, Kraus, Natsui, all of them are there. Kraus, Natsui, Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Nanjo entered the parlor as a group.
Okay, well, let me flip the chessboard here real quick.
Sure.
Rather than locking them out, was this perhaps an attempt to lock them in, and they just fell for it?
Maybe. But now that they've said that they can break windows, how are they going to keep them in like that? Is there a way they can reinforce the windows somehow, or
some 999 bullshit might happen?
Yeah.
Honestly.
All of them suddenly committed to go into the room together is a suspicious setup. I agree with you there. Yeah.
I also think, again, I was going into this with the mindset of they're locked out, but again, they immediately got in, so why would it be established then that the doors are locked?
Yeah.
If it's just going to be surmounted immediately.
I mean, this is just a bold play from the Nanjo group. You just don't see this kind of thing on the other side of the field with the Kyrie group. They really got to pull themselves together if they're going to win this game today.
We'll have to see how it plays out.
Yep. It seems that nothing in particular has changed.
What's wrong, Shannon? Wait, are you okay? What happened to you?
Blood! The Dr. Nanjo, take a look at this. Hey, Shan, are you okay? Answer me. You mustn't shake her. I will examine her condition now. She had been in the shadow of the sofa, so they hadn't noticed her until they entered the room. Shannon was lying on the floor, her chest stained bright red with blood.
Hey, Battler, where are you? Look, Shannon's corpse has turned up, see? I won't bully you anymore, so come out. Oh, there you are. What are you doing, clutching at your head in a place like that? Battler was crouching under the...
Go ahead.
Sorry,
you
go for it.
Is it mine?
Go for it,
Okay, go for it. Okay, Battler was crouching under the table holding his head. His pitiful figure made it plainly clear that he didn't want to see anything, didn't want to hear anything. Had he heard Beatrice's sneering voice? Could he not hear, or was he pretending that he couldn't hear? In any event, it was clear that he'd closed up his heart like a shell. Still in shock from the towers. He's here!
Perhaps you tormented him too much, milady. After showing him all that and demanding a counter-argument, I can understand why he'd want to mope around. Hey, Battler, if you can't argue back, then resign, okay? It's your turn. If you don't make some move or pass, or else give up, we won't get anywhere.
That?
Huh? What's that? I can't hear you.
I said be quiet. Shut up. A witch? Magic? Why don't you just do whatever you want? I don't believe any of it. Damn it. Don't talk to me. Don't show me anything. Disappear. Just disappear. Don't get that annoying face near me. Beatrice winced reflexively? That's wrong, right? Is that?
Yeah, I think that should be an X.
Yeah. At Battler's sudden rage.
Even if you say that, if you don't finish your turn, then my turn won't come. In fact, I'm the one asking you to stop boring me.
She's being different this episode. She's being more personable, more like I thought we were having fun having a game. I don't know. Maybe she's realized she's pushed too hard. Maybe in a way, the tower scene was her trying to make amends with him in a way, do you think? Without she being sundear about teasing him?
Maybe? I could see that. I definitely do get the impression that she's like, okay, all right, I pushed it a little too far. Let's tone it back. I know I've killed your family twice, but like, this time it's just the servants. Maybe we can game. Maybe we can talk shop here for a bit. Come on. We're having fun here. We're having fun.
I think that they just really need a safe word. I think they need to have the discussion. I think the time in the relationship has come to that. I think they need to do it. Who cares? Be quiet. Shut up. Who cares about your game? I won't go along with it. If your turn won't come until mine's finished, then just wait for all eternity. I don't know. I don't get it. I won't accept witches or magic. I won't accept something that's screwed up. Oh, I said don't talk to me. What was that?
Oh. I don't know what's what anymore. Oh, hold on, no, this is Battler narration, okay. I think.
I don't know what's what anymore. After being shown something that screwed up, how could I resist? Has he gone to an even deeper velvet room inside the other velvet room where he's alone?
The satin room.
The satin where he sits. I wandered aimlessly through the rose garden. It seems like it. Yeah, he's just put the whole thing on pause. It was raining and windy, but that didn't mean my body got wet. There was just a feeling of isolation as I wandered amidst the wind and rain without an umbrella.
Assuming this is Battler. Okay, yeah.
Maybe. I lost in that person's game a long time ago. Actually, didn't we already have a clear winner and loser in the last game? After all, I surrendered for a time. That's why the world was tinted with witches and magic. Right now, Akinjima is a different world where witches stride around openly and fire off strange spells. It isn't a matter of accepting it or denying it. Maybe I mistakenly assumed that I was playing a game on an even footing with Beato. Maybe I was already defeated in the last game, and this is just the signing ceremony of my surrender. A minute ago, a terrible battle unfolded in this rose garden. I saw it with my own eyes. I kicked the ground. Obviously, the ground was hard, and water from a puddle splashed. Several towers that split this ground, sprouting like high-rise buildings. They're definitely rooks up there, right?
See, again, those are very clearly rooks, right?
Yeah. Big-time rook vibes, yeah. The more I kicked this ground, the more it felt like that couldn't possibly have happened. But for that very reason, I couldn't explain it with anything other than magic anymore. If it was a closed room with a key shut up inside, I'd know it was probably an extension of stuff you often see in detective novels. But that big flashy thing, damn it. It seems my disciple has caused you much trouble. Huh? Oh, that was your line, sorry. Huh? It's you. Someone suddenly spoke to me, so I turned around, and in the rose garden arbor was the predecessor Beatrice, whom Beatrice had supposedly defeated a short while ago.
I was about to try and shorten that name, and I won't say it out loud. I think I have to. I think I have to say it, don't I?
You say it.
I was gonna call her Beatrice. Because it's predecessor Beatrice.
Right. That's her name now. Congratulations.
No.
She's Beatrice.
Oh no. Piss-chan returns.
Pitorici.
Oh, Pitorici.
I was sure you died, so you survived.
No, I did die. Now I am nothing more than a defeated chess piece littering outside the chessboard. Okay, motherfucker, you want to just make my subtext text?
You're Beato's teacher, right? So in other words, you're a witch too.
Yes, that is correct.
So basically, that means witches really do exist, and the only one who can defeat her isn't me. Okay, so this is definitely Battler using like fuck you, I'm going off on my own. So Battler has the ability to just like, is that because in the rules of the game at some point Battler has like been taken off the board instead of being killed? Maybe, like, I don't know. Like,
maybe.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he has this power. This is the first time he's done it, I think. Yeah. Okay.
I think it's also, there's definitely some connection being drawn between Kinzo and Battler in the fact that they lack any magical prowess and are still, in times of great need, capable of performing magical feats.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like. So maybe this is Battler's, 11th hour superpower. I can go even further into my own psychosis.
Beyond. Yeah, I'm curious if anyone else... No, some of them have been taken off the board and they can't do it, though. It's Battler's special. It's not just that he went to the tea party, because the other ones were there, too. Yeah. Okay, all right. Continue
His superpower is overthinking.
So basically, That means witches really do exist, and the only one who can defeat her isn't me. That'd be you, since you can use awesome magic, right? I'm just useless now. There's nothing I can do anymore.
Oh my. Have you surrendered completely?
What do you mean surrender? How am I supposed to explain that? Towers sprouting and falling, huge giants holding shields and throwing spears.
Oh, please, 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 please.
Just remember, it makes me feel like I'm going insane. We're way past the point of trying to reason this all out, aren't we?
She's just gonna say, then don't, Lamayo.
We've left the level of tricks and things that can be explained with human culprits. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
Calm yourself. I am nothing more than a piece on that child's game board. After being removed from that board, I am no longer a being capable of doing anything. But you are that child's opponent. As long as you do not give up on your own, you will always have the power to strike back.
Among Us ghosts. Shut up. Weren't you also reciting strange spells and summoning towers and spears? What do you mean strike back? Are you saying you'll teach me magic too? And make me take part in that massive magic battle? Okay, he's cooked, man. He's cooked. He's cooked. He's so cooked.
If you wish, I could teach you a bit about magic.
Oh, just what I wanted. I'm waiting for it to drop with you fucking moron. He's done it.
He's so mad.
Please give me some awesome magic to smash through her chest in one blow. Don't screw with me.
He's so mad. I hear that in Japanese magic, there is a ceremony used to pray for rain. Do you know of it? Battler, have you heard the story of the... what the fuck is it? The fucking glycerin one. Shit! My moment of truth, I failed it.
Oh no! The Ice 9? Crystallization, yeah, crystallization, I'm not sure, glycerin or whatever, yeah. A rain ceremony, that thing where you throw stuff into a fire and dance as an offering? That's not magic. They say that the fire causes an updraft, which makes rain clouds gather. That's supposed to be an accepted scientific phenomenon.
Is this the moment where she's like, but is that not magic? Oh, I believed it to be a form of Eastern magic, but is that not the case? I believed people offered sacred fire to the heavens, as well as a dance of respect, so that your entreaty for rain would reach the hearts of the gods.
Maybe people did that long ago, but most occult things like that have a scientific explanation.
Why do things burn? Is that because the phlogiston is contained in the material?
No, things burn because of a chemical reaction. Lavoisier abolished the phlogiston theory. I can say these words.
I was joking, but this really is a zero escape conversation now. Why does heat transfer through objects? Isn't that because caloric is contained in the material?
I'm pretty sure that was abolished by Joule. Heat is energy, not a substance.
You have studied well. Your knowledge is accurate.
It's just some trivia.
Phlogiston, caloric, and eventually ether and God's love. All are powerless before a scientific explanation. In the past, I was told that an apple falling from a tree was thanks to God's love, so that humans would be given food.
So even gravity is a love of God. Well, that's probably the remnants of the period when religion rather than science was used to explain everything.
That is correct. In the past, humans called the limits of their knowledge, no, ignorance itself, magic. Like the rain ceremony we were just talking about. Did the people of ancient times realize that there was a scientific explanation? That fire gave rise to heat to cause updrafts that summoned clouds? Even without understanding these things, they at least knew the result.
That probably happened a lot. That's stuff called knowledge of the ancestors. Even without understanding the reason, through long experience, they knew that they'd achieve results. Phenomena whose principles they didn't understand were probably the same as magic to them. Like this person just said, ancient people who didn't understand those principles probably believed that, through the rain ceremony, their wishes would reach the heavens and make rainfall. To them, that was certainly magic. As long as they didn't understand updrafts.
Okay, so we're addressing head-on the idea that the stuff that's complicated enough science seems like magic to those who don't understand it.
Yes.
interesting. If you push an electrical switch, a light turns on. Chandeliers arrived. Children do not know the scientific principles behind why a light bulb lights up. They only know the results when they push the switch. If they obtain such a result without knowing the principles, doesn't that make it magic to them?
That's pretty interesting. Well, logically, that's true. For example, I don't have a clue why the brawn tubes in a TV show picture.
No.
Still, I think it's totally normal to see things shown on TV. Even if I don't understand the principles behind brawn tubes, I at least know that if I push the switch, I can watch TV. It's exactly the same as having a rain ceremony without understanding updrafts. In other words, can we start a counter of how many times "in other words" is said in the story, by the way? If I don't know the principles, even TV is the same as magic. Or even magic itself, I guess. This is a cool idea to think about. Like, I feel like there's a lot in our society that people just have no idea how it works, and they just take it for granted. Then, yeah, that's just how it is.
Say, it's surprising that Battler can be so smart and also never once come to this conclusion yet.
Yeah.
Because this seems like... Well, okay, listen, maybe it's a little unfair. Maybe I'm being unfair to the character who is written to progress through the narrative at a certain pace, all right? But I feel like the idea that magic might just be an abstraction is a little like surface level if you're arguing from a position of magic isn't real.
He's also been going through a lot of trauma.
He has been going through. Yeah, he has seen his entire family murdered twice.
He's having a bad infinity. Yeah, for sure.
A bad infinity, Nikki.
Oh, or even magic itself, I guess.
Do you know the structure of brawn tubes? Have you ever taken one apart and looked inside?
Nope. I think I read about it in a book or something once, but it was complicated and I didn't have a clue. I think that when electrons hit a fluorescent material, it creates luminescence or something like that.
Oh, you just think that, did you?
Yeah.
Just a thought that came to him.
Yeah.
That book lied. Actually, there are small people called gremlins shut up inside the brawn tubes, and they do their work with magic.
Huh? Don't be stupid, there's no way that's true.
And also, if you look up at the ceiling, it says gullible. How can you deny it if you have never looked inside a brawn tube? Devil's proof. You can't prove that it doesn't say gullible on the ceiling.
I've never looked inside, but I can say for sure that small people like that definitely don't exist.
Since there are no brawn tubes here, that is impossible to prove.
Yeah, it's impossible to prove right now, but later I can take apart a TV somewhere and show you and instantly win the argument. This is online debate 101. Like, you fucking hell.
If I reply to your post at a later date, perhaps I will win. So, put another way, my magical theory that gremlins are shut up inside the brawn tubes and display the picture with magic is impossible to disprove until we can verify the contents of a brawn tube, correct?
Urk. What the hell? Is this one of those? Are you trying to say it's a devil's proof? That's a favorite trick of you witches.
A devil's proof is a bit of sophistry, one that takes advantage of the fact that negative facts are impossible to prove. However, it's different from my brawn tubes metaphor. That could be resolved simply by taking apart a single television.
You're right. It isn't really a devil's proof.
You have proposed a scientific theory, and I have proposed a magical one. One of those is the truth. And which one it is can be ascertained the moment you look inside a brawn tube. However, until the instant that happens, we cannot deny each other's theories. So, even though only one truth exists, until you look into the brawn tube, you can have two conflicting truths existing at the same time. You have a realm in which two truths can exist simultaneously, even though there must be only one truth in existence. Are we Schrodinger's catting this shit right now? Is that what's happening?
Yeah,
we're Zero Escape.
We're setting up the unreliable.
Okay,
Okay, all right. Well, jelly morbs.
Oh, fuck, not again.
How's it feel? How's it feeling?
I didn't want to do this again. I already did it with 999. It's not again.
Is the cat in the box alive or dead? If you open the box, you will learn the answer. You will learn the truth. However, until you open the box, you can claim that the cat is alive, and you can also claim that it is dead. Both claims are the correct truth according to the people making them. And even though the two sides are in conflict, neither can win the argument as long as the box remained unopened. In other words, two truths can exist at the same time. Yeah, this is definitely setting up that there's different versions of the scene.
Yep.
Yeah. Even though there can only be one cat in the box, it is packed with a living cat and a dead cat, forming a strange, separate world.
Where does the mummy factor into all this?
What about the mummy? That is what Rikinjima is now. This island is now a different world where a scientific theory and a magical one can exist at the same time. To a resident of the world of science such as yourself, at a glance it may feel as though this island has been sucked into a world of magic.
Is this Pietro speaking?
I don't know. Yeah, it is actually. Go ahead.
Maybe? Okay.
Yeah.
That might not be wrong, but it is not accurate. Strictly speaking, it has moved from the world of science to the gap between that world and the world of magic. So, at a glance, it appears to you as though the world is tilted towards the magical side. But in reality, this island is now in a perfectly impartial position with relation to those two opposing worlds.
I don't really get it. The gap between reality and magic? A perfectly impartial world? Beatrice, what are you saying? How's that? Hasn't pretty much everything that's happened been totally not in my favor?
Then perhaps you could think of it this way. This is a trial. Think of it as a court where you and Beatrice are laying out opposing claims. Call it a brawn tube trial. Your opponent claims that there are tiny people inside the brawn tubes, explaining one thing after another, talking about the lives of these tiny people, what they look like, what type of magical power they have. And what do you do?
Well, I study in a library and argue back by explaining how brawn tubes are constructed.
Works out of the library. Good to know. At this moment, both your claim and that child's claim exist in the court at the same time. If you find your opponent's claim convincing, it might sound like the truth to you. It might look like the truth to you. That is exactly what you saw. At this moment, on Rikenjima, witches and magic certainly may exist as truth. This is Battler's first explanation of an unreliable narrator. However, until the moment that the cat's box is opened, that world is an uncertain wave function. The entire situation can be explained by both sides at the same time. However, there is one truth. That set of truths shrinks with observation, and countless truths are weeded out to become one truth. Is this maybe Burns' power, then?
Maybe, yeah.
To collapse those possibilities into the one reality?
Yeah, maybe her power is also an abstract version of like trying to work out what really happens. Because that's also like if you're doing a scientific experiment, right? Like you're trying to find the nature of reality. You're trying to answer question X. Well, question X has, in theory, just infinite answers depending on how you explore it. But there is only one answer that you have to drill down to. And you're going to have a lot of false positives on the way, or a lot of eliminations of theories along the way too. So maybe it's witch magic power, but it's basically like her power is instead that you can figure out like an actual truth at the end of it all. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Do we know what Lambda Delta's power is?
It was said, but I can't remember. Is she in? She's not here.
Will it say their powers?
Oh, no, it's not here at the moment. Yeah, I think it does. Certainty, Witch of Certainty.
So is her power the one that I just described? And maybe a misunderstanding.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah. Yeah, maybe they are all parts of a process, different truths. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
It is like when in court the judge hands down his judgment. The two truths from the prosecutors and defense's claims are reduced in number by the judgment and become one. And then they release the confetti.
Confetti core! To say in your words, this island right now is the world right before looking into a brawn tube, right? Therefore, the science theory and the magic theory cannot be denied. And since they cannot be denied,
both can exist as truth. Therefore, both witches and magic can exist. However, at the same time, your opinion of denial also exists as truth. It is a world where two conflicting things can exist at once, and it is a world where conflicting truths cannot disprove each other. Have you managed to understand?
In other words, no matter
Smarty.
no matter how much awesome magic Beato shows me, it's only a claim of a magical theory and it doesn't disprove my position. So no matter what kind of magic Beato shows me in this world, it cannot become proof that magic exists.
That's right. That child might even try to explain an apple falling from a tree with magic, perhaps by shaking her staff and magically plucking the apple, then claiming to be the thing that made it drop down to the earth. However, that would be nothing more than another claim. None of your opponent's claims can prevent you from making yours. In that sense, this world is quite impartial to both sides.
I get it. Still, by that argument, if I show a sound argument with my science theory, and it collides head-on with her magic theory, I also can't win against her. On top of that, the final judgment won't come until we peek into the Bronze Tube. Where is the Bronze Tube in this world? Because it exists, there should be no reason for us to argue. Why don't we just get along and peek into the Bronze Tube? If there really is a tiny person in there, it's my complete loss. Otherwise, it's my victory. Bring on the gremlin. Here we go. Let's go look at it. Yeah. Why do we have to hold this debate without looking into the Bronze Tube?
Because arguing is fun! That itself is the game you are being challenged to. Maybe, instead of a court, I could use chess as an example, like the rest of the story. There, victory and loss are not determined by a judge. You who fight will decide it yourselves.
Can you win an argument with an opponent in a screwed up world where multiple truths can exist at the same time?
In actual fact, didn't you lose an argument and surrender like this? Ooh.
What's going on?
I'm more in than I ever have been before.
Oh, great.
I'm fucking into it. This is all the advice I can give you now. If you wish, I can occasionally offer you counsel.
Do you feel owned that you're so in because it's anime?
No, I have no shame. I have no shame. I have always been in. It's just pulling me further. Caught in a riptide, and I don't mind drowning.
Yeah. Well, you did make the pegging joke earlier, so yeah, no shame. That's true. That's true. Sure. Thanks. That really helps. I'll avenge you.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
What's your name?
It's Beatrice? Beatrice used to be my name, but now that I have surrendered it, I do not have a name. So I shall take a temporary name. Virgilius.
Virgilius?
Oh, no. How about Virgilia? Alright, Dante's Inferno has now entered the discussion.
Virgilia? Like Valkyria?
No, like Virgil.
Wasn't that a name for goddesses that show up in myths?
No. It means the guide who leads the way to Beatrice. I will guide you to that child who awaits at the summit of Mount Purgatory.
Yeah, we're right. Yeah. Fucking bullseye. Well done. Well done. Yep.
For such a guide.
Yep.
Listen, I played Halo 3 ODST. I know about that.
Just right on, man. Who would have guessed that I'd accept help from a witch when I'm trying to deny witches? I see. If this is a contradictory world where different claims can exist at the same time, I guess that's cool. It's almost funny.
Valor's just absolutely overjoyed at the concept that he can't be wrong. Even if he is.
Yeah, that's good.
I am borrowing that child's words, but you truly are like a phoenix. Your will to fight has already been revived. Come, if your heart is prepared, return to your opponent.
Well, there's a name tag
Return
here
to
now.
the chessboard where that vessel is seated, where that child is seated. I look forward to seeing how far you can fight with my disciple.
Yeah, watch it. I won't listen to her babbling anymore. I'll coolly fight to the end. I definitely
won't.
Yeah, I definitely won't get provoked by her any longer. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right.
Won't.
Let's think. I think 3 scenes. With him in it, I think 3 scenes.
I give him a maximum of 3 Velvet Room visits before he is crying again. Maximum of 3 before he's crying again. Then let us return to the seat of the battle.
Battler.
He's just like that fucking graph where it's just fucking, it's so over, we're so fucking back. Oh, Battler, where did you run off to? And I thought losers never came back for more.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've cooled my head a little.
And did you think of a response to that pleasant, thrilling, refreshing, highly acclaimed, wonderful fantasy battle between teacher and me? Isn't that impossible to explain without fantasy?
Damn, just go for it.
Milady, didn't you just propose to be kind and act more gracefully? Oh no, oh no. I just got in such a good mood when I saw Battler's face, you see? Look, 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 how are you gonna respond to that battle just now, Battler?
It didn't happen on my own. It didn't happen, and then he just stabs and does a dance. Battle? What battle?
What?
I love him so much.
He's the best.
In this rose garden, where do you see those spears and towers you made lying around? They aren't here, are they? In other words, it's just like the inside of a bronze tube.
Alright, you heard the metaphor once, he's running with it. The inside of a prawn tube. What in the world are you talking about now?
At this very moment, there are gremlins all over the world inside everyone's TV. But I'm gonna prove the world. There's nothing at all in the rose garden. Towers may have been sprouting of magic until a short while ago. However, that's only the case until we see what's inside the bronze tube. That magical battle is nothing more than your interpretation, your claim. The fact that there's absolutely nothing to see here now proves it. This is how I argue back about that witch's battle just now. Right now, there isn't anything here, which proves that nothing happens.
Object permanence has left the building. Come now, of course I can't make a huge mess when it's only the first twilight, and I am rather fond of that rose garden, you see. To prevent any damage, I had the fight occur inside a barrier, so it's only natural that it wouldn't have any influence on reality.
That's your claim? Well, I guess that works. However, at this point in time, there's nothing in the rose garden, so nothing stands in the way of my claim that there was no magic done here.
Wait, can you deny my magic with a mess like that? It is impossible to prove that magic does not exist. It's a devil's proof.
At this point in time, this garden is the truth. The instant you look inside, the tiny people inside the prawn tube will vanish. He didn't explain that part, and there are no traces of magic.
Explain the metaphor in your own words, Battler.
And there are no traces of magic here at all. So that battle between you witches did not take place.
What the... That counter? That power? Could it be? Have you forgotten, milady? It is the multi-layered world's rendition technique.
Oh, of course, yeah.
The power of a finite witch, the counter to the power of an endless witch. Only an endless witch can perceive it, and it is most effective against such a witch. Schrodinger's cat box? That old hag of a witch! What an uncalled for hint!
It's like a way of like censoring swearing, like Scooby-Doo or whatever. Schrodinger's cat box. What are we gonna do? We've lost time, including the 5 servants and grandfather. There are 6 corpses. Let me check the scene. I've been trudging along, wasting time. From now on, I'll speed things up. Okay? Take a seat, Beatrice. It's finally the first twilight, isn't it? Let's start the real thing. Show me what you've got.
Title card and everything, damn.
Yeah. Alright, I think it's time to take a break. It's 10 minutes. I'm gonna say thank you to some people, and then we'll take
It's getting a little steamy under the fort blanket.
Yep. I'm gonna say, thank you to Bits and Subs, Jelly. So if you'd like to get out of the blanket and walk around for a bit, you probably have like, I don't know, like maybe 10-15 minutes if you want to extend.
Sounds good to me. I'll be back in 10.
Let me just wait for it to get to the next line. And then it never happened.
Forget what the adults expected. At least for us kids, these were supposed to be a fun couple of days where the cousins deepened their friendship. However, when we woke up, there was an unbelievably cruel reality waiting for us. I feel like this phrase is used pretty often. Like this phrasing of like waking up to an unbelievably cruel reality.
Mm-hmm.
Am I like incepting that as a, like our end game phrase of like, oh, you need to wake up, like everything is really terrible and magic is just trying to blind that? Or is that just, am I seeing patterns?
It could be. The thing is
you first, sorry.
Sorry, no, it's my pushback against that is that sometimes things are just repeated because of the translation or whatever. Like it's just like,
yeah, it's a matter of like how much of this is author intent and how much is just translation.
Damn, he really is an English major in chat.
I do have the degree. Whether or not I earned it, that's another matter entirely. But I was gonna, to borrow a word from the Signala streams, periodelia. There, am I just seeing patterns where none exist?
We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out.
I did some weak inhales there. George Aniki and Jessica were crying over Shannon Chan and Ken and Kun's deaths. Okay, they're crying over their deaths. Did they see the bodies?
Yeah. Is it?
Or were they just told?
My guess, yeah. My guess is that
they're still not marked as dead.
Yeah.
Right now, everyone who was alive had gathered in the lobby on the first floor of the guest house, and there were 12 people there.
We haven't seen this before. This looks good.
This kind of reminds me of a scene that we had from the aquarium date.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Is it reused art, or is it...
I think I'm just seeing things there. I think it's just a similar shot. Unbelievable, right? There were 18 until yesterday. And in one night, a third of that number had lost their lives. I eventually sobered up from my agitation, and along with my lack of sleep from being woken up so early in the morning, I was beginning to feel a faint sense of unreality. I want to think this is some kind of bad dream. My cheap escapism keeps telling me that over and over. Maria had gone back to sleep on the sofa Rosa was sitting in. Rather than her having nerves of steel, she probably genuinely hadn't had enough sleep. Well, there's the gun. Looks really small when he holds it.
Yeah.
Is that intentional?
Is it the same gun, maybe? How did... The gun comes from Kinzo's room, does it not? So how did they get into Kinzo's room? Maybe a lot has happened. Maybe we're going to do some flashbacks now into the...
The adults were holding items... Oh, sorry. No, you first. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm done. I'm done.
Okay. The adults were holding items from what was apparently grandfather's collection. Okay, so it is Kinzo's.
Yeah.
Short-barrel Winchester rifles. Apparently relics from a time he'd been obsessed with westerns. There were 4 guns altogether. Interesting.
Oh, wait, what? There was only... Okay, were there always 4 guns and the person who went to get the gun was like, fuck you, I'm just keeping the gun to myself, and hid the rest?
Huh.
Because there was only 1 adult, and they were like, I'm the top of the hierarchy now, so I'm the only one who gets a gun. That's an interesting info drop, right?
Yeah. Those have been split up among the 4 siblings, Uncle Kraus, Aunt Eva, my dad, and Aunt Rosa. Okay, so blood relatives get the guns first, so they take precedence. Paper boxes filled with bullets lay on the table, and the siblings were silently loading them.
It's a little scary, even now, touching one of these. I get the feeling Dad'll yell, don't touch that, and hit me. Well, this is gonna end so horribly. Like, we all get guns. Oh,
it just looks so small when they're holding them.
Yeah, it does. It looks like kind of like a toy gun.
I can't tell if that's like intentional, as if to like emphasize the difference between whenever one of the female members of the family is holding it, and it seems like this massive thing, this massive amount of power for them to hold.
I don't know.
And then now a male member is holding it and it just looks really small, or if that's just me running fucking haywire and the art just looks a little weird.
Or it's just under the blanket Yagwai hands. Like, yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Well, isn't this great? You got a gun. No matter how much you touch them, you won't be hit again.
Well, he's having a great day.
Yeah,
Can't
look,
believe
look, it's noticeably bigger in her hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think that father would meet this kind of end.
Well, I never did expect Kinzo-san to die normally in his bed, but even so, it is too horrible.
Slipping into the judge voice a little bit there. Hey, I wonder if that really was father. Okay, I love you, you're great. I think it might be a different person's corpse used as a substitute to trick us. You're insane, continue? No, it was father, without a doubt. You saw his toes, right? Generally speaking, there aren't many humans with 6 toes on both feet. But that doesn't mean that such people don't exist.
Yeah.
I've heard that polydactyly isn't that rare a disease. Thank you. I'm so glad she's alive. He was a man who liked large-scale tricks, right? He might have obtained a corpse from somewhere that had the same number of toes on both feet. Ridiculous. Why would he do something like that?
The epitaph is going to be solved before the second Twilight.
Man.
Like, it's just going to
just sitting there sweating like, fuck, I forgot to kill her. I forgot to kill her this time. I was too distracted. Oh, it's over. It's so over.
I'd agree if it was a normal person, but this is father we're talking about. You can't be sure Kyrie-san's talking nonsense. After all, burning a corpse makes it hard to identify. So it was in the boiler room again. Okay, still, there should be a few ways to examine him from his teeth and bone structure. If the police investigated, of course they'd be able to know whose body it was right away. The problem is that we need a telephone engineer more than the police right now.
The boats probably won't come in this typhoon. So, will they arrive tomorrow? A new chandelier! Oh, yes. Interesting. Viv is going to have to get on a new one. Most likely, the boat will come again at 9 tomorrow. Then, I believe we will be able to contact the police. It's the same for us, and the culprit. Till the typhoon passes, this island will be closed off. Just from our parents' conversation, you could probably figure out the general gist, but let's explain the situation anyway. From early that morning, this is the writer literally just going like, you might be able to get it, but just in case, let's explain. Let's exposit for a moment, just so we're all on the same page.
In other words, the subtext.
Sumari. In various places throughout the mansion, a total of 6 corpses, including grandfather and all the servants, had been found one after. So 6 corpses, which means okay. May I see them? First, grandfather had been in the boiler room, completely burnt. The servants had died, each shut up in the rooms throughout the mansion that had magic circles drawn on them. Okay, I thought that was going to be second, like we found this one. The cause of death for the servants was uncertain, but according to Dr. Nanjo's diagnosis, there was a high likelihood that they had been stabbed with something like a spear, or possibly shot with a gun.
Whoa.
That was why the adults had started arming themselves with Winchesters. And what made the situation even more chaotic was the fact that the telephones had become unstable. It was unknown if lightning had caused them to break down or if the culprit had broken them. At any rate, since contact with the outside had been cut off, we couldn't reach the police. So, until the typhoon passes and the boat comes tomorrow morning, we'll have to protect ourselves. After all, Rikenjima is now isolated by the typhoon. And just as we're stuck on the island, so is the culprit. It seemed that the adults stayed up all night, holding the family conference in the mansion's dining hall the whole time. And yet, the crime had occurred in the mansion. So right when the adults had been in an uproar over money, the murderer had been killing under the same roof. They say Aunt Natsui has been strict about locking the doors and windows at night, and yet some suspicious person had entered and left the mansion. The adults had decided that the inside of the mansion was too large to be safe, so they had pulled the guns and moved to the guest house where we had been. Which brings us to the present. George Aniki had begged to see Shannon-chan's corpse, but the adults had refused, saying that he mustn't do so until the police arrived.
Interesting. Okay, so
because he mustn't look at the corpse until the police arrived. That's what sent us spiraling on that little bout of sports commentary. This wasn't just because they wanted to seal all the rooms to preserve the scene. After all, the culprit who had killed 6 people was wandering about the mansion. To the Ushiromiya family right now, the mansion that should have been their home was now a danger zone that an unknown murderer could enter and leave at will. After all, it's a huge mansion. There are plenty of blind spots and dark spaces, and it's too vast to guarantee absolute safety with this number of people. Relatively speaking, the guest house was much smaller. It had 2 above-ground stories, something like 10 or so rooms. Apparently, it had originally been constructed to serve as a small hotel, as part of a plan to turn the island into a resort. So it was easier to know where everything was, what was going on everywhere inside it, and it'd be easier to keep safe. It made for a good place to hole up in, like you said, much more defensible position.
Yep.
Also, it was extremely likely that this mass murder of 6 people was a game. A killing, after all. The culprit had proclaimed so in a letter. I heard that a Western-style envelope with the family crest, just like the one Maria claimed to have received from Beatrice yesterday, had been found in the boiler room where grandfather's corpse had been discovered. This was what the letter said. So that there will be no misunderstandings, the game I seek is for everyone to try and solve the riddle of the epitaph, not for you to try and catch me. If you don't solve the riddle, the pitiful sacrifices will further increase in number. It would be wiser to spend your time. If no one can solve, I'm going to move on. Did we read that one? I think so. It would be wiser to spend your... Sorry. That's not for sure. It would be wiser to spend your time solving the epitaph instead of searching for me. If no one can solve the riddle, no one will survive. If a person appears who can miraculously solve it, I will give them all the gold of the Golden Land, the Ushiromiya family headship, and all of my power. I was the one who succeeded the Ushiromiya family headship after Kinzo-sama. I look forward to seeing who will succeed to that headship after me. Okay, so this letter is like the Golden Witch Beatrice. This is like the seed that shall sow all the discord to come.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is throwing like a raw steak in a room with like 4 wolves in it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This exists in every single episode to be like, and any piece you thought might exist is gone. Or at least that's how it functions, because everyone always gets caught up in the second part, which is if you solve it, you'll get this, and not the only way to win is to solve it.
Yes.
They instead get caught up with, well, obviously this is a power play, because whoever, is already going to solve it, they want us to accept that if they solve it, they'll win, so who's up to some bullshit? I'm hoping Kyrie might clue in on that.
She will. I think so for sure. Yeah, I
have faith. This riddle of the epitaph was that thing. That strange epitaph written by the portrait of the witch on display in the hall of the mansion. That was a lot of the grandfather was the one who had written it. I'm surprised they got through it without stumbling. And the person who solved it would supposedly be given the inheritance or the hidden gold or something like that. Ever since it was first put on display there several years ago, the relatives had secretly tried to solve that riddle, despite saying on the surface that the whole idea was silly. Here's just a little fun jelly fact. For the longest time, I thought that several meant 7.
Me too. I didn't
know that it meant like a vague number that is multiple. I learned that because I was playing Animal Crossing, and I would hand in 2 fossils to Blathers for him to identify, and he'd be like, oh, you've brought several, and I'd always be like, no, I only brought you 2. What are you talking about?
So 2 can't be several.
2 cannot be several.
1 is 1, a couple is 2, a few is 3 to 5, anything above 5 is several. That's what I think. That's what
or
those.
Many.
Yeah, or many. Okay, many. A few is 3 to 4, many is 5 or 6, and several is 7 and up. There we go. We did it.
I feel like several is like the $5 version of many.
3 plus is several. What about few? Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
3 plus. No, I refuse to accept that 3 plus is several. However, up until today, no one had solved it. We were once again being urged to solve that unintelligible riddle. Fun word there, unintelligible. And this time, we were faced with the threat that we'd all be killed if we didn't solve it. If that wasn't a game, what else could it be? A threat, perhaps? The bold opinion that we should search the premises for the culprit did come up once. However, there was a good chance they were armed, and there might not just be one of them. And, ellipses, while they might have been able to kill more than 6 people, they had stopped at 6. The opinion that won out in the end was that we should avoid needlessly antagonizing the culprit and hole up in a safe place while we waited for the police to arrive. Which will certainly go swimmingly.
You know what's smart about this so far? Unless they're gonna undo it and make me look like an idiot. Because the parents have kind of like whisked everyone off. Not only is it doubling up that Battler can't see the corpses, so we're having information kept from us, so we don't know really what's true. But it's also avoiding that 3 episodes in a row we have to go through the like, wow, I'm sad someone died. My God, it's so horrible. How could she do this? It's useless. We don't have to see that again.
Unless listen, someone is going to get shot and die right in front of Battler, and it's going to be that times 3. It's going to be like, why did you do that? We're supposed to be family, aren't we? Damn it, damn it, damn it!
True, but maybe it's going to be a little. It's going to be different than instead of stumbling upon yet another crime scene and having to go through that shit.
Are they going to shoot Nanjo?
No, don't even joke. Don't even joke.
It's not a joke. It is a fearful supposition.
I hope you're wrong.
I hope so too. I'd hate to see a mountain leveled like that. After the adults or do we want to switch since there's a scene transition?
Sure.
I'm looking at those like Star Wars wipes.
Sure.
Those screen was Windows Movie Maker wipe effects as like a scene change.
After the adults carefully checked that the doors and windows in the guest house were locked, they set up camp in the lobby. As they loaded their guns to distract themselves from the tension, their expressions showed that they were already fatigued from this long day, which had still barely begun. There was nothing for me to do. All I could do was be taught how to use a gun, to prepare for the off chance of something happening that led to an excess of guns. That's fine. Just obediently stay there, me and the rest of you.
Just a quick comment. I think it's kind of interesting that I feel like maybe I'm going insane here. I think maybe the guns being so heavily tied to Kinzo and the amount of empowerment they bring, they feel like a male symbol in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm going to my feminist literature angle, which is to say that the excess of guns may be synonymous with the excess of patriarchs that are still currently present and the amount of power that they hold.
Okay. Koru's already starting their next long rant and post.
Giving them a run for their money.
Let's brace for it. 6 people in the beginning again, and this time it's grandfather and all of the servants put together.
Most likely, that child has carefully studied your moves from the last game, and has made an optimal move by taking the pieces you are most likely to suspect from the start.
That makes sense. That was true both last time and the time before that. The servants who knew everything about the mansion and who walk around with keys always fall into the most suspicious category of people. A good example in the last game would be Jessica's closed room. If only I'd accepted that a servant was the culprit, that wouldn't even have been a closed room.
And so, that child went straight for them, probably to block off a method of escape you'd be likely to attempt sooner or later.
Beato already proclaimed and read that there are no more than 18 people on this island. In other words, it's time to give up on that. Now I've got to suspect one of the 18.
Question, did she proclaim that during this episode?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
Alright. That child will probably come at you by stealing the pieces for all the 18, while also making an appearance as a 19th person who shouldn't exist, when you would be forced to accept your opponent is a witch. After all, now that the intimidation approach has failed, trying to force you to surrender by showing you magic, the only remaining option is a frontal attack. I feel like I missed something there. Did I miss?
I don't think so. I think it was okay.
Okay, gotcha.
Bluffing won't work anymore. If you miss it, I missed it too.
Be careful. Deception is what witches are best at. No matter what your opponent says or shows you, it will not be able to threaten the truth that you believe in. Don't forget that.
Sure. As if I'd fall for the same moves over and over. Okay, why do we have her now? It said the difficulty was equal. Who is this? Is it
I think she's the equalizer.
Is it because Beatrice has someone, so we get someone too? Beatrice got Ronave, so we get Virgilia?
I think so, yeah. And again, she is very much serving as the Virgil to our Dante in this case.
Yes.
Right? She is our guide through this spirit world. And also, I don't think Runaway is fully on Beatrice's side, but he's definitely not fully on Battler's either.
Yes. For
He's
sure.
sort of playing both sides, so no matter what, he always comes out on top. Synchronized swimming.
Synchronized swimming, sure. As if I'd fall for the same moves over and over. Come on out,
As if.
Beatrice. Let's get started.
I am already seated at the table of the contest, and my turn is already complete. To think we would end up having Madam as our foe. This will not be easy, milady. Okay, our foe, so they're viewing it as a team sport now?
Yep.
Our moves will be read thoroughly. I care not. By now, teachers' moves are all old-fashioned classics. There is nothing to fear. So, just what moves can you make beyond the classics I taught you? I look forward to seeing, Beatrice. You okay with this, battler? Can someone who denies witches really accept a witch as a strategist?
Your stupid provocation is pointless. This is my advisor. No, my second. That doesn't change one bit, that this is a fistfight between you and me.
I understand. One as wobbly as yourself probably needs a training wheels on his bicycle. Do as you like. Come, let us begin. It's your turn.
Ooh. Let's begin with the reconstruction of the crime scene. Virgilia, quickly, please.
The first corpse discovered was Shannon's. She was found in the parlor on the first floor of the mansion. The door and windows were locked, and the closed room was established.
Beato, I need some details. Let's reconfirm the definition of a closed room.
Indeed. The term closed room refers to a room where the inside and the outside are completely cut off from each other. Naturally, it will be impossible to even affect things across that boundary line, much less enter or escape across it. This includes an all-inclusive denial of the existence of hidden doors, as well as all possibility of intervention from the outside. Henceforth, this shall be referred to as Beatrice's closed room definition.
Let's focus in a bit. How do you define all possibility of intervention from the outside?
Oh, we're really getting into the fucking
Yeah.
I refer to all types of direct intervention from the outside, such as using a fishing line or a long, thin rod. In conclusion, there are no gaps in the doors and windows through which such tricks will work. Not said in red. Interesting.
I wonder about that. Even if there wasn't a gap, as you should be able to interfere with radio waves, like with a remote control, right? Oh my god!
Very well. I'll add this to this definition that interference due to radio waves and related methods of remote control shall be impossible.
There's also an extension telephone in the parlor. A device connected to that wouldn't count as remote control, right?
The phones are already unusable, are they not? Whatever. I'll include that too. All direct and indirect methods of interfering with the inside of the closed room from the outside of the room are impossible.
What about a voice or a knock? Those should be able to interfere from the outside without someone entering the room, right?
Even though it's a closed room, it probably isn't impossible for someone to knock or call out. The closed room definition does not cover whether transmission or intent across the boundary is possible or not. I feel like she's fucking grinding her teeth at that one.
Sorry,
She's like,
hold on.
alright, fucking... What's up?
Transmission of intent across the boundary is possible or not. Transmission of intent. Closed room definition does not cover whether transmission of intent across the boundary is possible or not.
So...
That is a weird way to say talking to someone or like giving a message through the closed room.
Yeah.
Right?
It would be easier if she just said like non-physical might also include like radio waves and stuff like that.
I guess they are. It is semantics, so it's sometimes you have to. Yeah. Okay. In other words, you can't make it so your definition includes the blockage of all methods of communication with the outside.
That is indeed the case.
Understood. So, Shannon Chan's parlor satisfies Beatrice's closed room definition, right?
Correct.
Closed room definition understood. In red, please. Continue, Virgilia.
Yes. Shannon's corpse was in possession of one master key. The relatives who discovered her collected this.
Beato, repeat it. How many master keys this time? Oh!
Oh ho ho!
Okay.
The same as last time. There are 5, one for each servant. Okay, so he's establishing that things might be different between the games.
That's
and she's
big.
saying specifically it's the same as last time, not that everything is the same across all of them, but this time it's the same.
Yes, so it could be different, like retroactively. If you ever want to talk about the keys in episode 1, it might be different. Yeah. Okay.
Interesting.
All right. So like, yeah.
Interesting.
Very interesting. That was a big information get there. Yeah. Yeah. Which means this isn't a closed room. There are still 4 master keys left. It just means that Shannon Chan was murdered. One of the 4. Sorry, it just means that after Shannon Chan was murdered, one of the other 4 keys locked it.
How good is it that they have these scenes here that are just like the perfect moment, not only for all the characters to just bust out a bunch of information, but for the reader to start connecting a million dots.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, all right, time for a theory break. Get your notes out.
Yep. It's really good. It's really
so good.
Okay, so right now, like my brain is building a like a domino murder. It's like someone was killed, then they used the key. Someone else was killed, they used the key, and they ran out of keys as they were moving all the corpses around. So really, it's not 6 locked rooms. It's 1. It's like what was the last room that was killed, like locked? Because apart from that, there was always a string of keys in order to do it. I think so. Yeah.
Interesting. Correct. And it wasn't only a master key that was found. Yes. Alongside the corpse, there was a Western envelope with the family crest. Instead of a letter, the key to the guest room on the 2nd floor was inside it. Key to the second
floor guest room. The only key other than the master key that can open the door to that 2nd floor guest room. Is that definition correct? And that's where Kumasawa was done. All right, so we have 6 keys, six rooms. So again, it's just 1. Yeah.
It's also interesting that they're holding up in the guest room and they were given a key, presumably by the culprit, to gain further access into it. That feels like bait to me.
Okay, but the key to where Kumasawa was murdered was found locked in Shannon's room. So Shannon's room had to be locked after Kumasawa's. So we're building like a timeline now.
Yeah, I think you're right. We've got a string of murders that are all occurring in sequence, and the keys imply a sequence.
Yes.
They don't confirm it, they imply a sequence, which I think is going to be the conclusion that someone here is going to reach, and they're going to combat that conclusion.
Yes. Yeah, it's going, and it doesn't necessarily mean they were killed in that order, but they were staged in that order or moved to in that order, and the rooms were locked. Yes. Okay.
To make you believe that would be the case. And then there's probably going to be some chessboard thinking where it's like, why would they want us to think that it was established in a certain order? Is it maybe they want us to think it wasn't established in a certain order when it really was? Like a bunch of back and forth.
Yes. The key to a 2nd floor guest room, the only key other than a master key that can open the door to the 2nd floor guest room. Is that definition correct?
Indeed, there is no problem. And, unlike the master keys, only one of those exists. In other words, apart from the 5 master keys, there will be only one key that can unlock certain rooms.
In other words...
Man, 2 Sumari in a row?
This is a message telling them This is a message telling them to go to the 2nd floor guest room then. So the adults moved to the 2nd floor guest room, right?
Sorry. Yes. The door to the 2nd floor guest room was locked, and a magic circle was drawn on it. The relatives unlocked it with the key they had found near Shannon's corpse. Inside, Kumasawa's corpse was discovered.
And is there going to be another letter in here with a key, do you think?
One that satisfied Beatrice's closed room definition. Maybe? Also interesting that Virgilia is referring to Kumasawa as Kumasawa when we're supposed to believe that there's a link between the two.
Yes.
So, whether or not that was true, who can say? Kumasawa was in possession of one master key. The relatives collected this. And like in Shannon's case, there was a Western envelope discovered alongside her. Yep, so they did have an envelope. Again, assuming envelope key, envelope key, envelope key. It's just a successive thing of like the envelope was in the key the key was in the envelope the entire time, like going directly against like spiting Battler, getting around her loophole in episode 2.
Yeah, for sure.
Inside was the key to the 3rd floor waiting room. The relatives moved to the 3rd floor waiting room. Okay, we need an editor on that line.
So we have more keys than locked rooms now because we have 5 master keys that can open all the doors. But then we have the second floor guest room and the 3rd floor waiting room key. So we have more keys than locked rooms. So unless there's something to do with like, but no, all the corpses were in there, like with multiple keys when they were locked. Hold on, maybe that is the case. If you lock a room, if they all have their master keys on them, and also they had a key in an envelope, now we're using 2 keys per room every single time one is locked. So now we're losing wiggle room with each one. Okay, so it still might be key limited. I'm not sure, but we're definitely above. We're definitely above more keys in rooms at this point. Okay, sorry. So there was a magic circle on the door to the 3rd floor waiting room, and that door was locked.
Don't apologize. This is what this section is for.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Yes. Inside the room, Goda's corpse was discovered. The room was a closed room, one that satisfied Beatrice's closed room definition. Goda was in possession of 1 master key. The relatives collected this. And like up until now, a Western envelope with the family seal was discovered, inside of which was the key to the 2nd floor VIP room. The relatives moved to the 2nd floor VIP room. I don't like, again, the phrasing of that feels really awkward, but that's not like...
I am Arthur.
I don't think that's a semantic thing. I think that's just like we need an editor on this one.
What's going on here? What are you planning?
There's no need to glare, is there? It may be a closed room, but there are still multiple master keys that can open it, correct? And besides the master keys, I've given you specific keys to each room. Again, setting up like, oh, but there's a chain of events.
Yeah. I don't like where this is going, but I'm starting to see how it'll turn out. So it continues like this for all 6 people?
Yes, that is correct. Inside the 2nd floor VIP room, Genji's corpse was discovered. 1 master key was collected. The key to the underground boiler room was discovered. They moved to the underground boiler room. Inside the underground boiler room, Kinzo's corpse was discovered. The key to the chapel was discovered.
Oh yeah, the chapel
they moved
key.
To the chapel, yep.
And the chapel can only be opened with the chapel key.
So that's
the master key can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Assuming that that's still true.
Oh yeah, will locks change? Battler needs to ask that. Yeah.
They moved to the chapel. Inside the chapel, Canon's corpse was discovered. 1 master key was collected. The key to the 1st floor parlor was discovered. With this, our reconstruction of how all 6 corpses were discovered is complete. An addendum. Along with the key to the chapel, a letter was enclosed in the Western envelope found near Kinzo's corpse. The contents of the letter were as you saw. It further urged the relatives to solve the riddle of the epitaph.
In that case, what's going on? If the last place where Canon was had the key to the very first room, the parlor where Shannon was, that makes 6 closed rooms all tied together, right? That is... Oh, sorry. Good.
I'm picking up on something weird, maybe.
What's that?
This chain of events is really time consuming, right?
Yeah.
And it's set up in such a way as to imply that they happened in a sequence, and then that sequence is done, and then they're going through the rooms in that reverse sequence, right? Which is to say that if these are all locked rooms and the keys are inside them, everything is in place when they start the chain.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see what you mean. Are you saying that when they get onto the chain and they're going from room to room, the killer, presumably that could have like taken a key from a corpse they already discovered, could have went and set up the last round of rooms while they're busy going through the first ones to get to the sequence?
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Because they know because they don't know. I wonder if the parlor is the only one. If we thought about it, is the parlor the only one that could get into? No, because they could break the window to the chapel because we did that in the last episode. But the rest of them, like, so Cannon and Shannon were already set up, but the other ones weren't, or some of the other ones weren't, and they could do that.
I feel like that might be because it's establishing this chain that they'll naturally want to follow.
Yes.
Or rather, a chain that they essentially have to follow, which is designed to be time-consuming. It's taking them not like this room, then the room next, then the room next. It's like here, there, everywhere across the entire island. It's creating a lot of time where anything could be happening because all of the involved parties who are actively investigating are going to the same location together. It's established multiple times with each room that everyone moved to that room.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So something is happening during that time, and this chain is broken.
I think it's either that or there is some way of configuring the keys that are given that you can, if you really think about it, there is a way to be like, no, there is actually an extra key. Something like that. Or there's a key, there's enough keys here that there is room for one of them to be an illegitimate locked room if you really map it out, I think.
Yeah.
It's gonna be one of those two.
Something is definitely happening, though.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, obviously it's a mystery, but
Yeah.
we shall see.
Okay.
That is correct. The 6 closed rooms are all tied together. The keys to unlock each one are all shut up inside the next room. Sumari, the 6 closed rooms form one massive closed room. And all of the master keys as well as the individual room keys are shut up inside it. Furthermore, all of the doors and windows on the 6 rooms are normal. No device exists which can lock them without a key, such as an auto lock. What do you think? It's beautiful, isn't it? Once again, milady, that is not dignified. When Renove rebuked her, Beato stuck her tongue at him without showing any signs of shame. I forget who was doing the narration. Were you doing it or I doing it?
I can't remember.
I got really lost in that cackle, I'm not gonna lie.
I think you did actually. I think there are more characters here that you're voicing, so I'll do narration. When Ronnie rebuked her, Beato stuck her tongue at him without showing any signs of shame.
Oh, sorry, give me 1 second. Sorry. Playing with Badler just put me in such a good mood. So, Badler, what do you think of my move? If you can't think of anything in particular, I wouldn't mind showing you how I made the goats carry the corpses. And seal all the rooms with magic, okay?
Do what you want. I'll listen respectfully to this magic theory that you claim is true. However, I can claim my human theory, even though it's completely different from yours, without any interference from your claim. In other words,
Sumari,
there's no need for me to pay attention to your bullshit. Go ahead and show me how you can lock the door with your multicolored magic simply by waving your magic staff. Just like those guys with their toad oil and all-purpose kitchen knives. Wait, what? Virgilia, let's reconstruct the crime scene. Search for a weakness. Were they all definitely dead? If one of them is just playing dead, this isn't a closed room at all. Nanjo.
Oh, there's Nanjo, live Nanjo reaction. Nanjo confirmed that all of them were dead. However, due to the devil's proof, it is impossible to deny the possibility of a wrong diagnosis. In other words, Sumari, that child cannot make the likelihood that Nanjo overlooked them being alive equal to 0.
Here it is, that devil's proof. But there exists a sword that can carve that up.
What's up with them? Looks like they're having a good time leaving me out of the discussion. I'm his opponent, am I not? Doesn't he have any time to spare for me? Oh, getting all tsundere.
Aww.
Fundamentally speaking, communication with one's opponent is not necessary to the act of competing in chess. One moment. Every time you've communicated with him outside of making your moves, you've used that opportunity to confuse him. Perhaps this is the result of him not wanting to be led astray. For some reason, I don't like it. That's a new expression. I don't think we've ever seen that one before on her.
She seems kind of sad.
She's not having fun. She wants to play. Someone took her favorite toy.
I feel bad for her.
Oh no. The poor Golden Witch Beatrice. Several times over has she murdered dozens, but we still feel bad for her. Oh,
yep.
How pitiable. You are challenging him to a chess match, are you not? That's true, but... Beatrice puffed out her cheeks, as though to say, I don't know why, but I don't like it. Think I stole that line from you?
It's okay, don't worry about it.
Just like Pieto is stealing Battler from Beato? Because the police have not yet arrived at the crime scene, the human side's ability to inspect the scene is limited. For a strict confirmation of death, I recommend that you have that child repeated in red.
Okay, that's where I'll strike. Repeat it. The 6 victims are all dead.
Milady, he has told you to repeat something in red, has he not?
Hey, enough lazing around. Do you refuse to repeat it? This is where our battle starts.
Just be like, nuh-uh, I don't wanna. What? Ow, 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 ow. Sorry, that's fine. I'll answer. These 6 are all dead. Kinzo, Genji, Shannon, Kanon, Goda, and Kumasawa.
Why are you so out of it? Okay, so I've already got one out of you. We'll start by denying that classic trick where the victims are playing dead.
I won't go easy on you anymore. Come at me how you like. I'll slice them slantwise one after another.
Then repeat this. No one is hiding in any of the 6 rooms. Let's see you deny the existence of people we aren't aware of.
I'll answer. There is no one hiding in the 6 rooms. Doesn't exclude furniture, potentially?
Also doesn't exclude someone hiding at the time, but they're not hiding in there anymore.
Yeah, present tense. Interesting.
Okay, now I'm sure it's only the 6 of them in the can, and they aren't pretending to be dead.
What will you do? What will you do? As if a human could manage anything by now. Obediently kneel to the fact that I control locks at will with my wonderful magic, okay?
Quit babbling. Repeat this too. The 6 deaths were instant deaths.
Ooh, instant deaths. Oh, what do you mean by that? It means there's a possibility that a single victim on the verge of death managed to escape into the room, and after locking it from the inside to create a closed room, they passed away. A classic closed room murder trick. One requiring that the victim receive a fatal wound and then die later. It is possible for a closed room to be constructed unexpectedly if the victim holes up inside the room to escape the murderer, and then dies after locking the door. In order to deny that possibility, you will need to proclaim that the 6 died instantly with the red truth. Very well, very well. I'll slay you with my red treasured sword. The 6 died instantly. By died instantly, I mean the targets instantly became incapable of action after being attacked. Well, it might still have taken them several seconds or minutes to die in a complete sense of the word, but regardless, it was completely impossible for them to take any action of their own will. In that sense, I can confirm that they suffered instant deaths.
Hold on. Okay, that satisfies me, I think. I'm not going to question that. Yeah, okay.
For now, at least.
Up until this point, I've just been checking for the classic tricks. Now's when our showdown over the closed room really starts, okay? If the culprit isn't on the inside, they're on the outside, looking in, so they somehow killed from outside the rooms.
Have you lost your mind? After all, a closed room means murder is impossible from the outside, right? That's why only a magical murder could be possible.
No, that's wrong. The right approach.
He said the line.
The right approach is murder really happened equals it isn't a closed room. No matter how much you try to trick me, this definitely isn't a closed room. It's a sham that only looks like one.
However, Battler-sama, only the victims are inside the rooms, and no other people exist inside the rooms. And by Milady's closed room definition, remote murders from the room have been clearly, from outside the room, have been clearly denied, have they not?
Wait, the definition of remote murders is pretty broad, right? It's not just about pulling a fishing line from outside the room and strangling the victim inside the room. For example, a trap would make for an excellent remote murder.
A trap? And what might that be?
Just as an example, let's say they were instructed to enter rooms that someone had picked up beforehand and lock the doors from the inside to create the closed room themselves. A trap was set up in those rooms that they didn't know about, and that's what killed them. How's that? That doesn't contradict anything.
There are no problems. It corresponds to the existing state. There are no problems on our side either. It does not conflict with Milady's closed room definition. What's with that stupid reasoning? Nothing suspicious was found in any of the rooms, right? What form did that trap have? Where was it hidden and how did it operate? Explain that for all 6 of them, in the parlor, the guest room, the waiting room, the VIP room, the boiler room, and the chapel. Explain that, rather. Well, you can't, can you?
I refuse to counter that. Don't ask me why. There's no need for me to explain, and failing to do so doesn't damage my claim. It's not my burden.
What did you say? Beatrice, it's a devil's proof. It's a dog-eat-dog world. The fact that he cannot explain the nature of the trap does not in itself deny the existence of such a trap. Holy shit! We finally reached the level of reasoning I've been operating on since episode 1. Holy shit!
He's going all in. He's going all in.
Done.
Sweating.
Well, overbearing. A wonderful move. This guy's getting completely used to this.
Check. Due to murder trap X that we couldn't find, it'd be possible to establish this closed room murder.
I'll kill that check with the red truth. The 6 were not killed by traps.
And the definition of a trap?
That's it. Something that activates when a victim triggers it on their own. Oh, and that's not all. It also includes things activated by remote control or by a timer. Everything of that sort. She's just riffing over here, literally.
Yeah.
So it refers to all arrangements that could carry out a murder without the direct participation of the one who planned it out. Perhaps we might sum it up that way. Nice save, Renove? How's that? I struck back! As if I'd let a human crush this closed room.
You're looking pretty frantic to win, too.
What? What do you mean?
You're frantically fighting to make me accept your existence. Until now, I thought I was just being toyed around with you by you one-sidedly, but that's not actually true. You're also frantically resisting my counters, fighting to show that you exist. Now, I finally really feel that it's true. This isn't torture inflicted on me over whether I'll surrender or not. This is a fight between you and me on an even footing, like the episode said.
He read the episode 3 times.
Okay, now it's starting to get interesting, isn't it? All 6 died in closed rooms, and no outsiders were inside, and there was no meddling from the outside, and also no traps. Up until now, I'd probably start suspecting that this had to be the work of magic. And if you decided to show off some bizarre magic at this moment, I might even have surrendered. It's that favorite strategy of yours. You intercept all my moves, and in the moment I've exhausted all options and fallen to my knees, when my heart's barriers are at their weakest, you show off some strange magic and take the game all at once.
That line right there is, I can feel it in my bones, in the deepest, darkest pits of my id. That line about once I've exhausted all options and fallen to my knees, when my heart's barriers are at their weakest, you show off some strange magic and take the game. That is going to be reframed tragically later on. I can feel it.
I think so, yes.
That short temper is something this child has always had. along with a bad habit of rushing things when victory is in sight. After all, Milady cannot stand putting off a match. Hey, shut up, shut up! It's Battler's turn, right? I finished off that trap piece you advanced. What should I repeat next? Show me what you've got!
Right. Now that even traps have been defeated, this looks like a perfect closed room murder at a glance. And that's why I'll spin the chessboard around right now.
He's doing it! Here it comes, that special technique of yours. How exactly are you going to spin what around? Try showing me!
Yeah,
I said that line. That's not how you would say that at all. That was a bad delivery. Let's get a second run on that.
Do you want to? Yeah? Try showing me?
Try showing me!
There you go.
Something like that, maybe? Still bad?
I'll show you. I don't need to think of how 6 people could be killed inside closed rooms from the outside. It's useless. It's useless. It's all useless. That's right. The question isn't how you can kill from the outside the rooms. The point is how they died inside the rooms, making them closed rooms.
Ooh.
That's it. This is the answer. If you assume that one of the 6 victims was the culprit, this closed room can be explained extremely easily.
What? Ridiculous! I believe I clearly said in red that the 6 of them were dead.
Oh, there were 6 deaths. 5 were victims who got killed, but if you assume that the other person committed suicide, you can destroy this closed room.
Certainly. If the culprit locked themselves in the final closed room and threw away their own life, this closed room chain would be established. The suicide of the culprit. Normally, it would be an unthinkable move. But the argument that the unthinkable cannot exist cannot be used. Okay, if we're going with the option of maybe this is all the game that Kinzo is doing and all the servants are in on it and they're forced to participate, then maybe them, like the culprit killing themselves is to solidify, like to really set up the closed room in Kinzo's sense of setting things up as a game.
Yeah, and I think that maybe one of them could have been possibly brainwashed, like Genji could be brainwashed to that level. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. And he has no responsibility to demonstrate a motive. A truly powerful move which can only be used in a chess match against a witch. Well, one cannot be certain that there was no motive. For example, it has been announced that Kinzo only had a short time left to live. Perhaps he did not regret losing his short remaining life and used his own death to send a message. It might be possible to attach such a motive. Oh, I'm running out of steam. Milady.
We're reading for a while, yeah?
We have been. I gotta get a drink of water after this scene. Indeed! To think you trample even the dignity of the dead to create a culprit. What a heartless, cold-blooded man.
So no red? I'll set up the dead as the culprit. This worse-than-inhuman move is one you used to attack Canon-kun in the last game. Even though the games are different, I'm taking a shot back at you with this move. As a tribute to Canon-kun for that time.
This one's for Canon.
Just now, I freed that Canon-kun from his regrets.
That was a weird noise that came out. Not expecting the trill that came out on that one. You have no responsibility to hold back here. You should try to confirm that the suicide wasn't the cause of any of their deaths. I recommend that you have that child repeated in red.
Right, but suicide's a naive word that won't corner her. Beato, this'll stop you. Repeat it. The 6 deaths were all homicides. Oh, damn!
That is painful. Oh.
What's wrong? All 6 of them were killed, right? I'm just confirming that simple premise we've had from the very beginning, right? Can't you repeat it?
Oh, this motherfucker. I refuse to repeat it. I'm not owned. There's no reason in particular.
You realize that refusing to repeat this part is the same thing as resigning, right? Checkmate. One of the 6 was the culprit, and they plan to commit suicide after constructing the closed room.
Battler,
That's
no,
all.
Battler, no. You're failing to see that the opposite of your argument that that she doesn't have to prove it means that she also doesn't have to disprove yours. Battler, no. Wait. No. I'll say it. I'll use the red like you want. None of the 6 committed suicide. How's that? Are you satisfied? That's not what he asked. That's not what he asked. I've struck back. I've struck back.
What the hell? So you can say it. But
That's not
strange.
what you asked.
Why
That's not what you asked.
I know. Why are you so panicky?
It's your imagination. This time, even I'm feeling the pressure. That's right. I don't have any leeway. Pay it no mind. Please don't notice the blunder I've made. No, never mind. Thank you, Virgil. The line you asked that child to repeat has been altered. Do not be fooled. Ah, damn it. It seems not to have worked, milady. What a fucking idiot.
That's right. She didn't say the 6 deaths were all homicides. Okay, so if she's gonna say that none of them were suicides, okay, does accidentally killing yourself count as a suicide?
Huh. That is the kind of bullshit I would expect her to pull. Or maybe like, oh, the furniture aren't really alive, so they don't have a life to take, or some shit like that.
The only other way is that Kinzo died of natural causes. But...
Huh.
Strong sense of deja vu. Strong sense of deja vu. Okay, that's right. She didn't say the 6 deaths were all homicides. She changed it to none of the 6 committed suicide, which means one of them wasn't killed by someone else and didn't commit suicide. I've got it. I've got it. This is the truth. Culprit X, who was hiding among the 6, murdered the other 5 and then set up a closed room. After that, they planned to escape from or hide in that room by some method. And then they just died, Lamayo. However, they got in an accident. The culprit died from an accident that even they hadn't expected, setting up a closed room murder that they hadn't even desired. Now it's over, Beatrice. Checkmate.
Damn it! Did you think I'd be cornered by something like that? I'd never announce my resignation over something like that! I'll slice up that foolish checkmate with my red treasured sword over and over again! None of the 6 died in an accidental... What the fuck are they? Is he like, just like putting his hand over her mouth?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
My apologies. We request some time to strategize. Milady, please lock the fuck in. Please allow us a brief postponement on this matter. It's a fair request. Perhaps you should accept it. Sure, take a break. Sorry.
It's okay.
That was your line.
Sure, take a break. I've been giving those a lot lately. Now it's your turn to take one.
Thank you very much. Come, milady, this way. And let us quietly count to 100 inside our heads.
Kinzo slips on the dominoes and falls into the furnace. Oh no! For the second time, since that's also happened in episode 1 apparently. Not again!
Not again!
Oh shit! That is it! That is it!
No,
that is it! He hid in
no.
the furnace, and then he didn't, because he's not a servant, he doesn't know when it ticks on, and it ticked on and killed him. That is it!
I don't think so.
That is it!
I
That
don't
is...
think so.
What else could it possibly be? What else could it possibly be?
There's a lot of things it could possibly be,
What?
but I think that's bullshit. I don't know about that one, man. I think you're quite literally cooking too hard with that.
He hid in there, like and then oh no, my hubris. And then, just kicks on. Everyone needs their hot water in the morning for their morning showers, and he fucking died. Yeah.
Do you smell something burning?
Yeah. Roname quickly covered Beato's mouth with his hand as she grew thoroughly panicked and agitated, suspending the game. He pulled Beato away, supposedly to hold a strategy conference.
It's so good.
Damn. that demon butler. When Beato got all hot, I had a perfect chance to corner her. Beato normally acted like she was graceful and above it all, but she actually had a really short temper and got mad easily. Her usual intellect had less of a voice when she got excited.
Ronave certainly is thinking clearly. He probably gave your opponent some time to cool down. That child grew too stubborn trying to remove your check, and was about to easily let several large pieces go. After all, the first twilight is only a skirmish. The correct move at that time would have been to withdraw.
So, what does it mean? Did I reach checkmate, or didn't I?
Have you ever played chess before in your life? That child was about to say something in red. He probably wouldn't have reached checkmate yet. But most likely, you can expect our opponents to resign once they've cooled their heads.
I am really surprised that Ronave is so invested in Beatrice winning, or maybe he's more invested in the game going, that he just prevented her from making a blunder. So she was going to say something in red, and it was going to give away way too much information, and Battler would have checkmated her in the next line. So right now they're brainstorming how to say something in red that doesn't give it away, that answers it and satisfies it, but also doesn't give too much away at the same time. I'm surprised.
Which is also interesting because earlier it seemed like maybe Ronove blundered by giving away too much in red when Beatrice wasn't there.
Yeah.
When in reality, maybe he was giving that away to, like, set a trap for Battler. Interesting.
You're joking. Even though she hates losing that much?
Yes. In a losing battle, it is essential to withdraw your troops as soon as possible to try and minimize your losses. The difficult part is gauging whether it's a losing battle or not. Your opponent's butler seems to have calmly made that decision.
Oh well. In other words, she managed to escape by a hair's breadth. Getting checkmate and delivering the final blow won't be that easy for me.
However, you should count this as your victory. It seems they barely managed to prevent a large loss, but they certainly sustained considerable damage. The scale of that child's panic ought to make the depths of that wound quite clear to you.
Seriously. It feels like she'd start crying if I bullied her anymore. As we talked, Ronave returned with Beato, who wore a meek expression. She didn't yet have her usual bold smile, but it looked like the blood wasn't rushing to her head anymore. Hey, it's your turn. Did you decide on your next move?
I resign.
Oh, damn.
For now, I'll let you have your victory.
Beato told me that frankly. Really? It seems she'd taken a far-sighted view, as though saying, if you want to laugh, then laugh. It was a bit of a killjoy, and I lost my desire to deliver the final blow. Well, now that you've resigned, that just means we're even, since my theory and yours can't deny each other. You should treat it more like a tie than a loss.
Oh.
I don't need your disgusting sympathy. I'm telling you that I lost this round. When you find a dog drenched with rain, do you have a sudden urge to whack it with a stick or something?
Nope. I'm not you. Even though she ridiculed me horribly when I showed signs of defeat, this is the best she's got when the tables are turned. I did feel that was pretty cowardly of her, but I decided to act with dignity as the victor and let it slide. Beato resigned. That's the one result of the first twilight. Beatrice couldn't counter my move of one of the six was the culprit, and that person died in an accident. No, she probably could have countered it, but for some strategic reason, she admitted defeat. I wonder if that's because it would give you too information to solve a different, harder to solve murder. It has to be something like that. Yeah, it has to be something like that. Yeah.
It would have to be like not just solve a murder, but like a fundamental aspect of the entire mystery.
Yeah, it has to be that. It felt less like I'd won and more like I'd let her slip away at the last second.
The one that got away. I can read this.
Sure, go for it.
In a chess match with a witch, battles can be fought solely with pieces known as X. Once again, we are doing accursed math, which require no detailed explanations. Thanks to the devil's proof, I could create as many strange fictions as I wanted, and use them as fighters in our argument. Oh, this might actually be... Is this Beato speaking, maybe? But that only works in a chess match with a witch. In our human world, okay, maybe not, you can't use such abstract theories to explain things. The first twilight was a chain of 6 closed rooms. It certainly may have been possible for a human. Beato wasn't able to deny all possibilities. However, I don't have a clue who committed the crime, or why, or how they actually did it. It may seem strange to hear me saying this after I won, but for some reason, I feel like have been more satisfied if Beatrice had been able to say definitively that it was impossible for humans. I managed to avoid specifics by using an abstract piece called X, but I couldn't deny the sense that some eerie intent that must never be known was filling up this entire mansion. Ooh.
Chad is asking if I'm safe because there's a cat. Yes, I'm safe. I'm safe.
Mouse, watch out. Mouse, watch out.
Sorry. So those assignments were irrelevant, and now we're back to the Cannon family.
Oh, I see. Nice, nice. So what should we do then?
I don't know.
We will assign the roles based on vibes, perhaps?
When being besieged, your true enemy isn't so much the fear of an unseen culprit, as it is keeping such fears alive for long periods of time. Maria got bored and started complaining that she wanted to watch TV. Ooh. You can ooh, Jelly. You can ooh if you want to. You can leave chat behind. There was no TV in the lobby, so she decided to return to the cousin's room on the second floor. The adults probably wanted to make sure Maria wasn't left on her own. They told all the children to go to the second floor cousin's room. George, who was grief-stricken by the loss of his fiancée, led the cousins up to the second floor without any resistance. At first, Nanjo had been reading a book in the lobby, but when he noticed the relatives looking like they wanted to discuss something sinister, he said, "It seems I am in the way," and returned to his room on the second floor.
My curfew approaches.
Bye, Nanjo.
I'm starving, and if we just keep sitting around, we'll get sleepy too.
It's only natural. We didn't get any sleep last night.
We will probably end up being barricaded here for a full 24 hours. It may be wiser to take naps in turn instead of overstressing ourselves.
True. My husband and I will remain here, so I ask that anyone having trouble staying awake take it easy and rest. Our opponent might be expecting that, right? Even if they couldn't defeat this many people, if that number shrinks enough, they may plan to use that moment to strike.
There are 7 of us here, so we could take 3-hour shifts in pairs. Tomorrow morning's a long way off. We still have some energy now, but tonight's going to be rough.
Sure will. Anyone sleepy? Don't overdo it and get some rest. Hideyoshi looked around at everyone to see who wanted to sleep first, but no one volunteered. Everyone was just as tired, but no one was bold enough to go to sleep right away. Their fear of the unknown culprit was just as strong as their sleepiness. Nobody? Well, don't overdo it, everyone.
If we get tired, we'll deal with it then. I'll admit I'm sleepy, but I'm not in the mood now.
As Eva spoke sharply, she reread the second letter from Beatrice, which had been found in the boiler room. Beatrice had sent them 2 letters, which had repeatedly told them to solve the riddle of the epitaph, and she'd even provoked them by saying she'd give up her assets and the headship if they could solve it. Eva took out a notebook and opened it to a page with the epitaph copied onto it.
Is this that epitaph?
Yes. I hate doing what the culprit says, but we do have time to waste. I think it's the perfect way to stave off boredom.
Not a bad way to kill time. Why don't we challenge it together as siblings?
Can I borrow that? I'll rewrite it just a little larger. Natsui-san, do you have a slightly larger piece of paper?
There should be paper in the servant room. I'll bring some.
Natsui immediately brought a blank B4 sheet of paper from the servant room. Carrie borrowed Eva's notebook, wrote out the epitaph on the paper, and laid it out on the table. Then, everyone quickly peered down at it. They automatically formed a crowd. I've heard about it, but really, this is a tough riddle. I don't have a clue what it's talking about.
At one point, I also did my best to solve it, but I was just as clueless.
If you did know, you wouldn't have come all the way out here with a plan to make money. After all, it's 10 tons of gold we're talking about.
This is the first time I've read through it seriously, but roughly speaking, couldn't it be split into 3 parts?
I've been thinking this since last night, but you really are a good thinker, Kirie-san. Perhaps you'll be able to easily solve this riddle that we couldn't. Yeah, Kirie is sharp. She might find a more interesting take on it if she comes in without any confusing biases.
Interesting. I was not
That's right.
expecting this reaction from them, from Kraus especially.
Yeah, you're right.
I feel like he's up to some shit, but
That's right. Kirie-san, would you mind giving us your honest opinion after reading the epitaph?
I doubt you'll find it useful. You all give me too much credit.
That's fine. Just say whatever comes into your head. Let's hear your thoughts. The hints you give always help me out when I'm worried.
Oh, so I have been helpful. It's nice to finally hear about this now. Ooh,
Come on, don't I always thank you?
you two sure are close. I'm jealous.
It's interesting how they treat Kirie differently from Natsuki, isn't it?
Interesting. Probably because Natsuhi is second to the head, I suppose.
And the rest of us would also love to hear these hints of yours. We're just killing time anyway, so relax, okay?
Something is off.
Kirie was
Something's
disturbed
not
at
right.
being praised so highly for something so strange, but they had all the time in the world. Realizing that this was just a way to waste time, they keep bringing it up, she decided to accept the role she'd been given.
But it was a waste of time. I'm sure I'll say something off the mark, but, well, I'll put forward my ideas.
Indeed. What did you mean in the beginning about how it could be divided into 3 parts, roughly speaking? Oh, shit.
Oh. Okay, is that in red stylistically?
It's both.
If that's not on purpose, I would be a little upset personally. I'm not gonna lie, because if there's anything you've established, it's that red text is significant. I think that would be an unbelievable blunder to do it like to use it here and not mean it like that.
She just found a red pen. She just found a red pen. The curtains
The
are just
diagrams
blue
in
jelly.
red, too.
They're just blue. It's just blue.
Listen, I don't care about what the curtains are. I care about what that might mean. Well, I just mean what I said. I think that overall, the epitaph can be divided into 3 sections. First, there are 5 lines up until there sleeps the key to the goal. Up until this point is the first part, which directs you to the location of the key. And then there's the part formed by the 11 lines up until the 10th twilight, which refers to the location of the Golden Land itself. And the remaining 6 lines make up the part after the Golden Land has been reached.
Was that purple?
Tutorial?
Why, right?
It really is a game.
I see.
What did it say?
You can.
It said you can look
open
at the epitaph here, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Add it to our notes.
I see. It can be divided into 3 parts about the key, the Golden Land, and the Golden Land's treasure.
Even we have been able to grasp that much. The 3 sections that refer to the key, the door, and the treasure.
This face tells me that he was never able to grasp that much.
Nissan, don't butt in any more than you have to. Let Kirie-san speak her ideas freely.
Kirie, please continue. We see it the same way you do so far. So then?
I wonder about the meaning of that thing in the beginning, the beloved hometown. Normally, that would refer to where grandfather lived, right? Since father went to all the trouble of telling us that it's beloved, we can imagine that it's a hometown he had strong feelings for. Did father come from Odawara?
Odawara is definitely where he was born, but I don't think that's the hometown he loved. I imagine all of us siblings have the same place in mind.
Right. This probably isn't Odolara. From what I've heard, he had a very fun time as a youth.
Being made the Ushiromiya family head was probably Dad's greatest bit of misfortune in life. Probably. Father didn't actually want to become the head.
So where is this place? Is there a river near there where sweet fish swim?
Maybe there was at the time. There's been a lot of development there since then, and the sweetfish might have disappeared. It would be extremely difficult to investigate whether sweetfish were there during grandfather's boyhood years.
Is there like a running water in the sound effect of this right now?
I think so, yeah.
It sounds like it, yeah. And there probably isn't just a single river. I believe we all gave this a thorough investigation geographically. You even went to the actual place to investigate directly, right, Eva?
That was only as a vacation. But the townscape had changed completely since Father's time. After all, it was caught up in that war, wasn't it? By now, even precisely locating the place Father lived is impossible. I imagine that if Father went there himself now, even he wouldn't be able to pick out the place he'd lived anymore.
Well, after all, those guys have also gone through a remarkable recovery.
Does the part about the Sweetfish River bring any place name clearly to mind?
Well, yeah. After all, they're sweetfish, right? People say they live in rivers with clean water, so there are countless rivers that might work. Any stream Dad innocently went fishing in that was so hard to read. Went sweetfish fishing in was probably buried by the development later. It'd be different if we had a map from before the war or a person who knew a lot about how that area was before the war, but
It probably isn't something like that.
what do you mean?
Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. After these two lines, there's a single blank line. Something is being presented with just these two lines. What if the next three lines continue based upon that something? Just fucking, is she an English major? What's going on here?
What do you mean, something is being presented?
I don't know.
Yep, she's an English major.
At any rate...
Only an English major can recognize the power of the stanza.
At any rate, what we can get from those two lines alone isn't something vague, like the question of which river it might be, but the clear presentation of the keyword, river. She really is an English major, honing in on one word and using that for the entire analysis. It may be that this isn't a river with water flowing down it. The Sweetfish River might be some kind of metaphor. Like, I was kidding. What sort of impression does the word sweetfish give?
Sweetfish are like salmon. They're freshwater fish, but they go out into the ocean right after they're born. When they get big, they go back to the river to live there, and then they spawn there and end their lives there. Well, they leave their home at one point, but when they get big, they come back and lay eggs. Alright, thank you for the fish facts, Hideyoshi. They might be able to link that idea to the idea. Sorry, might be able to link that to the idea of clan prosperity. Oh, they're freshwater fish, but they can live in the ocean? I didn't know that. I figured river fish wouldn't be able to live in the sea.
And they're called sweetfish because they have a pleasant aroma. I've never eaten one, but I've heard they can be quite delicious when grilled with salt.
What's that, Natsui-san? You've never eaten salt grilled sweetfish? They're delicious. You should try it sometime soon. Get Goda to mix it for you. It is a food for commoners, hardly appropriate for your mouth. Whoa.
This is just my wild idea, but the impression I get from a Sweetfish River makes me suspect a family tree. The sweetfish go out into the ocean for a time, but they return to the river where they were born to spawn, right? Reminds me of myself.
You're right. By this point, I can confess that I've sometimes suspected it refers to you and Maria-chan.
I see. If you follow the river downstream, you will find a village. If you go down the family tree, all you find is Maria's name. Only her name has a Ri or Sato. The character Father uses for village here.
Isn't that right? But as you all know, Father doesn't like Maria, and he almost never speaks with her. And in the past, Father told me to give Maria a completely different name. I just decided to go with Maria on my own. Father was very mad about that.
Because you ruined his epitaph.
Oh no!
You ruined his epitaph. Who's the other one that has something like that? Yeah.
Of all the fucking names you could have chosen, you're gonna ruin it. You're ruining everything. This is why I hate you. Given that, it's very hard to imagine that he would reference Maria's name in his precious epitaph about who would succeed his wealth and inheritance. Have you ever let Maria-chan read the epitaph? Yes, of course. But it looked as though she didn't have a clue. She didn't have a clue, and she kept going on about the same occult stuff, about how it was a resurrection ceremony for the witch.
Connection between Father and Maria. Certainly, they do share that occult hobby, but they never interacted. I can't imagine that it refers to Maria either.
What sticks out to me is how he went out of his way to add beloved to that first line. Like you all said just now, if Father was reluctant about becoming the Ushiromiya family head, would he have fond memories for anything connected to that? This really is. For those of you not in the English discipline, this is literally just what you do. You go by this shit line by line, you look at every single word and you go, is that word being used for a specific reason? Is that word being used for a specific reason? Especially when analyzing a passage like this, you are needling it for every tiny little piece that you can grab at and seeing if it has some greater connection or meaning.
And I have no patience for it at all. I cannot do it.
I love this shit.
I
I'm
don't.
more vibes-based. I'm a more vibes-based
this
English.
shit, dude.
I
This is
am
what
also
I'm
more
made
vibes-based.
for.
Yeah.
No way.
I love that. I had an assignment that was just learning how to do that. We had just one passage and we had to look for one keyword and be like, why are they using that keyword? What do you think? I fucking love this stuff. Oh, I'm in my element. I don't think this can be Odawara, which represents the Ushiromiya family head. I believe this word beloved here at the beginning must refer to a place full of very important memories to Father.
Well, it's fine. It would be hard to pinpoint since we don't have even a trace of a map from that time, but at any rate, there were probably several rivers with sweet fish swimming in them near Dad's hometown during his... It has to be the other mansion, right? It has to be like, maybe like a child he had with his mistress has that name, and it has to be somewhere on the island. Because if we can solve it right now, it has to be somewhere on the island we can go. So it has to be something like that, yeah.
So then... maybe he didn't want her choosing Maria. I mean, we were kind of joking about like naming her Maria would ruin the epitaph, but maybe he really does.
Yeah.
Have a kid named Maria, and it's like you're gonna ruin everything if you name her Maria, and that's why he hates her so much.
Or something else, another name that has that sort of word in it.
Character in it.
Yeah, character in it. Yeah. Okay.
That's if we're looking for a river with water flowing down it, right? And then? Go on, Kirie-san.
I don't really understand the three lines starting with, if you follow the river downstream, you will find a village. It's probably linked to the two lines about the Sweetfish River. I imagine it's something we'd understand automatically if we knew what the Sweetfish River really was. Until we figure that out, it's probably useless to try and solve these three lines any further.
So we're stuck unless we know what the Sweetfish River really is. And there's no guarantee it even means a literal river. Seriously, what's up with the sweetfish? Did Dad like to eat them? Or does it have some special meaning? Is it pointless to read too deeply into it? Is it, Jelly?
It's never pointless.
If you don't have both a micro and a macro perspective, your field of vision grows narrow.
See, Joe?
It might be better to be flexible and avoid thinking too deeply. That's good for Joe. Focusing on an abstract image of a river where fish swim or something that can flow. Up or down.
Then the answer behind the Sweetfish River passes through the next three lines and makes its way to the key to the Golden Land. If you think about it this way, I wonder if it was a mistake to split it into three parts. There's actually 4 parts. I was thinking the same thing, kind of. Go down the Sweetfish River, find the key to the Golden Land, journey to the Golden Land, and the treasure of the Golden Land. Okay, I'm glad we're getting here, because I was thinking the same thing.
Truly intriguing. Well, you've gone this far. Would you mind continuing and telling us your opinion on the most central portion of the epitaph, up to the point when we reach the Golden Land on the 10th twilight?
That's the most symbolic, and also the most disturbing part.
Since the word sacrifices keeps coming up, I can't help but think it has something to do with Father's occult ceremonies. How do you see it, Kyrie-san?
Kyrie recrossed her arms several times, peering into the paper with the epitaph copied onto it as though she was looking through it.
This is very difficult. It starts with the one who obtains the key, so you probably won't be able to continue without knowing what that key means. I'll have to give up on that, but I'll take a shot at trying to solve it anyway. This is the process. This is the process.
Just like how the Sweetfish River isn't necessarily a river with water flowing down it, it's also doubtful that this key is actually something shaped like a key.
Right. It might also be a code word or a keyword. Code or keyword. After all, this key isn't something to be stuck into a keyhole. It's something that selects 6 people to be sacrifices for the first twilight. In that sense, we can say for sure that this key isn't being used to open the door to the Golden Land.
But what a disturbing key it is. A key that can choose 6 human sacrifices?
How would a key select anything? Do you spin it like a roulette?
He knows. He knows.
Yeah, he knows.
This key indicates a certain group of 6 people. No, we should say it indicates a certain group of 6 things. If this doesn't mean a literal command to offer sacrifices, perhaps it is a roulette, a wheel, if you will, of names.
Oh.
Interesting.
So when is Eric gonna die?
Wheel-chan was in on it the whole time?
Huh.
So when is Ushiromiya Eric being introduced?
What's happening on the bottom of that spinning chessboard?
Ooh. For example, it could be an anagram.
Koru has a message for you, Mouse. Pretty toxic of Mouse
Special
to come
delivery.
in just so she wouldn't lose main character status. As someone who has trouble dealing with conflict, I had to mute the stream to calm down during that passive-aggressive argument about who should read which characters. I'm here for the experience of sitting one-on-one with a first-time reader, making subtle, seemingly innocuous comments that will later turn out to be clever and funny, hints toward the true mystery. Until my immersion is fixed, I'm boycotting streams.
Oh
Okay.
no! How can you
Joe.
boycott streams if there's a girl here now, though?
Joe,
Yeah.
did I ask to be on the stream?
No.
How did I get on the stream?
It's a closed room mystery.
I asked if you wanted to come on.
And then I said yes. No, I didn't say yes. What did I say?
You said, can you clear it with Jelly first? And I did, yeah.
Say it
Okay.
in red.
Say it in
Okay.
red? Say it in red? I'll say it in red.
Say
Hold
it in
on.
red.
Say it in red. I can't say it in red. I've lost the file. Hold
Oh
on.
shit.
All right. Everything I just said was true.
Everything?
There we go.
What
What
There
do
we
you
go.
mean by everything? Can you define it for us?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
If you can't, then I suppose you'll have to resign.
We didn't hear it. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. All right. Everything I just said was true. There we go.
And what do you mean by everything exactly? Well, surely you can answer one simple question.
Ushiromiya,
Joseph
Joe
Anderson.
Ledler. Yeah, define a stream. Okay. It's where the sweet fish are swimming. That's the stream. That's the stream. An anagram. Do you mean playing with letters?
Oh, sorry. Yes. I've been thinking about it ever since Rosa started talking about the family tree, and about how village was a part of Maria-chan's name. It seems that ever since the words beloved hometown came up, Rudolph-san, for example, has assumed that this epitaph points to some coordinates or some other geographical feature. That might not be the case. This could be some kind of puzzle, or playing with letters.
Forgive me, but how does one play with letters?
Oh, well, it's like sucker Mary barrels.
Rudolph, what the fuck are you talking about?
What do you get when you take out the E's and R's? Like that. Suck,
What do you get, Joe?
Suck my balls? You guys okay? You guys are...
I think the blanket fort is getting to my head.
I got pre-thanked for assigning Rudolph in this scene.
Oh my god. Getting bullied by Ronave and Beatrice, like tag teaming.
Okay,
Fucking hell. Okay, all right. Like that.
Squeaky life, gotta lock in.
Okay, locked in.
Deadline.
Well, you were raised well, Netsui-san, so you probably don't know.
Mary? Take out the E's and R's, huh?
No, you can't do this to her. She's never heard of an anagram.
Stop it. It is an undignified game, inappropriate for you. Like eating salmon. Only Natsui didn't get it and had a blank look on her face. It seems she'd only guessed that the answer had to be something undignified. Meanwhile, Kirei laughing, going by Rudolph and Eva's sniggers.
Natsui Nehan, it's something like this. Or Nissan? I'm not sure if it's Ne or Ni.
Nay.
This is just something from Maria's Book of Riddles, okay? There's this thing called a Tanuki notebook. It's a notebook written like a code with a lot of Tas? TAs? Is that?
I think it's Taz. Taz?
It would
A
be
lot of Tas
Taz, yeah.
mixed in.
Yeah.
And if you remove all of the Tas, then the true paragraph pops up. It's a game like that.
Oh, I see.
She does not. Oh no, she does. She knows.
Natsui finally realized the answer to the undignified riddle Rudolph had posed, and her face grew red as she hung her head in embarrassment. And then Kraus
So maybe-
cocks a shotgun.
Did you think that joke was funny?
So maybe kill actually means remove in that sense, right?
Yes, I also thought that. It's possible that the key to the Golden Land is a word with 6 characters.
In other words, the Ta from the Tanuki notebook is actually 6 characters here. This is getting complicated. Playing with letters, is it? Didn't I try to do that with them? I couldn't figure it out. Or no, I didn't do that. I picked a word from the paragraphs instead. Yeah. Okay. So in concepts of being in the area that they are. In Japan, it really feels like a child's game, but it's apparently a stylish form of humor among intellectuals in the English world. It is easy to imagine that Father was interested in it.
Ah, yes.
But by this point, I quickly lose my ability to understand it. Up until this part, it may have been filled with mysteries, but it was extremely sequential. Sweet Fish River, go down it, then find the key. All of that is extremely sequential. You need an editor, you said the same thing, and as a result, we can guess that we gain a 6-character key. But in that case, we don't know what we kill the 6 characters from.
That's right. Where do we pull the 6 characters from? It doesn't tell us.
On the second Twilight, there are those who remain, which means that, at the very least, there's something has a limited number of characters. You could read it like it's telling you to continue with the remaining characters after the first 6 are removed. And yet, we don't know what this something is, even though it should have been shown to us at the beginning. Are we wrong even in our assumption that this is playing with letters?
Is it you have a word left, and then on the second Twilight you split it in 2, so you have 2 words, and then you start adding to that with the other ones, the Twilights after that? So this is a riddle. The epitaph is a riddle of what to do, but also it matches, just to fuck with you, the sequence of murders that's happening at the same time. So it's like she's racing through the riddle in her own way by just killing everyone, whereas you have to use the same instructions to do something completely different. Okay, that makes the epitaph make more sense to me if that's the case, because before it was like she had already solved the epitaph and she was doing the murders in order to make it real, but it's not. It's something else instead. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, anyway, okay. Everyone crossed their arms and fell silent. It felt like they were about to reach a novel understanding they hadn't managed before, but they stumbled just one step short.
All right, book club reconvene next week.
Then, Hideyoshi's stomach rumbled heartily. That silence was broken by laughter. Sorry. Strangely enough, by spinning the gears in my head for a change, my stomach's gone completely empty. Looks like I can't stand missing breakfast. Wah! Natsui, isn't there anything to eat here?
There should at least be enough set aside for breakfast. I'll prepare it.
I'm also starving, and I'll bet those brats above us are the same. Still, I doubt there's enough for the 18 people here, much less a full 3 meals, right? That's right. It'll be a long journey till tomorrow. Maybe we'd better take a trip back to the mansion and fish around for some canned food or something in the kitchen.
There's nothing more than crackers and snacks here, but if that'll be sufficient, I can get them ready for you all. But with this many people, there might not be any left for lunch.
That will do for now. Would you mind getting those ready? It looked like the men had been taken over with an appetite that stopped all thought. The atmosphere grew more peaceful, and the epitaph investigation team split up for the time being. But Ava kept staring at the paper the epitaph was written on like she was going to burn a hole through it.
Playing around with letters was nothing more than a theory of mine. There's a chance it's mistaken. Me talking about Umineko. Eva-san, don't take it too seriously, okay?
Thank you. I'll just keep doing this on my own. Would you mind leaving me alone?
Eva spoke coldly. Kirie didn't bother her anymore and instead went to help Natsui prepare breakfast.
Nei-san, shouldn't we also help prepare breakfast?
Then you go help. I'm busy solving this.
Sorry. Then I'll help.
Good grief. How can you be like that?
Oh, so, huh? I was really caught off guard, just like her.
The Ushiroma family headship will be given to the person who solves this epitaph. It looks like you've given up from the beginning, as if it has nothing to do with you. But if you can solve it, there's a chance even you'll be able to receive the headship. This is a chance to steal everything from Nissan. Why aren't you taking such a once-in-a-lifetime chance more seriously?
I...
Rosa hung her head, unsure as to how she should answer. Too late, she regretted carelessly speaking to her sister when she was in a bad mood.
If you've noticed anything, say so. Even though Kirie-san and I were thinking hard, you just kept nodding your head, didn't you? Come on. Isn't there anything you've noticed? Come on!
Don't you think this part's strange?
Strange? What is?
It's just that this whole section's written like a journey to the Golden Land, right? You reach the Golden Land, and then you receive its treasures.
What's your point? You think there's some sort of keyword tied to those treasures?
No, not the treasures themselves. Look, in the 10th Twilight, isn't how you receive the treasures strange?
Huh? Ah.
Why does it say we'll receive the treasures once and for the last time? If we only get them once, then there's no point telling us it's the last time. And the same thing in reverse. But I'm probably splitting hairs over nothing if you think about it. This is father we're talking about, after all. He probably just said it that way to make it sound more dramatic. This is Joe telling me that the curtains are just blue?
But I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
Ooh. No, that's wrong.
Okay. Okay. I'll take Beato. Jelly can have Virgilia. Joe, you can have Ranave and Ava. And then we'll just keep the rest from last chapter, I think.
Interesting. I'm not Ronove?
Well, you can be if you want, but it'll get weird.
I trust your judgment.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
Boring.
Oh? What's boring?
Boring.
My. What on earth is this child grumbling about?
She's probably annoyed by all the tips you gave Battler-sama, madam.
Not really. That doesn't annoy me. On the contrary, I'm happy to see that useless battler finally reach a level where he can match me.
Ho. Did Battler-kun and I get a little too close? Perhaps us old fogies had best leave you young'uns alone.
When Virgilia and Ranave giggled and cackled, Beatrice's irritation meter finally reached its limit.
Ugh, enough with everyone laughing at me. Ranave vanished for a while. Disappear.
Certainly, then I shall rest for the time being. My
Interesting
curfew
parallel
approaches.
Interesting parallel to the beginning of this episode where Battler was essentially doing the same to Beatrice. So he was like, fucking go away, disappear.
She's learning from him, maybe. Ranave bowed his head, still laughing, and vanished. After that, all that remained was the grumpy and irritated figure of Beatrice, and Virgilia, who was coolly enjoying her tea.
When you said there are no more than 18 people on this island, you actually cornered yourself.
I knew it. I did have this feeling it might be a bit too early. I suppose that was right after all, wasn't it?
I guess the key was actually at the heart of the Stockfish River, the Splendor. If you had led him any further astray, things might have been different. Or led him further astray first. Things might have been different. But as it was, that trump card was a real waste. You ended up rousing him instead.
In addition to denying the witch, Battler had possessed a second victory condition, one of explaining everything without suspecting one of the 18. It was at that point, when he'd been tossed about by two opposing goals, that his heart should have been at its weakest. However, Beatrice had used the red carelessly, proclaiming that there were no more than 18 people. Because of that, Battler had been forced to suspect one of the 18, and he had finally begun to build up the resolve he needed to accept that. Battler was stubborn, but that was exactly why fissures would run all through him, like breaking china when he was struck in a fragile, but not that fragile, spot. That itself should have been his greatest weak point, but...
Did I get a little too careless after my complete victory last time?
Yes, you were too careless. The last game was a difficult one for Battler-kun, but it seems this game will become a difficult one for you.
A broken vase will never return to its original form. So it would be more constructive to think of a next move rather than regretfully picking up the pieces. However, now that Battler has figured out as much as he has, how should I plot against him?
Your troubled face is an even better snack than Renove's cookies.
Ugh. You and Battler and even Ronove are treating me like sweets now. Even though I'm not sweet at all.
With a shameful, childlike face that she would never have shown in front of Battler, Beatrice rolled her head around on top of the table.
Teacher! At least give me a hint.
Oh? What kind of a hint?
If you know some really good move that'll leave Battler speechless and make him want to accept me, I won't ask you to say it outright, so, even if it's just a hint?
I can't. I'm on Battler-kun's side right now, so I couldn't teach you something that would give you an advantage.
Come on, don't be so stingy.
That's like a distinctly Battler kind of line to me. Like she's kind of acting like him here, I think.
Your disciple's in trouble, right?
I seem to remember you brazenly boasting that you had surpassed your teacher.
Please act like an old person and give me just a bit of your crafty ideas. Please. It's mean if you only help Battler.
My. You're still a spoiled child. But it's true that I may have given Battler-kun a few too many hints. It did serve as a scolding to you, but perhaps it was a little too much support for a fair game.
Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Please, teacher, at least a hint now.
This is only a hint. Think about what it means by yourself, okay?
Yeah. I'll think about it myself, so please. Please give me one that'll leave Battler down in the dumps, teacher.
Considering how she acted like a great and mighty witch in front of Battler, the way she acted when he wasn't around was truly pathetic.
I can hear that smile. I can hear that smile.
I think it's adorable. Virgilia sided how childish Beato still was, despite all the time that had passed.
Then just a hint. Do you know of Aesop's fable, The North Wind and the Sun? All right, we've entered Zero Escape territory again.
Of course. It's a story about how the North Wind and the Sun challenge each other to see who can steal the cloak off a traveler, right?
That's right. Violent, impatient methods aren't necessarily the best decisions in all cases.
You don't have to tell me that. I've already reflected on the mistakes I made when I was too anxious to achieve victory.
Think well about what this means. And furthermore, there's one point that Battler seems to be misunderstanding a bit, but he isn't the only one. Do you understand the victory conditions in this game?
What else is there other than making Battler surrender?
See? You're already wrong there. Alas, you're wrong.
How am I wrong?
Your victory isn't making Battler-kun surrender. Isn't it making Battler-kun accept your existence?
What's this? You want me to butter him up, begging him to accept me as a witch? How foolish. I haven't sunk that low.
Grr. Beato growled like a dog in a bad mood. Virgilia shrugged her shoulders, snickering at her disciple, who was as short-tempered as ever.
That is my hint. For the rest, you'll have to consider deeply on your own. In any event, your moves up until now will not work on Battler-kun. A significant tactical adjustment will probably be required.
I don't need you to tell me that. I don't have a clue what you mean by the North Wind and the Sun. But at any rate, I realize I'll have to alter my course. I'll introduce a scheme clever enough to surprise even you, teacher.
Ho ho ho! I look forward to it. I wonder how Battler-kun will tackle that. I wish you good luck as well.
After Battler, you mean?
So, for no reason at all, my read on that scene is that Virgilia just told Beatrice to seduce Battler. That's what
I was gonna say. It feels very much like maybe Virgilia and Renove are just like sort of nudging them together, being like, "Just fucking kiss already! Just fucking kiss, you two idiots."
Jelly, you could take young Eva here, and Joe can keep the narration if you want to keep it back.
Sure, yeah, sounds good to me.
Yeah.
You gonna give up and resign already? I guess you are that tired. If only you just grab a futon and sleep.
As my mind grew vague and I pretended to fight my drowsiness while sinking deeper and deeper into the sofa, I scolded myself.
You also dreamed about stealing the position of family head from Kraus, right? Even though my magic's given you a chance, are you already throwing it away? Is this
Who's
being
Ava?
used?
I can take Adult Ava if you want to take the narration.
Sure.
You could say that, but this riddle is really hard. Even a wire puzzle would be better. At least in that case, you'd know for sure it's solvable. But in the case of this epitaph riddle, we've been given no reason to be sure of that. I might just be fighting a useless battle.
Useless? Still hazy, I looked at the notebook I've been holding the whole time. It was open to a page with the epitaph, which I must have stared at hard enough to burn holes in it on so many hundreds of nights I'd lost count. That page is truly a door. On the other side lies the Golden Land, the place I've wanted to drag myself to no matter the effort ever since I was a child. And the place I was never able to reach. Am I touching the door with both hands, with the book? No, the door right there in front of me, ready to be opened, and yet still unable to reach the other side.
That's right. Your hand is already on the door. Come on, open it with all your strength, and read the characters written on the door.
Open it with all my strength. Read the characters written on the door.
Strain your eyes. See through to the thing beyond the epitaph written in the notebook.
The beloved hometown definitely won't betray our expectations. The only past Father held dear happened during his childhood years.
That's right. Then what about the Sweetfish River? There are several rivers where they swim, and there's reason to doubt that this just refers to one close to the place Father lived. If we take out a map and start calculating which rivers with Sweetfish were closest, things will get quickly vague and we won't be able to narrow it down.
Didn't you say it yourself? You said it didn't have to be a river with water flowing down it. If the word Sweetfish is too complicated, why not forget it? Think of a river. A river. Linking it with a family tree wasn't a bad idea. Try thinking about how to link a river with something else along those lines. A bloodline, maybe? Isn't that essentially the same thing?
That's just a tree. Yeah, that's where my mind went too. But yeah.
I'm pausing to let you theorize.
Huh.
You two were so excited to theorize when I wasn't here. What's going on?
This is a fucking puzzle. Like, I don't know.
Like we have a win condition now is the thing.
As you know, I didn't get a single line in connections today, Mouse. So like, I'm not primed for this. Okay. Even you found it hard today. I'm telling on you. Yeah.
I'm a subtext guy. I can only give you answers when none of them are the answer.
Oh, so we're the no stakes English majors. Okay.
Yeah. Duh. Yeah.
It isn't a river?
It's an ocean.
It's late. But where else could Sweetfish swim? Oh, but if we're talking about places Sweetfish can swim, then maybe the ocean has something to do with this. Didn't my husband even say that they go out into the ocean even though they're river fish?
I don't know why. I feel a glass shatter sound effect coming. I don't know why.
To the ocean.
No. But...
Oh, what is this music? Is this new?
Huh?
Did you notice? But that's just a faint memory. There's supposed to be a room for storing books in this building, right? If you investigate, you can make sure.
If that's the Sweetfish River, and if the key might be a 6-character word, then could the key actually be resting in that river?
I don't know. Anyway, I have to search in an atlas. But even if I know that, I don't know from what I should take the 6 characters.
You really don't know? Think deeply. We're pretty smart, so our ideas are solid. Don't think of it like it's something as massive as the riddle of the epitaph, but like a child's riddle. Men are always children, no matter how old they get.
True.
Even if father has advanced into old age, that doesn't change the fact he's essentially a child at heart. Throw away your awe of father. Think of this like it's a worthless, infantile game with riddles, like the ones Maria suddenly brought on the boat.
Riddles. Worthless, infantile.
Useless.
Huh. I'm sure that was... What was it? I'm sure if my memory isn't wrong, then it's probably the case. No, I don't have to rely on my vague memory. I should be able to figure that out immediately by searching the library.
Have we been to the library yet? I don't think so, right?
Nope.
We've probably already noticed the answer. All that's left is to investigate whether it's correct or not. Come on, Eva. Let's go to the library, making sure no one sees us. There, we should find a mountain of thick books that didn't fit in Father's study.
I'm sure we'll find a book that answers our question quickly. This is the first and last chance we'll ever get to make our dreams come true. Oh,
Okay,
that was
I
still...
didn't know-
yeah,
that
sorry.
was still her. Gotcha.
Yeah. When Natsui tried to lay a blanket over her, Eva suddenly jumped up.
I'm sorry. It looks like I woke you.
Eva, if you're sleepy, don't overdo it. You rest first.
Thank you.
Definitely not up to something face.
Yeah, definitely not up to something. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom for a bit to wash my face.
You should take it easy and rest. You're just gonna make yourself feel worse, you know?
I told you I'm fine. I'll be right back.
After leaving only those words behind, I rapidly left the lobby. The lobby was partitioned off by a door, so as soon as I went into the corridor, they could no longer see me. Oh, the library was next to the servant room. Father always owned a vast book collection, but ever since he started to become engrossed with his occult hobby, that collection grew even larger. So the normal books suitable for...
What are all of these things lining the walls? I've never seen these before.
Ah, yes.
So the normal books suitable for a normal study had been forced out as his study overflowed. This so-called library was mostly used as a storage room for those normal books. They were all thick, like complete encyclopedias for intellectuals, but that was very convenient for me now that I was investigating something. I entered softly, and just in case, checked the room with my gun ready, making sure that there were no suspicious people there. Then I locked it from the inside, and then I died, and Battler has to solve it. I actually wasn't thinking that the murder might be hiding somewhere. What scared me was the thought that one of my siblings might hear what I was investigating. My heart had started racing before I realized it. I was half asleep just a moment ago, so I didn't realize how significant this thing I noticed was. But as I gradually became aware, my heart started to feel like it was about to explode.
I wonder if any of the other siblings have noticed this.
I don't think Kraus and Rudolph will notice, but I don't know about Kyrie. She has extraordinarily good intuition. And I don't know about Rosa either.
Rosa's stupid, too. She always has been, incredibly so.
Oh, she is going through it. She's, like, slipping deep into psychosis right now, I think. She's losing her mind. Really? I'd say she was wise enough to make you think she was stupid, so that she didn't earn herself unnecessary malice.
Did her eyes darken as she got older? Why has young Eva got different eyes?
Why
What
indeed?
the fuck? I never noticed that.
Here it is.
Huh.
I wonder if we'll find it in this one.
What color are young Eva's eyes? Are they blue?
Blue, yeah,
They
they're
are.
blue.
Can we check the other characters?
Blue eyes are Shannon, Cannon, Beatrice, and Battler,
And Jessica.
and Jessica.
And Jessica. What about the witches?
Purple eyes like Eva.
Do we have Wanda, Delta, and Byrne in the list, or are they not
No,
present?
they're not there.
They all have red eyes. Interesting.
I pulled the book out and flipped through the pages.
Although I think Byrne has purple eyes and Lambda Delta has red, no?
I think so. So this is A Sweetfish River?
I see. This is what the Sweetfish River means. Don't dawdle around. Research further.
Yes, I understand. If you follow the river downstream, you'll find a village. By using the character, Sato, does he mean a town or something? That's just an area of dense population, so there could be any number of those.
Why have you stopped thinking? Oh, is this too much work for you? If only you'd just give up. If only you'd just hand the Ushiromiya headship over to Kyrie.
I don't want to.
Kyrie?
I will become the head. This is my first and last chance. What is this village? What does it mean? Do you find one if you go down the river? Ah!
In the village. Look for the shore the two will tell you of. I don't know what that means, but it means shore. Well, I guess I do know what it means. It means shore. Get it? Sure I do.
Ooh. Oh, rare Ava ooh. Ooh. I understand. Sure.
Right before my eyes, pieces that I hadn't been able to understand at all began to snap. Let's get cracking. Snap into place all by themselves. I couldn't even remember to close my open mouth. My throat grew completely dry. Is it really okay for this to be the answer? Really? Really?
But this isn't 6 characters at all. I'm absolutely sure this is the answer, but this doesn't reach 6 characters at all.
Did you stop thinking again? In that case, think of a way you could read it with 6 characters. If you can't think of one, then research it. There has to be an answer. You must not doubt that. Is believing in that too much for you? If only you just cry yourself to sleep, and then you can just give up and die.
1, 10, 9, 8.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. 6 characters. I found it. This is the key to the Golden Land.
We're not even in the answers arc yet. Yes, this is the key to the Golden Land. The key to our childhood dreams. The only keyhole this key can be stuck in is that place. That has to be what offering the sacrifices be. Oh no. Oh no. Is she gonna start killing people? I'm sure you get it by now, right?
Maybe.
She's not okay, well there's that glass shatter. She's not having a good time.
Ah!
Yep, there it is. Yep.
Oh, I was a little bit ahead. Oops,
That's okay.
sorry. Spoilers.
Don't worry.
If you want to keep going for this chapter, we can just keep the same rolls.
Okay, alrighty.
That
Are
sounds
we where are we at as far as our goals for
Fucked. You're fucked. The schedule is
fucked?
fucked.
Okay.
The schedule is canceled. And
I
just don't
apologize.
worry about it.
We yapped
No,
too
that's
long.
okay.
We yapped too hard.
Everybody loved the yapping. It doesn't matter. It's fine.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
Okay.
It's okay. How are you for time? How are we for time?
I've got probably another, I would say, hour.
Okay.
So is there a good stopping point within the hour?
There is a good stopping point.
I could go 2 tops.
Then we do have a good stopping point, yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Who has this one?
This is me. This way? Go this way? They're inviting me to go this way?
My heart leapt, because there, gaping wide, was an opened mouth in the eerie darkness.
What's this? What is this?
When I strained my eyes, peering into the darkness, I saw something that looked like a light switch. In addition, there was a switch with open and close written on it. When I resolutely pushed the switch, Rough lights like you'd find in a coal mine turned on sporadically, making a staircase that stretched underground come hazily into view. Alright, jelly.
Yes, 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 yes.
Battler ain't in this scene or last scene. We gotta be strong. We gotta be strong.
Absolutely, of course.
Yeah, we gotta be strong.
I am resolute. Magic does not exist. You don't need to listen.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
with you.
Yeah, all right. We gotta be strong. All right, eerily enough.
My mind is immediately going to Battler being like, oh yeah, no, of course, there's obviously a secret lab under the mansion too. Okay, all right.
Eerily enough, it looked even more
continue.
gloomy with the lights turned on. Near the light switch was that open and close switch. It would probably be open or close. It would probably open or close this, but if the open part happened to be broken, I might be shut away in this creepy underground area for all eternity. So for the time being, I didn't touch that switch. And as I readied my gun again, I slowly went down the stairs. Go tell Hideyoshi, what are you doing?
I feel like she is gone.
Yep. The ceiling was very high, so it didn't feel cramped. On the contrary, it felt as though a cool breeze was blowing upwards, and that creepiness seemed to form a sort of aura. As I readied my gun and carefully stared forwards, I descended the stairs.
A sort of aura, but not a sort of riz.
The walls, the stairs, the lights, all of them were very old-fashioned. It was easy to suspect that this had been built back when the mansion had been constructed on this island. There were cracks in the ceiling, and water clung to the walls, constantly dripping down. That water fell into a gutter that had been set up alongside the stairs, then quickly and silently flowed into the underground darkness, as though it was telling me to go faster. The staircase kept turning back on itself. I don't know how far down I've gone, but I think it's much deeper than one floor. Oh shit! Eventually, a rough metal door showed itself, and there, characters had been written in a dark red paint. They had probably been written a long time ago.
Big Lies of Pivot. Oh.
Ooh. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. And it is in red, Jelly, you were right.
Yeah, that is in red.
My heart, which was already about to explode, jumped about even more as soon as I recognized those deep red characters. There's no mistake. This is the last stop. Father's Golden Land. I calmed my throbbing heart, somehow regained my composure, and readied my gun again. But since, in the end, I couldn't open the door with my gun held in both hands, I lowered the gun, carefully hid my breathing, and opened the door. What?
This place is...
Stay strong, stay strong, stay strong.
My first impression when I saw the room was that it might be linked to one of the rooms in the mansion. That's right. It had exactly the same atmosphere about it as the sealed VIP room on the second floor, but this was underground, so there were no windows. There was only the solemn light of a grand chandelier. But even though it was dimly lit by the faint light...
The mastermind. No wonder they cut to her every single time.
The quality of the interior was more than enough to take your breath away.
All this talk of furniture.
A bed with a canopy and a rocking chair that looked like it would be comfortable. Oh, there's the gold! The gold's there! Okay, this is bullshit. This is so bullshit. This is bullshit. It would be a comfortable sit-in. An extravagant sofa and carpet. The room was like a dream every girl yearns for at least once. And yet, since it was an underground hidden room with no windows, it felt more like the hidden house of a witch. I'd never swallowed the legend of Beatrice, Witch of the Forest. However, after being shown this room, it certainly became hard to doubt that she actually existed.
Okay, Beatrice. Yeah. Oh, man. Well, it's so hard to deny you exist right now.
Yeah. Mouse, say this room exists in red, please. Say it in red.
This room exists.
I didn't
exists.
I didn't hear it. Didn't hear it.
I don't have the sound effect, but this room exists.
Oh, okay. All right.
Is someone there?
Even though I was completely shocked by this room, I timidly searched the interior with my gun raised. And at the back of the room, I found it.
Eek!
My gas came out strangely, like a bunny being choked.
There's a mouse in the call.
After all, after finding something like this, no one would be able to stop that kind of stupid voice from leaking out.
It's here. It's really here. Father's gold.
On the opposite side of the canopy bed, it was piled up in a massive heap. It was a mountain of gold ingots. Of course, they weren't piled up carelessly in a way that would damage the dignity of this room. A beautiful scarlet satin weave was inlaid on the mountain of gold, creating a beautiful three-colored mix between the red, the gold, and the black of the deep darkness. It was as though, when the witch slept on this bed, the gold would be a respectful chamberlain waiting on her. Nobly, refinedly, gracefully, beautifully. It was attentively piled there with an imposing air. When I tried to grab a single gold ingot, I was surprised at its weight. It was probably about 10 kilograms. Just this ingot would probably be worth more than 10 million. The Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was lightly imprinted on it. It was hard to tell whether it had worn away or whether the impression had been made carelessly in the first place, but it was certainly the crest of the one-winged eagle.
All right, Battler, time to cut in. Time to cut in.
Just how many ingots were piled up there? By doing a quick count here and there, and judging by the height, there had to be a few hundred at least. My mind's already gone blank, so I can't do the math well. Even a moderate guess would put it above several billion yen. A fucking Zero-Escape character would have already given us the detail.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They would have given us the formula and everything, too.
Yeah, and how much it is worth in 4 different currencies around the world at the moment, yeah.
Yep.
Can I take this opportunity to say this is my favorite song in the whole visual novel?
Oh, is it really?
It is. That's right. Of course. After all, there's 10 tons of gold, right? At the current value, that's more than 20 billion yen of gold. I found it before anyone else. I found it.
In front of the mountain of gold, I spread my arms and looked up at the ceiling. A laugh without a trace of dignity flowed out of my entire body. I had no intention of laughing in a weird way, but I couldn't hold back the happy feeling that was flowing through me. My older brother probably wouldn't accept his loss just because I found this gold, but from now on, there would be no changing the fact that I had been the one to find it. To steal away the headship of the family, some more subtle bargaining would probably still be required. But after everything I've gone through until now, that's a completely trivial problem. Even if I lose out on the Ushiromiya family headship, I already have 20 billion yen worth of gold.
At times I've thought that money is such a worthless thing. I thought there were so many things in this world you can't buy with money. But now I see that's just a lie. Just an excuse that the have-nots make for themselves. She's been rich for 30 seconds. In front of this mountain of gold, I finally realized something so obvious. By using this money, I can give birth to all the happiness in the world.
Oh my god, she's losing
With this money, my husband's company is already saved. We'll always be happy as a family. And I can even leave a vast sum of money to George. The rest of the relatives will eventually be ruined and disappear.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
At that time, George will use this gold. And just like grandfather did, he'll revive the Ushiromiya family's lost honor. George is the true successor to the Ushiromiya family. Yay! Yippee!
Yay!
Can't believe he's still single.
Okay.
It happened.
Yay.
My wish was granted. Here's the gold kitten. Okay. That dream I had wished for ever since I was born into this world as Ushiromiya Eva had been granted completely at this very moment. My husband and I will be happy for all eternity, and I can also give my only son George eternal happiness. There's no way I'll waste it on foolish pleasures. My older brother has chewed the Ushiromiya family to bits, but George and I will revive it, and that means I truly have succeeded the Ushiromiya family headship.
I was successful! I did it, honey and George. I, your mother, finally succeeded. No one will be able to threaten us now.
That's right. After this, never again will we be smothered by sadness. I'm just expecting to hear a gunshot and blood to splatter over the gold right now. I'm just bracing for it. Yeah.
Congratulations, me. Congratulations, Ushiromiya Eva. Interesting. Those are two separate statements. Right here, right now, the sad half of our life will have its heart's desire granted.
It's all thanks to you. I was given this chance because of your magic. Because of that chance, I was able to make it here.
Thank you. But my magic wouldn't have been granted if we both didn't believe in each other. The power of friendship, so it isn't just the power of my magic. This is our victory. Because of that, congratulations, us.
Thank you, me. Thank you, Ushiromiya Ava.
On behalf of myself, I would like to accept this award.
I'm glad I didn't give in before now. I'm glad that I didn't drown in sorrow and forget to keep struggling. No, this is my magic. Our magic. Your magic was the real thing. Beatrice, the witch of the forest, is nothing more than an illusion.
Uh-oh.
You are the real witch, a wielder of real magic.
Uh-oh.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Right now, you are the golden witch, Beatrice.
Oh, no. No, no.
Oh, no.
That's right.
Not real. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Eva, hold on. So, Joe, I think it's a bit of a bold move from the Eva conglomerate to move in and go for the gold like that without really checking with the rest of the family. How do you think this will play out in the coming moments?
Well, I don't know. The Rudolph team has some really hard decisions to make right now on the field. It's lucky that we're in halftime and they can, regroup in the locker room and see what they're going to do. I understand sports and can keep this bit up going for a whole entire stream. Certainly. I know what sports commentating is like. Fucking hell.
Now back to our field mouse live on the scene.
I'm sorry, it's pretty windy here, so I'm not really able to talk on the microphone right now, but I think that you guys are doing great.
Thank you, Mouse. Back to you, Joe.
Thank you, Mouse. Eva decided to leave for the time being. When she climbed the stairs again, trying to leave the secret place, she saw a creepy swaying human shadow blocking her path, and her dreamlike state was blown away.
Again. No!
Who is it?
For an instant, she believed that the true master of this room, the real Beatrice, had appeared. It seemed that the other person was also holding a gun. The two of them were pointing guns at each other, and eventually, they each realized who the other was.
Rosa?
Rosa?
Oh! Interesting.
You want to take Rosa, Jelly?
Yeah. Nason.
Why are the shotguns a
doing
little
in a
different?
place like this?
Why indeed?
Do you see how the shotgun has like a
the muzzle
yeah.
of Rosa's is very well. Everything is very different, actually. Yeah.
So yeah, they're not shotguns. Sorry, chat. Yeah, they're Winchester.
Yeah,
rifles,
sawed-off Winchesters.
Yeah. Okay.
Huh. Nason, what are you doing in a place like this?
That's my line. What business do you have in such a place?
I shouldn't have given you that hint, Nason. If I hadn't, I definitely would have been the first to reach this place. Too bad.
Oh, please let Rudolph walk down the stairs now too. Be like, oh hey, what's going on? Yeah, looking for the bathroom.
You two reached it first, huh? And then Krause is like, I was just following where everyone else is going.
And then Kyrie, who is covered herself in gold leaf, suddenly appears from the golden bars behind them. You're like, I am the head of the trivia now. It seemed that Rosa knew where the staircase went and what was waiting ahead of her.
You should talk. Even though I reached this place before you.
I worried too much about the Sweetfish River. The Sweetfish part didn't really matter much at all, did it?
That isn't true. It was an excellent hint, wasn't it? Well, of course, maybe there was no need for it to be sweetfish. But when I heard that sweetfish are fish that go out into the sea, I was able to figure it out.
What's inside?
Why not see with your own eyes? It definitely won't betray your expectations. Don't be afraid, Nason. I never had any interest in who becomes the head. I don't even care about the Ushiromiya family name. Honestly, I actually feel good about you stealing the headship from Krause Nason, who was always swaggering around because of it. Are you serious? Of course. I'm the outsider of the Ushiromiya siblings. Even if Father had named me as the next head, there's no way Nason would have accepted it. I try not to have such naive dreams. Let me see too, Nason. This proof of your victory.
As long as I receive the proper portion that the siblings agreed upon, I plan to proactively acknowledge you as the true victor in this game.
If you shoot me, then you'll have this gold all to yourself, won't you?
The same goes for you. If you shoot me, this gold will all be yours.
For a tense moment, the sisters pointed their guns at each other. Eventually, after they sized up the glint in each other's eyes, they lowered their guns. Ava removed her finger from the trigger and held the gun upside down. It was a position that she couldn't quickly shoot from. When she saw that, Rosa held hers the same way. Oh, that's nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
A ceasefire?
Sister moment. That's right. That plan of shooting the other and having all the gold to ourselves is attractive for both of us. But if one of us just suddenly disappeared on this island while it's isolated by the typhoon, there would be a huge uproar. If we hid the corpse here, it probably wouldn't be found easily, but we couldn't be sure.
No matter how many billion yen the worth of gold is on the line, it isn't worth the risk of committing murder. On the contrary, that would give Kraus, Nissan, and the others ammunition to ring us for all we're worth.
Okay, this is like such a psychotic way of saying, but you're my sister, I just don't want to kill you. Like, come on! Like, it's about not getting away with it, and getting back at Kraus? Like, your sisters, just be like, I don't want to kill my sister, like, what?
I did not have that read on this at all. This is like a full fucking mask off. Like, the only reason you're still alive is because I couldn't get away with it.
Damn.
Guys, I'm starting to think that the Ushiromias aren't very nice.
What? No.
No.
They're sisters.
I agree.
Of course they're friends.
It may have been a blessing in disguise that you're the one who showed up, instead of Nissan or Rudolph. You're the sibling I trust most.
Cut to Rosa from episode 2 having her fucking flashbacks in the tea party room. Thank you. And you're the sibling I trust most, Nissan. I want to see the gold too. It's so tense. It's so tense.
Say it properly, Jelly. Say it properly.
I want to see the gold.
Want to have a peek? Now I feel like seeing it again too. I want to see the gold. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, it still doesn't feel real.
Therefore,
Unless I see it together with you and confirm once more that it actually exists. It feels like the gold will turn to fog and disappear.
Ava, what if it's gone now? Ava started descending the staircases the series once more.
Oh no!
However, she didn't carelessly expose her back to Rosa. Even though at a glance it looked like Rosa had lowered her guard, she definitely didn't show any signs of carelessness. Oh, it's there. Okay.
Okay, good. Unless, okay, good. All right, we're
Then
fine.
they reached that room with the witch once more. Sorry, the room of the witch once more. Rosa also gasped, stunned speechless by the vast amount of gold. Is that the end of the scene?